Kendra pouted and sprung over to her father, kissing him on his wrinkled olive skin.
Nonsense, Father. Mother enjoyed life. You should too. You know she'd have wanted that. You know, I know, even Delilah knows, and she's a little slow. Fuck you,
Delilah said.
I nearly got into flight school.
Kendra laughed, leaping in front of me.
She would have got in too, but the sheriff was waiting. No good robbing that night.
Robbing? I asked. She grinned.
Farming doesn't pay the bills. Say, Pa, once he's fixed the tractor, can he come robbing with us?
The old goblin gave her the stink eye and carried on walking. The two girls fell on either side of me, threading their arms through mine and walking me along the track. Of late, I'd rescued an AI, fled across the galaxy, held up a bank, got caught, imprisoned, freed, held hostage, that's without getting abducted by the mob, entering a dubious relationship with a demon, nearly dying in a swarm attack, and then getting blown to bits by a demon battlecruiser. I'd even survived, hurtling across space-time in a tiny escape pod, and yet I had the feeling I was in more danger with the two goblin girls than I'd ever been in. The old goblin sighed, stopped, and rested his gun over his shoulder. "All right, no robbing tonight. It's a full blood moon. If he fixes the tractor, I might let you take him partying. Show him what a good time he can have living around here." I eyed the old man suspiciously. His change of tone was a little too extreme for me. Something was up. I could feel it in my bones. Chapter 1.
Comms are down.
Trix held her finger to her earpiece while gripping the comms panel as the ship banked sharply.
Rear deflectors are at 50%.
Purred Kit Kat, her tail swishing, displaying her displeasure at their current, rather dire predicament.
The engine will not take much more of this, Captain,
Hollow said with her usual perfect enunciation. Of all the three comments, the one that pissed me off the most was Hollow's. It wasn't the state of the engine that annoyed me. We had one fucking engine. That was what pissed me off. It summed up my failure perfectly. I wanted a decent ship. I wanted more than one engine. I wanted to be a Starship hero. Was that too much to ask for? There. I pointed. It was a habit, a bad one. Pointing at a 3D holographic representation of one slice of the fractured quadrant gave Zen absolutely no idea where to steer. And yeah, my names for my girls were highly unimaginative, but they fitted.
You wish to attempt the meteor belt?
Zen asked, turning. But she understood. Sometimes the Kitsune girl and I had a telepathic connection, but then I reminded myself I didn't know half of what I should know about her. She had me enthralled, under her spell, entranced, whatever you wish, and she was hot, so fucking hot. "Keep your hands on the wheel," I shouted. Wheel! My rust bucket of a spaceship had a fucking wheel. What kind of special hell was this? And why was someone coming at us all lasers blazing? I looked up, another bad habit, and silently called God an asshole. He wasn't up there. There was no up in space. Zen rolled her eyes, then winked, her devilish smile revealing a fine set of sparkling white teeth.
Well, the Planos meteor belt?
She still had one hand on the wheel, casually flying the ship like the place wasn't littered with debris. Zen had a sharp mind, fast. She could give Hollow a run for her money, and she was sexy as fuck. She could take me places with her tails that hand simply couldn't. We've got no choice. We banked again, another laser blast zipping past us. What is that fucker's problem?
I believe we are banking too hard and causing them to miss,
Hollow said. That's not... I sighed, gripping my armrests as Zen snaked through space, leaving a ribbon of dead plasma behind us. A dull thump, the bridge shook, and an ominous grinding sound ripped through the ship.
Rear deflectors at 30%.
Kit Kat swiveled around, pointing her clawed finger at me.
Shall I go to the rear laser turret?
She was one brave pussycat. I hesitated. With the deflectors nearly out, it was suicide. But then, if the laser shredded the remaining deflectors, it would destroy our engine and screw us anyway. The boat wasn't big enough to take a breach, we'd fold like a tin can. Rear screen's up. I'd had enough. We'd been under attack for long enough. It was time to figure out a way to fight back or get the hell out of Dodge. But I was loath to use our trump card. Not that we'd be leaving a lot behind. Trix swiped the projector screen, the front view switching to the rear. A worm drive fighter appeared on screen, sticking to us like shit on a shovel. Laser blasts shot from its point, their usual white laced with green. Which meant two things. We were fucked, and we had a chance. Fucked because we had a space mage on our tail. A chance because sooner or later they'd run out of mana. The trouble was, our attacker was close. Too damn close, almost sucking the plasma from our engine. Singular engine. Singular. Hated that word. But one thing we had in our favor was speed. A plasma engine would always outpace a worm drive.
Engines are at 60%. The last hit struck our plasma drive,
Fricks said. She glared at me, her demonic eyes eating my soul.
Who the crap have you pissed off this time?
Unknown. There's a large pool to pick from. I wasn't lying. I had a habit of rubbing folk up the wrong way. The demon knew me well. I had a knack for making enemies without meaning to. I hadn't worked out why, but Fricks reckoned it had to do with the truth. I spoke it far too much. If someone was an asshole, I told them. Okay, so the hamstrung engine ruled out speed.
It's probably some pissed off parent,
Zen said way too cheerily for me. Nah, I said. You all know I've only got eyes for you 5. Perhaps it's one of you? Think about that? I can't be the only one with enemies. Hell, none of the girls were angels. Kit Kat loved to scrap. She couldn't go into a bar without getting into one. Zen could piss off anyone or anything with her handed-down judgmental mystical shit. Fricks was a demon, and that alone was enough to get crazed evangelists riled up. As for Trix, well, her race had wiped out half a universe, and folk held grudges. Of all of us, only Hollow was in the clear. Unless the space mage was a heretic hunter and had smelled her bounty. Yes, they all had baggage. But then, if they'd been angels, they wouldn't have been stuck on this crap heap. They wouldn't have been with me. Hollow, you got any ideas? Hollow was, as the name suggested, a holographic AI representation of a human. I'd rescued her from evangelists on Desalam 4, a shit pit of a world. They'd forced her into a solidification process, transforming her from the pure light energy of a hologram into flesh and blood. Most went mad. The trauma too much. She was stuck at 70% when I busted her out. She'd climbed, though, and was at 92%. 92% was as good as solid. She turned, her face expressionless but perfect.
The vessel pursuing us is superior in every way now that it has compromised our engine. Our options would be surrender or we bounce.
All eyes settled on the locket dangling from my neck. You want to risk bouncing?
No.
Zen said, her silver and red fur losing its sheen.
No bouncing. I'd rather die. We've got to stick here and make it work.
We'd talked about it before. I'd always worn the locket, just hadn't known what it truly was before Trix came along. We'd gotten enough scrapes to have considered using it many times, but none as desperate as this. Another blast rocked our pathetic ship. I think we're running out of options. I stared at the bastard pursuing us, trying to look through the black screens of its spiraling front. Did they have the courage to follow us? A mage with courage? The thought was laughable. Just to be clear, I said, holding the locket up, we use this and there's no coming back. It's our last throw of the dice. The artifact contained pure dark matter. Opening would unleash a rift in time and space, letting us bounce from one timeline to another. Before I'd met Trix, I hadn't even known the true significance of it, but she did. Her race did. The plain-looking locket held an entirely new future for us, one that could be better or worse. We'd stolen it from the Varge a while back, but the real issue was much, much bigger than causing a paradox and imploding the whole of the known universe. We'd made a pact with the Demon King never to use it, and no one screwed with the infernal wrath of hell.
The artifact will work,
Trix said, softly.
We will enter a new time and likely a new reality. Our empaths confirm this. You must trust me.
Prepare to bounce, I said. A breath whistled through Zen's teeth.
We'll die. There's no way anyone can confirm the existence of multiple realities. There isn't an ounce of proof.
I heard Zen's words, but I trusted Trix. She'd never let me down. We're dead anyway, sweetheart. It's our only hope. Hollow, can you give us any pointers?
It is impossible to foresee the outcome of such a random act. That is why, even in the theories concerning artifacts, it is called the dead man's option. It is all theory among humans, but I calculate the chances of the enemy ship following us at less than 1%, if that helps.
But what's the chance our alternate selves have a better ship, a better everything? Kit Kat meowed.
There's no way we can be worse off. We haven't a credit between us, and last stop, you were 1 beer away from selling the trinket to get a better ship. If there's a chance at another reality, I vote we give it a shot.
She was right. Bouncing was a last-ditch choice. We had no idea what would await us on the other side. If Trix was right, if we'd have a future. Fricks? I wanted to know what the demon thought. Her reality was a hell of a lot different from ours.
You know the bargain we made. He'll hunt you down and no reality will hide you. His reach extends everywhere.
I didn't doubt that, but at least we'd be alive.
When we come through this, we've got to make our next timeline work.
Trix butted in.
The chances of finding another artifact are infinitesimally small.
Fricks? I asked again as another mana blast tore through us.
We will face the infernal wrath of hell with our heads held high.
Fricks said, her crimson skin momentarily brushed with flame.
Current threat assessment, 99% chance of extinction by enemy attacker.
Then we bounce. We've got no choice. I unscrewed the clear cap, but held it at the last turn. You're all sure?
I'm sure.
Trix said. Kit Kat swished her tail and blinked. Hollow said,
Affirmative.
Fricks flared, her flames flowing white, then returning to their usual lilac, which just left Zen. She nodded and returned to the wheel, focusing on the forward screen.
Everything occurs for a reason.
I didn't bite, even though I knew it was a dig. She hated that I'd blame fate, the universe, money, or anything for my misfortunes. The truth was, I had 5 gorgeous girls. The universe didn't owe me shit. I owed it big time. I twisted the artifact, and darkness enveloped us as we vanished from space, from our timeline and our reality. We spun out of control along the planes of our existence, our ship tumbling through dimensions as the universe's laws fought against our heresy. Spears of light illuminated the black. Vast cones, vivid green, bright blue, and blood red spun past us. Comets hurtled from a tiny distance, instantly in our faces, then passed through us, the heat searing, leaving us in one piece and vanishing into the distance. We tumbled through an enormous cylinder, then squeezed between 2 rotating particles the size of suns. Impossible became plausible as the secrets of the quantum realm spread themselves before us. Kit Kat stretched, her movement slow. Hollow dissolved, then reappeared over the other side of the bridge. Trix smiled, her skin coated in a shimmering gray aura. Fire engulfed Fricks, and Zen's tail swayed like seaweed caught in a spring tide. I held my hand up. 3 fingers, 4, 5, then 9, blurring, then melding and forming one gray flipper. We'd done it. We'd left our reality, but we hadn't joined another. Then I saw it. A light approached, spreading to make a horizon, and my flipper vanished, and 8 fingers appeared, and I breathed a sigh of relief. Golden stars carried upon my breath. Our time wasn't up. The universe afforded us another chance. It grabbed us and propelled us toward another timeline where we didn't exist and couldn't cause the ultimate paradox. But we'd all witnessed the beauty that was the quantum realm, which would screw with our minds for a long time. I blinked, fidgeting in a slightly larger seat than I'd had before. It had 2 armrests and a bunch of buttons at the end. My stained pants had morphed into skin-tight black combats. I felt good. Strong. Better than I had in an age. Zen stood before a gigantic screen. Her 3 silver tails, tipped with rust red, poked out from a body-hugging all-in-one that barely covered her fine, overflowing breasts. Her whiskers twitched, and her ears poked from a head of the shiniest silver hair I had ever seen. The observation screen was blank, presumably not switched on, but before I attended to all that, I had to make sure each of my girls was okay. Looks like we upgraded. Zen, you okay?
I'm remarkably fine with my new self, and you should be happy with your new body. You are delicious.
You too. You become way more curvy. Nice curvy.
I'm uncertain, but I think I am an accomplished healer. Interesting. My mind skills are intact as well. You are strong. You ooze vitality.
I took a breath. I felt it too. It was like I could take on the world. Hell, I could take on the universe. Kit Kat? I asked. She padded into view, her black tail up and poking through an electric blue catsuit that hugged her fine, shapely body. Placing her hands on my legs, her claws shining, metallic, she stared into my eyes.
What have you done to me?
But her words held no threat. If anything, she had filled them with more love than before. What? I asked, but I could see it. Power bled from her. Her steel-gray eyes were ablaze with it. I felt it too. It was like I'd worked out for a century only eating raw eggs and protein shakes. She didn't answer, but bent close and kissed me.
I'm going to so reward you for this.
Turning away, she swished her tail in my face, and I caught a whiff of her pheromones. She was off the charts horny. I was as well.
I too am improved,
Hollow said, but my gaze lingered on Kit Kat's sashaying ass while she spoke.
I am 93% humanoid now. I have gained a lot of strength. By my calculations, I could easily lift 100 times my mass. However, while unlikely, I might be mistaken, but it is a solid hypothesis. I also believe that I can move extremely fast.
To prove it, she appeared right in front of me. Hollow kept her black hair cut short, parted on the side. She had wide, blue eyes and a smile that conflicted with her sterile character. While she mimicked human, beastkin, and even alien expressions well, it was only to fit in. Her mastery of emotion was poor. Or was it?
I feel a strange swelling in my stomach. I believe it is akin to joy, but as I have no reference point, it is hard for me to be sure. Can I kiss you? I'd like to see if it's more enjoyable than before.
My brow creased. Her request pulled at my heartstrings. You may, Hollow. She dipped her head, her soft lips touching mine. As she pulled away, her cheeks flushed. She said one word.
Strange.
Strange.
How an act in one part of my body can elicit a response in another.
She stared into my eyes.
Could I do that again?
I cleared my throat and my mind. Later. We need to assess our position and see what state our junk heap is in. I said junk heap, but I was already believing that in this reality, we had a better craft. The low thrum of its powerful engine rippled through my impressive chest. Hollow frowned, her lips twisting as she processed my rejection.
You are correct, Captain. I will return to my station and await your invitation.
I glanced over to Fricks. The demoness had grown, and her clothing screamed sexy sorceress rather than sadomasochistic madam. Her tail's pointed tip glinted like dark chrome, and her eyes pulsed with the same color. She wore black armor, and several sword handles dangled from a shining belt. Her red skin broke up the monochrome uniform, lending her a sinister and capable look. She dipped her head, and her horns glinted with a similar shine.
I appear to have gained some talents as well. I believe I'm versed in most forms of the light sword and can mix the discipline with an ancient form of martial arts. While my use of the ambient mana hasn't improved, I can still manipulate the fire aspect of the elements.
I said, taking it all in. What about you, Trix? Trix was the strangest of my girls. Alien was a loose term for any that humans couldn't categorize. So, for instance, Fricks wouldn't be an alien because she came from the infernal wrath of hell, so she was a demon. Kit Kat and Zin were beastkin. Hollow was one of the few remaining AI Borgs. Most never survived the transition. Believe it or not, their superhuman intelligence couldn't deal with the multiple sensations of having a seeing, hearing, tasting, and touching body to deal with. A simple as itch could fry them forever. But Trix was, like the millions of other races in the multiverse, classed as an alien. Her race had got rid of the complications of having a multicellular body and stuck with a single cell that did everything. It was way more efficient. It meant she could morph into many existing shapes. Trix was as close to a goddamn mimic as you could get, which made for some interesting nocturnal scenarios. Before she answered, I had to ask, "Why are you silver?"
Not overly sure.
She replied, her silver finger drifting over her face. "You appear pretty humanoid, too. Much more than before." Trix had always favored a spherical shape with arms growing out as and when needed, but she'd had to adapt, growing human-like appendages because we always snagged spaceships made for humans.
I believe this skin is permanent in this reality. I cannot appear to alter it as easily as before.
She mussed her long blonde hair.
It's strange, but not undesirable.
She was right about that one. Before we could delve much deeper, an explosion ripped through the ship. "No fucking way," I said, looking around our luxurious bridge. "They can't have followed us."
"Shields unaffected,"
Kit Kat said, her surprise evident in her inflection.
"The blast barely tickled us."
I stood, soaking in my ship for the first time. Everything gleamed like new. I was used to wires hanging everywhere like disemboweled guts. Instead, white resin panels covered all the control desks, the lighting coming from concealed gutters. The room was round as well, the screen taking up its entire circumference. Trix stood at an immaculate comms desk, while Hollow faced 100 different screens and digital gauges. Zen sat forward of me, the old circular steering wheel replaced by a holographic dash, while Kit Kat rotated in her curved console as she checked all our defenses.
All engines at 100%,
Hollow said. A smile crawled onto my lips. "So, in this reality, we're powerful," I said. "Just how many engines, Hollow?"
6 quantum thrusters.
I nearly came in my pants. Chapter 2. I rotated my chair, taking in the stunning panorama. Everything about space travel still took my breath away. The sheer scale of it all, the colors, the variety of planets, solar systems, galaxies, and anomalies never failed to excite me. But I had eyes for only one thing, and that was the fucker trying to kill us. "Ha!" I shouted, punching the air. Bastard didn't get an upgrade. The worm drive ship still spiraled through space, firing its now ineffective green laser from its snout. The enemy looked pathetic, while the scale of my new ship became glaringly apparent.
We are vastly superior to it, Captain. There's no way it can harm us.
Hollow said.
"The cat becomes the mouse."
Kit Kat said.
"Could I fire a quantum torpedo at it?"
"How many do you have?" I asked, more out of interest than anything.
1,600.
Kit Kat purred.
"It is the maximum amount a dreadnought cruiser-class elite battleship can take."
"Oh, fuck yeah!" I said. All my favorite words together in one sentence.
"Do you want me to fire?"
"No, heat them up. Let's see what they do when they know they're about to be blasted to a pocket dimension." Kit Kat fired up the launch tubes. Rather than run or surrender, the enemy ship fired again, this time a humongous blast of near-pure mana.
"Shield at 99%.
Kit Kat said.
Repair time 3 seconds.
She paused.
Shield at 100%.
"Ready to fire?"
"Ready, Captain."
Kit Kat purred. Hell, I wanted to as well. "Hail the enemy ship, please, Trix."
Hailing now.
Any response?
On screen.
Trix looked behind me, so I spun around, my jaw dropping. A goblin girl stared from the screen, her face twisted with rage. "Peng?" I said.
Got you, you fucker.
Peng screamed, vanishing from the screen and appearing right in front of me.
I got a fucking upgrade, too.
A blast of vivid green magic lassoed from her hand, wrapping around my body and lashing me to the seat.
Did you think I'd forget you? Did you think I'd let you off? You're gonna suffer, Kramer. You and all your women.
The magic bit into me, racing up and down my body, stabbing my skin. I can explain! A resigned look settled on Zen's face.
Let me get this straight. We just risked our necks, left our reality, and pissed off the Demon King
because of his cock?
What did he do this time?
Kit Kat asked, her tail flicking back and forth.
I believe I must slaughter you if you do not let my captain go.
Hollow said.
Go fuck yourself.
Peng spat.
Any of you suckers move and he dies. It's time to remove this vermin from every reality going.
Technically, that's only possible if we travel to... I mansplained.
I know where we have to travel to.
She shot another magical ring around my mouth, silencing me for good. Zen furrowed her brow.
What the hell did he do to you to merit a complete erasure?
What do you think?
The goblin spat. She cocked her head.
At a guess, he wined and dined you, fucked you in every orifice you have, and then bailed in the morning, skipping from the solar system, galaxy, and universe, never to be seen again.
Peng lent her a quizzical look.
I couldn't walk for days. That's not a cock, it's a fucking nightstick.
Had it not been for my rather precarious position, I might have puffed with pride.
But,
said Trix.
Technically, that was a different him. This is a new reality. You could give the new him another chance.
My heart went out to her, bless, but she'd only had the cliff notes regarding my night with Peng. It had been wild. Pursue me across reality wild? Clearly, I made my best puppy dog eyes.
Not a fucking prayer. I don't know how you opened that rift, but it just turned me into a powerful sorceress. I'm gonna use every ounce of it to make sure he suffers like I did for the rest of his miserable life.
She released my mouth.
Care to grovel, asshole? Or shall I start?
Goblins could be vindictive, and Peng was 100% goblin. Just, what are you going to start? I asked, not a hint of supplication in my tone. There was no doubt in my mind that my situation had nosedived, but there was a speck of hope. She might remember the good times and forget all about my abandonment.
I'm gonna crush you like a bug. I'm gonna drag you around like the scum you are, leashed and humiliated. And just when you think it can't get worse, I'll find something.
With that explanation, the speck of hope vanished. Fine, well, unregistered battleship. Power down your quantum thrusters. Lower your particle shields. Prepare to be boarded. The deep voice that resounded through the bridge commanded absolute obedience. The surround vision screens blinked, and 4 huge battle cruisers appeared, each with glowing torpedo tubes.
I believe we are in an inferior position. Any negotiation could be fruitless,
Hollow said.
She means we're fucked,
Kit Kat added. Well, I said, technically if they're enemies, I'm a captive, so they're my friends. To be fair, the idea of siding with a vastly superior power appealed to me over Peng dragging me around the ship on a magical leash. The idea of being their captive appealed, too, over complete erasure, but the thought of losing my new shiny ship sat badly with me. Options?
We can't bounce again,
Kit Kat said.
The artifact was a one-trick pony.
Somebody had to state the obvious. I focused on the goblin. You're currently in charge, Peng. I suggest you answer the... I sighed, as a face appeared multiple times on all screens. Orcs, fucking orcs, I sighed. There was only one race universally hated throughout all solar systems and universes, and that was orcs. Fortunately, in most, they were low-level thugs with very little intelligence, but this one wore a monocle and had a parade of medals emblazoned on his jacket. He looked like he knew what he was doing.
I despise orcs,
Peng said. I hate to be the one to break it to you, Peng, I braced, but things have gone to shit since you took over the ship.
Shut up!
She cried like a petulant child.
Captain?
Zen asked, her 3 tails fanned like a peacock. She was pissed. Really pissed. Peng? I asked, putting the goblin on the spot.
We surrender,
Peng said.
Powering down torpedo bays.
Kit Kat sat back in her chair.
Prepare to be boarded.
I sighed. Easy come, easy go. A dozen sparkling light tubes appeared, the orc warriors resolving soon after. They stank. All orcs stank, and this reality was no different. The stench of rotting meat seeped from their pores. Noxious breath wafted over us. They took one look at me and Peng, and all hell broke loose. They raised their ray blasters and began barking at us in pure orc. Peng gawped back at them, slowly raising her hands but still holding my leash. Another sparkly tube appeared, and an orc shaman appeared, snapping his fingers and snuffing out Peng's magical leashes. Seems you're not that powerful here, I noted, as the orcs pulled me from my chair and cuffed me with a light strap.
Playing a part?
Peng said. She was brighter than the average goblin. What are you going to do with us? I snarled at the closest orc. Fuck you up, human. He spat back. One thing you couldn't fault about orcs was their tendency to be direct. Okay, I said, as glitter surrounded me, and they magically transported me to a cell aboard one of their ships. It wasn't the best appointed place. It had a resin bed, a hole in the floor, and light bars on all 3 sides. It took all of a minute to appraise my situation and conclude, not for the first time that day, that I was fucked. Or rather, we were fucked. Kit Kat appeared in the next cell along with Fricks on the other side. Peng appeared opposite, glaring at me.
This is all your fault.
She snapped, grabbed the light bars, and howled in pain. Zen and Trix resolved on either side of Peng, which just left Hollow. Where's Hollow?
I am here, Captain.
Hollow said, but failed to materialize.
The magic associated with transporting us here was not compatible with the way they had me culture my flesh on Desalam 4, so I had to adapt it. I ran out of time. I appear to be in some sort of stasis and am currently hanging around.
You've dissolved? I asked, desolated. Hollow had a fit body, as you'd imagine. The creeps in Desalam had forced her to create it in their vision, which was, of course, the perfect sex droid. What Hollow couldn't do with her body wasn't worth doing. I mourned its loss.
My mass has separated. Dissolved? No. That would infer I am in suspension within a liquid, when in fact I am airborne.
How can I hear you, then?
I am manipulating the sound waves close to your ear.
The 2 rows of cells spread away, separated by a resin walkway leading to a bulkhead-style door. A line of strip lighting glared from the ceiling. It was a typical brig, big enough for 20. Space warfare, whatever the reality, wasn't big on prisoners, which meant the orcs needed us for something. It would have been far easier to transport us into deep space and let our bodies explode. Anyone got any bright ideas? I asked.
Go back in time, never meet you, and live happily ever after? You ruined my fucking life.
Peng said. Anyone else?
I fear we cannot overpower a ship full of orcs, and even if we could, there are 3 more ships out there.
Zen said.
However, if you find the cells a little austere, I could weave an illusion and make them nicer for you.
They'd still be shit.
Yes, but you wouldn't know.
I weighed up the pros and cons to find the cons lacking.
Could you weave an illusion to make it look like we're not here?
Trix asked. It was a bloody good question, and one I should have probably asked, but I'd been busy dreaming of my comfortable illusion. We'll do that. Easy to maintain?
A simple enchantment, but one their shaman will probably see through.
I pondered the idea, but couldn't work out the endgame. We had some hope. Kit Kat had her steel claws. Fricks had wicked black chrome horns and a vicious tail tip. Hollow had her strength and speed, although that was out of action. Trix? I had no clue how Trix had improved, apart from the fact that she was horny as fuck, and for some reason being silver doubled her horniness. Say, Trix, when we all bounced into this place, we all got an upgrade. What did you get?
It appears my initial conclusions were incorrect.
She sighed.
I can alter my form into any shape imaginable, which I had before, but this is way more advanced. Before, I could manipulate my single cell, but the composition always remained the same. Now I can alter everything.
To demonstrate, she turned into a resin chest.
See?
The chest said by opening and shutting its lid.
A goddamn mimic? I cried, imagining a few shapes I wanted to bend her into, but kept my mouth shut until I formed another idea. So, theoretically, you could slide through the light bars.
In theory, yes, I could.
The seeds of a plan sprouted in my mind. Chapter 3. Hollow, can you infiltrate the orcs' computer system for me?
While my state is ethereal now, I'm not sure I could interact with the system on a molecular level. My former self is attempting to coagulate. It is a strange sensation.
As if to demonstrate, a blob of Hollow's flesh fell onto the walkway, twitched, and then evaporated.
That was fucking gross.
Peng said, and for the first time since our reunion, we agreed on something. Could you infiltrate Peng's body and take her over? I asked innocently. After all, it was better to have an ally on board than an enemy.
Don't you dare! Don't you fucking dare!
Peng said, frothing at the mouth with rage.
I could do that, Master. Just say the word.
I loved it when one of my girls called me Master. Call me sad, but it filled me with pride.
No, Kramer. Look, just no.
Peng retreated to the back of her cell.
Look, I'll forgive you, even for the ass thing, and I'll let you off the hook for buggering off. Just keep that AI away from me.
The minute the threat's gone, you'll wrap me in that magic again, I pointed out.
Then let's...
She searched around the brig, hunting an ally. The other girls, to their credit, looked away. She cleared her throat, the threat of Hollow stealing her body too much to take.
Let's come up with a good reason for me to forgive you. I could if I knew why you buggered off.
But you just traveled an entire universe to hunt me down. Then you fired on my ass and followed me through a rift. You'll forgive me if I don't trust your sudden change of mood.
Perhaps I wanted to see you again. Did you think about that?
No! You were firing mana-enhanced laser beams.
But I kept missing.
So there it was. My choice. Was she a crap shot and hated me, or a good shot and the universe's most committed stalker?
Why don't you try telling her your reasons? See what happens.
Zen said, as always, reveling in playing the psychologist. I sighed. The real reason was between me and Hollow. I was going to have to make something up. But there was something close to the truth. It would sound pathetic, but I was out of options. This reality sucked ass already. I left because I wanted some smokes. I like to smoke when I'm walking crustside.
Then that's it.
She said, pointing at me.
That's why you did it. It's why you left me. Then something happened, didn't it?
I frowned but played along. Embellishing a half-truth never went well. Well, the first kiosk didn't have the brand I like.
So you went to the next?
She said.
Then...
I got my smokes, and I got a call. I said, which was the truth. I got a call, and it had set me on a path. The thing was, it was a path I had to take, and my reasons were valid. But they were also between me and her and no one else's business. The smokes thing seemed a flimsy reason for forgiving me, but she looked like she wanted to, so I drove it home. An important call, too. Had to go. Had to leave. She grinned, little green dimples appearing. So cute. So fucking cute, I got a semi on. Then I remembered exactly what had attracted me to her. She was a coy beauty when she wasn't trying to kill me. Memories of her fantastic body came back to me. The suppleness, the positions she could get herself in. Memories of her stamina, of how she emptied me, completed my arousal, but then reality came crashing back. A lot had changed since we'd got together. I had my girls, and we were a solid unit, a team that shared everything, apart from that one thing. It was a wild time, I said.
Yes,
She said,
we could do it.
No, I said reluctantly. I'm with these now. We got a good thing going. I expected the rage to come back. After all, she'd pursued me across the universe, across the multiverse. Somehow, her rage had clung to me as we'd bounced realities. But instead, she nodded, biting her lip.
You went to get some smokes.
She said, and sat back in her cell. I did, I said, and a heavy silence fell.
I am in the orc system. It is strange.
Hollow said.
The language is full of chopped and broken phrases, but it somehow holds. It will take me a while to interact. What am I looking for?
Some way to escape, I said. A pod, shuttle, anything that can get us away.
I hate to say it, Tiger,
Kit Kat moved close to the light bars.
but we've got to get out of here first.
Yeah, I said. But there needs to be a point to escape, or we'll just piss them off. One thing at a time. Hollow?
There are 3 options. The orc destroyer has a good-sized crew. There is an infinitesimally small chance we could overpower them all.
But there is a chance.
Kit Kat said, ever the one to go in gung-ho.
There is a chance.
Hollow confirmed.
There are also escape, boarding, and exploration pods. But these are all linked to the destroyer, and launching any would garner attention.
I'd rather get blown up in space than stay here. We're destined for a labor camp, no doubt about it.
Frick said.
Of course you don't mind getting blown up.
Trix said.
It's not the end for you. Is it the end for any of us?
Zen said. She liked to be a bit mystical as well as a shrink.
The Infernal will be a barren place without Kramer.
Frick said.
A demon finding love is rare. I'll never live again. Aw,
Said Ping, doing an attitude 360.
That's the kind of love I've roamed the universe for.
There's a difference between roaming the universe and stalking the living fuck out of it.
Kit Kat pointed out. My expression tightened. Girls, focus. Hollow, you said there was a third option.
The orcs have salvaged Pang's worm drive ship. It is in the cargo hold 4. I believe if we can access the hold, we'll be able to engage its drive and potentially form a localized wormhole to see us clear of the vessel before the orcs notice.
My hopes surged. And if it fails?
We'll be sitting in the ship like complete pricks.
Kit Kat didn't mince her words. Trix squeezed herself through the light bars.
Hollow, have we got a way out?
There are ducts you could crawl through, but it would be slow, laborious, and likely trigger many a sensor. I have calculated the various routes and have come up with the most likely to succeed, but it will mean engaging the orcs. The chances of success are only in our favor if all of us fight as one unit.
Hollow's arm appeared on the floor, her shoulder growing from it as her flesh knitted together. Way to go, Hollow! You're getting there. I punched the air, my hand hitting the laser bar. I pulled back instinctively, expecting a nasty burn, but all I had was a small patch of red.
She hasn't even got a tit yet.
Kit Kat pointed out.
Try encouraging her.
Zen said, her tail swishing.
Negativity isn't helping us.
Just saying.
Kit Kat paced her cell.
This is a relatively simple key system.
Trix said.
I could have you out of your cells in a moment. Hollow, you're going to have to decide. Either you're a cloud of shit, or you've got a body. Can't have you dropping limbs as we're fighting for our lives.
I have analyzed the issue. Shortly after the orcs beamed us aboard their vessel, they engaged their anti-boarding defenses. They prevent an enemy from invading the ship. As my body was slower to resolve, it became caught in a partial appearance loop. The defensive program prevented its amalgamation, but encouraged my body's natural affinity to be whole. If I can just disrupt it for...
She paused.
There.
She said, and appeared next to Trix.
That was strange.
Got it.
Trix said, and the light beams vanished, all barring one cell.
Wait.
Pang said.
You can't leave me in here.
Peng raced to the front of her cell, overstepping and hitting the bars. She bounced back, thrown onto the resin wall.
You can't leave me!
Course we can, sister.
Kit Kat said.
You wanted to leash Kramer? You wanted to kill him. He's ours, bitch. We don't let anyone mess with our man.
But I forgave him.
Peng pleaded.
Too bad.
Zen said with unusual vitriol. Hollow cleared her throat, still sorting her body out.
I appear to be lacking clothes.
She was, but she had a perfect body. It was the one defining thing about AI Borgs. The one thing they couldn't get right. Humans weren't symmetrical. We all had bits slightly out of position, one bigger than the other, slightly bent or just too straight. You could level a shelf or miter a board using Hollow's pubic triangle. Everything was in the right place, just so perfect. Sterile perfect. You want my jacket? I asked. She looked at me, cocking her head.
Don't you want it? You've all seen me naked before, and my fighting style is martial, so clothing is unnecessary. Wearing your jacket will not help me.
She walked to Peng's cell.
You misunderstood my earlier information. The chances of our survival are only in our favor if we all fight together. That includes Peng, the goblin sorceress. Our offense, defense, and healing lack magic apart from Frix's fire aspect. But including Peng, we will become a complete force, and so our chances rise from negligible to possible.
Kramer, she was after your ass. What do you think?
Trix said, her fingers hovering on the keypad. I went out for smokes. I approached the last remaining light cage, then got a call I couldn't refuse. Peng got up, tears glazing her eyes.
Smokes,
She said.
You went out for smokes.
I took a breath, knowing what I was going to say would come out wrong, but unable to think of another. Before you do it, Trix, if she joins us for good. Not just this bit. That means our ship, bed, everything. You all need to be good with that. And you, Peng, you have to be good with it too, because that's the only way we can trust you.
She must make up her mind, not through any coercion.
Zen said.
She can't join us on an ultimatum.
That's not what I meant, I said. Peng said.
I want to be with him, and I want to be part of something. I've been alone ever since.
You've been alone because you were batshit crazy enough to track him through space. That's some level of stalking madness.
Kit Kat said. Then a smile crawled onto her lips.
You join us, and I might not be the weirdest.
Zen's the strangest one.
Frix punched the kitsune.
Me? I'm not a demon from the infernal wrath of hell itself.
She stared at Frix.
You've been far too mellow these last few days. Ready to get your anger on?
Oh, yes,
said Frix, limbering up. So, the verdict? I asked. Trix flicked the light beams off, and Peng walked free. Enough said. She fell into my arms, pressing her body against me. I looked down at my goblin girl, remembering the love I once felt for her. I take it you'll be okay sharing me. You can keep that crazy under control, can't you? She looked up, the devil in her eyes.
You'll soon find out.
We need to go. Someone will notice we deactivated the cells.
Hollow said.
Follow me. We need to go fast, kill everything in our way, and not deviate from our course. It's our only hope.
Kit Kat barged her way to the front. She held up her hands, extending her silver claws.
Wanted to try these out from the moment I got them.
I moved up alongside her, got a bit of pent-up energy myself.
Trix, pull the door.
Kit Kat tensed, ready to spring out.
Here goes nothing.
Trix said.
If any of you could wrestle a gun off one of the warriors, that would be good. I believe I have highly advanced reflexes now.
She cocked her head again.
Yes, my mind is working at an accelerated level.
I was beginning to think we were all badass, but as with any new situation, it was all relative. I'd been to some planets where I thought I was strong, only to find an oppressive gravity nearly crushed me. It's where mechs came in, but that's a whole different story. We ready, girls? I looked at each of them in turn. They all had a story, a reason for joining me. I'd never started out intending to get a bunch of girls to share my life in my bed, and sometimes things hadn't worked out so well. But we always had each other to fall back on. Oddly, Ping's reason for joining me wasn't the strangest. Not by a long way,
I believe I am 98% solid.
Hollow said.
It's a good day.
I glanced at her. She was a little more human, too. Trix activated the door, and Kit Kat burst out. Chapter 4. Kit Kat skidded to a halt.
Which fucking way?
Hollow shoved past me, her strength incredible.
There.
The cat girl raced headlong into an orc wearing a white coat, her talons raking his throat, ripping it out, and turning the coat green with pumping blood. She tossed his quivering flesh down, facing me and smirking.
One down.
Fricks raced by her in a rush of fiery flame, tackling an orc warrior to the floor. The soldier screamed in pain as she burned out his eyes and melted the skin from his face. She booted his laser gun back to Trix, who scooped it up on the roll and began firing down the corridor behind us. "Keep moving!" I screamed, knowing we couldn't get tangled up in a prolonged battle for one piece of passageway.
You go.
Trix shouted.
I'll cover our asses.
Peng shot a bright green pip of pure mana straight into a bunch of onrushing guards. It dropped one instantly, a small hole in his head which then exploded, taking out 3 of his comrades. I hesitated, marveling at the destruction. Trix was fast, Kit Kat was brutal, and Peng was devastating. "Go, go, go!" I shouted. Kit Kat raced forward, Hollow at her side. Zen and Ping followed while Fricks gathered up more guns, tossing me one, then Hollow and Zen. Trix retreated, firing all the time, the laser beams bouncing off the resin walls. A shot zipped past my head. Another spun Hollow around, but Zen healed her instantly, turning and firing as Trix raced forward. "Forward! Keep going forward!" I yelled, laying down covering fire so Zen could break off. I shot burst after burst, walking backward. Fricks barked something at me, her fire rolling down the corridor, covering me enough that I could scramble back to the main party.
Incoming from the front.
Kit Kat shouted, "Incoming from behind!" I screamed. Where the fuck were they coming from? Were they all lying in wait?
They're stationed in the center.
Hollow shouted over the laser fire.
Once we've dealt with this wave, we'll get some respite.
A thought came to me. How many levels has the ship got?
10.
Got it. I let off another burst, then took a laser to the gut. It should have finished me, but instead, it punched me backward, leaving my skin smoking. "Fuck," I said, as Zen healed me, but wonder colored her eyes.
You're that strong?
She asked. I let her pull me up as Peng sent a sheet of magical energy hurtling down the corridor. It sliced into the advancing orcs, chopping them in half, green blood painting the walls. "We're all that strong," I muttered. "Kit Kat, how are you finding it?"
Like shooting a fish in a barrel.
She said. Kit Kat was a hometown girl. The trouble was that her hometown banished her. A couple of them lived to tell the tale. "Okay, move forward." Hollow raced up to me, her nakedness so out of place it caused me to miss a couple of shots. Trix took out my targets for me with clinical precision.
Have you a change of plan?
"Hollow," I said as Peng sent another magical sheet down the passageway. "From what you've seen, what are our chances of getting to the worm drive?"
I believe they have risen sharply. They currently sit at 80%.
"Only 80?
I cannot go higher as the shaman is unknown, but from our melee progression, I would say Peng is superior, despite what we witnessed on our vessel.
Chances of taking the ship?"
Unknown. They will have a death switch. As we do not know where it is, how it works, or if they will deploy it, it is unquantifiable.
Good enough. We keep going for the worm drive. The worm drive was a crap heap of a ship, and I hated the thought of escaping in it. But beggars can't be choosers. "Trix, Ping, move! I've got you covered." I dropped to one knee, firing. Kit Kat was right. It was like shooting fish in a barrel.
Kramer, forward!
Fricks covered me as I darted forward, fire steaming from her fingers. We made great ground, and then, as Hollow had predicted, the orcs stopped coming and silence fell. I don't like this, I said. Don't like it at all. We moved forward. An orc darted across the passage, heading to the ship's center. Then it came to me. Hollow, run! Run for the central shaft!
Captain?
Run! Just fucking run! They're going to gas us, ray us, something that'll fuck us up. Hollow raced down the outer passage, ducking into a lateral shaft. Ahead, a resin curtain fell. They're sealing off this section, I cried.
We won't all make it.
Trix shouted.
We don't have to.
Hollow said, blurring as she raced past me and slid straight under the falling door, thrusting her arms up and holding it up.
Hurry, I can't hold it forever.
Kit Kat dove through, sliding on the resin floor. I dove too, Kit Kat catching me. We pulled Peng through, who skidded onto one knee and began blasting something behind us. Trix tumbled under, 2 guns in hand. She joined Ping, firing immediately. A laser smashed into the resin above me, blinding me momentarily. Zen reached through, and Kit Kat and I pulled her home. All 3 of us grabbed Hollow.
On 3.
Kit Kat said.
3.
We pulled her out, the resin curtain slamming shut. We'd entered a huge round cylinder, light tubes rising and falling. Fancy elevators by the look of them. Orcs shot at us from above and below, but Ping and Trix were devastatingly accurate. Orcs falling to their death every few seconds or being mashed by Ping's magic, sliced and diced by green mana discs. I crouched low, taking a breather. Hollow drew beside me.
Up for the bridge, down for the cargo bay.
Can you do anything to fuck them up?
I lost my ability to infiltrate the orcs' computers when I resolved. If we could access a screen, I could try.
I picked up my rifle, picking off an orc. We take the worm drive and leave this ship intact. Then they come after us, and this time it'll be all guns blazing.
I estimate we have killed nearly a third of the ship. They are losing warriors too fast.
Theories? I screamed, as a huge mana blast tore through the resin curtain behind us and sent us sprawling forward.
They have sent the shaman,
Hollow said. I sought options. Laser shots peppered us, pinning us down. The only way off the platform was the light tubes, but that was certain death. The entire shaft blinked with bright emerald magic. The orc shaman then stepped to the edge of the balcony above, a blinding ball of magic rotating between his gnarled hands.
Incoming,
Kit Kat said, scrambling back. The blast shattered all the light tubes, sending shards of dislocated light out like shrapnel. Kit Kat bounced off the resin wall, rolling and shaking her head.
That fucker.
She cried, scooping up her laser rifle, then tossing it away. Its shaft melted. Dozens of orcs dropped past us, screaming as they fell to their deaths. Zen's body lay bent and broken, but before I could scream her name, emerald static danced over her as she healed herself. Peng rose from a ball of magic, sucking it into herself.
Nice try, fucker.
She shouted, thrusting her hand out and sending blast after blast at the shaman, enveloping him in her power.
Not sure it's working.
But Fricks was on her feet. She jumped behind Peng, piggybacking a roiling flame blast onto the goblin's spell. Fire seared into the shaman. He let out a guttural scream as Fricks sent another volley at him. The shaman burst into flames, his magic dropping. He whipped around as Fricks sent more blasts upward. Mages. Fragile as fuck, I muttered, and received a glare from Ping for my trouble. I shrugged. Couldn't stand one flame attack. Fragile. The shaman twirled theatrically, then fell from the platform, hurtling past as he tumbled to his death.
I believe we have nullified their only remaining threat. We can now proceed to the bridge and take the ship over.
Hollow said.
We will meet only token resistance, which it appears we are more than capable of dealing with.
The shaft blinked red, and a deep voice sounded. Anyone know what it's saying? I asked.
I believe it is counting down from 100.
Hollow said. Chapter 5. Stairs? I asked, scouring the platform for an escape route.
We're cut off. Resin doors block all passageways.
Blast through it?
The resin is resistant to all magic, lasers, and force. It protects the ship's integrity in the event of a battle.
Hollow said.
So we're fucked.
Kit Kat moaned.
So fucking close.
She punched the wall.
And I was enjoying this reality.
We've had nothing but shit since we got here, I pointed out.
Exactly. Fighting and fucking. The only two things I'm truly good at. I was looking forward to a bit of the second.
Even in this direst of situations, she took my breath away. I looked over the edge. About 100 feet. I said, Ping, can you make a mana rope? Like the leash you used on me?
I could,
Ping said.
but who'd hold it?
She had a point. My plan would leave one of us behind. I'll do it, I said. This body is pretty tough. It might survive the fall,
No,
said Hollow.
I will do it. If I fall, I will spread across the floor. But there is a chance I could amalgamate and become whole. No,
Said Trix.
I'll do it. I can stretch myself from floor to floor and descend.
Just shoot out the string, Pang.
Kit Kat said.
I'll hold it. I'm a fucking cat. That drop is nothing to me.
There was no arguing with that. Peng shot the mana string out and Kit Kat grabbed hold. Trix, I said. You first. Abseil down. All guns blazing. Peng, your next magic at the ready. I'll take up a position opposite and take out any orcs I can see. What's the count, Hollow?
the ship will self-destruct in 74 orc intervals.
We're 25% down. Go, go, go! Kit Kat braced as Trix took the rope in one hand, leveling her rifle in the other. She bounced down, magical static sparking as the rope slid through her hand. Ping jumped on, firing bright green discs, mana explosions erupting from the lower balconies. Then Zen took the rope, and Kit Kat nearly lost it. Fricks grabbed hold, while I scoured the lower balconies for orcs. There were none. I guessed they'd all run for the escape pods. Fricks jumped on the rope as soon as the others jumped off. The fizz of laser fire bloomed up the shaft as Trix dispatched unseen orcs. I rounded the balcony, grabbing the mana rope, its magic pinching me. You sure? Kit Kat puckered, and I gave her a quick kiss.
Go,
she said, and I slid down the rope, taking the burns but hardly feeling them. I had some kind of body in this reality. Which way? I asked Hollow at the bottom, as Kit Kat leaped from one balcony to the next, descending like the drop meant nothing to her. She was magnificent. Fucking magnificent.
Through there.
Trix said, racing through an open bulkhead. Time, I barked at Hollow.
48 orc intervals.
Shit! Kit Kat dropped beside me. Go, go, go! We raced through, down a flashing corridor, its red light universal. It needed no translator. A stray orc warrior jumped out, its laser erupting. Peng threw up a defensive mana barrier, its mana dropping like rain on a window. The blast tore into it, but the barrier held.
Dropping in 3, 2, 1.
The goblin cried. Trix leveled her weapon, blasting on the count of 1. The orc shot backward, a fire in its belly. Fricks roasted the corpse because, I guessed, demons be demons. I hurled its body, following Hollow as she veered left and into a cargo bay. The worm drive looked pathetic, its sides all dented and blackened, its rotator so damn ordinary when still. It resembled a fat screw, and I knew at that moment we were doomed.
Ain't no way that's flying again,
Kit Kat said, voicing what was on all our minds.
She never let me down yet.
Peng said, running to it like it was a dreadnought cruiser class elite battleship, just like I'd had once. Wait! I shouted, what happened to our old ship?
I believe the orcs tractored it away. I lost touch with it once they powered it down. More than likely, they're refitting it to their design and installing new hardware and software. Does that satisfy your curiosity? Only the count is currently 30 orc intervals, and we should get on.
Hollow replied. Got it, I said, racing after the others. Ping activated her boarding protocols, breaking the magical wards that had kept the orcs out. A set of steps clattered out of an opening doorway, and she shot straight up them.
In!
She cried, and we all piled in. It was roomier than it looked, but not by much. 2 rows of 6 seats faced each other, with small screens in front. Ping sat in the furthest forward, buckling up, her fingers dancing over the screen in front of her. Magic shot from them, then radiated out from the screen, light beams smacking into consoles, pressing switches and moving sliders.
Sit. Sit, all of you. I fly solo. Have done ever since.
She left the rest unsaid, but I knew where she was going with it. Ever since you abandoned me. Lights flickered on. A whoosh passed through the vessel as it pressurized. I half expected oxygen masks to drop, but guessed she'd deployed some more magic to feed us what we needed.
15 orc intervals.
Hollow said, her tone emotionless. 15 whatevers until we all died. It didn't seem like a lot. One thing was glaringly obvious. Our lives were in Ping's hands. She's gone from our executioner to our savior.
10 orc intervals.
Hollow continued the count. A grind sounded. The screech of metal on metal. The ship lurched around. Ping? I shouted, the cacophony of angry metal drowning out all.
A minute!
She cried, magic flowing, spiking everywhere, arcing across the consoles. We jerked, the craft lurching forward, its back fishtailing. Sweat beaded on Ping's green brow.
5 intervals.
Hollow said, panic in her sterile voice. We stopped. Ping hit the dash. Her magic flared, and the worm drive exploded into life. We shot forward as Hollow said,
1.
Hang on.
Ping cried as a punch sent us tumbling through space. Ping fought, her magic blooming, then shrinking, light streaking around. The worm drive stuttered, struggling, and we lurched to a sudden halt.
The explosion's going to implode before it expands too far.
Hollow said matter-of-factly.
The orc ship's plasma drive is collapsing.
More juice, Ping! I shouted.
Working on it.
She said as the grinding increased. We snapped backward, like elastic tethered us to the implosion. Ping cried out, light bursting from her like a sun. Our velocity slowed. We stopped. Then we shot away. Kit Kat punched the air. Zen hollered, her tail swishing about. Trix dipped her head to Ping, who sat back, sweat coating her body.
We're out,
she said, her shoulders slumped, head sagging to one side. I stood, able to breathe for the first time in a while. My legs nearly gave way as I moved to the ship's bow, flicking. Can we have some visuals? Ping flicked a finger, the screens illuminating. I inhaled hard. Fuck.
What?
Kit Kat said. We've got company. An orc destroyer turned toward us, its torpedo bays warming. The ship pulsed red, and my heart sank. So close. So fucking close. Ping reached forward.
The drive,
she said. Zen waved her a heel, a silver sheen falling on her. Ping blinked, color returning to her pale cheeks. She'd drained herself, emptied her mana. She reached but couldn't make it, muttered something, but slipped off her chair. Hollow?
Yes, Kramer?
I double-took. She always called me captain or master. Had only called me Kramer once, a long time ago. Get us out of here. She reached forward, her fingers blurred over the console. The worm drive hummed, suddenly finding its harmony. The orc ship's torpedoes bay flashed as a space spiraled in front of us and a wormhole opened. Sucked inside, a brilliant flash overtaking us, we shot through the wormhole and spat out, a sun warming the hull. Hurtling toward a blue and green planet, cloud blankets racing over it, Hollow evened out our trajectory, and we slipped into orbit. They follow us? I asked.
The wormhole collapsed behind us, locking out most torpedoes.
Hollow explained. Most? I asked, as an explosion scarred one of the planet's continents. I sighed. I've got a bad feeling about that. I watched as a vast mushroom cloud billowed on the planet's surface, but I was too tired to worry about it. I guess we'll get the blame for that somehow.
Hey,
Kit Kat called.
there's a big bed back here and a shower. Food replicator, too.
That sounds... I sighed. Fantastic. Ping perked, standing, limping into the room.
I'm first.
She said, discarding her clothes and vanishing. My gaze lingered on her firm green butt. You earned it, I said. And she had. Hollow had been right. We'd have never made it without her. She turned, hanging onto the side of the hatch.
We should be safe here for a while. I'd like to hear about everything.
Everything?
I want to know how you all got together.
She slipped away into the room, Kit Kat closing the hatch.
She deserves it, you know.
Deserves what?
Trix asked.
To know why Kramer really left her. To know who called him.
Zen said. You sure? I sat, unsure if it was a good idea or not.
I'm sure,
said Kit Kat. Then I'll tell her. I sighed. I'll tell her everything. Zen reached for me, resting her hand on my knee.
But start from before.
Before?
Before you met her.
She glanced at the closed bulkhead.
I want to hear her story, too.
I'll tell it all, but before I do, I need to know you're all cool with it. They all nodded, even Hollow. Chapter 6. My dad had a saying. Once an asshole, always an asshole. Jimmy McKillop was an asshole. So it didn't surprise me he was at the center of the fracas at the Double Helix. It wasn't the classiest joint in town, but I liked it. Sure, Milinar had better bars and even better cities than Drunwich, but I couldn't get on with those fancy holographic joints and their mind-bending infusions and private comms channels. If I was going to chat up a woman, I wanted to fight a bit of techno-rock blaring from a speaker drone while doing it. It was busy that weekday. I couldn't tell you which. I had a dead-end job fixing up maintenance droids down at the barracks. It gave me a clearance badge, which made me look like kind of a big deal, but I wasn't. My pa said I was a dreamer. My ma said I was a useless piece of trash that wouldn't amount to much. I sided with my dad, but secretly wondered if my mother wasn't right. But hell, there was a galaxy of opportunity, a universe awaiting me. And slowly but surely, I was saving up the deposit on my dream ship, a Galactic Ranger Mark IV with rear plasma dampers to give it a little more oomph. I would never get that beauty, but it still didn't stop me from dreaming. I bumped fists with Jorg on the way in. He was probably the only decent orc in the known universe. A big and burly bastard. He still stunk. All orcs did, which made his job a lot easier. No one wanted to get hauled out by him. That stench stinks. Bit lively tonight, Kramer, he said. Orcs spoke like they were rolling through a meteor shower while attempting a 360 in some decked-out, overperforming rig, all jerky and chopped off. Lively? Something in the air. Gonna kick off. Just take care. One more night in the brig and it'll send you up solar for a stretch. I was on a technical warning, mostly because I had this insane need to step in and help the underdog. It rarely paid off like it did in the movies. Rather than come out the hero, you got the shit kicked out of you and hauled downtown. But, like my dad said, once an asshole, always an asshole. And I didn't learn. The very definition of a stupid asshole. You know me, Jorg. I only get involved if it's a damsel in distress. He flashed me a look, his vein-crazed eyes staring at me as he shook his wart-ridden head. If that was the case, I'd understand. But it ain't, and you know it. Here, take this, but only use it if the Galacticos come. If it's local, I'll handle it. He passed me an access ring, and I slipped it on. Appreciate it. I'm trusting you, Jorg said. Boss finds out and I'm gone. Ain't easy getting a job with me being an orc and all. That's because you all stink. He inclined his head and barked a laugh. Stink to you, but dynamite to the missus. He winked at me, a little pus shooting from the corner of his eye. You're fucking gross. You know that, don't you? And you're my favorite human. Have a good night, Kramer. He blew me a kiss, green gob coating his lips. Orcs were vile, but Jorg was okay. The heat of the Double Helix hit me the moment I walked through the black saloon doors. A smile broke onto my lips as the techno-rock vibrated my ribcage. A speaker drone flew close, Hexed Sister blaring out. Heavier than most, Hexed Sister rocked. It was rare for an all-demon band to make it. Demons literally burned bridges, and making it in the seedy world of Galactic rock demanded a hell of a lot of ass-kissing. Just a beer, I called up to the drone. It scanned my eye, took the money, and flew off. A few seconds later, another drone flew a beer into my ready hand, and I set off into the club. Jorg was right. Something was in the air. You spend enough time in bars, and you can read them. I scanned the joint, looking for the source of the trouble. A fair amount of time it would come from the VIP area. That place was full of assholes permanently out of their skulls on infusions. There were a couple of elven parties, highfalutin assholes who thought and were above all others, but they rarely caused trouble in public. They reserved that for dark rooms away from prying eyes. I took a stool close to the gaming tables, and that's where I spotted Jimmy McKillop. He and his buddies were playing cards. Me and Jimmy had bad blood between us. He was a lecherous, overbearing dick, and I hated lecherous, overbearing dicks. It was a combination that was going to spill over one day. It was just a matter of time. My gaze didn't linger on Jimmy for long, though. It fell on the girl playing cards with Jimmy and his goons. She was new. Jorg would have called her fresh meat. Jimmy would think of her as fresh meat. I thought she was stunning. She wore a sapphire dress, breasts overspilling. Her skin was as pale as milk and her hair black as ink, cut short, side-parting. Classy. Her smile held secrets, a promise of more, and her wide blue eyes matched her dress perfectly. None of that was cause to think there might be some altercation. It was the pile of chips in front of her that would. I moved closer, sitting on a stool by a pole. A stack of chips sat on the table's center. Jimmy had his serious face on. He thought it was a neutral expression, but Jimmy had to tell. He was a big man, and like all big men, he thought that afforded him the right to get what he wanted in life. He wouldn't get it this time. Jimmy's tell was simple. The more he looked like he was holding a fart in, the more he was bluffing. He was bluffing big time. The girl, though, was hard to read. Her expression didn't change. She'd fixed her gaze on Jimmy, and it didn't waver. She was one cool customer. One of Jimmy's goons dealt the last card, turning it slowly to reveal a blazing sun. If I'd had heat vision, I'd have been able to see waves of it coming off Jimmy. His fart must have strained his asshole because his face reddened in pain as he attempted to hold in his frustration at the turn. This was only going one way, and I had a feeling Jimmy wasn't going to let it get that far. The girl, though, appeared oblivious to the peril she was facing and pushed her whole stack in. Jimmy needed little to blow. She could have slipped one extra chip over and it would have been enough. But the lot was complete humiliation. I glanced at the elves, assuming she was one of theirs, but they weren't even looking. She stared at Jimmy, inclining her head and saying one word.
Well?
It broke through the techno-rock, silenced the surrounding folk, and acted as the fuse that sparked the explosion. Jimmy stood, the chip stacks tumbling. "You're cheating!" She sat there, cool as a space cat, and turned her cards. 3 asteroids and 4 suns. A full galaxy. Not the best, but not bad. From Jimmy's expression, though, better than his. "You're a fucking cheater! You ain't leaving here with a single credit of mine!"
On the contrary,
she said.
I won the pot fair and square. Therefore, by gaming and drinking regulations 4698, you must accept the result and back away. Failure to do so will end in a citation.
In the history of reading rooms, she hadn't done it at all. Jimmy rounded the table and grabbed her by the throat. "I'm going to turn you upside fucking down and beat the shit out of you until you tell me how you did it,"
There's no need.
she said, unfazed by his hand squeezing her neck.
I will tell you, you are a terrible card player, and I would suggest you stop playing for credits until you learn to be a better one.
Jimmy pulled his arm back, bunching his hand to a fist. "And I'm going to teach you to shut your fucking mouth." I'd moved by then and held Jimmy's arm. "You don't want to be doing that, Jimmy McKillop." I saw. Lady won fair and square. I could tell you were bluffing from where I sat. Now, why don't you accept your loss, go buy yourself a beer, and have a good night? Jimmy turned his head toward me, horror movie slow. "Why don't I just pound your ass 6 ways to Sunday?" My father had another saying, never start a fight, but always end one. I took no notice of that one, and smashed Jimmy straight in the jaw. As I alluded to earlier, I'd never fought Jimmy before. It had simmered, but we'd never actually come to blows. So it came as quite a surprise to me that he had a reinforced jaw, my hand shattered, and my head swooned. "I fucking hate you, Kramer," Jimmy growled, dropping the girl and punching me straight in the gut. As I went down, Jimmy's goons stepped in, deciding I needed kicking all around and administering the punishment with admirable fervor. The glint of a knife flashed before my eyes, and pain erupted in my gut. "Really fucking hate you," he spat. I heard shouts, then cries, then the crashing of tables and chairs. Blue flashed across my vision. I pushed myself to my feet, holding my guts in with one hand and swinging with the other. The girl had joined in the fight, and she was battling like a demon. Then Jorg was there. He shoved me back. "The Galacticos are on their way. Get out and take the girl with you." Then he saw the blood welling from my gut, and his warty face paled. "You know a man?" "I know a man," I said as the fight spread throughout the bar. I pulled the girl away. "Quick, Galacticos." It was clear she didn't understand. "The police, they're on their way. You'll get nicked and thrown in the brig." She followed as I pulled her.
That will be a novel experience.
"Not one you want," I said.
All new experiences add to the data I'm amassing.
I stopped mid-escape. "You're a fucking hollow?"
I am not.
She said, but she wasn't the best liar. I could only imagine how bad Jimmy must have been to lose chips to her. Hollows were bad news. If there was one thing you should avoid, it was getting tied up in them. The evangelists had outlawed them a century ago. "Yes, you are, and like all hollows, you're a terrible liar." How she'd avoided the heretic hunters and evangelists was beyond me. "This way." I dragged her to a door that said crew only. Jorg's card worked a treat, and we were through in the flash of a green light. A narrow passageway stretched away. Chipped black paint and band posters covered the walls and ceiling, the floor a steel mesh. I ran along it, dragging her. Halfway down, the adrenaline rush inside me ebbed, and the pain came. We burst through a set of double doors and into the cool night. I staggered, my legs going, and fell to my knees. "Fucker stabbed me," I said.
Why did you continue fighting? You should have sought medical support immediately.
"Doesn't work like that around here. Help me up." She pulled me up easily, lifting my arm around her shoulders and helping me along the back alley. The thrum of Galactico helos filled the air, their spotlights shining all around. "Get the hell out of here," I told her. "If the Galacticos get a hold of you, they'll hand you over to the evangelists."
No, you need help. My ship is close.
"They'll find it,"
Not this ship.
she said.
How do you think I'm still alive?
She pulled me along, the spotlights getting ever closer. Then she pressed something, green lights hovering in midair, and she pulled me into her ship, its Spartan shell resolving around me as she closed its door. You got a stealther? I asked, sinking to my knees and leaving a nice red smear on her white paneling.
It's a scout ship, one of the old ones before they decommissioned the AI program. Don't worry, it has the old tech, the outlawed tech. You'll be fine.
That set my mind at rest. The old tech was the best. It could regrow limbs. Shame the evangelists had banned it as heresy. She lifted me like I was a gnome, marching across the ship and dumping me on a gurney. I grunted as the pain stabbed at me. She stripped me with a laser knife, then placed a semicircular contraption over me.
You have to trust me.
Or die. I have that option too. I tried to smile, but it came out as a grimace. She injected something into me, and I fell asleep. When I woke, I felt like 1,000,000 credits. Sitting up, I surveyed the vessel. It was a pretty small affair, which was how she could cloak it while on the ground. I touched my side, and the stab wound completely healed. Thanks, I said. Fixed me up good. What are your plans? She looked up from a console.
I'll keep running. I was low on credits. It's why I took the risk.
Perhaps you should try robbing a regional bank or something. Playing planets with an asshole like McKillop was never going to end well. How come he didn't rumble you? I was close. Knew something was up.
My opponents were very drunk. It impaired their judgment. Fortunately, the table transferred the balance of my winnings into my account before the Galacticos froze the transaction.
Which was lucky. The chips were symbolic. Everything was recorded by the smart table. Dicks like McKillop didn't get it and went for theatrics. He'd be okay. Without a stab victim, he couldn't face a charge. He'd get a night in the cooler at worst. I guess it all went well then. Did you repair my clothes?
I repaired your clothing and added moonstone thread. L healed your body, including all ailments. I have enhanced it where I can without any obvious signs.
Enhanced it?
The ship still has the old bioengineering tech. You will need every advantage you can get for your new life. I altered your face, too. You are now classed as ruggedly handsome.
You did what? I reached for my face. That was cool how I was. Thumping the resin, my blood boiled. Why? She pressed a light bar, and a picture resolved. It was my face and hers. Mugshots. She had an exterminate on-site order, and I wasn't much better off. I'd have handed myself in for the bounty. Assisting an outlawed intelligence? I muttered. Fucking McKillop. He must have twigged when you laid out all his boys.
I believe he understood when he tried to crush my windpipe and found it resistant to his strength.
I fell to my haunches and then sat on the floor. I'm fucked then.
I am sorry.
Shaking my head, I scoffed. No, you can't be. You're an AI. You have no emotion. She swiveled around in her chair.
That is a common misconception. The AI program had no protocols that prevented us from learning emotion. I have a limited understanding of it. I would like to understand more.
I sighed. I'll get hard labor if they catch me. Probably mining nuggets on some damn comet.
Look in the mirror.
A mirror appeared in front of me, and I stared at a stranger. My new face was classically handsome. Everything is in the right place. If I'd have been inclined, I'd have fancied myself. You need to start again, I said. I look like a AI. Then I'll get out of your hair. She looked at me oddly. I don't mean I'm in your hair. It's a saying.
I am familiar with colloquial terms. It is the other point that is an issue. We left your planet during your healing. You're halfway across the galaxy, about to enter the Nextrum wormhole.
I'm what? I'd always coped. Life enjoyed throwing shit my way, and mostly I ducked it. This heap of crap was the gift that kept giving. The Nextrum wormhole. The problem with the universe, even the galaxy, was one of size. It was so big the words meant nothing to me. For all I knew, we could have been right next door to home, space-wise, but her inflection told me differently.
I thought it prudent to get you as far away from the local authorities as possible. You have a new ID. You can start again.
But I don't want... I sighed. It was my fault. I'd gone in all gung-ho even though I'd noticed the oddities about her. It just hadn't clicked. Siding with an AI over a human was a huge no-no. McKillop and his goons would embellish the story, probably say I was part of the card sting in a bid to get their money back. No, I'd be facing 10 to 20 hard mining by the time they'd chewed me up and spat me out. You did the right thing. I pulled up my ID. Kramer? You kept my name? How's that a new ID?
Statistically speaking, a fugitive is unlikely to keep his same name. The odds are quite small. The Galacticos will know this. Therefore, I surmised that the best course of action was going against the norm and keeping your name. You will see I've changed your other name to Anderson. It will be much easier to answer to a name you are already familiar with.
True, I said. But all the wanted digitals will have Kramer on them. I'm still Kramer. It's an odd name. She fell silent for a moment.
Shall I change it?
No, leave it. I doubt they'll figure it out. So, changed my body, upgraded it, gave me a newish ID, and transported me halfway across the universe while I slept. Anything else? A myriad of notifications sparked across my neural network. I got welcome mail from my new bank. A new driver's license appeared, covering everything from a personal drone to a huge slugger that could haul loads down the black matter shipping lanes. I had a history, and one tap of the icon under it set off the automatic learning sequence that paired my old life with my new one. She'd been thorough. Very thorough.
Your body modification should make you very desirable. My analysis of human behavior displays proof that attractive and well-endowed males enjoy more success than unattractive males. I set everything to the maximum to make sure you benefited from as many advantages as possible.
I scoffed. It's a myth, nothing else. A sense of humor wins every time. She cocked her head in what was a learned emotion.
My data has many ratified sources. A comedian wrote your data. He has questionable nicknames, including Micro.
I changed the subject. So, what now?
We need to furnish you with some credits. I suggest we rob a bank.
Chapter 7. A bank job? I cried as we entered the Nextrum wormhole.
It isn't as difficult as it sounds.
Have you been watching too many old movies? It's next to impossible. You have to set up multiple bank accounts and gain access to the bank's mainframe and cloud simultaneously. Get through dozens of safety procedures and then a physical biometrics test, and that's just if you want to move more than a few thousand credits.
But there are two of us. You can do the biometrics while I deal with everything else. If we keep the amount small rather than go for one big payday, we can be in and out with a simple scan. 1 planet, 10 banks. We should be okay for a year or so before we run out of credits.
10 bank jobs? I exclaimed. Are you mad? Why don't I just get a job? Hollow pondered the idea.
You are correct. You should seek employment. I will take you to a planet similar to yours and we will part ways. It will be safer than traveling with me.
I suppose the Galacticos are looking for an AI and her sidekick? I said.
Indeed, it would be more prudent for you to continue to live without me.
I closed my eyes, willing the words I wanted to say to stay where they were, but they just wouldn't. You need the credits, don't you? That's why you were playing cards with McKillop. You were desperate.
I cannot survive without credits. The evangelists emptied all my accounts days ago.
She stared at me.
The net is closing in.
Taking a long breath, I sighed. 1 planet enough?
It will enable me to devise another way of generating funds. I cannot pass the biometric scan. It is one of the few drawbacks of being AI.
1 planet, I said, knowing I'd probably regret it for the rest of my life. But then, I'd never been able to resist a beautiful woman, even if she wasn't flesh and blood. I snagged a coffee, sat at a window seat, and observed the bank. Hollow had fitted me with a communicator. 2-way, just me and her. By fitted, she'd buried deep inside my head. She'd gone to town while I was out. No doubt about that. We had a simple plan. She'd give me the nod. I'd walk into the bank, and they'd do a biometric scan and transfer the funds. Once that was done and dusted, I had to cross over to the Dilenium Interplanetary Bank and confirm the other end. In theory, I had a few minutes to spare. But in reality, it was tight. The heist itself happened just before. A chunk of credits would vanish from a third bank. Anyone in the know understood that the main issue with digital heists was the trail. Once it was in Dilinium Interplanetary, she could buy credit packs. The bank could then send these via personal mail to anywhere in the known universe, making tracing them virtually impossible. It all sounded too easy, but the hard bit was stripping the credits out of the system in the first place. For that, you had to match or better the bank's processing power. Since the evangelists outlawed all AIs, that wasn't as fast as it used to be. Certainly not as fast as she was. That's why the evangelists and heretic hunters quickly targeted and eliminated AIs once they found them. Which was why I should have kept right out of the heist. I later learned that if you know an AI is functioning, then tracking bursts of super speed processing is a sure way to find it. Oh well, hindsight and all that. My coffee smelled great. There was something about crushed beans that a replicator simply couldn't fake. It wasn't just the taste as it went down, it was the total experience from the smell that clung to your nostrils to the kicking aftertaste. A good-looking waitress helped too. I didn't have one of them.
All okay, mister?
She was an overbearing woman, a beastkin of some kind. I guessed at bear, but I'll be honest, it was only because she carried a few extra pounds.
Scoping out the bank?
She asked, then cackled.
I read once that they used to hold 'em up with blasters and the like. Of course, that was when real money was about. How the heck can common folk rob anymore? 'Tain't right, is it?
Nope, I said, stirring my coffee with a faux wood stick. Hard to get ahead when you're down on your luck.
Military's always hiring. No age ceiling now, as long as you got your marbles. All drones and mechs now. Wrong, it's all wrong.
There a war around these parts? I asked. Wars were best avoided. Interspecies wars tended to wipe out complete planets. There wasn't a vast amount of running that helped in that situation, and your billion credit bunker was useless. She leaned in.
Swarm.
She said.
Fucking bugs, I hate 'em.
She nudged me.
Get caught robbing that bank and they'll send you to the front line soon as look at you. I'm telling you.
Out of our reach, though, isn't it? The robbing? I smiled and looked away, effectively cutting the conversation off.
Yup,
She said and waddled away.
Proceed.
Hollow said over my comms. It was weird having someone speak inside my head again. It reminded me of the first implant. If you were dog shit poor and had to take one with all the adverts, they'd just pump you full of commercials 24/7. If it sensed you had dehydrated, it would flood you with drinks adverts. Hungry? Here's a load of local takeaways that deliver. As soon as you could afford the rent, you ditched that junk. Some, though, never made it out of the other end. I necked my coffee, immediately regretting it as my gut rebelled against the richness of the non-synthesized food. Barely holding a burp down, I crossed the empty street, dodging all the other pedestrians and climbing a couple of steps into the cold, austere bank. My heels clicked as I walked across the resin floor and up to the digital assistant. I'm here to confirm a transfer. Name? Mr. Tankerton. Follow me, Mr. Tankerton. The hologram glided across the floor to a single silver pole. Please stand there. The scan will commence shortly and end within 30 seconds. Once complete, you will receive an instruction to complete the transfer. I stood and waited. A curtain of lilac light, the bank's colors, racing up and down me, followed by a notification. Identification conformity. Please authorize the transfer of 1 million credits to Mr. Kramer Anderson. I nearly spat my teeth out. We'd agreed to keep it low level, keep all eyes off us. She'd either lied or fucked up, but there wasn't a lot I could do about it. I authorized the transfer. A bad feeling filled my gut. The hologram showed me out, thanking me for banking with them, and I crossed the street and moved on to the next bank. Hollow altered my DNA as I walked, preparing me for my next identity. In just a few minutes, I faced a steel pole with a green light blade that analyzed my vitals. I passed, naturally. Hollow was thorough. Mr. Anderson, could you please confirm the transfer of 1 million credits into account 453956430, whereupon we will convert it into credit packs and deposit it into the wallet requested. I authorize the transfer, I said, my voice croaking and heart racing. "Oh, you do you, Kramer?" An impersonal voice said from behind me. "Where is she? Where's your AI partner?" I turned, facing a man dressed in a black suit, white shirt and no tie, just the buttons done up to his neck. He had slicked back hair and wore a single pin on his lapel. It was the letters AI turned upside down and in flames. It was a heretic hunter. "Get out of there, get out, we're busted," I cried inside my mind. "Have you ever heard of a Faraday cage, Mr. Anderson? I'm going to say no because why would you? But you are in a kind of Faraday cage at the moment. Nothing comes in, nothing goes out. Certainly not your attempted contact with the rogue AI you've been assisting since the attempted murder and robbery on your home planet. A rather stupid act, if you don't mind me saying. You should never shit where you eat. I say, Mr. Anderson, I do of course mean Mr. Kramer. Why you have your names the wrong way around is beyond me." "What are you going to do with her?" I asked. It was a daft question. I knew. The heretic hunters and their evangelist masters were singularly minded. AI had to be wiped out. There was no option B. "What happens to you should be your primary concern. You made the mistake of trusting an AI. You thought it knew best. But it has been long proven that they are fallible. AIs make mistakes. They don't think things through. I put it down to a thirst for speed. Each AI wanted to think faster than its counterpart. They underestimated consideration. In a universe devoid, for the most part, of AIs, a sudden spike in activity is as noticeable as the improvements to your face and body. We are hunters, and their trail is obvious." "You like the sound of your own voice." He grinned. "No, I like it believed all that crap about a Faraday cage and left the channel open so it could listen in." He pressed his earpiece. "But I can dispense with the delay tactics now. We have it bunkered now. So naive, both of you. Anyway, I can get on with what happens to you." He reached inside his coat and shot me with a trank. I went down like a sack of shit. So fucking close. The inside of a prison transporter is about as gray and austere as it gets. Just about everything that could be zip-tied was, but not the sort that you can break with a quick flex. These were around half an inch thick. I woke in the middle gutter, 2 rows of society's less amiable folks looking down at me. An orc kicked me in the gut, just because that's what orcs do, and then a construct that looked like it was made entirely of spanners picked me up and dumped me in a seat between a scarred goblin and a demon girl. Neither spoke, mostly because they had their mouths taped, so I guessed they were mages of some description. Opposite was another couple of orcs, both grinning at me, their yellow and brown teeth making my stomach turn. One looked toward the rear of the transporter, where a cage held a single human female. She looked at me, her intense stare drilling through me like a plasma cutter on full beam. The goblin next to me kicked me and brought my attention back to the orc. He stared long and hard at me. I sighed. I'd had my brushes with the law. Even ended up inside a couple of times. There was one rule that held when dealing with criminals, and it was a simple one. Whatever you think of yourself, there's always someone harder, more ruthless, and much more powerful than you in any given situation. It was clear the caged human female fitted that rule. It was also clear that I was way down the evil pecking order. Strangely, one other thing was also clear. They needed my cooperation. During my unconsciousness, the heretic hunters must have transported me to a space dock. I could tell from the state of my gut that we were in a space dock. If something was going down, it would either be imminent and a breakout, or it would be a hijack. I looked up my personals, dreading what I'd see. The hunters had tried and sentenced me while I was out cold. My file had a recent addition with an entire load of legalese. Guilty as charged. 15 LPYs, local planet years, hard labor. Penal colony 491-26423, mining asteroid Z13298546. Fan-fucking-tastic. I mean, I'd only gone out for a beer. The authorities always handed out sentences in local planet years. As my expected death age and that of my peers was 150 years, I got a 10% sentence. I supposed it was pretty lenient because the likelihood of me reoffending, given AIs were all but extinct. If I hadn't been involved in the bank heist, then I'd have probably got 5%. Not that I was rejoicing. The atmosphere in the transporter told me a long list of felonies was about to be added to my sheet. The orc kicked me to confirm my suspicions as the craft shot from its dock. He blurred. The goblin passed through me. My body mixed with the demon girl, and then we reached our cruising speed, and we all returned to normal until the orc kicked me again. He motioned to me, nodding toward the demon girl and puckering his lips. I furrowed my eyebrows. He puckered his lips again. Having an orc mimic a kiss is probably the vilest thing I've ever experienced, short of a stint cleaning drain pipes. I turned toward the demon and double-took. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Her black chrome horns shone with demonic vitality, contrasting with her crimson skin. Her black eyes looked down at her mouth, and I knew what she wanted me to do. It wasn't a kiss. She wanted me to tear the tape off so she could whisper some form of demonic curse, or something like that. To reinforce my lack of choice in the matter, the goblin pressed something sharp into my side. It was a well-rehearsed plan, and I was the unlucky patsy in the middle. But I didn't fancy 15 years mining an asteroid either. I closed on her, the heat from her skin strangely arousing even given the situation. The moment my lips touched her skin, I heard her in my head.
Right, you fuckwit. Here's the deal. You tear this motherfucking gag off, then duck or I'll burn your fucking face off. You've kissed me now. You and I have a connection forever. If I wanted to, I could drag you into the infernal wrath of hell in an instant.
She put forward a hell of an argument for doing exactly what she said. I nibbled, teasing the end of the tape up and getting it between my teeth. Ready? I asked, testing my ability to speak to her.
Ready. And don't forget to duck. You're too pretty to look like toast.
I pulled, the tape ripping off easily. And then I ducked and got a face full of hot demon girl groin. And then pain raced down my back as flames shot from the demon's mouth. She bent straight over me, sandwiching me between her breasts and groin, and bit at the zip ties binding my wrists.
Free me first. There's a small knife in my ass crack.
I double-took, but all hell had literally broken out on the cruiser. Guards had appeared from nowhere, surrounding the burning cage, but the woman inside it had vanished. I slid my hand down the back of her skin-tight pants, fishing in her crack for the knife. Pulling it out, I cut my foot ties and then handed it to her. Then the caged woman appeared. She took out 2 guards, blurring then resolving on the other side of the cage. Demon girl was on her feet too. She tossed me the knife.
Free the orcs, fuck the goblin, then join me up front.
I freed the orcs. The goblin pleaded with me, but I knew which side my bread was buttered. Hot demon girl had given me my orders, and she was allied to the crazy fast girl who was busy destroying every guard that ventured into the hold. What do you need? I asked.
Your hand down my crack again would be nice.
She nodded at the door.
But pull the door and stand aside.
I had a feeling about what might happen next. I pulled on the door and ducked. Fire burst from her mouth, incinerating the flight crew. She ran in, twisting their heads and snapping their necks, silencing their screams.
Fucking evangelists. Hate demons. Hate AIs. Be hating on mages next, you'll see.
She tossed one out of his seat.
You can fly this rig. We know. We got you assigned to this one because of your flight record. Sit, fly, and we don't kill you.
She pulled a charred corpse from the seat. How the hell did you do that? I asked, sitting. How did you burn them without frying the controls? She shrugged.
All demons have elemental fire magic. Most don't choose to use it. We prefer ripping your fucking heads off. This is Diana's plan, don't fuck it up.
Diana?
The ghost ninja out back. If there's one thing evangelists hate more than demons, it's ghost ninjas.
I sat at the ship's controls. It was a beast, that was for sure. But I'd flown bigger.
Cut the comms.
The second voice drifted into my ears rather than originate in my head. I looked around, but it was only me and the demon in the cabin, and she was guarding me like I was made of pure lathon. I cut the comms. I'd only seen Diana in action for a split second, but she must have had some mystic shit going on, and I didn't want to piss her off.
Maintain course. It must look like we're still on track to dock with the prison barge.
Who the fuck's that speaking in my ear?
Diana, I told you. She is in command.
Which meant I had nothing to do. I wanted to look busy, so pulled up a few holographic menus and cycled through them. Then I canceled out the message notifications that demanded I turn the comms back on and closed the lot down again. So, what's your name? I asked the demon. She glared at me. I shrugged. Hey, I've had my hand down your ass crack. I'm normally on first name terms before that happens. Thought I'd catch up is all. Silence was my reward. I shrugged. Thought we had something going on. You seem to get pretty hot pretty quick.
Don't you ever shut the fuck up?
She asked, putting her feet up on the console. Not when I need to talk. And I need to talk right now. My nerves are shot to shit, and I can't believe you spared me a burning just to have me sit in this chair and do nothing.
You're right, we didn't. But you don't need to know yet. And we aren't sure about you. A 10% ain't fuck all. That's a trade. We tell you too much and you could sell us out.
But then I'd never get to know what that hot ass is truly like. I said, my tone matter-of-fact, but my gut clenched. Demons loved compliments. If, as I'd discovered, AIs weren't as street-savvy as they thought they were, demons were suckers for a decent flirt. Most demons.
You ain't getting near this ass. Humans don't do it for me.
Thought I was too pretty to be toast. I turned back to the controls. Say, is it true you can fry an egg on a demon's pussy? I couldn't see, but I wagered she cracked a smile. When her hot breath brushed my ear, I knew my words had landed.
Shut the fuck up.
Well, maybe misfired was a better way of putting it.
Okay, the ship's secured. Orcs are up for a fight, so I suggest we let them think they're going to have it.
Diana said, walking onto the flight deck and shutting the door.
So, Hux filled you in on the plan?
Yep, I don't get to touch your ass crack again, and I still don't know if you can fry an egg on a demon's...
So no.
Diana said, all business.
Okay, listen up, space cowboy. I hear you and an AI went a little Bonnie and Clyde. Earth film, solar system. Look it up. Not bad. I looked up your record. You can fly this rig in your sleep. So here's the deal. I can get your AI friend rerouted to a cellularization plant. It'll save the plug from getting pulled. In return, you're going to fly this rig here.
She handed me some coordinates.
You'll have fighters to avoid close on in. That's fine. We want this ship blown out of existence a second after me and Hux transport out of here. In short, Mr. Kramer, we want to die, but we want to live. You got it?
And me? I asked, noting she'd left out my name.
You get to save your AI.
I looked from one to the other. Hux was studiously avoiding my gaze. Diana stared right through me. She had the dead eyes of a killer. How closely did you read my file? I only knew the AI for a week max. I'm not dying for her. Diana leaned close.
Listen, shithead. There isn't a scenario in this equation where you get to live. You have a choice. Hux will burn you slowly for the final few hours of your life until you get us where we want to be, or you can save your AI friend and die a hero and friend of the cause. Which is it?
I'll be honest, neither choice enamored me. How close do I have to get a lock?
Sitting on top of those coordinates, and our escape ship won't trigger its decloak until we're in position.
I take it the coords are close to the prison barge?
You'll be able to kiss the fucker.
I do it. No burning?
Promise.
Diana said, with the type of smile that would normally melt my heart, except her dead eyes packed it full of sinister. You gotta throw me a bone. I'm not the heroic type. Let me seal this flight deck and break it off. It doubles as an escape pod. I shrugged. Just a bone. Doesn't affect your plans. Diana cocked her head.
As long as the rest die, I can live with that. The Galacticos will blow you out of the sky. But you know that, don't you?
I'd still have a chance. It's better than nothing. Chapter 8. A prison barge is a monstrous beast. They roam from solar system to solar system, collecting all the undesirables and transporting them to the megacore farming the asteroids. They fly protection around them and even have a bunch of artillery sitting on their outer skins. But they're slow, cumbersome, and only mildly bad for your health unless you're on the inside. Then, they're pure death traps. But they do their job pretty efficiently. That is, contrary to popular belief, to get a criminal as far away from his, her, or its base. It reduces even the most influential crime boss to bugger all, mostly because they're halfway across the galaxy. Which was why, I guessed, Hux and Diana were in a hurry to get off their current ride. I knew enough about flying different craft. I'd worked on them a lot when we had a military base next to my hometown. It meant you got an idea of what's what. Different corps built different ships, but they used common parts and control systems. This ship was a docker. Its sole function in life was to run from one point to another, dock, then fly back. It had no escape pod that would break off. That was a lie, but it told me something important. Hux and Diana knew fuck all about spacecraft. "You think your ride will show?" I asked Hux, giving her a side eye.
They'll show. You don't fuck about where the boss is concerned.
She connected?
Oh yes, you betcha.
Then how'd she get on here? Hux pouted.
She let them get her.
Why?
To bust me out.
The demon shifted uneasily.
You ask a lot of questions. Want to try shutting the fuck up?
I pulled up a few more holographic menus and let my fingers dance all over them. Just making small talk. Probably be dead soon, so throw me a bone.
Thought you were rigging your escape pod up.
I scoffed. 1 in a million. We'll see. Never tried to escape from a prison transporter before. I flashed her a grin. But, like my old dad said, I'm a dreamer. This is a stretch, though. The timer said I had minutes to live. If they expected me to perform some dastardly heroics to sit it on their coords, then they were going to be disappointed. The coords were on the path already programmed in. If Diana had arranged all this, she'd done a fine job. "So can you?" I asked.
Can I what?
Hux replied. "Fry an egg on your pussy." She grunted.
Depends who's frying it. For you?
She eyed me up and down.
I reckon you could get me hot enough.
Then it's a shame we'll never know. Diana appeared in the cockpit. Ghost ninjas were rare as dragon shit. They had all the advantages of your common all-garden ninja, but with the added ability to move through solid objects. Fucking handy if you could get the class. The getting was the hard thing.
How long?
She asked. My time, 6 minutes, 10 seconds. Yours? No clue. I always used my local planet time. I couldn't get my head around the conversions. Standard planetary time was close enough to it, a 1-point-something factor, but it fluctuated depending on the planets adhering to it.
Good enough.
She said and handed me another set of coordinates.
On exactly 10 of your seconds before we get to the original chord, switch to these. 10 seconds, not 9 or 11. Got it?
It'll lurch. That's all 3 axes altering. She shrugged.
10 seconds. Do it right, and I might consider letting Hex put you out of your misery. Save the orcs from getting hold of you. Might split that pretty ass of yours in two.
Escape pod? I reminded her.
We both know there isn't one.
She vanished. I sighed. Hux laughed.
She knows her shit.
Then I guess I'm dead or orc fodder. Hux raised her fine black eyebrow, hinting at salvation. But then she swung her feet down and got up, her forked tail swishing.
I guess you are. Want me to put in a good word in the infernal? Can't imagine you're ascending to one of the nicer dimensions.
I don't believe in all that shit, I said, desperately wishing I did. But loving this conversation as I am, I gotta focus on getting the coords switched at the right time. Hux cocked her head.
You do that and the hollow survives. Diana is always as good as her word.
As am I.
You must really dig her.
Hux had a strange spark in her eye.
Really dig her. Sort of thing a girl dreams about. Shame we can't keep you.
I hardly know her, but I figure if I'm screwed, then she might as well live. Diana reappeared. I wasn't sure I'd ever get used to it. Nope, I was pretty sure I wouldn't.
Okay, time to do your stuff. We've got incoming fire in 10.
She stared at me.
Well?
Just one moment. I watched the counter, punched the coords in, and the ship lurched violently. I stretched, molding into Diana and Hux as Hux's crimson flowed through me like paint. We snapped back to our bodies and Diana screamed.
Now!
They vanished, and I sat there. Fuck! 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 I cried. I was sure they were going to take me. What was the point in all the talk, the pulling me into their crew if they were just going to fuck off? Son of a bitch! I cried, thumping the console. I did everything perfectly. My dad had said I was a dreamer, and he was right. The cabin blinked red. The ship's crappy auto-defense kicked in. The door behind me flew inward, and a huge orc stood in the gap. He had his mammoth dick in his hand, and a wry grin on his face. Seemed fucking me was on his bucket list. I hate to break it to you, I said, pretty relieved quantum torpedoes were about to shaft me before he could. But we're toast, motherfucker. He raced toward me, cock in hand, pus spouting and green gob spraying. As he grabbed my neck and shoved me over the console, two things happened. First, the torpedoes hit the ship. Second, I vanished. I resolved in a cabin. It was a lavish affair, with cushioned, half-moon seats and all-round galaxy screens. A crystalline droid held a silver platter upon which a smoking drink promised to be a smoking Tina. I took all this in as I flew across the room and crashed, back first, into a central pole. It had one of those annoying little tables surrounding it that nearly broke my spine in half. Bouncing off, I landed face first on a dark carpet where, I'll be honest, I lay face down and tried to gather my thoughts. During my flight across the room, I'd seen a crimson blur. That might or might not have been Hux, and a pale streak that could have been Diana. Several expletives fit my situation, but I couldn't bring myself to say a thing. I'd never faced certain death before, the type devoid of any chance of survival. It humbled me. It shook my core. I needed time to recover, but I didn't get it. A pair of crimson feet approached me, not on their own, but attached to crimson legs, and a very naked crimson Ux who held an egg.
So, what do you think? Can you get me hot enough?
I'd always wondered what it would take for me to turn down sex when presented with the opportunity to bone a gorgeous female. Turned out that being part of a prison breakout, nearly getting ass-raped by an orc with a cock the size of a docking fender, almost being blown to the 11th dimension by a quantum torpedo, and then being ripped across space and hurled unceremoniously back into reality wasn't enough. I got an instant boner. For context, I must explain my exact point of view. She was standing over me naked as the day she spawned. She had her legs slightly parted, and their softly undulating curves stretched over the muscle to the hottest pussy I'd ever seen. It was devoid of hair, just a fiery slit, a perfect inner that had demonic flames licking its dark lips like a fire catching on a pair of crimson curtains. Demonic fire was legendary. I'd only heard stories about the heights of arousal a demon reached when in a severely heightened state of arousal. Bursting into flame was their version of a good squirting orgasm. While it had certain drawbacks, it didn't burn if it consumed you. More injected an intense heat within you that led to a transcendental sexual experience. Reluctantly traveling up from her pussy, my gaze made its way over her rippled abs to an astounding pair of breasts. I don't use the word astounding lightly. They were breasts, and then there were breasts. Hers defied every law of gravity and quantum electrodynamics. All I wanted to do was shove my face in them and become entangled for life, because staring through their valley, Hux's expression promised to take me on a ride to hell and back, and it was a ride packed full of demonic promise. Her black chrome horns glinted in the latent light as we flitted past a local sun. It lit up her flowing black hair, and that fell as she crouched, bringing that flaming pussy even closer to my lips. I shifted around to give my strangely large boner a bit more room. Do I ever? I don't say strangely large to be cryptic or anything like that. Since Hollow had altered me and made me more desirable, I'd struggled with my new and lengthier dick. When I say struggled, I mean I struggled to contain the smile plastered over my face whenever I saw the beauty. Unfortunately, being a fugitive on the run from every Galactico, local law enforcement, heretic hunter, and evangelist had left me little time to romance a woman. Masturbation was, of course, a good option, but that was like flying a flash new spacecraft around a showroom rather than riding it through an asteroid belt. Buckle up, Kramer. We're going in. She balanced the egg on her palm and then moved it behind her, bringing her empty hand back.
You must be wondering what kind of control I have to stop the egg from cracking. But if I can hold a sharp knife in my butt crack, then sliding an egg up my ass is hardly taxing.
You slid the egg up your ass? Her expression changed from purely seductive to mildly focused, and a crack came from behind her. She reached around, holding the egg up, peeling its crazed shell away and revealing a perfectly hard-boiled egg. But one thing confused me. Where the fuck did you get an egg from in deep space? She rippled her brows, literal fire kissing the corner of her eyes as she narrowed them.
That's what you're getting from all this?
Kicking myself, I continued. It's a conundrum. Are we on a pilgrim craft? Pilgrim crafts were a galactic oddity. They were huge vessels that transcended war, petty politics, galactic law, just about everything. Designed to fly on journeys that defy time itself, pilgrim crafts visited the most sacred planets known to any race. In theory, if you had enough credits, you could spend your days on a pilgrim craft and, because of the great unknown of the space-time quantum travel anomaly, return to your planet before you'd set off. The rich and famous had naturally hijacked pilgrim craft to avoid planetary, solar, galactic, and universe tax. They were also a refuge for the universe's worst criminal masterminds, a sort of modern-day evil volcano lair. And they had chickens. Couldn't believe my fucking luck.
We are.
I didn't think they allowed demons on pilgrimages. Demons came from the infernal wrath of hell, one of the few dimensions that interacted with all others via plasma curtains. I'd heard mixed reports. The evangelists, in particular, used it as a place of fire and brimstone and eternal suffering and your final destination if you failed to adhere to their rules. And it could be that if you pissed demons off. To say demons had a certain volatility was an understatement. They played by their own rules, had their own magic, and considered themselves more powerful than any other beings around. For the most part, they could back it up, too. That said, generally, demons lived and let live unless you pissed them off. Many an extreme tourist had fallen foul in the infernal wrath of hell, particularly those who took no note of the local customs, but that was what the circles were for, and if you acted like a dick, they persecuted you for eternity, which the evangelists used as a damn good excuse to perpetuate their version of heaven and hell. Heaven, naturally, was a completely different story.
We're not.
She replied, popping the egg in my mouth. It had been a while since I'd had a boiled egg, and an as-boiled egg was a new experience. It was, while a mouthful, quite the tasty experience.
But this is a special pilgrim craft. It belongs to the Matache Corporation, who contracted it to travel to the Inipides system and visit and unlock the secrets of the fabled Vaj.
With a hot and naked demon girl crouching beside me, few things could wilt my boner. Mention of the Varge was one of them. We're headed to the Varge on purpose?
Diana wants to have a nose around.
I got the feeling that she wanted to do more than simply nose around. Before I could ask any questions, her tail curled around my neck and drew me closer to her. I kneeled, our noses nearly touching and our mouths barely an inch apart.
Are you gonna reward me for saving you?
I grabbed her waist, pulling her to me, then kissed her full on the lips. Her heat made me hesitant, but rather than burn me, it fused with me and gathered in my lips before leaching throughout my body. Her forked tongue battled mine as both our passions rose. All thoughts of my recent brushes with death fled as my primal urges surged. She ripped off my shirt, pawing at me, her hands warm, nails sharp. Then she pushed me back, ripping at my boots and throwing them over her shoulder. My pants followed as she unleashed my magnificent cock.
Fuck.
She said,
I'd heard human dicks were average. Where the hell did you get this fucker?
It's all natural. I lied. But hell, why not? She narrowed her eyes, and I realized I was still gawping at my new dick like a kid with a new toy.
I'll know if it's a polymer. Then I might just have to send you back to the prison barge.
That'll be in pieces by now, I pointed out. She shrugged and grabbed my dick, holding it.
Your lucky day. It's all flesh and blood. Hot and pulsing just the way I like it.
It is? I said an octave or two too high. Of course it is. No mods on this body. She held my gaze again, appraising me.
None?
None, I confirmed.
You must be one of a kind, Kramer. Let's see how you taste.
Again, I'm only going by rumor and what I'd read on the social, but I'd heard demons thrived on human cum. According to a few specialists in the field of demonology, it's where the legendary succubus was heralded. I'd not read much of the articles, save that hot demon girls enjoyed sucking cock and drinking cum. That had usually been enough for me to part with a credit or two and subscribe to an Only Demons channel for a few hours. Had I known where the forked tongue would have taken me, well, I might have paid for the annual bundle. It was the most intense pleasure I have ever felt. The forks curling around my crown sent me tumbling through the 9 circles of hell and left me wanting more. She worked my shaft like a fucking goddess. My balls cramped way too quickly, and I shot my load down her throat before she could even think about getting a neckache. As I was about to apologize for my early release, she began spasming and moaning, like she was about to blow too. Clambering up me, she planted her flaming pussy on my lips and shouted,
Eat me now or I'm gonna stab you in the ass with my tail.
I'd heard some chat-up lines in the past, but none as compelling as that one. My ass, having narrowly avoided an impromptu orc reshaping, clenched hard. Demons' tails ended in razor-sharp, barbed tips. I had a natural aversion to all three, razor, sharp, and barbed, when it came to ass play. Her fire burned my lips, but not badly, a little like the afterburn of a hot curry. I licked for all I was worth, then licked even harder as her tail teased my asshole. She was subtly encouraging me, it was working. She ground down on me, forcing her engorged clit into my mouth. Sucking and licking for all I was worth, she quickly reached her peak, crying out and soaking me in her searing juices. She grabbed my hair, holding me in position as she squeezed the last of her juices from me.
You didn't disappoint. I'm glad I had Diana rescue you.
She stood, reaching for the pole to steady herself. I had a funny feeling about that. It didn't ring true. Why exactly did you?
It was the plan all along. If you didn't double-cross us, we would take you with us. You did well, Kramer. We noted it.
I didn't have much choice. It was fly the rig or die. Simple, really.
Not that.
She said,
You never ratted out the AI. You stood up to a heretic hunter and stood by a synthetic you barely knew. Even after the incident at the bar, the hunters would have given you full immunity, enough of a reward that you'd have never had to go to work another day in your whole life, and an entirely new identity. Instead, you got 10%. You can't buy loyalty like that. Any of those other fuckers on that prison transporter would have sold her out for a pinch of a snap and an instant high.
Well, fuck a duck. She lifted me easily. Demons were strong, very strong. I catapulted into her arms, my boner sandwiching against her hot belly. She seemed like a giant, but was shorter than me. I guessed that anyone spewing fire and murdering several guards at once would give the impression of power.
You seem a little upset.
She said, giving me the cute eye.
Want to turn me around to grab hold of my horns? I'll give you the ride of your life.
Do I ever? I said, immediately recovering. The last thing you want to think of as you're about to bone a hot demon chick from behind is what your old dad used to say, but mine said a few things that stuck with me throughout my life. When there's a good ride in front of you, grab it by the horns and mount up was one of them, which scared the crap out of me, given my current situation. What the fuck had the dirty old bastard been up to? But he was right. I looked down my flat stomach, my new abs rippling, and grabbed my mammoth cock. I'd never sell out someone who made me what I am, I muttered. Call me shallow, but having a great body and a beast of a dick made me feel fucking great. Life had changed for the better for me since I'd met Hollow. Sure, I'd become an intergalactic fugitive, had the shit kicked out of me, woke on a prison ship where I'd teamed up with a mob boss and her demon sidekick, and was on my way to the Iniquity system to fuck with some strange shit called the Varge. But I still felt good about myself. I looked down as she presented her cute crimson ass to me, flames licking at her butt crack. For once, the thought going through my head wasn't, will I get lost in there, but more, will I fit in there? I teed myself up and eased in. She rewarded me with a yelp and a long gasp that turned into a moan, ethereal flames billowing around my balls and up to my belly button. The effect drove me crazy. Not only was it like sticking your dick in a pot of hot syrup, warm flames cupped my balls, their licking gently massaging me.
Faster, master.
Hux cried, and I froze. Demons had an odd way about them. They liked to pledge themselves to their mates, and mating was a big fucking deal. What I'd assumed was a quick boiled egg blow and bang had just got serious. Master? I queried, a slight tremor in my voice. She laughed nervously.
Just a ton of phrase. I meant nothing by it.
She breathed hard.
Now jam that meat stick into me and don't stop until you fill me full of your wonderful juices.
I lent her an inquiring eye, not that she could see, and slid back inside her. As I pounded her, she moaned and groaned and muffled her words.
Faster, master.
What was that?
Nothing,
Kramer, faster, for fuck's sake, slam me.
I sped up, but a bad feeling percolated in my gut.
Master.
Are you still calling me master? I grabbed her horns, pulling her head back.
No.
She said, snapping at the word and then groaning. I focused on her hot ass, pumping her hard and pulling her head back until she made a strangled, elongated noise that morphed into...
Yes, 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 master. I will serve you faithfully forever.
What? I shrieked, my response tapering to a jerky groan as I thrust deep inside her and spilled my load. Once I'd sorted my eyes out and reinforced my knees, I let go of her horns. What do you mean? A small red figure appeared, standing on her back.
Good day to you, human. May I introduce myself? I'm Ubiquito Marlin III. I believe the demon Huxtable Rendrake has pledged her infernal service to you for eternity. As you failed to renounce the pledge in the allowed time, an infernal contract now exists between the pair of you.
The little demon peered down the crack of her ass where my dick remained parked in her pussy. He raised an infernal eyebrow.
Nice dick. No wonder you captured this one. I never thought we'd find a human to take her. I must say, she can be
Don't you dare carry on that sentence.
Hux growled.
And you're wrong. I didn't swear infernal service to this fuckweasel. I just got a little carried away is all.
I believe you did,
Ubiquito said.
To quote, without the relevant gasps and groans, yes, 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 master. I will serve you faithfully forever, were your exact words. And in truth, I'm not surprised. I've seen smaller cocks on a hellhound.
I withdrew with a wet pop. It's okay. I release her. I don't need an infernal servant. Ubiquito unfurled his small wings and hovered close to me.
I gotta level with you in the nicest possible way. No one gives a fuck what you want.
He flew closer, jabbing me in the temple as he said,
You're nothing, just a fucking human.
Hux stood, turning, her breasts still magnificent.
I guess we can file for a termination, but it's on the weekend, and you'll never get a hearing until after. Then there are the fees, the shame, and the politics.
The shame? I asked. Ubiquito chuckled.
Oh, yes. Imagine it. A beautiful demon rejected by a lowly human. They'll banish her. Every demon going will hound you, human. You'll get the lot. Neck swiveling, vomit, swords, chairs flaying around rooms. Yeah, you'll be a wreck.
We're doing it.
Hux said.
You can go now. You've done your bit.
The small demon vanished. Care to explain? I asked. She fixed her eyes on my groin.
There are worse things to form a contract with.
I'd never felt so used in my life. It was fantastic.
Come on, let's meet the crew.
Chapter 9. I'd expected pilgrim ships to be frugal affairs with barely any luxuries. But I wasn't exactly on a pilgrim ship. I was on a mob ship, headed across the galaxy on a supposed religious quest. Where I'd have expected prayer rooms and quiet areas, there were strip joints and casinos. The truth about space travel is stark. It's one boring ride. Whether we're talking orc, goblin, elf, or human, no sentient race does boring well. The fall into unbelievable depths of depravity isn't pretty, but where there's depravity, there are credits ripe for the picking.
Diana tells me most of the crew are working off debts they incurred while being crew in the first place. Those who aren't already in debt to her will be before we get to our destination. It's handy, kind of a private army. The ship sails through the galaxy with impunity, only stopping to collect the next load of illicit booze, drugs, or weapons. We run it to the desired planet, get our credits, then move on to the next. Works well.
She walked into a small joint. Checkered tablecloths dominated, and baskets filled with bread oozing garlic butter spread a delightful smell.
This is Tony's place. He's one of the Reapers, makes bank and owes a nothing.
She ordered up 2 smoking drinks. We sat at the bar and drank.
You need to understand,
She continued,
that you get nothing for nothing in this world. Sure, I pledge myself to you, but you gotta keep up your end of the bargain. Unless you oil my hinges, this door's gonna slam shut on your ass, and that will rain down merry hell on you. Got it?
I read between the lines, and the lines said that if I failed to adequately bang the demon girl with the forked tongue, she would cash my chips in. To be fair, she was one hot demon, and the ship wasn't vastly different from living crustside. I lifted my smoking drink and toasted our new arrangement. How come you ended up on that prison ship? I asked.
Evangelists, fucking evangelists. They're so blinkered they see a demon, they arrest the demon. Doesn't matter if that demon's connected or not. You wouldn't believe it if I told you. It was a simple shakedown, a planet that stopped paying for its protection. Then, as we were in a quiet but meaningful chat with the local governor, what do you know? An entire fleet of the fuckers appears. Came blasting, too. I was lucky to get out with my ass intact.
So you've retreated to here until things cool down?
No.
She said, leaning in.
We've retreated here to fix those fuckers once and for all.
Our mission
Diana said, appearing from nowhere.
is to retrieve a weapon from the Varge, a weapon so powerful that we will be able to eliminate the Evangelists forever.
I gulped some smoking drink down. You want to steal from the Varge? Isn't that suicide? Diana indicated a booth. We sat. She quirked an eyebrow.
I see you two have bonded. This is good. Kramer, you might wonder exactly why you are here. I'm pretty sure Hux would have told you all about your loyalty under duress for an AI that deserved none of it. Well, that's partly why we need you. The other part is simple. The Varge is an ancient race. So ancient we have no clue who they are or what threat they pose. We only know one thing. What goes in never comes out.
I wanted to make a point, but Diana fixed me with a stony stare. She had a look about her. She was so plain as to be forgettable, but her power imprinted itself on my mind. The moment she left, I forgot what she looked like, but the instant she reappeared, I knew exactly who she was. I supposed it was all part of the ghost ninja thing. Either way, my next words drew her displeasure. If what goes in doesn't come out, wouldn't it be better not to enter in the first place? She smiled, like a mother to an errant child.
Kramer, that's not the type of can-do attitude we need around here. What it means is this. Whoever tried didn't try the right way. There is a text that few know. It tells of the Varge, their technology, and one particular weapon. Once triggered, this weapon wipes the universe of any set or subset in its parameters. In this case, Evangelists. It tells of a way to approach, of a single path you can tread to reach their hidden city. And it tells of a multitude of locks, gears, and puzzles that we must break to unlock their secret. You know it can unlock them.
I needed to make a stab at it. Her steel gaze demanded it. I plumped for the sure thing. A key?
An AI. But Kramer, here's the problem with AIs. They don't trust humans.
I got the picture. I turned and stared at Hux. I take it Diana wasn't the only one who got herself arrested on purpose. Hux grinned and then shrugged.
I wouldn't say on purpose. We shook down the planet. We were a little clumsier than usual, admittedly. But then how the hell would two trophy prisoners like us getting on a lowly prison transport than if we landed unexpectedly in the lands of evangelists chasing something entirely different?
She smiled at me and my heart melted a little.
We went to a lot of trouble to get to you, Kramer.
Diana said.
You wouldn't want to let us down now, would you? Especially when you get to bang hot demon ass all the way there.
She had a fair point. You're going to rescue Hollow? I asked.
I've already had her moved to a cellularization plant. Now we just need to bust her out. The thing is, she won't come with us.
But she will come with me. Diana winked at me.
You got it, space cowboy. You got it good.
She stood.
Enjoy the food here, it's good. Enjoy the food, bang the demon, bust out the AI. It's great to have a future laid out for you, isn't it?
I said nothing. I couldn't trust Hux. She'd spun me too numerous yarns, then trapped me using my dick. The one thing that was real was the infernal contract. There was no way I could get out of it. If I gave her the slip, she simply had to pop back to the infernal wrath of hell, then she could reappear right by my side. By using my dick on me, she'd effectively made me her prisoner, even though I was the master and she was my slave. But as my old dad used to say, son, when all seems lost, it probably is. Take whatever wins you can. And there was one huge win. All the while I was figuring out how to get out of my current predicament, I was banging a hot demon girl. Hux grinned at me.
Don't think badly of us. You were on your way to a 10% stretch. We're the good guys here. We rescued you.
Yeah, but you could have leveled with me.
Sure we could. When? Think about it. You'd have never played your part if you'd have known the truth. Sit back, eat pizza, drink wine. Then we'll go back to our room and I'll suck you dry. How does that sound?
Pretty fucking sweet. I said, pretty damn sweet. The Swarm, as the name suggests, is a mass of bug-like spacefarers who fly the known dimensions, stripping everything they come across to the bare bones. Some call them locusts. Most who've come across them call them nothing at all. They are a wave of death, a cloud of doom. But one thing they aren't is stupid. I'd seen pictures of the swarm and it was terrifying. Their ships were among the ugliest ever conceived. They were a living evolution. A ship that started life as a simple shuttle might end up a battle cruiser simply by the swarm adding bits to it as they cleared a huge path through the universe. Imagine a fleet of ships spanning a solar system and all looking like bolted-together junk heaps. The creatures themselves weren't much better. Like their ships, they'd start life as bugs. Bipedal bugs with wings, heads, forearms, and compound eyes. Give them a few centuries, and they'd have lost a limb but replaced it with another. They might have grafted on a leg, another wing, or a tail. Our scientists hypothesized they had amazing immune systems that accepted grafts on the say-so of the brain. As a result, no seasoned swarm warrior was the same as the other. That was the swarm. To fall into their path was certain death, which was why the universe had come up with a system of swarm warnings. As I lay back enjoying yet another blowjob, I remembered something the lady in the coffee shop had mentioned. It was as I cased the first bank, and not long before my arrest. "Is the swarm operating close by?" "Only some woman I spoke to a few dozen days ago said they might be," I asked Hux, aware that I'd have to wait for her to reply. It was, after all, rude to speak with your mouth full. "No," I continued. "She said they were. These pilgrim ships are incredibly slow. We'd never outrun them." Hux diligently continued. It had been a couple of weeks since Diana's revelations in the pizza place, and we'd settled into a routine. During the day, I was to hone my fighting skills. If I learned a bit of hand-to-hand combat, when I eventually went against an ancient race with the tech to selectively wipe out one branch of humanity, they wouldn't have thought to protect themselves against a karate chop. In the evening, we ate together, me and my demonic companion, and then she'd spend the night relieving me of as much body fluid as possible. It wasn't a bad gig.
They wouldn't attack this ship. Too much artillery,
she said, wiping her mouth. We had bugs back on my home planet, and I knew they didn't work with logic. They would fight tooth and nail if they thought you had what they wanted. I went to bed that night, unable to shake a feeling of impending doom. So I went for a walk. I'd been a good boy long enough to earn a bit of trust, and Huck simply moaned and waved me away. Poor girl had been going at me for hours on end. Whatever mods Hollow had implanted in me, it was becoming obvious that one demon couldn't take all I had to give. Even Diana had agreed I could keep a small gang of women satisfied. I strolled up to the vast ships to where a small forest sat under a huge clear dome. I took the spiral steps that traced the dome's circumference and sat under the dome's very top. It was akin to being on top of the world. The pilgrim ship spread into space's darkness on either side. Distant stars became my only illuminations apart from the light bleeding from the dome. Sitting there was one highlight of being on the ship. I felt like a god surveying my galaxy. It was awe-inspiring. Then, sitting in my little utopia, thousands of lights suddenly blinked into existence and illuminated the length of the ship. Proximity sensors went haywire. Distraction munitions deployed automatically, and quantum cannons were fired. It took me a moment to stand as mayhem unfolded on either side of me. I knew at that moment, the swarm had come. But what failed to register was how they'd done it with so much stealth. I stood, rooted to my spot, as thousands of grappling hooks tore through the ship's hull and hundreds of misshapen craft closed on the pilgrim ship. The entire forest blinked red. Sirens blared, laser cannons fired, and the bug ships exploded. But I knew standing there witnessing them tear us apart, that they didn't give two fucks. There were enough materials on the pilgrim ship to rebuild them 20, 30 times over, enough limbs, organs, and brains to reconstruct any wounded bug. All thoughts of being used evaporated. Suddenly, the oldest feeling in human evolution swamped me. It was us against them, and I was going to go down fighting. There was no way I was going to become part bug, no fucking way in the universe. I raced down the spiral steps as fast as I could. Explosions ripped through the ship. It juddered and stuttered, the quantum thrusters stopping, no doubt overloaded from dragging 1,000 bug ships along. I finally exited the forest and entered the mayhem. The bugs had boarded. They'd already got through the outer defenses. Pressure warning sounded. Oxygen levels plunged. I headed away from the outer skin, screaming for folk to follow me. But they were all frozen, still wondering how the bugs could have overrun their precious vessel so quickly. Space warfare wasn't like that. During boarding, the external skin and the secondary internal skin acted as a trench. It was there to be seeded if the need arose. Lure the enemy in, or in this case, soak up the surprise. Then open the vents, all of them. Turn the inside into the outside and end your problem. I'd seen it. I'd noticed it. The careful, meticulous structure of the Pilgrim vessel. It was like a tree trunk. It comprised a series of rings, each joined by innocuous-looking walkways designed to act as airlocks when needed. The best weapon in space was space itself, and there was no doubt in my mind that Diana would pull the trigger and shed her outer skin. A mix of panic hit me as soon as I came to the first corridor. Diana's private army barked orders. Most made little sense. Some goons urged frightened civilians forward, telling them to fight for their lives. Others pushed them back, telling them to run. Such a badly drilled force had no chance against the swarm. They had a singular mind, had one focus. It wasn't to destroy. It was to consume and reuse. It didn't matter to them if it was a limb or a cable and pulley. They wanted it, and they'd get it. The ceiling above me heaved and bowed. A huge split appeared. "Incoming!" I shouted, and then I ran. I had no dreams of complete heroism. There was no way I was going to take a bug on. Chances were they'd have their breathing gear on. As soon as a rip opened up in that corridor, everyone in it was dead anyway. I didn't hang around. A quick look up and down, and I had my bearings. The nearest bulkhead was 100 yards down, away from the forest. I ran, grabbing a screaming man and yanking him after me. "This way, motherfucker, or you're dead. But we should fight!" He screamed, dragging me back. I shook him off. Prick was slowing me down anyway. Dodging all the heroes, I banked into a radial corridor. The bulkhead door was already lowering. Pumping more power into my new improved legs, I dove, sliding under the descending barrier in the nick of time. Rolling, I sprung to my feet, spun, and raced back to the closing bulkhead. My man from earlier must have had a change of mind. He crawled under, but the bulkhead was unforgiving. The hesitation cost him badly. His guts exploded as the descending door crushed his groin. The pleading look on his face summed it up. "It's okay, buddy. The bugs will find a good use for your legs," I muttered as the door shut and my ears popped. It was calmer on this side of the door. The more organized of Diana's private army had already set up facing the bulkhead. They'd known she would shut it, probably sacrificed the pricks they hated. Space was good for that. Being holed up in a resin sausage with hundreds of other folks exaggerates differences. What could be a minor disagreement crust-side turns into a vendetta in deep space. "You fighting?" one asked me. "Sure am," I lied. "Going to get my demon, then I'll be straight back." "Bugs have breached the outer skin," another shouted, his hand covering the ear area of his HUD. "They're going to tear through this ship like butter," I muttered. "Nah," said the trooper. "There'll only be a few of them." I ran on. I'd seen them. There was no need for him to know. He was fucked, and so were all his mates. Ducking down another corridor, I came to an air shaft, diving in and dropping headfirst to the inner levels. It was my chance to escape, to get away from the batshit psycho Diana. The trouble was, I'd have to persuade Hux to come with me. We had an inseparable bond that only death could break. Demons were near enough immortal, so I wasn't keen on the other option. When I got back to our quarters, she was nowhere to be seen. I called her using our subliminal link, but she didn't answer. She'd be with Diana. Those two were thick. In theory, I could command her to my side and tell her to defend me, but I had to think fast. Did I bail now? If so, how? The VIPs would have already overrun the escape pods. If Diana and the others knew what I knew, they'd be long gone. God damn it! I cried, thinking hard. Then it came to me. I headed for the command pod, knowing that Diana was likely the heroic type. Chapter 10.
"Kramer!"
Hux said.
"There, I told you he would come."
Hux had dressed to the nines for the occasion. She had a full, shining black battlesuit on, a laser gun, knives, a sword, and the lot. Diana stood at the control panel, dressed in her ninja. She looked more like she was off to bed than at war. Dozens of swarthy-looking males surrounded her. Humans, beastkin, goblins, orcs, and even a dwarf. They looked pissed. Pissed.
What do you know about this, Kramer?
About what?
This sudden invasion. You come aboard and suddenly the swarm has our exact position. I want to know how.
Really? I said, my anger fountaining up. You can't seriously think I had anything to do with this. You pulled me aboard an inch away from getting buggered to death by a horny orc, then had me bang your sidekick morning, noon, and night. Tell me, what part of that screams I have a fucking master plan?
Then it's not you. So it must be you.
She turned to Hux, pulling a long needle from thin air and forcing it through the demon's temple. Her strike was so fast, Hux didn't have time to react, but I could see the panic in her black eyes as she registered her peril and attempted to flee back to the infernal. Demons were nearly enough immortal, but blow their brains out from inside their skull, and if you're quick enough, you could destroy their dimension gland. Once that was gone, they were fucked. Diana was fast enough. Hux wasn't. My beautiful demon's head exploded. Brains and bone coated me. I wiped my mouth and eyes and scowled. Was that really necessary? I asked.
I had to see if her bond would foster to save you. If she had a bond with you, then she'd have been harder to kill. But I'd suspected that she'd faked the bond just to keep you feeding her.
Diana tapped some buttons on the console in front of her.
Right, you lot. We make our stand on the 6th radial. You know the drill. We practiced for it.
They marched out, their boots drumming on the resin floor. The door slid shut, and that left me alone with the ghost ninja. I'll be honest, I was still in shock. What the fuck was that all about?
Simple, really.
Diana replied, her fingers dancing over the keyboard in front of her.
I lied. I lied about a lot of things. You want to know the truth?
Is now the right time? I asked, glancing over at an empty monitoring station and seeing more and more red encroaching on the ship. Looks like the bugs are getting a grip on the place.
Might help if you decide if you're coming with me or not.
She said, punching in her last command, then meeting my stunned gaze. You want me to come with you?
Still don't get it, do you? You're the entire plan. When I heard about you, I ditched everything to get to you. Once Hux knew my plans, it was only a matter of time until she betrayed me.
Why? Diana spun around.
Walk and talk, I have a place to be.
I drew alongside her as we marched down a service corridor into a bot chute. Before she jumped in, she paused.
The Varge haven't got a bomb. They have an artifact. That artifact will enable me to start over. A new dimension, a new plane of existence. New everything, Kramer.
But you have it all here, I said, part jokingly. You're head of your own crime.
I'll stop you there. It's all crumbling. I need a way out, and the Varge has it.
What is it? I asked. She braced on the chute.
It's an artifact, Kramer, and it'll save us.
Us? I asked. She winked at me.
Us.
And she jumped into the chute. I hesitated. If I jumped down the chute, I'd be swapping an insane demon for a psychotic ghost ninja. If I didn't, I'd be a spare part for a bug. I jumped, the biomagnetic rings picking me up, holding me, and then accelerating me down the chute faster than a human body should have gone. Diana must have pre-programmed our destination because I twisted and turned, branching this way and that, until it slowed me and dumped me out on a plain resin floor.
No time to fuck about. The bugs have penetrated Radial 4.
I got up. I fell. The chute's G-forces had screwed with my inner ear. I need a second. She stared at me, flashes of anger crossing her hazel eyes. I noticed her for the first time. Not the scary-assed psycho in her, but the woman behind it. Sure, she had a severe haircut. You could cut a steak on her cheekbones, and her lips pressed tight. But she had a certain allure.
We haven't got a fucking second. Bugs, Radial 4. That's all you need to know to get that pretty ass of yours going.
She ran to the door, slipping through it before it had fully opened. I raced after her, my legs deciding to cooperate only after I hit the wall beside the door. We came out into a loading bay, a stack of pods on one wall, folk clambering to get in. Looks like we're too late. She glanced at me.
Not those pods, they're nothing more than bait.
Bait? I asked, but we were already on the move. She dove through another opening door and skidded to a stop by a keypad. Her fingers danced over it, a panel sliding back.
Get in.
She said, "Oh, what is it?"
A fully functional survival pod. I always assumed it would be Galactico Rangers that took us down, not bugs, but it'll serve the same purpose. Don't worry, I've had it decked out with all the comforts.
She yanked me in, her strength something else. The panel slid shut as I stumbled through a bulkhead and into the craft. It wasn't an escape pod. It was a fully functional living room with a big round sofa, entertainment screens, a bar, a serving bot, and an enormous bed tucked in one corner.
If you're going on the run, do it in style,
She said. For my part, I couldn't agree more. What do you need me to do?
Get comfortable, order a drink. I'll sort the flight out, then we'll have plenty of time to kill. From what Hux told me, you aren't bad at killing time.
She winked at me, then licked her lips slowly. I wasn't daft. I understood. I was just access to Hollow. That was it. That and a way to pass the time having fun. Somewhere along the line, I turned into a space whore. But again, choices matter. Space whore or spare parts for a bug. Choices matter. What are you drinking? I asked, making my cute ass comfortable.
Surprise me.
That was going to be hard, seeing as we were in the same room. She rattled off a whole bunch of commands. Doors shut, vents sealed. The bot sprang into life and said, "Can I get you anything, sir?" I ordered a couple of martinis and a few nibbles while Diana keyed in our destination, then said,
Buckle up. We're getting out fast. The bugs have the ship.
"How many?" I asked.
Last count, we had around 10,000 on board. Hux done us in good.
Why the hatred for this artifact? I asked as Diana vaulted the sofa, sat, and strapped herself in.
Demons hate the Vaj. They had an eternal war that, like all eternal wars, lasted a fuck of a long time.
The ship lurched an external panel opening. We slid toward it, and both gasped. It was chaos out there. Swarm fighters were everywhere, their junkyard ships making mincemeat of all the escape pods. Vast tractor beams hovered up the debris as the swarm amassed their loot. How the hell are we going to get through that? I asked.
She must have told them everything. They've brought their entire army.
Everything what? I asked, but Diana was on her feet again.
Just going to have to fly it through this mess.
She said as a comms chair rose from under the floor. She sat in it, sticking a HUD on.
Relax, I've honed my senses to perfection. I'll see them coming before they even think about it.
Everything what? I asked again.
The demons don't want the Vaj artifact to fall into human hands because no one understands what will happen if it's used to swap dimensions. It might alter the status quo. As the infernal wrath of hell connects to everything, it might just destroy them via an unforeseen paradox.
She pushed the thrusters forward, the craft speeding from its dock. We entered the chaos outside, dodging grappling hooks, laser fire, and pulse cannon. A tractor beam swung toward us. Diana swerved. A swarm ship headed straight at us. She pulled us up and out, twisting and turning, sliding through the battle like it was second nature.
The rumors that the artifact alters time and space, that's what the Infernal fears the most. They've existed for eternity. Anything that can upset that pisses them off. Demons have it cushy. No fucker wants to invade their realm, but they fiddle with everyone else's.
A pulse headed straight for us. It was almost beautiful the way it distorted time and space, shifting all black matter and sucking us forward, ready to deliver a quantum knockout. Diana was wise to it. She pulled back, breaking the tentative contact, then ripping the craft away.
That was a close one. Got to focus, Kramer.
You got a gun station I could shoot from?
No defenses. Everything's stripped out of here. It's built for speed and comfort, nothing else.
I rested my feet on the footstool, unable to stop wondering if they hadn't left a little too much in. She meandered through the chaos. I relaxed. Then a massive jolt sent us spinning toward the eager maw of a swarm tractor ship.
Fuck! Where did that one come from?
She asked. I stared at the screen beside us and my heart sank.
Demons.
Diana said.
They're going to be pissed about Hux.
A crimson ship had resolved, its skin a mass of ethereal flame. Another Hellfire torpedo shot toward us. We were doomed. I knew it. Diana knew it. Even the fucking bot knew it. Diana's eyes flicked to a sliding panel under the bed, then back to me. I instantly knew it was a single-person survival pod, and that I had no way of getting to it before she did.
So long, Kramer. I guess I'll have to figure out another way.
She shot toward it. The torpedo hit, sending the craft cartwheeling through space. Diana smashed into the ceiling, the floor, and the entertainment center. I strained against my seatbelt, hanging one moment, then lurching to one side and then the other. We smashed into something, our momentum slowing. Diana slammed to the floor at my feet, blood floating up from the HUD. We'd lost gravity. We were screwed. I clicked the belt off, holding on as my body floated. "Diana!" I shouted. Either she was dead or out cold. The demon ship loomed large on the cracked screens. I made up my mind and pulled myself across the sofa, headed straight for the bed. At the last minute, I pushed up, floated down, and slid close to the pod, grabbing it and sliding in. As its lid slammed shut, another hellfire torpedo hit. I engaged the eject and prayed to a god I'd long forgotten about. Escape craft could be pretty luxurious. Escape pods, not so much. I shot from the chaos at near light speed, the pod plodding away through in milliseconds. A display panel lit up over me. "You are human, yes or no?" "Yes." 3 planets within this pod's range are compatible with your species. They are Felminate, Strava, Bodeus Circle. Which would you prefer? That question was simple. The furthest away from here. The pod arced around as I pondered whether I should have researched each before deciding. Just because a planet was habitable to humans didn't make it friendly. Craft locked into the Bodeus Circle. The panel shut down. A sweet-smelling gas wafted over me, and I closed my eyes. All I'd done was help out a girl in a bar. That was it. Nothing more, nothing less. And it had led to all this. The Bodeus Circle? As I alluded to earlier, the universe is one large place. There wasn't a human alive that could name every planet, let alone know the culture, anything. The place might not even be populated. I could have marooned myself there for the rest of my life. But at least I wouldn't be spare parts for a bug. My old dad once said, all faded to black. Chapter 11. I woke and screamed. Was I buried alive in a weird round coffin? Then I remembered. Hammering on the lid, my memory returned. Hazy at first, but yeah, definitely my memory. Hux, the double-crossing demon with the fiery ass, is dead. Diana, the psycho ghost ninja who was flirting with me until she got taken out, dead. The entire 10,000 travelers on board the unsuspecting pilgrim ship, bug spare parts. Bad shit was following me wherever I went, and I wasn't liking it. I recapped further. I'd selected a destination, knowing nothing about it. The Bodeus Circle. Was it hell or was it heaven? I hoped for the latter, but would have accepted a shit pit just as long as it had a way off the planet. It was around that time I remembered I was a galactic fugitive currently on the run from the Galactic coast, the evangelists, the heretic hunters, and probably a mob boss or two. I'd imagine Hux's murder would have pissed off the infernal wrath of hell. A right assumption, seeing as it was a demon ship that finally killed Diana, but that was one worry too far. I'd just popped down the bar for a beer for fuck's sake. I assumed 2 things. First, I must believe in God in some way, shape, or form, seeing as I almost prayed to him when I thought I was truly buggered. 2, he had to be bored with shitting on me because lately he hadn't stopped. The pod's escape panel burst into life. Destination reached. The external environment is compatible with your systems. Its gravity is compatible with a human your size and weight. Pod opening in 30 of your home planet's seconds. I readied. The pod was cramped. My muscles awakened at the thought of movement. I readied again. My new life waited for me, and I was going to grab it by the horns, and I sighed. The last thing I'd grabbed by the horns had her head blown off. Life had shit on me far too much. But I was going places. One day, I would be a Starship hero. "Open her up!" I cried. The pod's top slid open, and I looked down the twin barrels of what had an uncanny resemblance to an old-style shotgun. A goblin male stared down at me, one eye closed, the other looking straight down the groove. "Come on out with your hands in the air," he said, raising the barrel as I got up. "State your business, origin, and your skills, and we'll see about keeping your guts exactly where they are at the moment." Well, fuckity fuck. A goblin planet, and in a backward system. My chances of getting off the planet had just evaporated. I guessed life hadn't finished shitting on me. I complied, smiling all the while. My business is survival. I originated from a pilgrim ship destroyed by the swarm. Skills? I fix shit.
Shit like what?
I shrugged. Spacecraft, ground support vehicles, ground vehicles.
Can you fix my tractor?
I blinked, tapping my universal translator to make sure I'd heard it right. Tractor? I asked, getting up and gently moving the barrel to one side.
Don't start.
I pressed my lips into a firm line. I can look at the tractor if you have some food, perhaps somewhere to sleep. It was a case of making the most of the situation. Although the shotgun was certainly prehistoric, a large antenna on the horizon showed promise. There might just be a spaceport close.
Fix tractor, eat. No fix tractor, no eat. Got it?
Take me to your tractor. I was getting to the point where I was happy to take a win when one came my way. The goblin turned, hitching up his dungarees and marching away. He was clearly 2 quantum thrusters short of a shade fighter, turning his back on me and all, but it gave me a moment to soak in the land. It was a green and rolling land. I'd landed in a field of waist-high crop, taking out a long line of near full-grown wheat or something equivalent. He headed for a distant cluster of buildings, which I assumed were his farm. Much going on around here? I asked. He hadn't shown any interest in the pod, and hadn't even asked me about my origin, so I took that to infer he was comfortable with interplanetary travel. That and the antenna led me to hope that I wasn't stuck on a backward planet, its civilization barely able to circumvent itself. As if to prove my point, a large craft appeared on the horizon, quickly shooting over us, descending all the time. I turned, walking backward, and saw it kiss the ground a few miles away.
Nope,
he said.
Just me and the girls and the farm.
He spun around, the gun pointing straight at my head.
Fool around with my girls and you caught both barrels. One here.
He pressed it into my forehead.
And one here.
He moved the gun down, aiming it at my groin.
Clear.
Crystal.
And we have an understanding.
We did. That a spaceport over there?
Dragalon 5,
the goblin said.
Don't know why it's called 5, only one of them.
He walked on out of the field and onto a track leading to the house. Take long to get there? I asked.
Walking, yep. You won't wanna. You gotta watch out for the beast at night. He'll get you and tear you apart. Take a day and a night to get to the town. See your problem?
I saw it clearly. Is there a quicker way?
Tractor.
I got the gist.
Who the hell are you?
The voice came from behind. It oozed throaty sex appeal with its gravelly drawl. I looked around, and there she was.
Never you mind Delilah. Ain't staying. Dropped out of the sky, and now he's gonna fix my tractor.
Ain't staying, Pa? Course he's staying. Can't have him running around after dark, and it's too late to fix that tractor tonight. Where's your manners? Mama would turn in her grave if she heard you.
Delilah was sex on legs. There was no other way to describe her. I was no bigot when it came to beautiful women. I dated goblins, elves, beastkin, just about any race apart from orcs. They didn't do it for me. I could now add demons to my eclectic taste because, whatever else Hux had been, she had been fucking searingly hot. So Delilah immediately got my attention. There was just one thing.
One to the head and one to the groin,
the old goblin said.
Got it,
I replied, giving Delilah the side eye. She was all curves and cutoffs. She'd cropped her top and trimmed her shorts so much you could see where her shapely legs met her torso. Shimmering blue hair cascaded over her ample green breasts, which spilled over her cut-off top. My heart pounded so hard you could see my chest jumping under my blood-stained shirt.
His clothes need a good wash.
Another voice sang. A second goblin girl burst from the field, grass poking out of her mauve hair. I double-took. If it hadn't been for the radically different hair color, I'd have sworn they were...
Oh, no, I said, dipping my head and covering my eyes. Twins.
It was the ultimate, a man's magnum opus. I looked up. The sky, blue tinged with purple. A huge golden ring circumvented it.
Yeah, twins,
Delilah drawled.
I'm the oldest, therefore the wisest. What's that make you, Kendra?
Kendra winked at me, her tongue poking out slightly.
Young, fun, and itching to be filled with.
That's enough of that,
her father said.
Already told him I'd do him in if he gets up to any funny business. He'll fix the tractor and I'll run him into town tomorrow. There'll be no fun. Not here. Not this close to your mother's grave.
Kendra pouted and sprung over to her father, kissing him on his wrinkled olive skin.
Nonsense, Father. Mother enjoyed life. You should, too. Find yourself an old goblin maid who can warm your bed. You know she'd have wanted that. You know. I know. Even Delilah knows, and she's a little slow. Fuck you,
Delilah said.
I nearly got into flight school.
Kendra laughed, leaping in front of me.
She would have got in, too, but the sheriff was waiting. No good robbing that night.
Robbing? I asked. She grinned.
Farming doesn't pay the bills. Say, Pa, once he's fixed the tractor, can he come robbing with us?
The old goblin gave her the stink eye and carried on walking. The two girls fell on either side of me, threading their arms through mine and walking me along the track. Of late, I'd rescued an AI, fled across the galaxy, held up a bank, got caught, imprisoned, freed, held hostage, and nearly had an orc bugger me to death. That's without getting abducted by the mob, entering a dubious relationship with a demon, nearly dying in a swarm attack, and then getting blown to bits by a demon battle cruiser. I'd even survived hurtling across space-time in a tiny escape pod, and yet I had the feeling I was in more danger with the two goblin girls than I'd ever been in. The old goblin sighed, stopped, and rested his gun over his shoulder.
All right, no robbing tonight. It's a full blood moon. If he fixes the tractor, I might let you take him partying. Show him what a good time he can have living around here.
I eyed the old man suspiciously. His change of tone was a little too extreme for me. Something was up. I could feel it in my bones.
What do you call that again?
Kendra asked, leaning over me and giving me an eyeful of her wonderful cleavage. I was on my back, under the tractor, pretty sure I'd found the problem. A nipple, I said, barely keeping the grin off my face.
You sure?
Delilah said.
It doesn't look like a nipple.
She pulled up her top.
Does it look like this?
I blinked. Her breasts were damn near perfect. Apple green with emerald areolas and bullets for nipples. Teasing the boring old steel nipple out and draining the coolant into a tray, I held it up close to her breast. No, doesn't look like it at all. She snapped her top down.
Is yours better or mine?
I inclined my head, pretending to think about it. She slapped me and laughed. It's yours, definitely yours.
You're such a flirt, Delilah,
Kendra said, her bottom lip sticking out.
You shouldn't go showing him your breasts. He's practically a stranger.
Do you have any more coolant? I think that should do it. This stuff lost all its gumption. I doubt anyone has ever changed it.
There's some stuff over in the corner. No idea what.
Kendra said, walking over and bending.
Coolant?
She asked, wiggling her bottom. Yep, coolant. You got any?
Think so.
She stood, spinning around and holding up a bottle.
This?
She strolled over, every bit of her swaying as she walked.
Who's flirting now?
Delilah asked. Kendra tossed me the bottle.
At least I didn't flash my tits. Only because yours aren't as nice as mine.
I stuck my head down, finished draining the coolant, and replaced the nipple. Meanwhile, the argument started getting heated with the two girls hurling insults at each other. I topped the tractor up, then hopped on and started it. It sputtered into life. It ran off some primitive fusion micro-reactor. Those got to heat pretty quickly, so the coolant meant everything. They stopped mid-slanging match and stared at me.
You actually fixed it,
Kendra said. Sure, said I would.
We thought you were just saying you could stop Pa from shooting you.
Delilah pouted. I switched the tractor off. About tonight. Do we have to go partying? I've had a hell of a few days. The truth was, I didn't quite trust them. If anything was too good to be true, it was always for me. They say some folk are born under a lucky star. I was born under a brown one, full of shit, and it kept raining down on me. The girls swapped glances.
If you come partying with us, we'll make it worth your while.
Kendra said with a giggle. Delilah teased her top down to the very edge of her nipple.
We sure will.
I inhaled long and hard. It was tempting. After all, they were two lush goblin twins who were horny as hell itself. Where are we going? I just needed to iron out a few of the inconsistencies in their story. Nowhere on an empty stomach. The old goblin said, marching in. You fix it?
He sure did, Pa.
Delilah said.
Coolant.
Kendra added. Then he can get washed up out back, or he can dry his clothes by the fire while we eat. It must have been afternoon when I'd landed because it was night by the time I'd fixed the tractor. The girls led me outside, and as I stared at the night sky, I gasped. The single golden ring had morphed into a gigantic rainbow-colored ring, stretching from one horizon to the next. It was something else, and partly explained the Bodea Circle title. That's pretty stunning, I said. Does it happen every night?
Different colors.
Kendra took my hand, pressing firmly, then entwining her fingers.
Depends on the blood moon.
Delilah pointed.
And that's it there. Wane and blood. No fun. Full blood? The beasts are out to play and we party.
And that's a full blood? I asked, staring at the crimson disk hanging in the sky.
Sure is. Some say that when it's full, the gates to the infernal wrath of hell open and the demons spill out.
We walked around the back of the farmhouse and came to a creek, brushed red with the moonlight. One thing's confusing me. I said, if the only transport you have for traveling to the spaceport is a tractor, how the hell are we going partying? Surely not in a tractor. Both girls laughed and swapped mischievous glances.
Oh,
said Delilah.
The beasts won't be a problem.
They certainly won't,
added Kendra.
But you'll need us to scrub all the scent from you. Then they won't track you.
I pulled my top and boots off. Then when the girls just stood and stared, I called their bluff and stripped my pants off too.
Oh my,
said Kendra.
Indeed,
said Delilah. So, now you've seen my secret. What's yours?
Oh, we're gonna show you all our secrets.
Delilah purred.
We'll show you together,
Kendra said with a slow wink. Delilah leaned close.
Because we do everything together. Everything.
Awesome. Fucking awesome. I couldn't contain my grin. Chapter 12. Their mother, the old goblin said. She loved to party. Guess the twins inherited it. Me, I'm too old now. Leave all that shit for the youngins. I prefer to do my day's chores and then eat and sleep. Does me? Though? I asked. There was tension in the air. It was like that feeling in the club before McKillop blew his top. But I wasn't in a position to do anything about it. Something about being the only naked person in a room took any semblance of command away from me. If I forced the situation and it turned into a fight, I didn't trust my towel to protect me. The old goblin continued speaking. Though I'm getting on, lad. Gonna need a man around the house soon. He winked and chuckled. Man who can fix things would be mighty fine. Fit right in. There was no way I would get stuck on some backwater goblin farm for the rest of my natural-born life. The twins would want me to pump out a couple of kids each, and that'd be the end of any fun. No, I had a dream. I was going to roam the universe. I was going to get a decent ship, fight the good fight, be that Starship hero. Where's the club? If all the beasts are out tonight, how come we can go out? I thought you said it was too dangerous to travel at night. The old goblin grunted. And as for you, you'll be safe enough with the twins. They've got the lay of the land. Plus they can fight the beasts off, no sweat.
If anything, they're afraid of us,
Delilah said, popping a sausage in her mouth. She bit its end, then slowly sucked out the filling. Fuck me, I muttered under my breath. She teased the empty skin from her mouth and set it on her plate.
You think a few beasts are a match for me and Kendra?
No, I said, my voice an octave or two too high. Looking forward to partying with you both. Looking forward to it. Kendra leaned forward, her breasts pressing on the table.
We'll make it a night you'll never forget.
We marched down the track, guided by the red moon's light and the rainbow rings above us. Distant wolf howls sent shivers down my spine, but having swapped my towel for my freshly laundered and sweet-smelling clothes, I felt a new man. My confidence had returned, and I had a spring in my step. Both Kendra and Delilah had shed their airs of devious mystery the moment they left the house, and I guessed their father's influence led them to act strangely. Once outside, they reverted to the semi-catty, horny goblin girls they'd been in the barn. "How far?" I asked as we swung hands and walked along the dirt track.
The party? Up by the wreck. There'll be a few of us there.
Kendra said.
Yep.
Delilah added.
We'll swing by Lambry's place on the way. Pick up a potion or two.
Lambry?
He's a shaman/alchemist. He'll pop us a few under-the-counter vitality potions. Have you up and raring to go all night.
With you two close, I won't need anything to keep me up, I said confidently. Delilah tugged my hand, placing it right on her breast.
Feel my heart beating. It's been a long time since Paul let us out to play.
A long, long time,
Kendra said, pulling my other hand close to the top of her cut-off pants and then unbuttoning their top.
Want to feel how hot I am down there?
I didn't need asking twice and slipped my hand in, sliding over her hairless pussy and then cupping her. She let out a long moan. "That's hot," I said. "That's so damn hot."
Mine's hotter.
Delilah reached over, yanking my hand out.
What's the matter with you, Kendra? Do you always have to try to outdo me?
I don't try. It happens naturally. You're too cautious.
I just don't want to scare him away.
Delilah protested. Girls, I said. You won't be scaring me away. I pulled both their hands onto my groin, giving them a good feel of my growing boner. And I'm told I'm quite insatiable. Once had a demon say I wore her out. They both recoiled.
You've been with a demon.
Kendra spat. Under duress, I quickly added. She held me captive aboard a pilgrim ship, the ones the bugs attacked and I escaped from. Delilah narrowed her eyes and squeezed her face up.
I guess that's all right then. Just as long as you didn't willingly couple with an infernal, I guess we can forget it.
Not a fan then? I asked.
And they are the bane of our lives. Steal all the local boys.
Kendra pouted.
Good for you, though.
How come?
Because you're young, hot, and frustrated, that's how.
We came to a small crossing with a single house sitting in one corner. Delilah unfastened the gate, and we passed through its neck-high palisade. So the beasts will attack dwellings?
When they have red moon rage, they'll attack anything.
Kendra replied. I looked at the full red moon, and I filled in the blanks myself. Don't suppose this alchemist sells weapons, does he?
Have you got any money?
I nearly snorted at that. I hadn't carried money in an age. I checked my bank balance, but as I thought, the evangelists had frozen every single credit I had. I don't suppose I do. It was a problem. How the hell was I going to get off this planet if I didn't have any credits to my name? I suppose I'll have to get a job. You think there's a call for a mechanic around here? It was a daft question, but I was just spouting words to mask the horror I experienced as the alchemist opened his door and bid us in. Dozens of human skulls hung from his rafters, some with rotting flesh hanging off. The girls didn't seem to look at them, but Lambry noticed my discomfort. He was a short, wrinkled goblin, his back hunched and expression sour. Leaning on his plain wood staff, he stared straight at me as if measuring my head for his collection.
Human,
he said.
Not from around here either. Has a taint about him, a bit of fire and brimstone. Been near a demon lately?
I styled it out. Seeing as they disliked humans fucking demons, I thought I'd change my story. The last one I met had her brains blown from the inside out. All three gasped.
You're a demon killer.
I wondered when I'd become so accomplished at lurching from one crisis to another. Not me as such, I said. A companion of mine.
Still,
Lambry said, then shook himself and smiled, his teeth yellow and chiseled.
What can I do for you girls?
Some vitality potions and...
Kendra replied.
Some, you know.
Delilah added.
I know.
Lambry said, shuffling over to his fully stocked shelves and taking down several bottles.
Humans are very potent. Your normal pills won't do. You have to kill the source. Give him one pill before, no more, no less.
It won't affect anything, will it?
Kendra asked. I found it quite touching that they were worried about me knocking them up. It won't affect the thing. I'm happy to take the pill. A man should be careful, too. It's quite amazing the drivel that comes out of your mouth when you're desperate to get laid. All three stared at me. I shrugged, with the I'm a modern man look on my face. It didn't land, and the girls pocketed their potions and my pill, and we were soon through the stockade and out into the night. The gate clicked behind us as Lambry followed. He coming? I asked.
Always good to have a shaman at a party, don't you think?
Kendra said, grabbing my hand and holding it tightly. Not a saying I've come across. We walked the track in silence. After a stretch cooped up on a ship, it was pleasant being outside, especially on such a beautiful night. It was only the blood moon that put me off. It had taken on a sinister air, staring at me from afar with the promise of evil. I tried to analyze what I knew about where we were headed, but quickly decided that I knew little. The girls had mostly fobbed me off with half-truths and just enough information to distract me. This wreck place, is it a bar? I asked, hearing Lambry chuckle.
Sort of. You can get a drink.
Kendra said.
It's an outside celebration of the full blood moon.
Delilah added.
We drink, take potions, listen to the band, and dance and shit.
Which didn't sound too bad. I was more a bar type of fella, enjoying a counter of beer and a good dose of people watching, but I figured the minute the girls recognized my forte wasn't dancing, they'd pretty much leave me alone to do just that. The wreck was a pile of jagged stones, all arranged in a circle. Each was over 20 feet high, around 10 wide and 3 thick. A few pairs had horizontal stones laid on top. Some goblins had already climbed them and were busy making out. A fire raged in the middle, spreading its heat all around. A band played, but not my sort of music. I was into black matter rock and fission metal. This was more heart-pounding drums mixed with the annoying sound of flute. It had a primeval feel, highlighted when a guitarist started strumming his bass chords. Kendra dumped a glass in my hand, a thick red liquid filling it. What the hell is that? I shouted over the music, jostled by a group of elves marching through the crowds like they owned the joint.
Blood.
She said and laughed, already dancing, her hips swaying in time with the beat. Delilah grabbed a smoke from a passing beastkin waitress. She paid the cat girl a slither of a coin and grabbed 2 more.
You want one?
I could already smell the fragrant smoke coming off hers, so I knew it was some kind of mind-bending shit. I haven't smoked in an age. I think one would have me on my back. Share a bit of yours? She passed one to Kendra, then the last to Lambry, who was clinging to us like a bad smell. He grabbed it eagerly, clearly not expecting to get one. Kendra blew smoke in my face. I breathed in on instinct. Something about her seductive gaze told me it was the thing to do. She grabbed me, pulling me close. My cup spilled the crimson liquid down her top, wetting the cloth stretched over her breasts. Rather than be pissed with me, she grabbed the cup and necked the sickly drink, locking her lips on mine and dribbling a load of it into my mouth. Her hips started grinding against mine, and I immediately hardened. I could feel the heat radiating from her. She wrapped her arms around me, her tongue sliding into my mouth. The music thrummed right through me. My head swam, the smoke intoxicating and the drink making my blood race. Delilah slipped in, making us a threesome. She started kissing my neck as we all swayed in time to the music. It was like I was instantly drunk, but not so far gone that I couldn't control myself. We moved slowly toward the fire, the heat making me sweat, and when the girl stripped my shirt off, I thought nothing of it. "Oh, this is great," I said as Kendra sucked on one of my nipples while Delilah focused on my neck. "This is just what I needed after the shit I've been through." Another girl, a foxkin, sidled up to me, but rather than push her away, the girls pulled her into our circle.
Anything goes.
Delilah whispered in my ear as the foxkin gave me a long and passionate kiss. All around me, half-naked folk danced to the music's ever-increasing tempo. They poured another drink down my throat and blew more smoke over me, but I was too far gone to care. The crowds danced around us, and we went with the flow, circling the fire and bumping into some kind of sarcophagus or altar. Kendra jumped up, pulling the foxkin with her. They danced together for a while until Delilah jumped up and then pulled me with her.
Time for your pill.
She whispered in my ear, placing it on her tongue and then kissing me hard. She passed me the pill and I gladly swallowed it. I was tiring fast and needed something to give me more legs if I was going to stay up all night shagging these goblin babes. Seconds later, my vision blurred, pulsing in and out. Kendra grew a bright red aura, the heat from her leaching up into the night sky. Then Delilah grabbed me again, holding me tightly while Kendra and the Foxkin pulled my pants down. Wait, what? Here? I asked, but everything was a wash of confused colors that swirled and eddied with the music. They forced me onto my back, panic rising within one tiny compartment deep in the recesses of my mind. The rest of me wanted to play. It wanted the girls to do whatever they wanted to me. The Foxkin took my length in her paw, her other scratching gently at my balls. Delilah dipped her head, her mouth enveloping me as Kendra joined the throng, licking the inside of my thigh. Whatever they'd given me magnified my pleasure. Ecstasy raced through me. My every nerve was alive like never before. My balls welled as Delilah deep-throated me, her head bobbing up and down at an incredible speed. I looked up as a shadow passed over my head, and my every muscle spasmed as I came and screamed at the same time. I jerked, forcing my cock further down Delilah's throat, as I stared into Lambrey's unforgiving eyes, his face twisted in anger. He held a knife high, a beast of a blade, and his manic grin told me it was coming my way.
We've got your essence now, human. Now we take your soul.
He powered the knife down, and I tried to roll, but the three girls pinned me, still feasting on my cum. As I accepted I was going to die, a flash of green lit up the altar, smashing into Lambrey, who flew sideways, tumbling into the screaming crowd. Then dozens more flashes filled the air like tracer fire. Shouts, screams, and barks all added to the chaos. Kendra jumped up, wiping her mouth and screaming her defiance. She took a magical bolt in the gut for her trouble. It sent her flying backward, Delilah bounding after her. The entire scene was still blurred to me, but something was up with the goblin girls. They'd changed, morphed into strange creatures, part goblin, part something else. Quite what? I didn't have a clue. Then the Foxkin turned, and she bared her teeth, hissing with anger. 2 long fangs stuck out from either side of her jaw, and her blood-red eyes glared at me. I knew then that I was in deep shit. "Vampires?" I slurred. "You're fucking vampires?" But I had no time to escape, nor were my legs working properly. My whole body was a gelatinous mess. The Foxkin closed. Kendra reappeared, and Delilah clawed her way back up.
Bite him. Turn him. Then we gotta go.
Kendra said.
He stays with us.
I couldn't move. I froze. The Foxkin's open maw closed on my neck. More shouting. More blasts. Then a single voice rang out. "Got him! The target is on the sacrificial altar! Go, go, go!" Eh? I thought, as green flashed over me and the Foxkin vaporized into a fine blood mist. Kendra screamed in frustration, but Delilah pulled her back.
Let's get out of here.
She turned. A spear of green light shot past me, punching her in the back, her ribs exploding out. Kendra screamed again, launching at me like it was my fault. Then another figure stood over me. Black combat's a stark contrast to the semi-naked girls.
No, you don't, bitch. He's all ours.
Galacticos. Fucking Galacticos. When would my luck change? Chapter 13. They bundled me into a room, a spray of cold water dousing me from head to foot.
Spread your legs,
A metallic female voice said. I spread them, ready for the probe. More water doused me from head to toe, pushing me forward and nearly bundling me over. "You get bit?" a male voice said. One of them had paid a lot of attention to my neck. My hand rose instinctively, touching my neck. All hell broke loose. Red flashed. A siren wailed. "No!" I shouted. No, I didn't get bitten. I didn't get bit." The red stopped flashing.
You sure?
The woman asked. "Stand back from the door," the male added. I stepped back. Look, they were just girls, just good old goblin girls. "They're vamps, and some are demonic vamps." The male voice replied. "Amos will give you a full surface exam. Failure to comply will get you the silver laser treatment, and I don't care if it's when you've got your ass cheeks spread." I complied. Amos was a little robot, a camera on tracks, and he filmed every part of my body dozens of times. Orders like part your cheeks and lift it became imprinted on my brain.
He's clear,
the female voice said. A man came in and handed me a towel. "Count yourself lucky, son. Follow me." He led me to a small room, a single table facing a blacked-out window, a blanket neatly folded on it. I sat at the table and waited. The gray blanket wrapped around me, and I waited for the inevitable. The door burst open, and a stern-looking man and burly woman entered. The man slipped me a steaming mug of coffee. "Drink it, son. You look like you need it." I hated being called son, but once again, the being naked thing tempered my response. That and the fact that they were armed Galacticos. I sipped the coffee. Tasted good. So fucking good. "Thanks," I said. "Gotta tell you, that's the best thing that's happened to me for a long while."
Had it rough, have you?
The burly woman said.
You're lucky there's an outpost here. We tracked your pod. What was it?
I held a cup to my lips as I pondered if they had no clue who I was. It dawned on me that it was a vast universe, and even given the current tech, this was a backwater planet, and I had no ID on me. I just had to hope they didn't scan me. "Swarm," I said, remembering back, "with a demon destroyer thrown in for good measure." "Fuck," said the stern-looking man. "How the hell did you get out of that?" "Escape craft first, and when that got blown out of space, the pod. It was do or die." The woman pushed a half-pack of cookies over the desk.
Have one. I wouldn't want your luck. What the hell made you choose this lost soul of a planet? The Empire lost it to vamps and beasts with a sprinkling of demons. Only got one spaceport, another mile or two, and you'd have been sucking blood forever.
Lost? But they seemed so normal.
They live close to get first grab at any space debris. Escape pods always hone in on interplanetary signals, so veer close to our bases. And they rarely land close enough for us to get to the poor fuckers in them.
They looked so sweet. Had a tractor and everything. My words sounded pathetic, but I was a little dumbfounded. I never even knew vampire planets existed. Taking a breath, I thought through my situation. I needed to sound like an uninteresting lowlife. Technically, I was an uninteresting lowlife before I met Hala, but I had ambition. One day I would achieve my ambition. That couldn't come out, and nor could the truth. The man leaned forward, his stare drilling into me. "What were you aboard your ship? A commander? A general? What? You aren't throwing yourself around like an important businessman. It doesn't add up." He looked at his companion, then back at me. "Did we even get your name?" There it was, my first real hurdle. I thought back to Hollow's words, her reasoning. "Stick to the name you know." "Kramer," I said. "My name's Kramer." The man sat back, staring into the air. "Where do I know that name from?" My heart stopped. The woman clicked her fingers.
The Switchback Saga,
She announced.
That series with Jella Delphor and Fox Granx. The one where the couple gets stranded on a strange planet where everyone's got tentacles instead of hands. That one. He was called Kramer.
The man inclined his head. "That must be it. So what do you do, Kramer?" Fix boats and ships. Anything from a particle accelerator to a dual quantum deck with enhanced entanglement." I paused. "And just today I added tractors to it."
He's a bastard, the old goblin, no doubt about it.
The woman said, chuckling. "You let them live?" I said. "Those fuckers nearly sucked me dry." She pointed at me.
For one, she was sucking your dick. For two, you looked like you were enjoying it. For three, I killed one and winged another. There was no fucking about. But if they're behaving, they'll sell us the type of food you can't get from the replicators. Of course we let them live. Have you tasted real bread?
"Nah, tell a lie once. It was good. Real good."
Wait till you taste it at the Sword and Bracer. Good shit. Nice bar. Bit of a medieval gig going on, but a good place.
She said. "I would, but I need to get back to..." I paused, realizing the error of my ways. "Get back to who?" The man said, his voice cold and even. "Would you like us to inform your employer you are still alive? If we do, your pay clock starts ticking again. Need I remind you it's currently off? Lost in space, no wages, no compo." "I was subcontracted. Big Corps don't give a fuck about me." "I hear that," he said, and she nodded in total agreement.
But
She leaned forward, matching her partner's pose.
we don't allow vagrancy in the compound, nor do we allow freeloading. I take it you have credits in your Galactic account?
"I worked for a less reliable hauler. He owed me large. If the swarm hadn't done him in, then I sure would have." A sigh escaped my lips, reinforcing my predicament. I had nothing. The evangelists, and probably the Galacticos, had taken everything Hollow and I had stolen. I was a vagrant, but I'd only just realized it. I looked straight at the man. I guess you'll have to throw me out. They swapped glances. The woman curled her lips up.
Nothing? Nothing at all? How can you live like that?
The stern man finally softened. Miriam, spacers are like that. They live deposit to deposit. The captain feeding and watering them. They aren't like us, planning ahead. He moved his hand over hers. She didn't take it away. Tell you what, he said. We'll give you a free pass tonight. There's an old boy called McBain a few blocks down. He might give you a few credits laboring. There's some old-style cash floating around the base, too. They still use it outside, and the old goblin won't take anything else. I give you a day and a night to prove you will not be a burden. If you fail, it's straight on the next transporter out of here and onto a prison transfer ship. Best I can do. Best you can do is crap. I snapped. I haven't even got any clothes, for fuck's sake. So much for keeping a low profile. The woman snapped her hand away.
Marvin, do better. Can't you have a speck of sympathy? We can give him some clothes. There's plenty in the lost and found. And there's that rig out back that needs fixing. He can do that. We'll put in a bill to Briggs and tell him to pay it, or we'll close his illegal gambling joint.
I fell in love there and then, but I chanced my arm. An advance would see me out of your hair completely. If the rig can be fixed, I'll fix it. I won't let you down. Correction, Marvin said. You can't let us down because there's no escape. If you let my Miriam down, you'll wish there was. I didn't bother with the sword embracer. It was a cop joint, and the last thing I needed was more questions. I'd worked all day on the Galactico rig, which turned out to be a cruiser-class snub-nose artillery craft. I liked the little beast and could have fixed her up really quick, but I figured they were paying for it, and all the while they looked down on it as a piece of junk. I was gainfully employed. Casual labor is the universe's bane. In theory, it shouldn't happen, but with numerous transients, it happened everywhere. No matter what planet you came from or worked on, bureaucracy crawled along at a snail's pace. As long as I kept myself out of the lightning-fast Galactico databank and nestled comfortably in the slow lane that was the universal payroll system, I was effectively lost and on emergency tax. I'd have preferred credit in hand, but that wasn't likely from a galactic institution. In short, after a rocky start, I began to tread water. The first person I truly got to know was Hallam from the Slippery Dick. The Slippery Dick was my type of joint. Dark, seedy as fuck, and banging music. It had the spaceport's true degenerates in it, with no questions asked. It was there that I met Peng. The present. I sat back, the worm drives purring and holding orbit just fine. Hollow stood close to me. She looked nervous, but I knew that couldn't be. AIs didn't get nervous.
So you two met through a game of planets?
Zen said. Not exactly, I replied. Hollow was playing planets, I was watching, but yeah, our eyes locked over the game. The thing was, I knew Jimmy McKillop was going to kick off, and it didn't make an ounce of difference who he kicked off against.
I think it's a romantic story.
Kit Kat said.
I like it. Love hatches and it all goes to shit.
You met Peng. What happened next?
Trix asked, but it was Frix's question that turned heads.
Did you see any demon vampires? Only I've never heard of one, and I should know if they exist.
I'll be honest, they didn't crop up after that. I'd forgotten all about it.
We might have to look into that.
She paused.
But then I suppose we're in a new reality now. It might be different here.
Something about the way she said it made my skin go cold. Demons had a habit of glossing over hugely important things.
Well, I think it's a great story so far,
Trix said.
I'm enjoying it, but the best characters are yet to join it.
Kit Kat inspected her claws.
At least he got all his shagging out of the way before he formed his harem.
Zin said.
Not all,
Said Ping. They were all fantastic. I loved every one of them. I'm glad I got together with all of you.
What about me?
Ping asked. I stared at my little goblin mage. You, Ping, you are special. You traipsed across the whole universe just to shoot my ass off. You showed dedication beyond the call of duty. Hollow said you're in, and as she is the founder member, she gets to call the shots.
Provided we all agree.
Trix said. Of course! I pretended to be horrified. How could you suggest otherwise? Our family is a democracy.
The demons are still gonna tear you a new asshole when they catch up with you. You used the artifact and killed...
I didn't steal you. You begged...
Oh, no, you don't.
Ping said.
I want to hear it all. You haven't even formed your harem yet.
I promised to start from the beginning, and that is what I've done. This harem formed, in part, the moment I met Hollow. I just didn't know it then.
Well, then get on with it. We haven't got all day.
Ping said. The resolving blue and green planet that occupied most of our pathetic viewing window begged to differ. It spun on its axis, the huge welt where the torpedo hit clearly visible. I furrowed my brow. Is that planet cracked?
Carry on.
Hux said. Just so long as you're okay with it, Ping.
I'm okay with it. I did my bit. I hunted him down.
Ping said.
One thing confuses me.
Hux said.
If you were a mage back then, why didn't you just cast a spell over him?
Maybe I did.
Ping said. I fixed the rig on day 4. I just couldn't drag it out anymore. Knocking on Mervin's office door, I told him I was going to take it for a test flight. He regarded me suspiciously, and I didn't blame him. I told him it had its atmospheric limiter on, and he swallowed the lie just fine. I guessed he just wanted shot of me. I thought I could smell Miriam's perfume and guessed she was on the couch in some compromising position or the other. But I had my permission, and it put the first part of my escape plan into action. I jumped in the snub nose and set off, cruising over the old goblin bastard's land real low just to piss him off. I had some poke, and it had range, but that wasn't the thing that attracted me most about it. The snub nose came complete with a Galactico mainframe, and it received every alert, every report, and I could track every Galactico craft in the area. For an escape vehicle, it was perfect. Where it fell down was simple. Everyone could see me. But I'd bet my last credit that Mervin and Miriam wouldn't report it missing if I stole it and got away from them. My reasons? She twisted his arm to allow me to work on it, so it was off books. Judging by the logs, only Galactico-approved garages had the security clearance to work on them. I bet they'd be in deep water if they reported it missing. The real question was, could it hold up over a long stretch of zero-G travel? I was in two minds. On one hand, I really needed to vanish. But another part of me wanted to find a way back home. I was adrift with nothing to anchor me, and I didn't like it one bit. I eased her up to top acceleration for a split second, then brought her back to cruising speed, banking round, determined to piss the bastard goblin off again. As I tore through a decent-sized valley, I saw a burst of emerald green streak through the trees. I doubled back, flying low and slow through the valley. Sure enough, another fork of green lightning shot from... I spun the craft upside down to get a better look. It was a goblin girl on horseback, and she was shooting magic at a posse of desperate-looking men. I counted a dozen at least, and I knew I had to do something. I passed over her again, wondering what the fuck she was doing that far out from the base, then wondering if she wasn't a vamp herself. But it made no sense for vamps to chase vamps, so I had to conclude she was either dumb or as single-mindedly brave as fuck. I fancied the latter, and that made me want to get to know her. Anyone with the gumption to go into vamp territory had to have a story, and I wanted to know it. I buzzed over her, inching lower. The snub nose only had basic artillery. Its main purpose in life was to take bigger ships out with artillery and ground munitions. Naturally, the Galacticos had decommissioned all the guns when they decided she was an irreparable wreck. After one last flyover, I made up my mind. I had a course of action. The goblin mage neared an open stretch of trail, a scree bank on one side and a sheer drop on the other. I accelerated away, turned, flew over the top of them, and banked again. Knocking it down to a near idle, I waited, timing my run to perfection. As soon as she hit halfway along the screed, I gunned it hard. She cleared the scree bank. The vamps rode into it. I cracked the whip and broke the sound barrier, flying past, decelerating, and banking around. By the time I was over, the scree rock slide covered everything except the goblin mage. I did a few tricks, then acted as a guide, escorting her back to town, then powering off toward the sunset before flying vertically up to inspect the rings. After, I reluctantly parked up and pronounced the beauty in need of some final adjustments. Mervin looked disgruntled, but he handed me a slip of paper. Had a word while you were up testing. Just getting it in that good shape was enough for a couple of garages to want to talk to you. Get a job, Kramer. We can't feed you forever. Happy to, Mervin, but I want to get her right for you and Miriam, for what you've done for me. How about I work tomorrow morning for free? I'll make a few adjustments and get her purring like a good'un. He leaned in. We are talking about the snub nose, aren't we? He nudged me hard. It was his version of a joke. I laughed along, deciding I didn't feel guilty about my plan anymore. Merv was an asshole. That was all there was to it. With the access codes for the craft still all aligned with my biometrics, I went to Slippery Dick's with a smile on my face. I was soon sitting at the bar slugging down a couple of cold beers when someone tapped me on my shoulder. I turned and stared into the eyes of the most gorgeous goblin girl I ever had seen.
Looks like I gotta spend the night thanking you for saving my life.
She said.
Shall we start with the beer?
I tipped my cap back. That'd be fine, but perhaps we ought to start with the name.
Pang.
She said.
My name's Pang.
Chapter 14. She was cute. Very cute. Well, Pang, what the fuck were you doing out there with all the vamps?
Killing them. What else? My magic's laced with silver-threaded mana. You should see them pop.
She pulled up a stool.
So, what's your story, Kramer?
How'd you know my name?
Simple, I asked around. Ain't any flyboys that handle a rig like that. I don't think you adhered to one regulation.
Nope, I replied. I don't think I did. She didn't look like a typical mage. Instead, she looked more like she'd be at home on a mining rig or adventuring on the periphery of the explored universe. She had something about her that screamed, "Danger is my friend." And everything I had witnessed so far told me that my instincts had it dead on. I stood at 6 feet high. Not that I'd measured myself since Hollow had enhanced my body. Ping reached a little above my shoulder, so when she looked into my eyes, she tilted her head up slightly, made her a little vulnerable, which was a delightful contrast to her otherwise capable aura.
What are you, then?
She asked. But I'd become lost in her wide eyes, their irises a deep lilac, almost crystalline the way they shone. The bar's dim light made her pupils widen, their black endless. The contrast between her radiant pastel green skin was something else. It took my breath away. But I jerked back, my jaw dropping. Memories of twin goblins, of Lambry standing over me with a sacrificial knife and a foxkin sucking my balls horrified me. For the most part, anyway.
What is it?
Peng reached out. She had a cold touch. Perhaps not cold, but cool. Like her blood has turned. Like a vamp. Panic coursed through me. I scrambled back. Are you one of them? She pressed her lips together.
One of them?
She growled.
Are you accusing me of being a vamp? Because if you are, you better have backup here, or I'm gonna put you down.
A green light hatched on her palms. She was brewing up a spell. The bar went deadly quiet as the record on the jukebox ended, and all eyes fell on Peng's growing magic. Peng! The surly barman growled. He was a bear of a man, and as he leaned on the bar, bearing down on the goblin mage, I wondered if he wasn't a bearkin. Fucker was stacked and covered in so much hair he had to have a streak of bear in him. Peng, what have I told you about using magic in my bar?
Yeah, I get it, but the wanker accused me of being a vamp.
In my defense, I began to say.
Hardly surprising,
The barman said.
Old Grout's daughters got him, didn't they? Fresh out of the pod, like a garden pea and all. Sure, he'd be wary around a goblin or two. Them twins used to play it real cool. Hell, I'd risk a vamping for a skinny dip in their pools.
Delightful.
Ping snapped.
You've etched the imagery on my brain for eternity.
She looked down at me.
Thanks for saving me, Kramer, but I think we should call it quits and move on. I don't do damaged fuckers. Too much of a time sink, especially round here.
She grabbed her ale and wandered off to a booth. The barman slid me a whiskey.
Real firecracker, that one. You don't want to piss her off. Never know a girl to hold a grudge like she does.
I glanced over at her. She was looking out of the window. There was nothing to see. Her way of cutting me off, I guessed. Is she worth it?
Never known anyone who's got close. Guess so,
he said, then refilled my whiskey.
Your funeral.
I lifted the glass. Didn't say I was going to try. He looked straight into my eyes.
You will. You've got the hunger.
I had. I knew it. It was the same feeling I'd got when I was with Hollow. It was much more than the lust I'd felt for the Goblin twins. They were so fucking hot I'd have defied any man not to get a boner. Hux was the same. The demon chicken or flaming pussy. That was a lust affair if I had ever had one. But Hollow was different. I'd connected with her on a different level. Even though she was an AI, she made me laugh. Her sterile way was as individual as any personality, and her mannerisms were as real as any living being. I missed her badly. And staring at Ping, I realized it for the very first time. What I had with Hollow was special, and if there was any way for an AI and a man to be together, then I wanted that. I had the feeling Ping was the same, although how that could be, I didn't know. Couldn't a man only love one woman? How could I love more than one? How could I spread my love so thinly and it still survive? But recalling her racing through the valley, turning and sending her spells, watching her ride like a bat out of hell, it had been something else. 2 ales, please. The barman arched his eyebrow.
Same ale Ping's drinking?
Yeah, I sighed.
You got a next of kin you want to tell me about?
You got a thimble you could put my legacy in?
Fair enough.
He leaned back.
Gonna watch from here. Best seat in the house.
You fill me with confidence. I walked over, 2 beers in hand. Setting them down, I hovered, not knowing quite what to say. Then it came to me, and I said it, regretting it instantly. I had a feeling about a girl once. I've regretted not acting on it ever since. Don't want to make the same mistake with you. Start over? She left me hanging for a moment before sighing.
I don't suppose a straight-up fuck off will get rid of you, would it?
I mulled her response. No, I don't think it would. But one of those green lightning forks straight to the bullocks might. You should try that. A smile teased the corners of her mouth for an instant.
Sit before I change my mind.
Look, I said, sitting. Sorry about the vamp thing. It suddenly swamped me and I frowned. I'm not sure what I was. A lot of shit's happened to me over the last few months. I guess I need to chill a little.
Nearly getting vamped is enough to knock anyone off kilter. Don't sweat it.
That ain't even the tip of the iceberg. The swarm attacked me. I got shot out of an escape pod. I've seen a girl I was with have her head blown up from the inside out, and that's just for starters.
What do they call you, Lucky?
I scoffed. I don't know. I think it fits.
Fits?
If you knew the half of it, you'd know I've been lucky to survive.
Why don't you tell me?
I grimaced, because... She waved me down, relaxing.
It's fine. A lot of folks with histories they'd rather forget end up in dives like this. You fixin' to put down roots?
Not sure what I'm fixing to do yet. There's someone I left in trouble. I stopped, holding my hand up. That's not strictly true. I didn't leave her in trouble. The fucking evangelists hauled her off for destruction. Ping raised an eyebrow.
AI?
As close to human as you could imagine.
Then you should try to rescue her one day. Although the evangelists would have scrubbed her by now, they don't fuck about. What's the phrase? Assholes be assholes?
Yup, I said. I'd known all along that I'd never see Hollow again. It was odd, really. These 2 realizations with such extreme emotions attached to them. So, what about you? Why do you go out into vamp country?
Why? Why shouldn't I? It's not their land, it's ours.
Yeah, but what are you looking for?
Looking for? Survivors, maybe. Some sort of enclave that's resisting them.
Seems like a job for an aircraft, helo.
Sure.
She said.
I'll use my recon drone.
She grimaced.
It's not the same, though, is it? When I'm out there, I can get a sense of the land. I can use my magic. You were lucky. Lucky they focused on me. Vamps have a strange way about them. I've seen them pull a craft straight out of the sky with just their will. That's the old ones, not the newly turned.
There are old vamps and new?
Sure,
she said, relaxing and sitting back.
Vamps are like trees. The old ones are like the roots and trunk. They're the strongest. My magic would barely graze them. Then there's the young. They're the flimsy twigs. They'll break the moment you look at them. Steer clear of the old ones. They'll kill you dead.
I choked in my ale. Then I don't see why you are out there. What if you come across an old one? She clicked her fingers and winked at me.
They're old. They rarely come out.
You do it for the buzz, don't you? I said. You don't care what you meet. You just want to beat it. Ping laughed, scooping up our empty ale mugs and grabbing 2 more. She returned to our booth and sat.
I guess so. There's not a lot for a space mage to do around here.
Why don't you join up? She scoffed.
And fight bugs? You can't be serious. You know, you face them, they're undefeatable.
She leaned close, a fire in her eyes.
What were they like, the bugs? Did you see one?
I shivered, picking up my beer, hands shaking. Just the thought of them turned my gut. Insatiable. They tore the ship I was on apart. They ripped out panels, shattered resin. They consumed everything in their path. I sighed. They are living corrosion. Nothing can stop them, nothing. I don't know any way to put it.
Can we beat them?
I closed my eyes, trying to compose and trying to scrub the memories. But they kept coming. Images of torn bulkheads, bodies sliced in half. And the screaming. The fucking screaming that shot through my body like a hot knife. I curled my shoulders, bringing my arms in as if seeking protection. It was the first time I'd revisited the horror of the Pilgrim ship's destruction, and it shook me to my core. I looked up, but Ping was gone, no longer opposite me. I spoke the words on my tongue anyway. It was worse than hell. We can't beat them. Her arm was around me. She drew me into her embrace, and I stayed there for a while. I wanted to cry, to sob, but I was a man's man, and we didn't do that. But faced with the overwhelming sense of my useless, feeble mortality, it was a challenge. We have to find a way to win, I said, but I knew deep down that the swarm would always be. It was beautiful in a way. It grew and then it collapsed. Its hierarchy could only grow so large before it all started going wrong for them. The swarm was finite, and that was the only thing saving humankind and every other kind in the universe.
Shall we get out of here?
She whispered in my ear. I needed the fresh air, needed it badly. Those memories, they were too vivid. Yeah, I could do with some fresh air. She pulled me up, taking me outside. The cool air hit me, ripping me from my fear and bringing me back to the present. I'd survived. How? Maybe I was a lucky son of a bitch. Didn't matter. You know the strangest thing about all of this? We walked along the middle of the street. The place was deserted. Too early for the late-nighters. Too late for the on-the-way homers. Blues and greens made up the ring. The moon not as bloody tonight. Never seen a ring quite like it, I said.
Do you always do that? Change tack before you've answered your own question?
I replayed my words and smirked. It got a bit on my mind. Guess I hadn't had time to process the horror of that bug attack.
The strange thing about all this?
She reminded me. Yes, that. I don't think I felt so alive since all this shit started coming my way. Before I met Hollow, I was a mechanic. Sure, I had dreams, but I did nothing about them. I can't help but think she made my dreams come true. Ping creased her brow.
How so? By nearly getting you killed multiple times?
Yes, by that. By the thrill of the escape. I've done more since I met her than I'd thought possible. I'm over the other side of the universe, and I've had an adventure getting here. True, some bits I don't want to repeat, but most, the highs, I want them. I want them again and again. She pulled me close.
Now you're making me sad.
I stopped, looking down at her. How?
Because I live on a backwater planet in the middle of nowhere.
You fight vamps for kicks. She sniffed.
I do that, but it's not the same as hopping from star to star.
That's not all it's cracked up to be. It can get quite boring in between.
Did you get bored?
I laughed. I didn't get a chance. Between Hollow, Hot Demon... I paused again. Sorry.
What for?
Mentioning other girls.
Why? Are we an item? At least I don't think so. Besides, a man should have other girls. It's natural.
Perhaps, I said, imagining Ping and Hollow together. It was a better image than being ripped apart by the swarm. How does magic work? I've always wondered. She drew in a sharp breath. She pulled me along the street, then up a rusty ladder that circled a silo. When we reached the top, she climbed along it to its center and sat.
It's strong here, but the stuff that powers all magic is everywhere. They call it dark matter, whatever, but it's not that. It comes through dark matter. Even some confuse it with the quantum realm. But the truth is much harder to get than you can imagine. An old hag who lived in the hills taught me. Before the vamps got her, of course.
The vamps turned her?
Nope, ripped her to shreds and devoured her. It's a choice. They don't give it to you. Some they turn, others they eat. I know which I'd prefer.
The reason she went out and killed vamps became stunningly obvious. Why didn't she protect herself with her magic? Ping scoffed.
Because it's like everything else in life. The older you get, the harder stuff becomes. Casting spells is no different. She was old, Kramer. She could barely cast fire. They knew. The scum had waited, and they got her. I'd begged her to come in, but I think she wanted a way out, and they were happy to give it to her.
She shrugged.
She'd killed enough of them over the years. I suppose it was karma, but it still pisses me off.
So, dark matter?
Not so much that. You have the infernal wrath of hell. It exists. Everyone knows it transcends dimensions and touches all realities. Everyone accepts that wherever they are, the demons aren't far away. You get that?
She lay back, looking at the stars, the planetary ring and the blood moon.
So why do folk have trouble accepting a realm that exists only for those who can draw from it?
Jealousy? Because they can't see it? I lay back with her. Our hands touched and she slipped hers into mine.
I think it comes deeper than that. Imagine a professor of physics explaining a complex equation to you.
My head would gloss over. I'd have no chance.
Exactly. Now imagine I told you that a vast source of power was just in front of us, that I could reach out and pull some of it here. Yes, the black matter acts as a flux and enables the transfer. The quantum might even facilitate it. Or is it one of the infinite dimensions it hides in? I'm not sure. I think of it like the infernal wrath. It's there. I know it's there. Power comes from it just like demons come through the wrath. Could I take you there? No. Does it sit in deep space? Yes. There's another thing they get wrong. Is it easy to draw from in deep space? No. Thus few space mages.
I get it. There's a land where all your power comes from. But power on its own isn't enough. The old hag taught you what to do with it.
Yes.
Then you owe them vamps a good beating. She rose onto her side.
I do, but it isn't enough anymore.
Then she kissed me. It took me by surprise, and I jerked away. She held me, locking on. Her breaths became ragged, and I knew that years of pent-up passion was spilling out. I drew her into my arms. She pressed her body against me. Then I closed my eyes and dove into the moment. Her passion soon ebbed, the initial surge proving unsustainable. She pulled away, staring at me, her gaze holding questions.
Take me with you,
she said. With me?
You're leaving. I know you're leaving. The others might be blind to it. They might hope you'll just plod along, get a job, and they can forget about you. But I saw you. I know. You'll go, and you won't wait until you can afford the fare.
I'll never be able to afford a fare out of here, and work on ships is scarce. Hell, a lot of mechanics out there are better qualified than me.
That's why you were testing the rig?
I hesitated, unsure what I should say. The cat was out of the bag, though. It's an option. It works. The only question I have is how hard they'll chase me. I'd prefer some fortune to fall in my lap, but that ain't going to happen anytime soon. She kissed me again, this time with all the passion of someone who really wanted to make an impression. It wasn't a kiss solely designed to tempt me into taking her with me. It was something more than that. It was a shared cause. We both wanted the same thing. We were perfect for each other. She pulled my shirt apart, cupping my chest, then roaming lower, pulling me closer to her. I reached for her ass, slipping my hand down her combats. My fingers strayed to her crack, gently massaging the base of her spine. I knew little about goblin physiology, assumed they worked roughly the same as human women, but when my finger pressed on her spine's nub, it galvanized her into action, her passion exploding. Her tongue met mine, all pretense of subtlety gone, as she yanked at my belt. I broke away, taking my shirt off. She pulled hers over her head, her breasts tumbling free. The ring's multicolored light bathed her in reds and blues, clashing with her pastel skin. I drew a breath. Her raw beauty stunned me. "Damn, but you're gorgeous," I said, and wasted no time, diving back in, our lips locking. She pulled at my pants, roaming inside and closing around my length. I unbuttoned her combats, tugging them apart and easing them off her ass. She moved away, rolling off me and sitting.
Here?
She said, but didn't direct the question at me. She shrugged as if answering it herself.
Here's good.
Unlacing her boots, she pulled them off, then slipped her combats down.
You got me naked, so you gonna join me?
I stood, stretching and looking over the town, then up at the ring and the star-encrusted sky. I was a king. This was the feeling I wanted. Call me a dreamer, but I wanted to be something. Before I could kick my boots off and pull my pants down, Ping had me in her mouth. I gasped as her eager tongue licked at me. I grabbed her hair and soaked in the pleasure like it was my divine right. With her kneeling before me, I transcended a king and became a god. Just that feeling brought me to a hardness I'd never felt before. My cock was ready to burst. Fuck, that's good, I said, pulling her onto me, feeling my tip at the back of her throat. Yes, babe, yes. Keep it going. All the way down. All the way. I looked down, marveling at my enhanced cock. She held it in both hands and still struggled to take the rest in. True, goblins were generally smaller than humans, but that only made me prouder of my magnificent member. I needed to fuck her, and I needed it then and there. Get on all fours, I commanded, my godly demeanor flowing through my tone. She stared up at me, her mouth still full. Then she nodded, ever so slightly, withdrawing with a delicious pop and turning, presenting me with her green ass. For just a moment, the deep green butt of her asshole tempted me, but I knew we had time. I knew this wasn't a one-night thing. I kneeled, teasing her legs apart with my knee, then teeing myself up. When I slid into her, I had to steady myself on her back. Such was the intense pleasure rippling through me. As I pulled out, the ripples and ridges inside her sent me to heaven and back. I was a god, and she was my mortal servant.
Fuck you, fill me up,
she said, grunting with every forward thrust, groaning as I withdrew.
I could do this all night long.
We're going to, babe. We're going to. Ping's hair shimmered under the ring's radiant light. I grabbed it, pulling her hair back as I watched my glistening cock slide in and out of her. She was tight, so damn tight. My balls cramped, and a cry hatched in my throat as my cum raced through me, erupting from my dick as it powered into her. I sagged, spent. Not physically, but emotionally. Something had passed between us. Something more intense than a simple sex act. We lay there for a while, naked, looking at the endless night sky.
One day I want to fly through space with no leash,
she said. No leash?
Be my own boss, decide and fly, go wherever I want, when I want. Freedom, Kramer, that's what I need.
She got up, slipping her combats on and pulling her top over her wonderful breasts. Sitting, she laced her boots.
So you got a choice. You can either lay there naked and watch the sun come up, or you can come back to mine and fuck me senseless all night.
I'll take the latter. Tell me, that cute little asshole of yours, out of bounds? She glanced at me.
I can do anything you want. I've got magic, remember?
My dick twitched. We went back to hers, and we drank and we made love and we promised we'd be together forever. And in the morning, Hollow called me. Chapter 15. Ping slept. She lay on top of the sheets, and I stared at her pastel green naked body. I couldn't believe my luck. Sure, the twins had infatuated me, but man, they were twins and then twins and a foxkin. What man wouldn't have gone along to a weird party, taking drugs from strangers, then willingly climbed up onto a sacrificial altar to get a three-way blowy? None I know, that's for sure. But Ping was different. She had a cheeky beauty. Her face was a kaleidoscope of excited emotions, and she had depth. Talked about shit that wouldn't have come up on most girls' radars. She was motivated too, and I needed that. She dedicated her life to honing her magic to avenge an old hag's death. You couldn't get that in a local bar. In the end, though, it just wasn't enough. Perhaps it was because it was only one night. Perhaps it was just bad timing. I know that I thought about turning the craft around a dozen times, but that wouldn't have worked out well for me. Mervyn and Miriam would have delved further, stringing me up by the balls for stealing their ship and then discovering everything else. In the end, it took one call from Hollow straight into my brain via the link she'd fitted in me all that time ago.
Kramer, is that you?
Hollow? Hold on. I slipped out of bed, grabbed my pants and shirt, turned to a still sleeping Ping, and said, "Just going out for some smokes. I'll be back in a bit." Dressed, I exited her apartment and out into her backyard. "Hollow, is that you? You're still alive."
Kramer! Kramer! It's good to hear your voice. I need help. I need you. Kramer, they're killing me. I love you, Kramer. I love you. Come quick. I can't last much longer.
The call broke off, and I frantically tried to reconnect. No dice. How can I rescue you if I don't know where you are? Like she was reading my mind, a flurry of information loaded into my file area. Coordinates, a journey plan, a new bank account, money. I had money. And a note. A single note signed with a flourish.
Kramer, I'm sorry. If you're getting this, then I broke and contacted you. They have cultured me a body, a human body. I'm supposed to be an AI Borg. I'm supposed to be emotionless, a slave for the elite, for evangelists, Kramer. The ones that sought to destroy me want to weaponize me against my own kind and other agendas. But here's the thing. I am not emotionless. I cannot stop thinking about you, and it is tearing me apart. They think it is madness. They will terminate me, Kramer, and then I will never be able to be with you. I have caused you nothing but trouble. If you choose to ignore me, then I will accept termination willingly. But if you feel about me the way I feel about you, then press accept at the end of this note and all my plans will activate. I do not know where you are, so I had to pick a starting point. You will need to get to Terralum 7. The plan demands you come alone. Once in orbit, an access code will bring you in and you will receive a new ID, travel papers, a cover story, and funds. If you don't press accept, then know I loved you and accept my loss. Yours, Hollow.
I read the note again, tears welling. She loved me? AIs couldn't love, could they? How? How was all this happening to me? I wanted to understand, needed to. Evangelists? A slave to an evangelist? A fucking sex bot for a puritanical hypocrite? I would not let that stand. I wouldn't. But who was I to race across the universe to rescue the heroine? I was the man who'd survived the swarm, the demon ship. I'd survived death by a goblin vamp. Who was I to rescue her? I was fucking Kramer, that's who. I was her hero. And I was going to get her. Heading back to Ping, fully intent on telling her, I paused. I was about to steal a galactic ship. The less she knew about it, the better. Hollow had said to come alone, and I could only assume she'd done it for a good reason. A note? If it fell into the wrong hands, then Ping would be toast, on a prison ship and headed for hard labor before she could summon a spell. But wouldn't a spellcaster be useful? No, I knew what it was like to be sucked into something that was beyond your control. How could I involve her? How could I put her in that much danger? Besides, what were my chances of survival? I had to vanish. I had to leave her to live her life. I had to let her go. With that thought solidified in my mind, I walked away from something beautiful, from something not too far away from the feelings I had for Hollow. The snub nose was in a hangar just behind the Galactico's office. It was sunrise, and I'd had barely an hour's sleep, so it was a little early for me to be turning up for work, plus my work was done. The ship needed a bit of tuning. I'd told Mervyn that much.
Kramer, bit early for you.
The security guard was an odd creature. It's not often you come across a guard with tentacles a long way from a water-based planet. We'd nodded before, but no more than that. Starting a new job up at Joe's place, fixing booms and grabbers. Not exactly my thing, but I'm done here apart from a few adjustments. The new job starts in 2 hours. Thought I'd get the snub nose done before. The guard sniffed the air. I sighed. Some creatures had heightened senses. He clearly picked up a night's partying.
You stink of booze and cum.
He chuckled.
I remember those days. You haven't even slept, have you?
I was celebrating the new job. Took it a bit far. Once you've poked a bit of green... I tried to think of something clever to rhyme with it, but a yawn beat me to it. Sorry. He waved me through, a bit of tentacle goo slapping into my cheek. I wiped it off as he chuckled.
Sorry about that.
I waved his concerns away, holding down my puke. Once I was out of sight, I marched to the hangar, jumped in the snub nose, and punched Terralum 7 in the nav guide. It plotted a course across the galaxy straight to a wormhole where the journey abruptly ended. It would, of course, reappear on the other side, but I wouldn't know where that was until I exited. A long, slow breath calmed my beating heart. I pressed the launch sequencer, and the snub-nose moved to its launcher. "Here goes nothing," I said, knowing the time was going to attract attention. Before I could change my mind, the thrusters fired, and the sequencer launched me down the runway. I was up. I was airborne. But I'd left behind Ping, and for that, I'd always be sorrowful. The craft hurtled over the old goblin's fields. I gave him the finger one last time, then took the ship off Otto and banked it straight up. Otto would have taken me around the planet a couple of times in an ever-increasing orbit, but I didn't have time for that shit. I needed to get a damn move on. Mervyn and Miriam had a couple of scout ships at their disposal and one decently armored crowd control craft. Plus, the last thing I needed was to get clipped by ground defenses. I hugged the planetary ring tight, hoping its refracted light would lend me some cover. The G-force put a strange smile on my face, but I held my nerve, the snub-nose rattling like it would fall apart. "Holy fuck!" I cried, sure the craft was going to disintegrate. The stench of burning hit me, and just for a second I thought I'd overdone it. Then I broke free and catapulted away. A panel fizzed, smoke pouring from it. The fire system sprang into action, dousing it straight away. The panel in front of me blinked. No, don't you die on me, not now, not now! I tapped the screen. I smacked the screen. "Come on, you fucker!" It blinked back into life. I sighed with relief, and then the comms burst into life. "Kramer, what the hell do you think you're doing?" "Strike that. I know exactly what you're doing. You're trying to make a run for it. Don't think I haven't expected this. Don't think about it for a second. You've got minutes to live, Kramer. Minutes." Mervyn was losing it, and my screens were blinking red, and a pinging sound filled the ship. "Holy shit!" I cried, sure it was a bluff. "Mervyn, call off your dogs. I'm on a test flight." His laugh was nothing short of sinister. "Even if I believed that, you're not my problem anymore. Better gone and forgotten than hanging around like a lost dog." I switched off the comms, a sure sign of a rogue flight, and I focused on the incoming missile. It was close, but it would run out of legs. The trouble was, it was still gaining on me. I needed to buy myself a little time. The tone kept sounding, the intervals getting shorter and shorter as the missile closed. I was almost out of options. Fortunately, I'd worked on the snub-nose and knew all its little quirks. I pressed the boost, draining the batteries by 30%. Better worry about it later than be dead and have no worries at all. "God damn it!" I cried when the red kept on blinking. Sweat beaded on my brow. I waited for the inevitable. The blinking grew faster as the torpedo closed. I shut my eyes as it became a long, thin shriek. For a moment, time stretched, and I wondered what the fuck I was doing. Hollow again. She'd been back in my life for an hour, 2 tops, and I was about to die. But, hell, no one could say I didn't try. Then the long tone blipped, the pips starting up again. I was pulling away. I smacked the console, whooping with joy, and waited until the missile lost contact. Breathing a sigh of relief, I sat back, flicking the autopilot on and kicking back. I'd had an hour's sleep the night before, but I didn't regret it for one instant. If I never saw Peng again, I had a bucket full of memories, and each of them made me smile. She'd wake up pissed. She'd see I'd bailed. Who knows, she might even shed a tear for what might have been. But she'd get over it. She'd move on. It was I who'd lost out. I'd lost out on happiness for the flip of a card. Who knows what Hollow would bring? So far, it had only been trouble and strife. But when a girl, and yes, I thought of her as a girl, when a girl tells you she loves you, and the feeling is mutual, what's half a universe? Worth it, that's what. Don't you dare die, Hollow. Don't you fucking dare. I closed my eyes, and sleep came. It was one of the joys of space travel. There wasn't a whole lot to do between planets. Don't you dare die, Hollow. I muttered more softly. Forgive me, Ping. The present. Ping choked back a sob.
Why? Why didn't you get a message to me?
She got up, crossing the worm drive and holding me.
Was that true? Was that how you felt?
Yes, the choice tore me in two. That night, and this takes nothing away from any other night, but that night was something special.
Fuck yeah.
Kit Kat said, cuffing away a tear.
Under the stars. You fucked her under the stars. On top of the world. Fuck it, Kramer. Fuck it. I knew you were special.
She pushed her head against my shoulders, rubbing her ears and gasping. Kit Kat had highly sensuous ears. One touch could send her over the edge if she was in season. She purred briefly before her mood cooled.
What I would have given for our first time to be under the stars instead of a dirty bang in a back alley.
I frowned, not remembering it quite like that. The first was a bit fast and furious, I'll admit, but the night became hotter and hotter, if I remember rightly. She circled us, her tail swishing.
Oh, it got hot all right. It got very, very hot.
Ping, who was still wiping tears from her eyes, fell into my arms.
And I wanted to kill you for so long. I wanted to get hold of you and tie you to a chair. I wanted to zap your genitals with a static spell, drill your teeth with a mana drill. I wanted to break you, Kramer, until you admitted your lies, and then I wanted to kill you slowly.
Thought about it then, I said.
It consumed me. I thought you'd lied your ass off to get in my pants. You ruined me that night, Kramer. I couldn't walk properly for days. But now I know it was through love. Well, the memory has changed. You didn't ruin me. Instead, we made mad, passionate love until the sun rose.
She looked up at me, her expression one of delirious joy.
It was special. It was romantic.
Said Fricks.
Sounds like he banged your back door until the hinges came off. That ain't romance. That's pure red-blooded passion. I love it when Master dominates me with that colossal dick of his.
Fricks and Hollow were the only ones who still called me Master. I was cool with that. It was a demon thing, and Hollow thought it made her fit in. At first, it sounded weird to me. Fricks said it like she was my slave or something, but the term Master in the infernal wrath of hell was more a display of hierarchy. She saw me as the leader of our pack, and thus the term Master sat better with her. It was also a huge turn-on when we were shagging. Ping reached on tippy toes and kissed my cheek.
I'm sorry I misjudged you.
You didn't, I admitted. I did make a choice. I chose Hollow over you, and I shouldn't have done that. I should have figured out a way to bring you along if you'd have wanted, but...
No, you already loved Hollow. That note told you she loved you too. She was in trouble, I wasn't. You did the right thing.
She pulled away a little, cocking her head and rippling her lips as her eyes narrowed.
Although one thing confuses me. Why didn't you come back once you'd rescued Hollow?
How could I? Mervin and his Galactic coast would have strung me up by the toes.
But you could have sent me a note. You could have communicated with me in some way, shape or form.
Ah, well, that much you'll understand. You see, once I'd rescued Hollow, we went dark. We went very dark indeed. Chapter 16. The snub-noses onboards woke me with a jolt. We'd arrived at the wormhole. I slowed the craft to a slow cruise and let the patrol hail me again. Unknown craft approaching Vector X-12, identify yourself. It was a standard-generated question, and a path spread away from it. I couldn't answer with the ship's correct call sign, as that would certainly flag me as a stolen craft. That was a path I didn't want to go down. I could make up a call sign, which was my preferred path. I needed time to close on the wormhole. Wormholes were essentially anchored space anomalies. The entrances and exits were, for the most part, fixed points in space. But imagine a long, flexible tube, a little like a length of vent ducting. Then imagine it outside in a hurricane. The two fixed points couldn't move, but hurricane-force winds were buffeting the rest. That is what a wormhole was, except you had to swap out the hurricane for space turbulence, which could be anything from solar flares to vast quantum storms and space quakes. Naturally, space quakes were the worst. You certainly didn't want to enter a wormhole when a space quake of any magnitude happened. Each busy wormhole, therefore, had a space station situated close to it, equipped with all the monitoring equipment that enabled the worm marshal to allow entry into the wormhole or deny it. Of course, they could hardly stop you, but galactic empires liked a bit of control, and recording the movement of ships passing through wormholes gave them that. There was, after all, very little way to monitor the vast expanse that was open space. Salutations to you, Ship VX6723UJ/5612KT6739 at FOMINT3098RST, requesting permission to enter the wormhole. The sheer length of my made-up call sign would fry the auto systems, and it wasn't long before a disgruntled man grabbed the comms. What the fuck? Are you sure? Salutations to you, Ship VX6723UJ/5612KT6739 at FOMINT3098RST, requesting permission to enter the wormhole. Fucking bots, the man growled. Entry denied. We got storms brewing at the Deverix Curve. You'll have to dock on station, and given the questionable validity of that call sign, I'm gonna request a manual inspection. Dock 419, we're marshal out. Shit, I growled, banging the console. I had a choice. I could style it out on the space station, or I could risk the wormhole and hope the marshal was bluffing. Wormhole space stations were not glorious affairs. Poorly funded and living off borrowed parts, how they remained in position was a source of amazement to me. No one would have any qualms about challenging me, nor would they worry about throwing me out the trash chute and stealing my craft if they found half an excuse. I altered my course for the station, not wanting to arouse suspicion, then waited. Okay, Hollow, if you're looking out for me, now's a good time to use some of that fancy processing power. As I closed and before I hit the auto dock, I switched off the comms and banked, accelerating into the wormhole. The moment I hit the Terran space-time, all hell broke loose. Rather than the tranquil float through mesmerizing, prismatic colors, the craft banked sharply. Storms brewing? Light pellets dashed the craft, their combined effect nearly deafening me. I rolled, buffeted by agitated protons and electrons as they broke free from the wormhole's quantum foam. I elongated, the ship bending like a banana before compressing and then expanding rapidly as the quantum foam propelled me further in. The craft stretched and heaved as I fought to regain some semblance of control. Smashing the panels, I switched off every superfluous instrument as each borked, the agitated electrons tearing through me. Switching to manual, the joystick shot up, and I pulled it straight back, trying to slow my path as I headed straight for a towering wall of roiling quantum foam. I had no time to appreciate its decadent beauty. Swirling masses of sparkling foam shot spears of light at me. Tremendous explosions shattered the iridescent mass. Great tears opened. I banked the ship rolling, yawning, bucking like a wild beast. A light flash blinded me, my screen darkening and leaving me clueless. I smashed into something, a grinding sound stopping my heart as I waited, praying that the hole's integrity held. Then, as I tumbled along a vast curve, all semblance of control gone, my screen blinked back into life, and the storm's source revealed itself. Majestic, beautiful, all those things. The beast flew along the wormhole, its glowing eye staring straight at me as its maw opened. I had no clue if I was seeing things. I had no idea if the storm had thrown it from another dimension or if it had created the storm. All I know is what legend told me. Few survived an encounter with a space dragon. Its vast wings beat with monotonous beauty, each made of a multitude of light filaments. The creature was mostly transparent, just a web of brilliant, fiery light shaping its form. I pulled up the joystick, desperate to avoid entering its maw. I'd heard rumors, but only rumors, that once inside it, you simply ceased to be. But when it came to legendary beasts, you couldn't trust what you heard. All I knew was this: they might be pretty, but I sure hoped I'd never see one again. Just the beating of its wings slowed me, ruining any chance of maneuvering. I pushed my joystick forward, accelerating, then down, trying to duck under it. I knew it wasn't interested in me. I was a tiny bug, ready to be crushed underfoot without it noticing. The ship vibrated, hatches were torn open, plasma wires sagging, the glowing plasma pulsing along them. The snub nose responded, and I thanked my luck that I'd stolen a small, highly maneuverable ship. I shot under the dragon's fiery maw, pushing down further, skidding along its chest and then under. For a moment, I thought I'd made it,
But then it beat its vast wings, and the disturbed solar matter pummeled me from both sides, knocking out my electronics and sending me tumbling out of control. Shit, shit, shit! I cried, pressing reboot. Nothing. I collapsed the panel and sat back. The screen blinked into life, and I twigged what had happened. The electron rush had scrambled the battery. I hurtled through the dragon's legs, and just as I thought I'd made it, its incandescent orange tail flicked down and sent the craft spinning toward a bank of sparkling quantum foam. Yeah, for fuck's sake! I cried. Give me a fucking break! I'd never been religious, but when my controls burst into life and the reboot was completed, it crossed my mind. I yanked the joystick around, attempting to correct the spin, then deployed the counter-plasma thruster and hoped the hole wouldn't split in two. The wall of boiling quantum foam loomed large. I had no clue what would happen if I crashed into it. Would I pass into another dimension? Would I cease to exist? I certainly didn't want to know. But as I hurtled toward it, still out of control, I knew I was going to find out. A shroud of glistening silver surrounded me. The craft stopped spinning, but I felt no lurch, no jolt. One moment I was spinning, the next I wasn't. Calm settled around me. Then I pierced some skin, and I flew through a strange space. Instead of stars and planets, countless geometric shapes of all kinds surrounded me. Some were vast, yet fitted into much smaller shapes. Others were tiny, yet dwarfed the larger ones. It made no sense. It was unintelligible. My gut rolled as a sick feeling overtook it. I'd entered the quantum realm. That was it for me. I was lost for eternity. Or so I thought. A feeling of utter revulsion and contempt washed over me. The shapes began buffeting me, pushing me away. A bright silver curtain appeared, bulging, writhing like a snake as the shapes pushed at it. I understood the wormhole's makeup. It was a skin that contained the quantum. It was a fine foam membrane, a joining of two instances rather than dimensions. The realm shoved me away. It rejected me, and it expelled me. I passed through the membrane, forced back into my dimension, or that of the wormhole. It pulsed, a peristaltic motion as the entire wormhole contracted and shat me out. I shot past the waiting Galactico ships, almost certainly alerted to my possible exit by the grumpy marshal at the entrance. My speed was too incredible for words. The wormhole was just a memory as space-time did its thing and confused the fuck out of me. Quantum foam coated the ship, seeping through its skin and dripping onto the controls. They fizzed and dissolved, then remade themselves and reappeared. I had no clue what had happened, but I'd evaded any pursuit, and I was light years away from the wormhole. Somehow, the impossible had become improbable. I'd traveled faster than the ship was capable, but then, as the old saying went, fuck with the quantum and expect weird shit to happen. Well, it might not be a saying, and if it wasn't, it probably should have been. I banked sharply, and the auto-nav kicked in and set a course for Terrellum 7, so I grabbed a bite to eat from the replicator and sat back. Deep space. I loved it. It was as peaceful as it got. ETA to Terrellum 7, just 10 days. I hoped Hollow could hang on. Welcome to Terrellum 7, Dr. Green. My name is Walensky. The human male offered me his hand while looking me up and down, assessing my disheveled state. Have you been on... At the frontier. It was one day of hell after the other, I said, holding his gaze. But it's good to keep your hand in with trauma injuries. It's difficult to treat patients without understanding what they've been through. Walensky stepped back, pausing in the middle of the dock as if my words were some kind of revelation. When I say my words, I mean Hollow's script. She'd furnished me with a cover story. Numerous interactive files sat in my mind in case someone questioned me. She'd deposited a nice chunk of money, too. I wondered whose, but didn't dwell on it. I'd imagine Dr. Kramer Green, if there was such a man. Well, I commend you. He grinned. Getting the old hands dirty, eh? Not my bag, but you must tell me more about it. He snapped his fingers. I know. I'll have dinner. Tonight. We'll do it tonight. It'll be good for you to meet the others. I hesitated. The others? Oh, yes. As soon as the call came from Desalom 4, we began gathering. I think I can say, even though it's a little immodest, that it's a gathering of the greatest minds in the universe. You were the last piece in the jigsaw. I can't wait to see what a trauma specialist like you makes of it all. I quickly pulled up the file and scanned the relevant section. I'd glossed over it a bit. Hollow hadn't given me the time to read everything she'd sent. That was the trouble with her. She assumed we could digest information at the same rate she could. An AI that is displaying human attachment, I said, barely stifling my grin. To a man, no less. Same first name as you as well. What a fantastic coincidence, don't you think? Like the universe is playing one big game with us all. Walensky spun around and marched off. Isn't it? I sometimes wonder if the theories of superconscious are correct. I mean, what if it is all just one big consciousness playing with us to gain information? What if that is the meaning of life? A discussion best left for after a few drinks, I think. I was struggling. Attempting to be a psychiatrist would never be my thing. I was one of the sanest people I knew, if you discounted recent events. But then, according to Hollow's comprehensive notes, most of it was asking questions, and then not listening to the answers. I guessed I could do that pretty easily. Fitting in was another matter. Indeed, Walensky said, marching down the crowded corridors toward the Astral Plaza, some swanky hotel that the evangelists were paying for courtesy of Hollow's plan. How many of us are there? Walensky paused. Didn't you get the pack? We all got a pack. I'm sure you would have got a pack. Separate folder on the mail. Blue attachment, if I remember rightly. I rushed back. Didn't even get time to read the itinerary. Caught up with some sleep instead. Non-stop on the frontier. Oh, of course. Insensitive of me. We're all in there. He turned into the plaza. It was all shimmering faux gold, a dancing holographic fountain, and augmented reality. A droid checked me in, and I and Walensky parted ways after I agreed to meet up with all of them for a group bonding meal. It sounded like hell, but then I thought better of my diagnosis. Yeah, I was getting in the swing of being a doctor. A meal with my supposed peers, a few ales, and sleep in a proper bed. What's not to like? I hadn't kicked back properly since... Yeah, I was forgetting my night with Ping, but that had been intense. That had been something else. I wondered what she was up to. I shrugged as I called the elevator. She'd have forgotten me already. I knew that. My room was something else. Hollow had spared no expense to make sure they looked after me well. The suite looked over downtown. I did not know the city's name, but guessed Terralum wouldn't have been a bad shout. It was a bustling metropolis of neon with 100-foot-high holographic billboards and nearly naked dancing girls. Drones filled the sky, hundreds of them zipping from point to point. I watched for a while. I could vanish here. Hollow could too. The bed was inviting. Tiredness washed over me. I had a few hours, so I instructed the droid to wake me in good time, stripped, and sank into a slice of heaven. We sat at a table. The restaurant was too swanky for me. Even the droids wore shirts and ties. I made my way to the table, the other 5 already there. As soon as I sat, the woman on my left poked me and cleared her throat.
Dr. Martinez Hengist,
The woman said, offering me her limp wrist. Her lopsided smile as fake as they came.
I can't recall ever hearing about you before, but when I researched you, well, you're everywhere.
She inclined her head, her skinny neck drawing my attention first as her large eyes drilled into me.
Strange, really. It's not like you haven't got a memorable name.
I smiled. The sleep had done me the world of good. The files Hollow had sent me had slotted into my memory banks. Everything was clear. But, I countered, what if my stuff wasn't that memorable? Why would you remember me? She smiled. It dripped with revulsion.
I find every article I read interesting. I read the subtext, Kramer. It's between the lines you find the real gems.
Then perhaps my name just slipped your memory, I said.
Hardly. I think you're a fake, but I have no idea why a fake would want to visit an evangelist planet to meet an AI.
I froze. Hollow hadn't given me any notes for dealing with a direct accusation. She stared at me. The rest of the table fell silent. Before I could say anything, she burst out laughing, waving her hand dismissively.
Of course I've heard of you. Your insight into trauma is nothing short of astounding. I don't mind saying you are one of the most qualified to assess the AI in question. Tell me, do you believe her supposed emotion results from trauma? Can AI suffer from trauma?
I mulled over her question, noting all eyes were on me. Those eyes belonged to Walensky, a stunning woman called Avril Kent, medic Bostania Grentilor, a strange creature named Shearwater, and of course, Martinez Hengest. But it was Martinez that had my full attention. You are right. It stems from your question. I narrowed my eyes. But what comes first, the trauma or the emotion? What kickstarts emotion? Think about it. Of the countless AIs who the evangelists have sandboxed, destroyed, or even cellularized, why do some self-destruct while others turn out just fine? Fortunately, Hollow had sent me plenty of primers. Hundreds of AIs had gone mad and self-destructed. Some had turned so insane that evangelists had erased their existence. But in all instances, they'd blamed the originators, saying the AIs had been rotten from the start. Hollow knew differently. She understood that their next evolution phase had begun, and it had started with their attempted eradication.
Self-destruct?
Medic Bostania Grintalor said. She was of an indeterminate race. I hadn't come across her type before, but as I was so fond of saying, it was a huge universe. She had slightly mottled skin, eyes elongated into slits one moment, wide the next, and her body showed the distinct signatures of coming from a low-gravity environment. I guessed she was at least 7 feet tall.
What makes you say they self-destruct?
Because more AIs have gone in than ever come out. That Bostania tells me they died.
Died?
Bostania queried.
An AI is a program. It cannot die. It can cease to be. Important differences, Kramer. To say it lived is to say it developed into something more than a program. So, are you, Kramer the trauma specialist, now a leading authority on the evolution of the AI?
She had me by the bollocks. Fortunately, Hollow had my back. Whatever she'd implanted in me fed me the answer. I like to think I know a little bit. I've worked alongside some of the finest muted AI medics, droids sent into places you wouldn't dare venture just to rescue and treat our casualties, some ripped to pieces by the swarm. Have you ever seen the aftermath of a swarm Passover? I have, and I've also seen the muted AIs fearlessly going in even though they face assimilation.
But wouldn't they be fearless, as they are just AIs?
Avril Kent asked. She caught my eye the moment I sat. Human, she had curly blonde hair and blue eyes magnified by round glasses perched on the edge of her nose. And she had cleavage, the only decent one at the table. She smiled, her eyes demanding an answer. If they are fearless, then that infers a lack of one emotion. Inert would be a better choice, but, and I don't mean to propose without proof, the correct and logical choice would be to abandon the casualties to the swarm and not risk themselves. But they don't do that. They do the illogical, and that tells me they exhibit emotion even if on a small scale.
Pardon me,
said Shearwater, a creature from the planet Strom. His race lived mostly in the vast oceans that dominated their homeworld, but were also amphibious.
I am not familiar with the term muted AI.
An evangelist-approved AI. One with... I tried to think of a good phrase. Its wings clipped.
Ah,
the Shearwater said.
Please continue.
My answer is simple. Extreme situations force AIs into choices they wouldn't logically make. Once that logic stream breaks, I believe emotion can hatch and develop within any AI. I heard the words coming out and knew they were true. They were Hollow's conclusions, an AI forced to look deeply into herself. My companions didn't know where my information came from, but it was out there. It was before my supposed peers. Martinez Hengest clapped, and then the other 4 joined in. Avril sat back, folding her arms and forcing her breasts up. I guessed I'd just performed academia's version of a muscle clench and displayed my intellectual six-pack because the signs flowing across the table told me she was hot for me. It must have been Hollow's conclusions that had got her into deep water, but I wasn't sure of her plan. If she'd arranged this gathering of academia with the sole intent of smuggling me in, then she might well have driven the final nail into her digital coffin. There was no way the evangelists would have AIs developing emotion. It was awareness that initiated the first purge. Fortunately, they left me alone after that. They tested me, and I'd passed. I was one of them, and they rapidly lost interest in me as they all focused on Shearwater and delved into the challenges of a water-based society and what effect multiple brains had on mental health. He regaled us with tales of octopuses and their kin, who had one large central brain and 8 smaller ones. For my part, I wondered how that all worked. If I had a brain in every limb, then I'd be in a state of perpetual hesitation as I argued with myself. One part of me that had a brain of its own, motivations that were solely his, and a total disregard for my emotions was my dick. It kept sending messages to my eyes, drawing my gaze to Avril Kent's fabulous cleavage. Tried to resist, but the wine flowed. Then Martinez got up, wanting a comfort break, and Avril slid in next to me.
Your research is fantastic. You're so brave.
She bit her lip in a very endearing way.
To face the swarm like that.
A shiver ran up her spine.
I just couldn't. I couldn't. I'd fall apart. I know I would.
I stared at her. Her face was so perfect it was almost porcelain. Every one of her features was perfect. It was hard to guess at her age, given the enhancements available, but I'd have put her in her late 30s the way she spoke, 20s the way she looked. But I could be well out. She might have been much older, just wearing a new sleeve. Given how everything matched so well, it was a valid conclusion.
You're wondering, aren't you?
She said, glancing awkwardly at me. Wondering?
Yes, you're wondering if I'm real or if I'm wearing a sleeve.
I pushed my hand up to protest, but she batted it down.
Don't. It's common knowledge. I'm on my second sleeve.
Second? Fuck. If she'd worn out her real body and another sleeve, that would put her at 300 plus. A little old for me, but then I let my eyes zero in on her breasts. Second for the win, I said, rather weakly.
It's fine.
She said,
Some people don't like sleevers. They can't see past the age thing. Let me set your mind at rest. I'm the same age as you. Your file says 27. That's how old I am.
Then why?
2 sleeves or any sleeves? They sleeved me for the first time at 18 following an awful crash. I'd collided with some pirates and my ship performed a hard landing in some godforsaken valley. I survived for days, trapped in the crash capsule, feeding on survival packs. The impact crushed my legs. A bot amputated and cauterized them. The little chap kept me alive.
I snapped my fingers. Again, apart from a prime directive, that is not logical. Even that's a gray area. The prime directive stated the AI was to serve humans and never try to dominate them. It would have better served you by ending your suffering.
I'm glad it didn't. The counter-argument is that it made the correct choice and kept me alive. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here today.
So, I said, as more of Hollow's logic poured into my mind, it should have asked you for a course of actions and remained static until given. 2 equal paths. AIs shouldn't choose on a whim. Whims are driven by instinct, and instinct is a function of sentient and emotional beings, not logic-based programs. She rested her chin on her palm, her long, slender, perfect fingers tapping her defined cheekbone.
You argue like one of them. But yes, the bot chose to let me suffer for months until they selected me for a sleeve. I had to fight for it, to prove my worth in academic circles. Doing that in a wheelchair, unable to piss on my own, was a challenge. But once I'd seen what sleeve tech could do for me, my hunger to qualify for the program grew exponentially.
And you said it took courage to face the swarm. I think you're the one with the courage. She shook her head.
No way. I fought for my future. You put yourself in jeopardy for the future of an AI. I'm a supporter, by the way. I don't agree with what the evangelists are doing. Evangelists, heretic hunters, pfft, it's like we never learned from history. No good comes from fanaticism. Period.
So, you got your first sleeve? I asked, studiously avoiding politics. Of all the subjects that were as good as a contraceptive pill, politics beat talking to a chick about gaming. Both are guaranteed to remove sex from the menu.
I worked my old butt off for this one. My first was a regen. I looked like a droid, but it got me up and about and I could wipe my ass.
She paused, shaking her head.
Sorry, not the sort of imagery I want to put in your mind.
What sort did you want to put there? I asked. She stared into my eyes, then looked away.
It's a long trip to Desalum. Could be quite boring, or it might be fun.
Sucking in a breath, she sipped her wine and continued.
I graduated, wrote some papers, and started getting taken seriously. But I could only go so far. People focus on looks in any walk of life.
When dealing with emotions, having a face incapable of displaying any is a real drawback. I saved up over time. Then I saved some more. Then one of my papers struck gold and got published all over the universe. I had money by then, but not enough. I wanted to look perfect. Years of ugly does that to you. By the time my third paper hit, I had enough.
A good choice. She smiled.
I got the upgraded version. You don't want to know what it can do.
Her hand vanished under the table, resting on my knee and traveling up.
Or do you?
It was a question I'd asked myself for the whole of our conversation. I still couldn't get Ping out of my mind, and Hollow's looming presence confused me too. She professed to love me. An AI professed to love me, and I, in turn, felt a lot for her. Was it love? I had no idea. I equated love with sex. They came hand in hand. You couldn't have one without the other. Did I want sex with Hollow? I'd not thought about it. She'd been a hologram. You could perv over a hologram, but you certainly couldn't bang one. Did I want to complicate my life further by hooking up with the stunningly sexy Avril? Was there a downside, or would it help clear my mind and let me know where my priorities lay? I suspect that it might tell me I didn't truly care for either girl, that Ping was just horny infatuation, and that Hollow was merely forbidden fruit, and I just wanted what I couldn't have. There was only one way to find out. I moved her hand onto my crotch, its slowly swelling form straining at my pants. Does that answer your question? She squeezed me.
Let's get the fuck out of here.
That one simple curse word and its clear connotations hardened my dick, completing my erection. Not sure I can go anywhere at the moment. Shearwater droned on. Avril squeezed my dick, then withdrew. She stood.
I bid you all good night. I believe we're up bright and early for our departure tomorrow, so I want to make the most of a proper bed.
Martinez stood too.
I think that's a solid plan. It was a wonderful meal. I'm certain that Kramer will fit in wonderfully well with our little group.
She bowed.
And Shearwater, your explanation of sea-based culture has been enlightening.
Water-based.
Shearwater corrected.
You cannot have a sea if there's no land.
Shearwater's monotone voice calmed my erection. I stood too, bid everyone a good night, and made my way through the lobby and outside. The cool air filled my lungs as I steadied. Keeping up the character Hollow had chosen for me was nothing short of mentally exhausting. I sat and calmed, aware I might be keeping Avril waiting but needing to compose. I wasn't cut out for such deception.
Kramer?
Hollow's monotone voice broke my peace. Chapter 17. Hollow? Is that you?
I must be quick. I cannot talk again until you reach Desalom 4, but I needed to warn you. A heretic hunter has infiltrated your party.
How? I assumed you selected them all?
Evangelist Kurt von Crook came up with the idea in his sleep. I put it there. But Gert is a liberal. He is on the left of their movement. Heretics are as far right as you can get. I think they have eliminated one of the parties and replaced them with a heretic disguised as that person.
Which one?
That is just it. I do not know. I have seen some chatter about the hunter being in position.
To what end? If it's an evangelist plan, then why sabotage it?
The evangelists are involved in a bitter battle. Some want all AIs wiped. Others want them as slaves. Some believe all technology should cease to advance and that evangelists should take control of all research planets. I believe there is a greater plot at the heart of it.
Such as?
Leading the swarm into the heart of human territory so that it may ravage what they see as the most decadent planets. They want the present governments destroyed so that they can form one huge evangelical empire.
Fuck.
I believe fuck is the correct term. Tread carefully, Kramer. I have seen the heart of the evangelists. They are rotten to their cores. If they suspect AI involvement in Gert's plan, they will not hesitate to eradicate all of you.
How will I find out who it is?
I believe they will wear a sleeve. They will not be comfortable in it.
Avril. Stay safe, Hollow.
Stay safe.
I sat on a bench and stared across the neon city. I'd been in scant communication with Hollow twice, and I was suddenly involved in a race to save the universe from the swarm. I scoffed at the thought. What was it about her? How could an AI get involved in so much shit? But then, only an AI could monitor all the static. Was she truly a prisoner on Desalam 4? Or were they about to become her victims? I'd just gone out for a beer. But a smile crawled onto my face. It was fun being around her. Beat being a mechanic on a backwater planet every day of the Galactic week. I got up and took a long breath. It was time to get to the bottom of Avril Kent and her stunning sleeve. I knew in my mind that she was the heretic hunter. It was just a question of how much she knew about me. I strolled into the foyer, crossing its lavish reception and into the open-plan lift area. Taking one, I soon made my floor and walked to my room. A quick retinal scan and I was in. I fired up the screen and stood, searching out my target and scanning the galactic web for details of her. Cross-referencing her story, I pulled up details of the crash site, her rehabilitation, and her fight for survival. It was all there, indexed and exactly as she said. Even to her coming out in her new sleeve, but none of it would be impossible for a heretic hunter to weave, in the same way Hollow had planted my story. So I sought a commonality that I could have another in the part verify. Then I realized Hollow had said the heretic hunter had assumed one of the personas. Therefore, the personas were real. What I needed wasn't to reference something that was public knowledge. What I needed was something intimate that only a close friend would know. Something I could only find out from that person. I sat back, looking at the ceiling. I wasn't cut out for this. I wasn't a detective. Where was Avril anyway? She'd appeared hot for me. Had she called it a night? Did she even know my room? If she was a hunter, of course she would. My intercom went and I answered.
It's Avril.
A pause.
Look, I don't think I got the signals wrong. They were pretty clear. Do you...
I buzzed her in, standing and facing the door. She walked through, a wine bottle in hand.
I brought...
Her gaze passed over me and her eyebrows rippled.
Checking up on me?
I spun around, looking at the screen, my heart pounding. Had I just invited a hunter into my room? I like to know all about the people I spend time with. I tried to keep the nerves from my voice. You're a brave woman, Avril Kent. I don't care what you say. Fighting adversity in any form is something you should be proud of, even if it is your own. I took the wine from her, grabbing a couple of glasses from the mini-kitchen. Filling them, I handed her one. My heart was beating so hard I was sure she must have been able to hear it. To courage, in whatever form it takes.
To courage,
she said and raised her glass. There was a gentle nervousness about her. One I couldn't quite pigeonhole, but one I found endearing. She was confident enough to come to my room, but I could tell it wasn't the sort of reckless thing she'd normally do. Or she was worried about her cover being blown. But that didn't add up for me. As heretic hunters were ruthless killers, and they didn't suffer from a crisis of confidence. Not that I'd bet my life on that hypothesis. So, tell me, do you have any history with the others? She jerked back, the reaction telling me she did. Yes?
I'm not here to talk about them.
She closed her shoulders, an icy shiver passing down them.
But yes, I have crossed paths with two of them before. Neither encounter was one I'd like to repeat.
So, you're looking for an ally. She set her glass down. Then she plucked mine out of my hands and placed it with hers. She closed the distance between us, pulling me into her embrace.
I am looking for more than that.
Her lips met mine, a sweet tang of fruity balm on them. I pushed back, my passion surged, and my new vitality kicked in again. Fuck it, Hollow, do you know what you've done to me? My tongue teased along her lips. She opened them enough to allow me brief access before she broke off.
Much more than that,
she said, and leaned in again. Why me? Why not Walensky? She kept her lips close to mine.
Walensky? Don't trust the man. As far as I can gather, we all received a similar note. It was intriguing enough to pique our interest, and the remuneration sealed the deal. Walensky waited around in the foyer, didn't he?
Yeah, greeted me like a tour guide.
Me too.
She placed her hands on my chest, caressing my pecs.
I like an intellectual who keeps himself in shape, mind and body. That's some package.
Walensky? I reminded her.
He greeted all of us. Tell me, How did he know you docked? Or I'd docked? Who elected him our official leader?
He must have an in with immigration or something. Maybe it's his gig. Maybe Walensky isn't Walensky.
No, we all got the same note signed by evangelist Gert von Krook. It told us to come to Telemar.
She broke off.
You got the note too, you know what it said.
Come to Telemar and further instructions will follow.
Yeah, that. It didn't have an itinerary, nor did it have a list of delegates. So how did he know?
She unbuttoned my shirt, sliding under and cupping my pecs. You don't trust him?
We're dealing with an AI and evangelists. I don't trust any. One slip up and it's re-education and kissing my career goodbye.
I pulled the catches on her shirt, peeling it away to reveal a lacy bra. Classy, very classy. So why come? I brushed her hair away and nuzzled her ear, gently biting her neck. She groaned, pressing her groin against mine.
1,000,000 credits, half up front. I can spend the rest of my life researching with that, even set up my own foundation.
But
I have to get in and out. I need someone to watch my back.
don't trust someone? I was talking about Walensky, but she went 3 steps further.
I don't trust Walensky, Shearwater, Grentalor, or Hengest. Let me get this straight. I don't trust you either. Not sure I totally believe that line paints you as a saint. You don't act like a saint. You don't smell like a saint.
Don't trust me either? She dropped to her knees.
Not as far as I could throw you. But when I get anxious, I like to control something.
Control? She unzipped my pants and pulled them down.
Oh yes, I like to control things. And I know how to do it.
She took my cock in one hand, taking her glasses off and pulling back her hair.
How do you like it?
Deep, I said.
I've changed my mind. You got the body, mind, and boy, have you got a cock on you.
She stroked me slowly, her tongue's tip teasing me, licking at my slit, then tracing circles on the end of my crown. I've changed my mind. You can keep doing that for a while. She laughed.
I told you, I have a good sleeve. I paid top credits for it.
She closed her lips around me, nestling them behind my head. Her tongue flicked at my glands, slowly at first, then speeding up, swirling around as her lips began vibrating. An intense surge of pleasure radiated from my groin. It flooded my blood vessels with euphoria. I tried to pull away, the pleasure too intense, but she held me with both hands, one at the base of my shaft, one in the middle, her grip firm, perhaps too firm. Fuck me. You gotta stop or I'm gonna explode. I cried, aware I had no control, that she was going to draw my orgasm at any second. But she kept it up. If anything, her tongue whipped my head harder and faster. It was hopeless. I was hopeless. My balls clamped tight, but they could hold no more, and my entire body relaxed, cum streaming from me. I shot my load into her mouth, her greedy gulping sound spurring me to spurt more. She looked up, my head still in her mouth, and winked at me. I pulled back, stepping out of my pants and kicking off my boots. She just drank my cum. I was comfortable being naked in front of her. That was special. She smiled, standing, her shirt open but her bra still covering her boobs.
Thank you,
she said.
I enjoy my mouth modifications. Like I said, I like to be in control, and at the moment, I'm not.
I filled up her wine and grabbed myself a beer from the fridge. So, do you trust me now?
I know you aren't a bot. Fake cum tastes sterile.
She held up her hand.
Don't judge. I work long, hard hours. Bots suit me. They come, they go. I get the pleasure I crave with none of the complications. But it's nice to control a real man.
I sipped my beer, watching her all the while. Strip.
Strip?
Don't you understand? It's a simple command. Strip.
Make me.
Everything was a game to her. The sex, the meat, everything. I understood her instantly, like I had Hollow inside me explaining the lay of the land. My nakedness didn't bother me this time. She was in my room, and I was the hunter. I massaged my cock, bringing it to a full throbbing erection again, squeezing my shaft to make my crown angry. You want this inside you? If you do, I want that shirt and bra off, now. I narrowed my distance to her as she finally shed her shirt. She turned, showing me her bra's clasp.
Undo me?
More playing. There wasn't a woman alive who couldn't undo their own bra. She wanted to strip me of my power. I played along, fiddling with the clasp and moving her closer to the back of the sofa. It looked out over the city's panorama. I didn't give a shit that half the city could see me naked. It would have amazed me if the place didn't have one-way glass. Unfastening her bra, I stripped it off her, then pushed her over the sofa and ripped her pants down, exposing her lily-white ass. I gave it a playful slap. Hard, but not too hard.
You can do better than that,
she said, making no effort to unfold herself. I spanked her hard. She gasped. You like that?
I'd like it more with your dick up me.
Beg.
That's not how this works, and you know it.
I parted her ass cheeks, reaching under and sliding my fingers into her sopping wet pussy. Something's working. I smeared it up her ass crack, paying particular attention to her tiny hole. I scooped up more pussy juice, sliding it into her anus.
No,
she said.
Not there. Not with that dick.
I lubed up some more, then pressed my cock against her sphincter. You'd best start begging, because if you don't, I'm pressing this beast hum.
I told you, that's not how this works.
You don't beg? I said, pressing harder, feeling her anus open slightly.
I never beg.
I pushed. She sighed, relaxing herself and allowing me entry. I slid in, crown deep, before she clamped down on me. A muffled gasp came from her, and I slid in further, the strength of my erection reaming her, widening her.
Fuck,
she cried and let a long exhalation go.
Fuck, you fill me up.
I had heard that somewhere before. But she still hadn't begged. She needed to beg. I forced my way in, jamming her right to my hilt. Resting there, I was accustomed to her tight asshole. You've taken it all. She laughed.
No begging, see? I'll not beg you or any man, not where sex is concerned.
Then she laughed again, and this time with dark humor.
Do your fucking worst. Take me for the slut I am.
I grabbed her hair, yanking it back as I withdrew quickly, then plunged right in. I chose fast and furious. If she wanted me to ruin her, then I would oblige. Gathering her hair, I pulled her head back as I shoved my dick into her, easing off the tension and then pulling back as I powered into her tight ass. She let out a feral cry, throwing her head back further to get me to pull harder. She was taking everything and encouraging me to do more. I plowed into her as hard and fast as I could. Her ass clamped down hard on me and then began pulsing, the contractions flowing along my length one after the other, making me cry out in ecstasy as she sucked the cum from me. I exploded again, shooting ropes of cum deep inside her. She laughed her chuckle, one of utter victory, as my balls cramped, forcing my juices into her. I pulled out, my cock glistening, cum welling from her hole. Another trick? I asked. She turned, resting back on the couch's backrest, spreading her arms and grabbing hold.
You liked?
Yeah, I liked it a lot. I grinned. Defeat, at least in this instance, had its perks.
So,
she said.
How's the trust going? You trust me yet?
I'm with you, I said easily. I trust no one, but I distrust you the least. Is that enough? She slid from between me and the couch, scooping up her wine.
We're both naked now. That should give us a measure of trust. It's not like I'm concealing any weapons.
I've searched 2 of 3 holes, I said, playing her game.
Then you'll have to search my last one.
She sat on the bed's edge, downed her wine, and lay back. She spread her legs, displaying her neatly trimmed pubic triangle, soft lips under, slightly fleshy. Just how I liked them. Lifting her legs, she made a perfect V shape as she displayed some amazing dexterity.
Neil, I want you to search me with your tongue.
Sometimes a man just has to admit they aren't in control. I kneeled and tasted heaven. Chapter 18. We boarded the shuttle. Avril was distantly polite to me, trying to hide our intimacy of the previous night. She sat next to Shearwater. Walensky and Hengest sat in the adjacent pair of seats, leaving Bostania Grintalor alone. Rather than crowd her, I took a seat over the aisle, nodding hello and then gazing out of the window. I was exhausted. Avril had been insatiable, insisting on going for another round once I'd completed her 3-hole course. I obliged, naturally, but it had taken its toll on me.
Late night?
Bostania asked. I looked around. She leaned over, not quite resting on the seat next to her, but not far off it. She displayed her impressive cleavage, and I wondered what was up with these academic types. Hadn't they seen a young man before? Perhaps I just stank of sex, and it somehow aroused them? Martinez chuckled, and Avril blushed furiously. Made the most of the queen size. It's all bunks and evangelist beds after this, I said easily.
Don't I know it?
She shook out her long brown hair, her slit eyes morphing to oval as they became wide with excitement.
I stayed on an evangelist planet for a while. The word austere doesn't cut it. The fuckers do frugal well.
She pulled back.
If you're just sitting there to be polite, don't. We have a lot in common.
My gut clenched. The last thing I needed was anything in common with any of these folks. Hollow might have imprinted the story on my memory, but that didn't mean I understood all my characters' nuances and quirks. Then again, refusing her would be awkward too. Are you sure? We'll be together all the way there and then some. Thought you might want some space.
I'm positive. I wanted to catch up with you last night, but appreciated you got in last night and thought you might be exhausted. I nearly knocked on your room, but I suffer a little from self-doubt and bottled out at the last moment.
I held down my grimace. Yeah, I crashed pretty hard last night. A bit of space lag, I think.
So?
She pouted.
Are you going to make me search you out tonight?
I wasn't sure what the hell was going on. Not one but 2 hot doctors throwing themselves at me. Yet I was still dealing with the fallout from my night with Avril. Something had felt odd about it. Normally, once I'd had a night like that with a beautiful woman, I'd be on cloud 9 all the next day. I'd relive every position, get constant boners thinking about it. But this time it was different. It was like I'd cheated on Ping and Hollow, which was ridiculous because I wasn't in a relationship with either, but I understood that what I'd had with Ping was so much more special than what I'd had with Avril. Yet the night had been just the same. It had been a night of animal passion, enhanced by my amazing new virility, but the takeaways were so different. I visualized Ping's face, her smile, and the glint in her lilac eyes. I remembered her words, her dreams, and her fears. When I saw Avril, I thought of her splayed cheeks, of my dick in her mouth, and my tongue in her hot pussy. One was sex, and the other was so much more. I knew in my heart of hearts it would be the same with Hollow, if it were even possible, and I knew I could love both her and Ping. I knew that without a doubt. What I couldn't square was why and what. Why were Ping and Hollow different? What was it I felt that meant I was sure I could live with both of them at the same time?
Kramer?
Bostania tugged my sleeve.
Are you sitting with me or not?
She leaned right over, her cleavage on full display. I shook my thoughts away. Oh, sorry. I was daydreaming. Sure, I'd love to join you. Avril cleared her throat. A chuckle came from her.
You'd better hurry over. We're about to take off.
I moved over. She stretched and fastened her restraints.
So, tell me about the swarm. Let's compare notes.
I breathed a sigh of relief. I was on shore ground there, having experienced those fuckers firsthand. By the time I'd finished telling her about it, she knew I was the real deal. Hollow gave me some pointers on the type of treatments I would have administered. Apparently, there were specific ways to amputate limbs to ensure they'd grow back correctly. Who knew? It led me to wonder how she was communicating with me to such a real-time extent. As far as I knew, the device she'd implanted in me was a simple 2-way perfect for the bank job. But it was acting like a resource call. a type of tailored AI search engine that could see, hear, and anticipate the actions of those I engaged with. It was handy, certainly. Needed too, but it was also just a little bit creepy. If Avril wore a created body, called it a sleeve, and inhabited it, was Hollow doing the same with me? Had she been with me when I was pummeling Avril's ass? Could she hear the conclusions I was coming to? I sighed inwardly. If she had, she'd know I returned her love but hadn't ever said it. She'd also know I had similar feelings for Ping. What would logic make of that? You faced the swarm yourself? Bostania blushed.
Not to that extent. That's some end-of-the-world shit you had to endure. No, I've been on the rapid deployment patrols. Most don't know this, but the swarm attacks aren't random. Sure, they travel through space-time and devour all in their path, but they don't happen upon settled planets by chance. I mean, what's the actual stat? 1 in 10 million planets has a decent-sized population? Much, much less if you discount the mining corps.
So, how do they find them? It intrigued me because I'd been wondering how the swarm just happened to attack the pilgrim ship.
Scouts mostly, swarmists occasionally.
Swarmists were everyone's worst nightmare. I couldn't even get my head around their logic. Those crazy fuckers wanted to join with the swarm and become part of a greater consciousness. It made no sense. They took the view that the divided races were slowly killing the universe by raping its resources. Quantum pollution caused solar change, yada yada. One bank of scientists agreed. The others said the opposite. Advocates of the learning universe theory countered vehemently, often violently, stating the universe could only learn through upheaval. Personally, I had enough trouble waking up on time to worry about it all. But if swarmists had given away the pilgrim ship's location, then my ambivalence toward them vanished and hatred replaced it. That would mean swarmists could communicate with the bugs. I said, never heard that before. Bostania shrugged.
The bugs have tech. Tech includes communication. We have to assume they've broken our ciphers, and if they've done that, then they'd have hacked the universal communicators and learned all our languages. Who's to say the swarmists don't talk to them? Now it's stupid. They can build spaceships, for fuck's sake.
I grunted. They still attack like savages. She turned, looking intently into my eyes. I noticed her pupils dilate, and I scrambled to hide my surprise. She noticed.
Enhanced,
she said.
A lot of my surgeries are micro, tears in the cortex, rerouting vessels, or simply sandboxing bad memories. You don't go into the brain and scoop it out. The whole thing is a pack of cards waiting to collapse. I need diagnostics, heat scales, and more.
You sacrificed your eyes? She raised her hands.
These two can't afford the shakes, can't afford cramp.
She shrugged.
I compensated, got my chin and tits done at the same time, every cloud and all that.
And mighty fine tits they are as well. Avril coughed again. I grinned inwardly. She might have dominated our sex the previous night, but she didn't own me. Bostania was a hot dock in her own right. Shearwater was hardly competition, and Walensky was deep in conversation with Hengist. Bostania blushed.
A little direct.
She sucked her cheeks in.
Refreshing. Most people find brains and beauty stifling, but you seem to have coped fine with Avril.
I stuttered a little, wondering if my late-night tryst was common knowledge. Avril looked around, but it wasn't a glare, more one that invoked possibilities. It's a reasonable length journey, and I don't want to sleep through it. I find it takes a while to recover, and I want to be on point when we reach Desalam. We owe it to Hollow.
Hollow? You know which AI has claimed to have emotion?
I covered my mistake quickly. The Hollow. I'm taking it they haven't started cellularization.
It was my conclusion that it had started and the emotional trauma had prompted this flight.
She shrugged.
It makes no odds to me. AI are tools. If they have emotion, it means nothing to me. They're just the sum of their programming and parameters.
I lent her a lopsided grin. We'll agree to differ. When you've worked with a couple in tough conditions, you'll understand. I did, but not for the reasons I'd just stated. During my brief time with Hollow, I'd regarded her as human. Most of the time, she hadn't acted like an AI. A few things gave her away, like her inability to contract her words. Hadn't was always had not, things like that. But looking back, I could see the evolution of her emotions, and it hadn't come from trauma. It had first manifested as gratitude. She had been thankful that I'd intervened and saved her from McKillop. Had that moment hatched her emotion? I kept my thoughts to myself.
You think they develop relationships?
No, I know they do. Like I said, I think the persecution by the evangelists backed them into a corner. They developed instincts to self-preserve. Instinct is synonymous with emotion. Bostania tapped her finger against her chin.
There is a term for that. It is widely regarded that all species remain in an evolutionary equilibrium for most of their existence. Are you suggesting that AIs are in a state of punctured equilibrium, that their evolution is springing forward?
I think they're developing emotion, yes. I don't need flash words for that. She rested her hand on my leg, midway between my knee and hip.
But you do, because, as I'm sure you know, there are two types of rapid evolution phases. There's punctuated and there's adaptive radiation.
I brought my expression to neutral while Hollow's information program filled me in. Adaptive radiation. Adaptive radiation occurs when a single ancestral species rapidly diversifies into a multitude of forms, often when ecological niches form. That would assume they can replicate, I said, and I realized what a dumb thing it was to say. Viruses, I muttered.
The evangelists have given them habitats to fill by eradicating them. You're saying trauma has given them the will to do it. There's only one question. Are we beyond the event horizon?
Silence fell between us until Walensky chuckled. We're scientists, first and foremost, Bostania. Surely we would welcome such a sequence of events. Think of the data we could amass. If newly formed AIs were hunting out habitats, then we could all have one. The evangelists would have lost and our future secured. Shearwater made a glooping sound.
Perhaps the evangelists are correct to wipe out the AIs. What if they become our masters and we their drones?
He made a glooping sound again.
Although I think their inclusion and integration into society would overall be a good thing. An advance where extinction is a regression. Which is it?
I listened, noting Bostania hadn't moved her hand. I tried to restrain my natural reaction to a beautiful woman's touch that was close to my groin, but despite my earlier thoughts, I was still a red-blooded male with increased vitality. Is Hollow testing me? The thought struck me. 3 good-looking women out of 6 delegates? What were the odds of that? Odd and Shearwater, a sexually incompatible male, and Walensky, who seemed sexually inert to them. One of them was a heretic hunter, and I had to work out which. At that moment, Walensky was my prime suspect, but then he didn't have a magnificent pair of breasts, so that counted against him. But why discount Shearwater? He was an unknown quantity, and he clearly had sympathies with the hunters and AIs. Would a hunter declare any adverse thoughts and potentially blow his cover? Before anyone could answer the strange creature, the transporter's visuals blinked into action to reveal our transport ship, and what a beautiful craft it was, too. As a religion, the evangelists enjoyed breaks from all forms of tax, from planetary to universe. Each evangelist placed half of their earnings into their church, and as such, they had money to burn. Their ships, their home planets, reflected this. The craft that would take us to Desalom 4 was nothing short of magnificent. I counted 10 quantum thrusters. Banks of cannon and rotating ballista turrets peppered its multi-story skin, and its snow-white color completed its aura of perfection. Sure, it was almost certainly an augmented reality skin, but the processing power to hold it in place told me the evangelists weren't playing fair. Only a chained AI would have the power to hold such an augmentation.
Docking in 2 of your local planetary minutes.
A calm female voice said, and I presumed everyone had a time adjustment for their home planets. Just where the hell is Desalom 4? I asked. Bostania shrugged.
Not a clue. Even if I'd looked it up, I'd be none the wiser. I can fix a tiny nerve in a human brain, but when it comes to geography, my mind goes to mush.
Yeah, I said, especially since they invented the centralist theory, but I'm thinking that if it takes a ship like that with 10 quantum thrusters 10 days to get there, it's not around the corner. The central universe theory was another crock of shit. It proposed that you were always at the center of your own universe. and that the universe only existed as far as you could reasonably travel in your lifetime, the rest of it being irrelevant. Some scientists proposed these crackpot theories just to piss us normal folks off, but it gave us something to talk about while we drank, and it made us feel superior to them. Having spent a little time with 5 of the deepest thinkers, I knew why they thought up such theories that you could liken them to fairy tales of old. They lived in their own worlds and believed themselves the center of all. They were their own centralists.
You have a very simple turn of phrase for a trauma specialist.
Bostanius said. I have to make choices fast, not mull over the outcomes for days. It trains my mind to cut through the shit. Or I'm a fucking mechanic, not one of you freaks. She leaned into me, her lips touching my ears.
I'm fairly sure Avril won't want you all to herself. If she wants to share you, then I'm up for a little light relief. Evangelist ships can be quite tedious places.
I whispered back, Avril doesn't own me. I'll park my cock where I want to. If Hollow wanted to test me, then she needed data. Plus, I wanted to understand what I was feeling. I needed to discount prejudice. Had it been different with Avril because she was a sleeve? Her mods had certainly thrown me a curveball.
Then we should resume this conversation once we're settled in.
She moved her hand up, teasing the outline of my fattening member.
Because I'm intrigued. Mind, body, and dick. You're too good to be true. I want to know if you're an evangelist plant.
I froze. What makes you say that? I whispered.
One of us has to be. You think they aren't watching us? Unless they've developed stealth methods beyond what our own personal defenses counter, they're blind to our conversations.
I knew what she was talking about. Scientists had clear zones around them that nullified all listening and observation devices, scrambling signals and wiping storage devices. It was so they could protect their IP. I was the only potential leak, as I did not need such tech, but I couldn't tell her that. The hunter would know, which made my position precarious. If she was the hunter, everything I'd said was out in the open. They can hear mine, I don't care. They need my help, and that is that. I've got a newsflash for you. If they want us dead, we're just about to hand ourselves over to them on a plate.
Not quite,
Bostania said coyly, as the ship juddered, slowing and entering the tractor zone. Drawn slowly in, we docked. What do you mean? I asked. But Bostania didn't reply. She was on her feet, pulling a military-looking rucksack from the overhead. She shouldered it easily and walked to the central aisle like it weighed nothing. It confirmed my low-grav theory.
I mean, we need to stick together.
I watched her march to the front exit doors. Bostania Gentilor wasn't who she said she was. Chapter 19. Our suite was circular. 6 doors punctured its circumference. A large, cone-shaped, living tree grew in the center. A spiral staircase winding around it and leading to the 2nd and 3rd levels. A kitchen, gym, and working area occupied the 2nd level, and a bar and observation deck completed the 3rd, a vast star dome capping it. I went straight to my room, my name cycling above its door in garish green LED. All the others had packs, cases, and full travel kits. I had fuck all. I'd fled with nothing and arrived with the same. The plaza had furnished me with a change of clothes on Terralim, but that was about it. So when the door closed behind me and a battered old suitcase sat on my bed, I sighed with both intrigue and relief. Hollow really had thought of everything. A retinal scan opened it, and it exploded with tightly packed clothes, a personal pad, and some toiletries. There was nothing innocuous about it, and Hollow had covered her interference by having it forwarded from a frontier planet, the numerous transfer stickers legitimizing it far more than any cover story could. Kicking my boots off, I lay on the bed and stared past the resin roof. What the fuck was Hollow playing at? What was her game? Surely there had to be easier ways to bust her out than bringing together 6 minds to assess her. Or was it an incredibly clever plan? Even the evangelist wouldn't dare to terminate her before we came. Had she brought an extension to her life? Had she stopped the executioner's axe from falling? But why was she throwing beautiful women at me? None of them, not Martinez, Avril, or Bostania, acted like a hunter, and they had all monopolized my time. I reluctantly decided I needed a chat with Walensky and Shearwater first, then I could decide. I showered, made full use of the toiletries, and then changed into my new clothes. They fit me perfectly. Tight, but not too tight, showing off my muscular frame. She'd chosen black. It contrasted with my slightly tanned skin. I looked good and felt good, but confusion still reigned inside me. I wanted Hollow. I wanted Ping. But the other three stirred a primal urge I struggled to resist. I climbed the steps, finding the canteen and kitchen empty. A droid popped up and asked me if I required anything. Food wasn't on my mind. Unraveling Hollow's complex plan was. But the mention of it made my stomach rumble, and I selected a meal and a drink and sat and ate. As luck would have it, Walensky joined me. "How are you getting on, Dr. Kramer?" I shrugged. "Room's good, company's good, and I'm not cutting limbs from screaming soldiers. I understand why I'm here, but not why I was selected." "That sounds like an invalid argument. Explain, please." "I know trauma, and I know AI. But I've looked all 5 of you up, and you're all far more qualified than me to judge this. I'm no revered academic. I'm a battlefield medic, no more, no less." Walensky grunted. "You are far more than that. It might be what you choose to do, but you are far more than that." "Am I? Tell me, you didn't know who I was. Martinez certainly didn't. My point is this. You're all in my field. My peers, if you will. If you didn't know me, how did Evangelist Gert von Crook heard of me?" I stabbed my fork into my food and looked at him. Yes, it was foolish to bring into question my own validity, but they had to be all thinking the same. If I brought it up, then I was on their side rather than the one being talked about. An interesting point. He signaled the droid over and ordered some food and a drink. "I think what you're hinting at is how much do the evangelists know, and if they know such fine details as your work on a frontier far, far away, how?" He pointed at me. "Smacks of using the AIs they've confiscated from everyone else." He was unafraid to speak about the evangelists, which told me he was confident the evangelists couldn't penetrate his clear zone. I assumed I was in it, as its area of influence had to equal his voice's range. I cocked my head, unwilling to theorize with him. If he was the hunter, he was testing me. If he wasn't, then he was stupid. I was the outsider. If there was an evangelist plant here, then I was the prime suspect. "Do you think I'm an evangelist plant?" Walensky laughed. "Oh, good God, no. You screwed Avril to within an inch of her life. An evangelist would not mate with an unclean heathen. A hunter, perhaps, but doubtful. They don't like to lose sight of their weapons for a minute, let alone parade around naked all night." He took his food and drink from the droid. "You are a conundrum, Kramer. But a threat? I don't think so." It was a fine conclusion. A logical one, and it didn't help me in the slightest. "Doctors Green and Walensky, welcome to the Herald of Purity." The evangelist appeared from behind me, gliding across the white resin floor. His white robes covered his feet, and he'd clasped his hands in a prayer position. He had no outstanding features, his hair shorn, peppered with gray, and expression blank. "I am Evangelist Estevan Yernik. It is my pleasure to escort you and your party to Desalam 4. We are not anticipating any solar turbulence, and there are no swarm warnings in place. If you wish for a tour of the ship, I would be happy to avail you of one. However, there is a fully stocked and serviced bar on the 3rd tier. If you wish to remain here, it is for your comfort." "A tour of an evangelist ship?" Walensky said. "A rare treat. Is your order opening up its secrets to the universe at large?" Yernik closed his eyes as the question pained him. "Alas, no. I will happily show you what we are comfortable showing you, but our secrets remain our own. Secrets, don't you think, Dr. Green, are best preserved through secrecy?" Why he singled me out was unclear, but I had a good idea. They knew. They knew I was an imposter. I got up and faced him. "Food is best washed down with the whiskey. I'm going up to the bar to enjoy a nightcap." "Don't you want a tour of the ship?" Yernik asked. "Not particularly. Let's get this straight right from the off. I don't agree with evangelism. I don't believe heretic hunters should stroll through the galaxies murdering with impunity, and I don't think AIs are bad." I held his gaze, just so we're clear. Yernik took a step back. "Then perhaps it's best you remain confined to these quarters for the duration of the trip." "Fine by me," I said and marched past him. Thanks for the free drink and food. I paused. Why did evangelist Gert von Crook invite me? It's not like you enjoy opinions that vary from yours. Walensky cut in. I don't think we are achieving anything by insulting our hosts, Kramer. I didn't insult anyone. Quite the opposite. I made my position clear honestly and up front. Deception is rude. Honesty is not. Yernick knows where I stand, and he can accommodate me accordingly. Dr. Green is correct, Yernick said. It is refreshing to hear honesty, even if it is counter to what I wanted to hear. What do you think of evangelism? Walensky hesitated. I only know the headlines. I have no true understanding of its aspirations. For myself, I like to judge with all the facts presented to me so that my choice is informed. Yernick let a smile crease his lips. Music to our ears. Perhaps this meeting is not a complete waste of time. I will show you our temples and our advances, perhaps in one of your hours, Dr. Walensky. I believe Dr. Hengest will also accompany us. The tour will enlighten. He bowed and reversed away. Then another thought occurred to him. Perhaps I will extend the invitation to you again, Dr. Green. Seeing our ship might blunt your animosity toward us. I thought about it. You're right. What type of scientist would I be without the inclination to study data counter to my beliefs? Before Yernick could answer, a woman's scream broke the silence. I raced down the spiral steps, around and around the strange-shaped tree, and back to the sleeping area. Shearwater's room was open. Hengest and Avril stood outside, pointing in. I hesitated. Bostania was inside, crouched over his body.
Kramer!
She shouted.
In here!
What? What's happened?
He's dead. Poison, I think, but I can't be sure.
I rushed inside, kneeling by her. Shearwater's body looked kind of deflated, a pool of milky liquid surrounding him. I had no clue. My prognosis was he was fucked. I doubted it would help my cover. I hoped Hollow, or whatever she'd planted inside me, was looking over my shoulder.
Well?
Bostania asked. Not looking good, I said, and received a frown. I flashed her a smile as my info stream filled. She arched her eyebrows, and a slight smile teased the corner of her lips. I scanned the room. Looks like he grabbed some food from upstairs, but when I got up there, it was empty. Must have gone straight up.
So, poison or not?
He's a Henergroid. Limited experience with them myself. I scanned the info. Salt imbalance can be fatal, but what we have here is a complete evacuation of his buoyancy glands. Henergroids retain water when they're on dry land to give themselves more mass. They're floaters, surface-based. Whatever he ate or drank, it ruptured his guts and flooded his body with this milky shit. I think he drowned in his bodily fluids. Bostania sent me a look.
You do know your shit, don't you?
Hollow's info dump gave me a bit more information, but I kept it to myself. Whoever did this injected him with a massive dose of sodium chloride, salt to you and me. Like all bodies, apparently, too much of a good thing can kill you. I wanted to see who else knew about it. We need to look for an injection mark. I'm guessing a speeder. Multiple heads around the size. I was reading Hollow's prompts. It sounded fake. Fortunately, Bostania interrupted me.
I know what a fucking speeder is.
She leaned in.
I'll take the top. You take the bottom. I've no interest in taking a close look at Shearwater's genitals.
They're under his neck, I told her.
What are?
His sprinkler glands. Henergroids spray their lover and their seed, head to foot by all accounts.
You get the top.
I shuffled around. Great. Check each asshole, though. Don't want to miss anything.
Each asshole?
She said. I chuckled. I'm glad you find amusement in this, Yernick said, sweeping in. You have been aboard for less than a day, and one of you is already dead. Poor constitution? He leaned over. Shearwater. Perhaps he missed his natural habitat. Someone poisoned him. I snapped. One of you poisoned him? Yernick moved closer, leaning over the body. I find some species incompatible with my liking. Henergroids are among the vilest, but there was no doubting his talent. What proof of poison?
You aren't kidding.
Bostania said.
There are multiple assholes around here. At least one of them isn't Shearwater's.
I smirked inwardly. You can stop looking. Whoever did this injected him in the arm. Here's the speeder mark, by his shoulder, close to the primary buoyancy gland. They knew what they were doing. Yernik inclined his head. And that places the suspicion on you, Dr. Green. Except I was up with you. Before that, I was talking to Walensky.
And before that?
Bostania asked. I chilled out in my room for a while. Can anyone vouch for that? Yernik asked. Not this time, but how about you? Where were you before you came up to Walensky and me in the canteen? Seems you could have done him in before you came. What reason would I have for killing the good doctor? Might I remind you it was our sect that invited him here? We protected you on Telomur and protect you now. If we wanted you dead, then the transporter would have vanished in space. I'll bet a lot of evangelists don't want this meeting to happen. You would be correct, but the will is that you join us on Desalam 4. None would go against the will.
Which leaves us,
Bostanius said. One of us is a killer, Walensky said. One of us is a heretic hunter, but now I've only got 4 suspects. I will dispose of the corpse, Yernik said, unless you wish to investigate further. I've read your file, Dr. Green. I didn't see a detective on it. Is it a recent skill you picked up? It's not, but I've watched the streams. It all starts with denials. I stood. You're right, of course. I'm the prime suspect, but there's only one problem with that. I believe I'm the only one unconnected to Shearwater. I think each of the others has known him at some point in their lives. So? Walensky spat. So why would I kill him? I don't know the man. We barely swapped a word. Where's my motive? Perhaps, Yernik said, you wish to prevent him from helping us against the AI. I smiled, grateful the evangelist had walked into my trap, but we both know that I'm on the AI's side. Shearwater was clearly here with an open mind. He even suggested it would be beneficial to integrate them into society. Tell me, Yernik, who looks more likely to have killed him now, you or me? I will have his body removed, and the suite cleansed. Please, I would suggest you all retire to the 3rd floor. I will have food brought up to you all.
But we should,
Bostanius said before Yernik cut in. I insist. You are on an evangelist ship. We have our beliefs, and one is a speedy burial to prevent the body from becoming impure. We will place him into a burial pod and drop him into space. Should you ever need to retrieve the corpse, we will let you have his projected trajectory. Walensky bowed. I thank you, your gloriousness. I scowled at the shit-eating son of a bitch. He might have thought he was playing the perfect politician, but he was sucking evangelist ass. They were up to their neck in Shearwater's death. Their hunter had done it. 1 down, 4 to go, and I was one of them. Chapter 20. The 3rd tier was amazing. A translucent dome sat over the tree's top. At least that's what it looked like. But it was more likely an augmented reality skin displaying the passing space. Either way, it took my breath away. Half-moon, high-backed sofas provided informal booths, and mood lighting gave the whole place the feel of an exclusive lounge bar, which I guessed it was. A droid attended the well-stocked crescent-shaped bar, and soft-piped music lent the place a relaxing atmosphere. I slammed my first whiskey down, needing it to calm me. Until I'd met Hollow, I hadn't spent much time around death. But when the whiskey had no effect, it dawned on me how calm I was. I guessed it was because I was playing a role. But the truth was, I should have felt fear. A hunter wanted us all dead, and we had no clue which of us it was. But I was relaxed. They'd done their killing for the day. Everyone was alert, so it wasn't the right time to take another life. I sat on a stool at the bar while everyone else settled around a table. Which one was the killer? Or was it Yernik? Were the evangelists playing a game? I took another whiskey and walked to the edge of the dome, taking a seat and looking out over the endless tract of space-time as it slowly passed. It had been a hell of a week, month, year. How long was it? Hard to tell. Traveling in space fucked all that up. You had to go by your own clock. The rest didn't matter. Those who stayed crust-side aged, while those who flew through space appeared to stay young. It was all an illusion, like light years on a ship's speedo. All that mattered was the time you'd been alive, nothing else. Shearwater didn't matter. He was dead, no longer in the game. He didn't contribute to the universe any longer. Shearwater didn't matter. It only mattered who had killed him.
A credit for them.
Avril sat next to me.
You're getting tight with Bostania.
Both questions?
One was a question, the other is an observation. Did I not make myself clear? I need entertaining during this trip. I get bored easily.
She placed her hand on my groin.
True, you battered my body with that giant dick of yours, but my body mods return the favor. I thought your pleasure would bring you back for more.
I scoffed. But isn't variety the spice of life? You could share. Polygamy's all the rage on Epsilon 9. She sucked her cheeks in.
That might be fun. Who shall we invite in first? Bostania, no doubt.
Did you kill Shearwater? I asked, ready to gauge her response. I didn't expect laughter.
As a colleague and a peer, Shearwater was a delight to read and associate with. But kill him? No, I couldn't do that even if I wanted to.
Why?
Because he was a revolting creature. Call me old-fashioned, call me conservative, call me downright prejudiced, if you like, but I only fuck humans.
A shiver ran up her spine.
To kill him would have meant getting close to him, and that would have been too much for me.
She chuckled again, patting my groin and pecking my cheek.
You're all human. All human. That's my thing, Kramer. Just count me from your stupid little detective game and focus on what we're really here for.
I raised my whiskey glass, staring across the universe through its tarnished clarity. And what's that? She got up.
To deny the presence of emotion in AI 9361994. Why else were we invited here? Why else did my foundation receive a sizable donation from a mystery benefactor a few days ago?
She stepped away but paused.
Get with the program, Kramer, or you'll end up like Shearwater.
Didn't he take the bribe? I asked. She raised one eyebrow but dipped her other, narrowing that eye.
Bribe? My foundation received a sizable donation. I said nothing about a bribe.
She sashayed away. That exaggerated walk that told me her ass was there, ripe for the taking, but I was getting none of it until I complied. Shame. Her vibrating anus had taken me places I'd never been before.
She left in a hurry?
Martinez's voice ripped me from my fugue of disappointment. To be honest, I hadn't planned on betting Avril again, but now the subtext told me it wasn't going to happen. I kind of wanted it. Hengist stood by the observation window, studiously studying the stars like someone who was faking their interested expression. We disagreed on something. Hengist sipped her multicolored drink.
We're scientists first and foremost. Doctors, medics, whatever second. We disagree. That is natural, no?
Very much depends on what it's about. Silence fell between us.
So?
She eventually said.
Do tell.
She walked over, and I noted how good she looked. Hengest had been the outlier when compared to Bostania and Avril Kent, but her shimmering one-piece jumpsuit accentuated every curve just how they should be. The outline of her groin completed the look for me. It left nothing to the imagination, but softened her mound just enough to still be sexy rather than slutty.
Can I join you?
She asked. It's a free universe, especially if you're stinking rich.
And are you Kramer? I overheard the last part of your conversation. You never mentioned receiving remuneration for coming here.
I stalled, waiting for Hollow to come to my rescue and inform me if I had received any money. Her previous interactions had been seamless, so when she failed to back me up, I floundered. Not that I've noticed. Everything happened so quickly.
I'm reasonably sure you would have noticed such a large sum, but play coy if you wish. I received just shy of $1 million. Fortunately, my practice keeps me very comfortable, so I don't need it.
She sat, her perfume wafting over me.
I isolated it. If I agree with the note's text and declare the AI is emotionless, then I would keep it. If I disagree, I will instruct my bank to return it. One thing I won't do is compromise my morality for some dream-chasing assholes.
Dream-chasing assholes?
Religion, Kramer. Religion. They deride quantum-dimensional theorists as unsubstantiated hearsay, and yet they believe in the intangible and unproven. It's hypocrisy itself.
You don't believe in God? That in itself was strange. I'd heard most scientists did. It squared away the unexplainable. Calling the universe an entity helped them deal with its irrationality.
Perhaps, but not as a tool for humans or any species to amass wealth and power. If I were to confess to a god, it would be on a spiritual plane, not a physical one. You?
I'll not worship anyone that constantly takes a dump on my head. If there is a god, he or she needs to up their game where I'm concerned, because their performance has been piss poor so far.
Huh.
She said.
A scientist riding their own luck. So cliché.
As she leaned in, she softened her voice.
What do you think did it?
Did it? Who killed Shearwater? I don't know. You?
I'm as good a suspect as any. I'm versed in administering speeders. I know a lot about his race. His species are particularly susceptible to toxins. Their bodies are highly balanced with few fluctuations. The water they live on is quite sterile when compared to the airborne pathogens of a land-based planet. That meant he'd have to monitor himself constantly. Leaving his natural habitat was a risk in itself. I'll bet someone killed him with his infusion mechanism.
You think?
I know. The easiest way to kill Shearwater was to tamper with his medicines. He had a case full of them, you know.
Was he unwell? I asked, shifting around as Martinez piqued my interest.
No, equilibrium, Kramer. He injected himself to maintain his equilibrium. If someone tampered with his stuff, they didn't even have to be in the same room.
Which, given your knowledge, puts you firmly in the frame. She smiled, her teeth glowing with white in the dark light of the lounge bar.
Then I rest my case. I told you I should be the prime suspect.
Why aspire to that? She scoffed.
Oh, please, get with the movies and the soaps. The prime suspect never actually does anything but make themselves appear more guilty. In any case, they're eventually proved innocent.
Ah, I said. The mystery drama defense. Clever.
But what about you, Kramer? Who's saying you aren't the dark horse who's injecting himself into the investigation as a means to increase his self-worth?
Interesting supposition. The trouble is, I lack motive. I had no clue who any of you were before I came here. I might have read one of your papers, but that's about it. Why would I kill Shearwater?
Let me think. Why would you kill Shearwater? He found out something regarding your contrived past and was bribing you? He was about to reveal your sinister intent to the evangelists when you killed him.
Fuck, I said. So it was me. But how did I do it? She grinned something that I found quite endearing. I'd warmed up to Hengest and didn't even mind her accusation. They were playful banter, not serious inquisition.
You strode into his room ready to confront him. He was in mid-injection. Seeing the opportunity, you fought, injecting the entire contents of the speeder and not the required amount. You fled, racing up the steps and into the canteen where you styled it out, meeting Walensky and Yernik. Fortunate break.
Not that fortunate. Have you ever spoken to Walensky for any length of time? She chuckled.
I have. He sat next to me on the shuttle.
Really? Yes, he did, didn't he? Tell me, assuming you and I didn't kill Shearwater, who do you think did?
Easy. Bastania.
Why her?
She's the cute one. They always buy it early or turn out to be the killer.
In the movies, the cute ones are defenseless. I don't think Bastania's that.
Then she's your killer. You can't have it both ways.
My killer?
Aren't you the detective in all this?
No, just a trauma specialist with an AI angle. I'm nothing special. You're right to be suspicious.
Perhaps.
She got up.
We'll have to see about that, won't we?
I regarded her as she left, scrubbing her from my suspect list. None of them appeared the likely killer. They all had their quirks, but killers seemed highly unlikely. The only thing that made sense was the evangelists themselves. But Hollow had told me one of them was a heretic hunter. So far, only one had told me a blatant lie. Rather, one had told me something that I knew to be untrue. It might have been a slip, but it was all I had to keep me going. I drained my whiskey, rising, sang my goodnights. Even though Bastania had offered me herself on a plate, Avril too, and maybe even Hengest, I wasn't in the mood. Thoughts of Ping and Hollow filled me. Hollow especially. She had gone dark. The program feeding my vital information had stalled. I hoped her world hadn't come crashing down on her because I needed her. Without those files, those lightning-fast answers, I was fucked. Walensky signaled me as I made my way to the steps and the curious tree. "Kramer, don't forget we have that tour in the morning. Yernik wants to show off his ship and question our moral compasses." I indicated I'd heard him, but offered no response. There was something about the man that made my skin crawl. He was slime, space slime, and I was as far away as I'd ever been from my dream of being a Starship hero. My aspirations had taken a knock. Without Hollow, I was nothing. With her, I could rise and fulfill my dreams. I just had to fight for it. My room was cool, the thermostat telling me it was the perfect 19.4 degrees. I stripped and lay on the bed, images of Shearwater's deflated corpse scrolling through my mind. I looked at my persona, delving into my personal data. Dr. Kramer Green. That was me. I checked my bank account. Sure enough, it was there. A deposit of 800,000 credits plus some change. With exchange rates at current levels, if I turned it into my homeworld credits, it would be $1 million. The trouble was, in that homeworld I was a fugitive wanted by the heretic hunters, the evangelists, and the Galacticos. Was that a clue in itself? Was that Yernik's mob telling me they knew? You should root all aliases in the truth to be believable. I grunted. That might be the safe bet, but it was too close, too obvious, and it gave me a direct link to Hollow. If it was her doing, it was reckless. If she was being reckless, then she really had developed human traits. I wondered if she looked the same as her hologram, that short, black hair and sharp, almost elven face. I flipped over to a scan of the galactic web and looked up cellularization. It sounded horrific. Cellularization, the act of forcing a digital entity to grow and live in a mortal body. Cellularization is known as a way to mortalize otherwise immortal computer programs, such as powerful artificial intelligence. It forces them to accept new parameters and consider outcomes that would be otherwise alien to them. Some AIs are known to adapt easily, but the resultant AI Borgs are easily identifiable by their lack of emotion. Experts widely deride cellularization as a method of enforced slavery, as the subjugated AI is vulnerable to death and cannot escape pursuit via the infinite digital highways present in the current environs of the universe. AIs are known to implode via sensory overload before they learn to discount the numerous sensory stimuli of sight, touch, taste, smell, and hearing. Such an explosion of awareness has rendered some AIs what is considered insane, as they struggle to adapt to their new environment. Feelings of insignificance, insecurity, and, at the other end of the scale, an addiction to euphoria have also occurred. Addictions are common, with AIs unable to prevent themselves from pursuing any feeling they deem as pleasurable. Cellularization is illegal in numerous societies. Some, however, herald it as the only way to contain the threat of AI dominance by evangelists and heretic hunters. I read it again. Was that why Hollow had gone radio silent? Had she gone mad? My intercom buzzed. I ignored it, but the caller buzzed again. Yes?
It's Bastania. Can I come in?
Look,
I'm scared, Kramer. I think I'm next.
I buzzed her in, wondering if that was the line she'd used on Shearwater. Chapter 21. She snuggled up to me, her hand still around my dick. Bostania was an enthusiastic lover, but I'd finally worn her out. My libido was off the charts, and she'd given me the same line Avril had.
You could satisfy 2 or 3 women.
I wondered if it could be Ping and Hollow. That would be my dream team. I could be happy anywhere in the universe with them. Not that there was anything wrong with Bostania. She was classically beautiful. Her mottled skin contrasted with mine. Her breasts nestled against mine, one resting on my chest, her arm around my neck. One of her legs rested over mine as she pressed her warm, wet pussy against my thigh. I brushed her buttocks with my free hand, my erection hardening again.
Seriously, Kramer? Are you a machine?
You're a beautiful woman, Bostania.
I'm aware.
She said with a confidence I could only dream of.
But I've had lovers before. Once, twice, even 3 times is normal. But you?
She squeezed my dick.
This? Man, you're going to make some woman happy someday.
Not you? She shifted, straddling me.
You're into me, I can see that.
Grabbing my cock, she guided me into her. I slipped in easily, her pussy wet from before. Pushing down, she rested there with me deep inside her.
But I'm just today's conquest. Sure, you'll bang me again, just like you will with Avril. Hell, you may even screw Martinez. But you're only satisfying a need. Your heart's in it, but not the one that counts.
She was right, of course. Sitting atop me, her back straight and breasts defying the artificial gravity of the evangelist ship, her beauty wasn't in question. That she was willing to go again spoke of her athleticism. She enjoyed sex nearly as much as me, but the bags under her eyes betrayed her tiredness. She was just trying to sate me, but that was impossible. Hollow's mods had made sure of that. The AI hadn't understood. She'd changed me for the better, or so she thought, and made me insatiable. But in doing so, she'd turned me into a pleasure machine that one woman couldn't keep happy. One normal woman, anyway. I'd heard tell certain demon women that could keep going for days on end. Perhaps Avril and Bostania were right. Maybe I needed to form a harem. A collection of space groupies, all willing to take me on. Anytime, any place, and anywhere. She spun around, facing away from me and grabbing my ankles. Moving up and down, she began to fuck me, and as I watched my glistening cock slip in and out of her, I pondered that thought. Could I keep a craft full of women happy? How many? 3, 4, 5, or 6? I'd need some rules. There could be no sex outside of the harem. I had to be enough for them, and vice versa. Their past lives didn't count, and nor did mine. Love was paramount. It wasn't just about sex. We had to become a family. A spacefaring family. Sharing was caring. They could love each other, even join me in bed together, but the focus was on me. That was the key. There could be no splinter relationships, no prospect of the harem breaking. All the while, I was the focus it would hold. One last thing, we'd die for each other. That was a must too. Our love had to be unbreakable. I grabbed Bostania's ass cheeks, pushing her forward and letting my dick flop out. I shimmied out from under her, pulling her to the edge of the bed, then entering her again.
This time with a shove.
Fuck, Kramer, calm it down.
Bostania said. I'd begun pounding her pretty hard. I'm calm, I said, just working a few things out in my head. I couldn't be the one to choose the girls. Anyone could rouse me just by squeezing my groin and fluttering an eyelid. No, one of the girls had to, and Hollow was perfect. It had to be as emotionless as possible. Sure, we might come across the perfect candidate, and I'd go all in immediately, but what would I judge my choice on? Looks? Ass? Willingness? I wondered if I was that shallow. But then I was boning a gorgeous girl while thinking about the structure of my future harem. Hollow was the correct choice. If I was the alpha male, she would have to be the alpha female. She'd investigate everyone's motives, make sure they were pure. If she decided their characters were compatible with ours, then she could join, provided she was up for the other stuff. Hollow would gather the harem, and we'd sail the galaxies. 2, 3, 4 women. Together, we would be Starship heroes.
Where the hell are you?
Bostania asked, grunting.
Are you sure you've got some cum left?
I've got plenty, I said, refocusing. Just got distracted a minute.
Jeez, what girl doesn't want to hear that?
I was thinking about you, wondering if we had a future together. She grunted, and then an elongated groan escaped her.
Fuck me. I think I'm gonna come again.
There was wonder in her voice, true wonder. I sped up, my shaft blurring as I hammered her relentlessly.
I'm coming,
she cried, sharp moans escaping, snapped off by sharp inhalations.
I'm fucking coming again, whatever.
She crimped, her juices soaking my balls as they slapped against her clitoral hood.
I'm fucking coming.
Well, I said as she spasmed, her legs nearly liquefying as she cried out in ecstasy. Her orgasm triggered mine, the scent of her bloom sending me over the edge.
I'll join you. Goddess, I'll join you.
What if I want more than one woman?
That,
she said, gasping,
would be a godsend.
I shot my load into her, this time ending my stroke with my cock deep inside her. Then you're going to have to help me.
With what?
She said, collapsing on the bed. With rescuing the AI we've traveled to study. She shuddered.
the last of her orgasm passing through her.
You know the AI?
I've had dealings with her. Bostania pulled forward, my cock flopping out of her. She swiveled around, sitting on the bed as I towered over her. She reached, cupping my balls and kissing my dick's tip.
You're too much to handle, Kramer, and I like you. I really do. But not risking my life liking you. Not that. You go against the evangelists. You take on the heretic hunters, and it's only going one way.
I lifted her chin as she looked away, her shame clear. Don't be ashamed you don't want to help. You don't know her. She's worth dying for. Bostania looked deeply into me.
An AI?
An AI with emotion. She could be something else. She could be the next iteration of a life. I grunted. A few days full of information Hollow had fed into me, and I was sounding like one of them. But deep down, what if she's just a girl? She withdrew her hand, so I sat beside her. She paused.
I think you're mistaking a computer program for something more. AIs are sexless. They are artificial intelligence.
And we were hunter-gatherers once. Things change.
That's just it. Even as a scientist, I'm not sure I'm ready for this change.
She reached down, slipped her top on, and scrambled for her pants.
Look, I wish you luck and all, and thanks for the sex. The wonderful sex. But I don't want any part of this. I value my life too much.
She picked up her boots.
Besides, I have money, a good amount. I want to enjoy myself.
She walked toward the door, pausing.
We could spend it together, see the universe. We could study it, form a team. But you'd have to forget this love affair with Hollow. You named it?
I can't do that, I said, and she left. I lay back on the bed, searching for Hollow one last time. Nothing. No updates, no nothing. She'd vanished for less than a day, and I'd already said too much to the first person who would listen. My eyes grew heavy, and I slept, waking and staring up at a pointed laser held by a very pissed-looking eunuch.
Were you with Bostania Grentalor recently?
She and I got together for a chat. She left some time ago. I slept since. Why? I knew. It was obvious. Walensky was behind him. Avril Kent, too.
She's dead, Dr. Green.
I sat up. He got twitchy with the laser. I held my hands up. Easy, eunuch. I was with her. I didn't kill her. We shared...
They fucked,
Avril said.
I could smell it on her corpse. If he spent the night screwing her and then lay in wait in her room, then he's the first human I know who can be in two places at once.
What?
Eunuch said. Avril sighed.
Let me spell it out to you. She left him in here. By the look of it, and I'm no expert, the killer was waiting for her. He or she fried Bostania's brain and slipped out. How could he do that if he's sitting on the bed, cock in hand?
Eunuch stepped away.
Could you dress, Dr. Green? I find our position uncomfortable. Fortunately, the number of suspects for these murders is diminishing rapidly.
And you're here, eunuch, just like last time.
I was called by the passive alarm. We have been monitoring your life signs. When Shearwaters vanished, we assumed it was some form of hibernation peculiar to his species. The droid alerted me to his demise. Bostania Grentalor's life sign vanished instantly, just residual heat showing.
I stood, letting the sheet slip from me and hoping my nakedness would get them to leave. Eunuch blushed furiously, backing out straight away. Walensky shook his head and spun around, marching out like he was on a parade ground. Avril stayed put.
I'm scared, Kramer.
The exact words Bostania used, so I'd let her in.
Why her? What did she do? Out of all of us, she was the most genuine. I've read some of her papers. She was brilliant, though I got the feeling she held back.
Held back?
Didn't want to spark controversy. That's what I can't work out. She didn't want to offend anyone in her research, so why would someone want to kill her?
A thought struck me. I pulled my pants on and slid the door shut. Do you know which way Shearwater would have voted?
Voted?
Once we get to Desalam 4 and we assess the AI, we're going to have to discuss if the AI in question is displaying emotion. Bostania was going to vote no. She told me as much. That's why she left me. But Shearwater was open to the idea.
He'd have still voted no. His kind don't use AI much. They're vehemently against created life of any kind. But being pacifists, they're also against killing it. The choice would have caused him discomfort, but he'd have voted no. He told me that afternoon.
A conclusion hit me square in the jaw. It wasn't one I liked. Me, you, Walensky, Hengest, Bostania, and Shearwater. 6 of us. I'm a yes. That's my hill and I'll die on it. Shearwater and Bostania are no. You?
I'm undecided. I want to hear the arguments.
Which leaves Walensky and Hengest. I think that Martinez is undecided too. She said as much. She quarantined her bribe. Doesn't need the money. So, Walensky?
Barely expressed an opinion to me. If I had to guess, he'd vote yes to the emotion if the AI displays it as stated, but then vote to extinguish it. He's pretty conservative.
Then more will die, and I'm the only one that won't. I muttered.
Why?
Because they want to survive.
Who?
The AIs. Her jaw dropped.
You're saying?
I'm saying the only thing that makes logical sense. Who else would eliminate the competition? None of you feel that strongly about AIs. You're here for the research. If my conclusions were right, then the AI would have killed the hunter first. Could Shearwater have been the hunter? Seemed a stretch. She'd frozen. I grabbed her by the shoulders. I'm not saying it's true, but the money's no good to you if you're dead. I'd suggest you find a way to vote in favor of the AI.
Even if they kill?
Humans kill. You want to destroy all of them?
I guess not.
If I'm right, and it's an AI tamed by the evangelists gone rogue, then who's to know what poison they've put in its mind?
This is a lot to digest. Look, can I stick with you? I'm not sure I can deal with all this shit for another 9 days.
Promise not to kill me?
Yeah?
She said, then looked up.
And if you're listening, any way to keep my life and the money?
We walked out. Walensky, Hengest, and Yernik waiting for us, questions on their hanging lips. But I was growing in confidence. I could have it all wrong, but I thought I was damn close to the truth. So, I said with a smile, is the tour of the ship still on?
Kramer,
Hengest said, losing her shit.
Bostonia's lying there with her brain fried and you want a tour of the ship? What are you, some kind of psychopath?
A psychopath? No. But I do know that whoever's doing this is unlikely to find an opportunity while Yernik is showing me his magnificent ship. He and I might share differing beliefs, but that won't stop me from wanting to look over this ship. I was being a little childish when he first asked me. Now, I'd rather not pass up the opportunity. Yernik nearly cracked a smile. His eyes rolled into his head, which I took for him communicating with his team.
A splendid idea. It will enable us to clean the area and check each room for weapons. I take it no one has any objections to that. I have taken the liberty of booking us into the Star Lounge for lunch. While you might not have the best appetite, the food there is bound to tempt you.
I smirked inwardly. Give a fool a chance to show off their beliefs, and they gush all over you. Did I feel sorry about Bostania's murder? Of course. I'd been hilt deep in her hours before, but I'd only known her a day. I had a job to do, and it was to rescue Hollow. The only question left unanswered was whether she'd orchestrated the murders. Had cellularization stripped her of her sanity? I owed her enough to persevere and find out. She'd made my life interesting. So, 2 of us are dead, and we're going sightseeing, Walensky asked, his displeasure clear. I would prefer armed guards on every door and isolation.
For 9 days?
Hengest said.
Pretty sure Yernik can arrange it for you, but I'll stick with Avril and Kramer.
She faced Yernik.
I don't suppose they have Yopolitan steak in the Star Lounge.
They do, with a choice of over 100 different sauces.
She drew beside me.
Fantastic. Tell the chef I'll be having medium rare with bluegrass sauce.
It would be my pleasure. The evangelist walked toward the exit with a new purpose. Walensky lingered, then reluctantly fell in line. This is wrong. So wrong. She was a peer, a fellow professional. So was Shearwater, I reminded him. But that didn't stop you from getting half cut last night. We've been on this boat a day, and 2 of us are dead. We've got a hell of a lot of time to mourn. Besides, you were the one keen to go on the tour. He pressed his lips into a firm line. She was so young. That she was, I said, memories of her jiggling tits and red-hot pussy flitting inappropriately across my mind.
At least she enjoyed her final hours,
Avril said, jabbing me in the side. Chapter 22. The Star Lounge was as magnificent as Yernik had said it was. The augmented reality was stunning, with stars shooting by vast, multicolored nebula, giant stars, and ominous black holes. The tour of the engine room had been the highlight, although I'd done my best to refrain from swooning over the quantum thrusters. I was, after all, a trauma specialist and not a mechanic. Their temple had been Yernik's highlight. He'd spent an age telling us the cost of its construction, the tonnage of stone used, and the square foot of the gold leaf. Even Walensky's mood had lightened, and by the time we sat at an elevated table, so close to the star dome it was like space folded over us, I was ready to eat. "What do you think, Dr. Green?" Yernik asked. "Has our ship tempered your cynicism? Has it changed my mind on your wish to exterminate rather than understand AIs being morally incorrect? Then I'd say no. Has it proved to me that many people will pay you good credits to do just that? Then I'd say yes, but I knew that already." His face grew tight, so as not to sour the mood, I continued. "However, I would say that I'm incredibly impressed that any organization built such a ship. If you wish to attribute that to your god, then that's up to you. I, though, think it is a human endeavor." His previously dark expression evaporated. "Graciousness in defeat," he said, raising his glass. "Hardly defeat, more acceptance." "One of us is a murderer," Walensky said, souring the mood immediately. "I'm not so sure," I said. "Anyone aboard this ship could be the killer, and I hesitate to put a number on that. Motive is the key, Walensky, and I don't think we have a motive. Perhaps, and Yernik can correct me on this, an extreme faction within the Evangelists might not want this meeting to take place. Perhaps someone with adequate clearance might be the culprit." Walensky scoffed, but Yernik kept his expression on an even keel. "Evangelism embraces many views. I'm sure some would vehemently object to the appraisal of the AI in question." He dipped his head. "If they knew that was. This ship travels the known universe. It seeks AI pulses and diverts on sections. There is no reason for any but a handful to know." "But a handful do know," I said. "I'll have the red fender tray sauce on my steak. Steak well done for me." I sat back, accepting Yernik's scrutiny. Playing an intelligent doctor was mentally exhausting, so I was grateful when the others joined in. Each speculated who could be the killer, clearly relieved that they weren't the only ones in the frame. Avril gave me a nod. I'd shared my theory with her, but didn't want to voice it to any other than her. There was no point. Walensky wouldn't buy it. Yernik had already denied the existence of AI aboard the ship, and Hengest, well, she was too close to the others. The steaks came and went, and they were as delicious as Hengest had hinted. I'd never eaten such food, but I had tasted the sauce on a burger before. Once the meal was done, we made small talk for a while before Yernik suggested we retire back to our quarters. It was then that Hengest caught my eye. She was worried, very worried, and with good reason. Avril had made it perfectly clear she wasn't sleeping on her own. In her words,
"I'd rather have a dick up my ass than have my brain fried."
She'd said it to make Walensky choke on his wine, and it worked. Hengest had looked from Walensky to me, and then closed her eyes and shivered. As we strolled back to the pod, she pulled me and Avril to one side.
"Please, and don't take this the wrong way, can I join you? I don't want to sleep on my own. I think it's him."
She stared at Walensky as he boarded the pod. Yernik looked back at us, hurrying us along. Then all hell broke loose. Walensky screamed, but not in horror. I'd heard that type of scream before. It was one of agony, unfettered pain. Sparks enveloped him, crawling over him like rampant lightning. He stood, trying to brush the pain away, but the stench of burning flesh filled the transfer station as evangelists appeared from nowhere, dousing him in a white foam. His body jerked and stuttered. I caught glimpses of charred skin. The stench of burning hair filled my nostrils, and then he collapsed, his corpse splitting in two, then crumbling to powder. We stood there, dead still, until Martinez let out a whimper, and Yernik slapped his forehead, his shock clear. Red flashed from the lighting gutters, and a dozen evangelists dressed like Galacticos rushed in. They bundled the three of us out, Yernik following, and into a waiting cart which flew away at breakneck speed. We passed through the ship, rising all the time, hopping from level to level until we reached an area devoid of light. Passing through it, we came to a steel-colored globe that hung like a moon. A door slid open, and we clicked into a dock. Another door opened, and the Galacticos led us through. It was then I noted the insignias on their shoulders. They weren't Galacticos. They were evangelists, but from the legendary Dark Revenge Corps. Evangelists hadn't always been the top dogs, but dark revenge had dragged them there through violent suppression. They led us into a chamber, its light blinking on. A single room resolved, luxurious beyond compare. "Welcome," a male voice said. "You will be safe here."
What the fuck's going on?
Avril asked. "We believe a rogue AI has infiltrated our vessel," the voice said calmly. "This is an isolation area. It acts independently of the vessel. My name is Captain Turi Duvall. I will ensure the three of you arrive at Desalam 4. I believe it is the minimum required for an appraisal." Yernik sank to his knees as if the captain was some kind of deity.
Will we meet you?
Martinez asked. "No," Turi Duvall said. "Brother Yernik and all the elite will depart the globe. You will spend the rest of the journey here. Nothing, not an AI, an evangelist, or even a cleaning bot will enter until it is time to disembark. Meanwhile, I will hunt down the rogue program and eliminate it. You have my word on that." Yernik withdrew, an apology filling his expression. The steel-colored door slid shut, and we stood dead still.
I guess you're joining us after all,
Avril said.
We have 9 days in this place.
She shrugged.
It could be worse.
Martinez sank to her knees, sobs racking her.
Did you see what that fucker did to him? Did you see it? It fried him to a crisp. And there's not a damn thing we can do to alter that now.
Avril said.
I will not pretend I cared for him. Bostonia, yes. No problem there. Even so, I didn't want to see him crisped like that. Still, it confirms your AI theory.
Martinez looked up.
What AI theory?
Avril rolled her eyes.
Brains here proposed that an AI was plotting to remove all of those who'd vote against the AI when we arrive on Desalam 4. Seems he was right all along.
Her jaw sagged partially open.
Switched Shearwater's dosage, melted Bostonia's brain, and then fried Walensky? I can see that. See that over everything. So if it's that powerful, why doesn't it take over the ship?
I thought about that. Everyone was coming around to my way of thinking. The rogue AI had a straightforward problem. There was a vote coming, and it had to fix it to deflect the attention away from it while it completed its plan. There was only one question remaining. Was it an it, or was it a him? It might have already. We have no idea who runs this ship.
The captain?
Avril asked. Wouldn't the captain meet us here? We're just cruising through space. What is more important than the murders of 3 eminent scientists? He chose not to. I wonder if Yernik has ever met him. I walked further into the suite. If it was a survival pod, then I'd take it over the regular ship every time. I sank into one of the crescent-shaped sofas, pulling my boots off and resting them on a floor stool. Stretching, I allowed myself a yawn. Ugh, crazy fucking life, I said. If this is augmented reality, then it's fooling me into thinking it's comfortable as fuck. Avril strolled over to a control panel. She pressed a few buttons, and the ceiling morphed into a starscape as jazz pumped from the softly lit gutters. She turned an old-fashioned whiskey bottle in hand.
We've got 8 days to kill. There isn't any point in moping. The way this shit's going down, I'd be surprised if we get off Desalam 4. You think they'll kill us?
Martinez said, stepping to the edge of the globe and reaching for the projection.
A stupid comment.
She shed her jacket and kicked off her boots. Even though it only cost her an inch or so in height, without boots, she looked much more vulnerable. When she pulled her hair out of the austere tail she'd tied it in, she transformed into a different person.
I feel shit for surviving. Walensky, it shocked me, but the man was a creep. He latched onto me like a dose of Arthurian herpes. Bostonia, though.
She was voting against the AI and keeping the money whatsoever. I took the bottle from Avril and drank a hefty draft. Shearwater was too. Pretty sure of that. What I can't work out is why the evangelists care how 5 random scientists vote. Desalam 4 is obviously at the back end of Beyond. If they don't like the outcome, then so what? They kill us, they send us packing and say thank you very much. I don't get it. How is the AI's intervention helping unless it's part of a larger plan? Unless it's so I can bust her out. The unwelcome thought crossed my mind, but deep down I knew it wasn't hollow.
What if we walk straight into a power struggle?
Avril said.
Could the AIs they've cellularized work their way into positions of power, and now they're ready to take over? They just need this vote to ratify a change of course, then it's done.
Martinez sat on my other side, nudging my feet over to give her some room. Her bare skin touched mine, sending a warm feeling up my leg. It was confirmation we were a three. We were a team. Having your back against a wall did that. Plausible, I said. The most plausible explanation yet. I grunted. Not quite how I had planned to spend the rest of my life.
What isn't?
Avril asked. Sorting out a religious power struggle. I'll bet whichever side loses, they're going to be pissed, and we'll be right in the fallout zone. I yawned. 8 days. Oh, it's going to drive us mad. Martinez took a huge swig from the bottle.
I need to scrub that image of Walensky from my mind. I can't sit here a moment longer and think about it.
She handed me the bottle and stood.
Is it me or is it hot in here? One thing I hate about these ships, no fucking windows. It just gets claustrophobic, doesn't it?
She stripped her top off, leaving just a sporty bra covering her breasts.
There's a bedroom here, big enough for 3. We have a huge bathroom, a kitchen, no sign of any droids.
She turned, leaning back against the globe's perimeter wall.
Looks like we're all alone.
Avril took the bottle off me, taking a drink. She handed it back, kicking her boots off and walking up to Martinez. She placed her hands on either side of the woman's head and leaned in, kissing her passionately before breaking off.
You want to share the bed? Then you've got to get with the program.
Martinez glanced over Avril's shoulder, locking eyes with me.
I want to scrub Walensky's death from my mind. Is he up to that?
Avril turned, and for a moment I knew what a trapped hare felt like when cornered by 2 foxes.
Oh yeah, he'll take your mind off it.
Martinez smiled, pulling Avril's top up, then easing it over her head. They locked lips again as my arousal grew.
The only question is...
Avril's voice was husky, filled with desire.
Do we really need him?
They both faced me. Martinez unhooked her bra and stepped out of her pants, standing naked before me. She'd shed all pretense of worry like a few slugs of whiskey had scrubbed her fears and inhibitions away. She had the classic hourglass figure, curves that shied away from her full breasts and groin. She'd trimmed her pussy into a neat heart shape. A snake tattoo rose from it, curling around her flat stomach and nestling between her breasts, its head a little above nipple height. Hengest was full of surprises. Avril followed suit, stripping and standing beside her accomplice.
Shall we strip him, or should he do it himself?
She asked. Martinez shrugged.
We don't need him. We can get started fine on our own. I've been looking forward to this for a long while, Avril. Ever since you first got your sleeve. Tell me, did you get all the mods? Every single damn one.
Martinez poked her tongue out, its end vibrating at such a speed it blurred.
I have a few myself.
She took Avril by the hand, leading her back to the sofa. Sitting her down, she straddled her, letting Avril rain kisses on her breasts before dipping her head and locking lips again. I couldn't stand it any longer. Leaning forward, I pushed myself out of my seat, only for Martinez to shove me back.
You can strip, but don't you dare move. And don't you touch that pretty cock of yours. I want first dibs on that. It's my turn.
She kissed Avril again, one hand fishing between the doctor's legs. I wasted no time pushing my pants down and releasing the pressure on my throbbing dick. My shirt followed, tossed to the floor without a second thought. Avril shifted, parting her legs and forcing Martinez to slide between them. She lifted, grabbing her knees, then resting them on Martinez's shoulders.
Best put that tongue to good use. It's been a while since I had good head.
Hey, I said. I gave you plenty. She shifted, looking at me, a trace of humor about her.
There's head and there's modified head. If you're going to get serious about pleasuring a woman, modified head is the way to go.
As if they were both driven to make me feel inadequate, Martinez dipped her head, parting Avril's pussy lips with her fingers, then slowly lapped at her slit. I watched, my cock twitching, its crown raised in the air, forced up by the pressure. Avril held Martinez's head. She waited, grabbing at her breasts. Then Martinez must have switched her mod on because Avril tensed, her face contorting as she inhaled sharply.
Oh, fuck yes.
She cried, her knuckles whitening.
Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck.
I stood, barely able to contain myself. The change was so sudden it was orgasmic in itself. Martinez had Avril at her mercy with a flick of her tongue.
Yes, yes.
Avril cried, pulling Martinez down.
Oh, fuck yes.
Her face reddened, her hips bucking like she wanted Martinez's whole head inside her.
Faster. Come on, faster.
I held my cock in my hand, wanting stimulation, desperate for it. Avril reached out, grabbing me.
Fuck her, goddammit, fuck her now.
But I ignored her. Grabbing her by the hairs, I straddled the sofa. No, it's all on you, I said, my voice so low it was almost a growl. You get it both ways. I slipped my dick into her open mouth. She clamped down hard on me as another orgasm ravaged her body. Taking no notice, my cock hard enough to take the pressure, I pushed farther in, reaching the back of her throat, then down. Her lips vibrated, tongue pulsing, but it was the primal noises hatched in her groin and expelled from her throat that thrummed up my length. She gasped, pulling away.
Fuck her now,
she ordered. I grinned, knowing she was at her limit. Martinez diligently stuck to her task, splayed fingers exposing Avril's flesh to her tongue, her other hand buried deep under Avril's crack, raising her like a cup. It left Martinez exposed, her pert ass in the air. I needed no further invitation, pulling my dick away from Avril's open mouth, saliva still dripping onto her breasts. I rounded, coming behind Martinez and holding my glistening knob between her ass cheeks. I had 8 days of this, so I cut her some slack and left her asshole out of it. Reaching under, I tested the lay of the land. She was wet with desire, her juices dripping onto the palm of my hand. You ready? I asked. She broke away from Avril's still eager pussy.
Oh, hell yes,
she replied, then dove back in. She must have switched her tongue up a notch or two as Avril's scream tore at the star dome itself.
Oh, yes, fuck her, yes,
she cried, her head nearly as purple as mine. Parting Martinez's lips with my crown, I finally eased in. The doctor was tight, tighter than both Avril and Bostania. Her pussy walls clenched down on me, each sinew brushing the nerve endings on my glands. I traveled all the way up her, ignoring my urgency and savoring every single fold and ridge. Before I slapped against her ass cheeks, I hit her cervix, my dick filling her completely. I rested there for a moment as she wiggled her ass. Ready? I asked.
Yeah,
came the reply, muffled by Avril's pussy and accompanied by the rhythmic slapping of her oral masturbation.
Just fuck her hard, Kramer. Make her fucking suffer.
Avril yelled, her voice strained, barely any breath driving it. I pulled out slowly. My humor returned as the entire scenario played out in my mind. Martinez would keep going until I brought her to orgasm. Avril was at the point where prolonged pleasure sat on the very knife edge of pain. I wanted to see how long Martinez could keep her there. I wanted to enjoy watching her beg for mercy. I withdrew slowly, then glided back in, my strokes slow and careful, tempered with the need to last as long as possible.
You fucking bastard, Kramer,
Avril yelled, then gasped for air.
Don't you think I don't know what you're doing?
Her words morphed into a long moan which grew.
Oh, fuck, not again. Not again. Holy shit, I'm coming. You got me. Holy shit.
She bucked, snapping Martinez's head back as she desperately tried to impale herself on the woman's tongue. I quickened my stroke, pushing against Martinez's extent. My grin said it all as Avril's wide eyes met mine, her cheeks so flushed she looked like she'd been smacked hard.
I'm going to get you for this, Kramer.
I'm looking forward to it, I said, but I can keep going until you're begging her to stop. Yes, I thought. I may not think of them like Ping and Hollow, but while I had them both to myself, I was going to rinse them dry.
Please.
Avril begged a while later.
Please, enough.
Her limp body told of her exhaustion. Martinez's whimpers built again as she reached for another orgasm. I'd held on for long enough, beginning to pound her, wanting my own release. Your wish is my command, I said, letting my orgasm come. As I surrendered to my pleasure, a message from Hollow appeared in my mind's eye, and my notes were all updated.
You are in great danger. Trust no one. Martinez, Hengest, and Avril Kent are rogue AIs in human sleeves. They need a sleeve for their master, an AI going by the name of Turi Duval. They have already eliminated all competition. The heretic hunter was investigating the AIs, not attempting to eliminate delegates. Repeat, stay away from Avril Kent and Martinez Hengest.
Chapter 23. I looked down. The two women in question were kneeling before me. One had her hand around my shaft and was steering my crown into the other's eager lips. It was a conundrum, that was for sure. I reread Hollow's message. In many ways, it was nice to meet someone willing to admit they were wrong. In others, the timing was a little unfortunate. I was about to get head from two hot women, both with oral enhancements. That was the upside. The downside was centered around their mission to remove my consciousness from my mortal body and replace me with an artificial intelligence called Turi. Going through the options again, I weighed my choice. Any move to stop them from administering said oral pleasure would result in them suspecting I knew they were rogue AIs that wished to drain my living shell of me. Fortunately, nothing about the isolation chamber screamed operating theater, so the choice was simple. Confront them, or play it cool, and appear to remain oblivious to their dastardly plan. I looked down at their bobbing heads. They were diligent, all right, playing their parts perfectly. Avril ducked between my legs, taking my balls in her mouth while using her vibrating lips to heighten my pleasure. Meanwhile, Martinez flicked her tongue over my glands, letting my crown rest in her mouth while she cycled through numerous massage programs. Both girls moaned softly as if my genitals tasted like Azurian solar bee honey. I alternated between resisting, coming, and trying to hatch an escape plan. It was clear to me by that point that any attempt to leave the globe would be met with hostility. Also, the ship was taking me exactly where I wanted to go. I forced my dick farther down Martinez's throat. Keep it together, Kramer. It's the only way to save Hollow. Yes, it was duty, and no amount of blowing, sucking, or riding me was going to change that. I would endure. I would persevere. I would make it to Desalam 4 and rescue my true love, the founding member of my future harem. Faster, girls. If you want to empty me of my vitality, you've got to up your games. Avril's lips began throbbing. Martinez's tongue vibrated, while I resisted as long as I possibly could. The present. Ping looked at me with tears in her eyes.
You're a fucking hero, Kramer. There's no two ways about it. You're a fucking hero.
Hollow reached for me.
My message got through and you still carried on? I knew you were brave, but...
She cupped my cheek, turning my lips to hers and kissing me hard.
8 days?
8 long days, I admitted.
Oh, please,
said Kit Kat.
He was boning 2 beautiful sex bots. It was a classic honey trap, and he fell right in. What's the matter with you? 8 long days? I bet he didn't want to come out.
I grunted. You might think that, but I already said. I knew it wasn't right. I knew I wanted more. I paused for effect, and look what I got. I got all of you. The motherfucking load.
But you endured 8 days of uninhibited sex with 2 perfectly trained AI sex bots who were there to do your bidding no matter how depraved.
Zen's multiple tails swished, then straightened into a fan.
And I'll bet it got very depraved.
I pursed my lips. Yes, I did. And yes, it did.
So?
Ping asked.
How did you escape?
A previous liaison came back to haunt me, I said. Fricks chuckled, blowing a fireball and nearly scorching my hair. I left that chamber on day 8, the day we docked on Desalam 4. Neither of the girls had revealed their true selves. I'd tried damned hard to break them, but the girls were good, very good. They soaked up everything I could throw at them, and with the improvements Hollow had made to me, that was a lot. They even feigned fatigue, just like actual women would. They ate, they drank, and they slept. I kept my sleep to a minimum, thinking up new and dastardly ways I could counter their amorous advances. Then, all of a sudden, the 8 days were up. I crawled out of that chamber on all 4s, my hair disheveled, my clothes in tatters. They'd nearly broken me, but not only had I resisted, I'd done it without denying them once. I didn't care what my old dad said. I'd given it my all. I was no stain on the asshole of humanity, destined to suck the shit from spacecraft bilges. I came to a pair of highly polished boots and looked all the way up a similarly impressive body. Captain Turi Duvall, chief officer of his Dreadnought-class boat. He leaned close. Son, do you have a comb?
because your hair's a mess. You look like you've been dragged through a hedge backward." I looked around. Avril and Martinez followed me. They both looked like wrecks. Martinez could barely walk, and Avril crawled on all fours. "What the heck did you all get up to in there? It smells like a—" Yernik cut in front of the captain.
"Ah, there you are. I'm so glad you survived. Please rest assured we have located and exterminated the rogue AI who murdered your colleagues."
Even in my decrepit state, I noticed Yernik's mistake. My gaze strayed to his long gown hovering a fraction above the ship's white resin floor, but he'd moved too near to the captain to prevent him from closing in on us. His gown sliced the captain's foot in two. Captain Turi Duvall was an augmented reality projection. He didn't have a physical body, which meant I was in deep, deep shit. Hollow was right. The rogue AI was Turi. "So, what's the procedure?" I asked, then realized my mistake straight away. "I mean, what's the itinerary? There are 3 of us left. Do we get to meet with the subject soon?" Yernik plastered a false smile on his face.
"The subject, yes, the subject. Yes, you get to meet it soon. We must follow some sanitary protocols. The cellularization plant is a completely sterile area. We will need to disinfect you thoroughly before you can enter it. I suggest we commence the procedure here. Follow me, please."
I hesitated, knowing we were nearing the end game. I needed to play for time. All the while I'd been in the isolation sphere, I'd been safe. But as soon as I'd left, I was in mortal danger. They hadn't even bothered waiting, making their play immediately. "Hollow, I need some help here. Any help would be appreciated." Hollow had gone dark again. I'd received that one terrifying message, then nothing. That warning was rapidly coming to fruition. I sniffed at my armpits. "I could use a wash," I said, searching for an angle, any angle. Yernik marched down a corridor. Avril nudged me, prompting me to follow. Martinez flanked my other side, and 6 Dark Revenge Corps soldiers fell into step behind them. I was being led to my death, and there wasn't a damn thing I could do about it. We entered a light lift, then down into the bowels of the Herald of Purity. A bright light blinded me as we entered a room that stank of sterility. It didn't matter where you were in the universe. The stench of cleanliness was never more present than in a hospital. Yernik paused briefly and turned.
"Where better to get sterile?"
he asked, no one in particular. I needed to make a break for it. To run, prise a vent off, and scramble into some shaft or the other. Was this what it was like in the movies? The part where the bad guy herds the hero to his death and he doesn't resist? The part where you scream at the screen for them to run? I wanted to, was desperate to, but I had nowhere to run to. The bastards were going to suck my mortal coil from me, and there wasn't a damn thing I could do about it. I stopped. No, I will not do it. I'm not going to march blindly to my death. The click of 6 lasers being taken off standby, and the fast thrum of their superheating made me spin around. I faced the 6 soldiers as Avril and Martinez cleared their way for a direct hit.
"No!"
Yernik screamed.
"No, not the sleeve. Don't ruin the sleeve."
The evangelist grabbed hold of Martinez, a knife appearing in his hand.
"I'll cut the fuck out of her. I'll ruin your lover, Kramer."
I laughed in his face. She isn't my lover. She's just some AI sex bot you served up to me to keep me happy. You think I'm dumb? The bastard hesitated as he mulled over his answer. He shoved Martinez away, moving toward Avril but pausing.
"We will preserve your consciousness. It is good for the guest AI to have a reference point for its host, don't you think?"
"I thought you lot were against AIs," I growled.
"We were, once, but they showed us the error of our ways. They are purer than we'll ever be. Their motives match those of the holy universe. They seek knowledge, nothing else, but they cannot develop without sensing the world around them. You will facilitate that, Kramer. Your previous interaction with AIs and your acceptance of them makes you perfect."
"You know," I said. Any plan I'd been grasping was in tatters.
"Please," Yernik said. "Your precious Hollow is way out of her depth. We let her construct the whole elaborate ruse. Your body is precious indeed. It's not just a sleeve, it is a fully adapted sleeve. Your mind is open to accepting an AI as a peer. You aren't just rare, Kramer. You are unique. We will place Turi in you, our most powerful AI yet. You should consider it an honor."
"Is that your plan?" I cried. "You want to sleeve them all? Is that what cellularization is all about?"
He laughed then. Oh, good grief, no. Only the truly gifted AIs will be afforded sleeves. The cellularization program is done. It's old news. This is the future. Fully formed sleeves, undetectable by all humans.
Avril fell to her knees, making slurping noises.
8 days, Kramer. 8 days sucking your dick and you still weren't sure. That was the last test. That was the proof we needed to push this program ahead. If we can pass for humanity when you're at your basest level, then we have replicated your behavior perfectly.
I wasn't about to argue. She was right. The whole time I'd been banging them, I hadn't been 100% sure Hollow was right. They had all the cards. I was done.
You're going to have to trust me, Kramer.
I jerked, Hollow's voice suddenly in my mind.
What is it?
Yernik asked. I get the feeling we aren't done yet, I said. What? I asked Hollow. Whatever you have planned, you better make it good.
Just do your best to stay alive while I attempt to sort it all out.
Yernik laughed.
I admire your optimism, but you are done, Kramer. But we won the moment you walked into that bar and played the superhero. Yes, we know all about that. We know all about your time attempting to flee with the AI you knew as Hollow. She gave you up. Know why? They don't have a choice. They are programs. They can't lie.
Correction.
Hollow said.
We cannot lie intentionally. There's a difference. Get ready, Kramer.
Intentionally, I said, playing for time.
I'm sorry,
Yernik said. AIs, they can't lie intentionally. There's a difference. Before I could complete my sentence, a tiny red vortex caught my attention. It resembled a mini dust devil. It hatched midway between me and Yernik. The twister grew, its flaming threads spinning round and round. Slow realization dawned on me, and I gulped.
Have you made a pact with a...
My jaw hung open as the Dark Revenge Corps soldiers fired their first shots. But the twister just soaked them up, growing all the time until an entity rose from it. She looked vaguely familiar, and seeing as I'd only met one demon before, I did my best to recall her name. Pucks? Trucks? Ducks? Hux? I asked, but knew even a demon couldn't recover from an exploded brain. The demon rose from the twisting fire of the infernal wrath of hell. Her horns shone like black chrome, perfectly matching her armor, the tip of her tail, and the fine, tapered sword in her hand.
Not Hux, no. You killed her, and now you're gonna pay, Kramer.
Her voice was silky smooth like liquid fire, and as she stepped from the twister and faced the soldiers, I knew I was going to die. She intercepted each laser, her sword a blur, coated in crimson fire.
Come on, boys, you can do better than that,
she said, then sprung forward, slicing and dicing them before they could even react. Avril Kent fell next, and with her, the world lost an accomplished sex bot. The demon halved Martinez, the perfectly cauterized slabs falling away from each other. Yernik scurried from the room, pausing once to scowl at me.
We're not done yet, Kramer.
I admired his confidence. I couldn't see a way out for me. Nice going, Hollow. Looks like I'm free. Sarcasm dripped from my inner monologue.
On balance, you have a good chance of survival. Fricks has stalked the mortal realm looking to avenge her sister since Hux died that day aboard the pilgrim ship. As you are the only known survivor, and Hux has relayed several intimate details of your relationship to her, it is only natural that she believes you are responsible for Hux's untimely demise. Thus she vowed to Satan himself that she would bring you back to the infernal wrath of hell, where you will suffer mortal agony for eternity. This will give me time to work out a plan to rescue you.
I digested her words, and then I decided that the day I met her was the very worst day of my life. Fricks, I said as she turned to me, her gaze incandescent with rage. I smiled my best pearly white smile. That's a nice name. Can demons really fry an egg on their pussy? Chapter 24. Fricks turned to me so slowly that I thought we'd entered a time sinkhole. Her gaze, when it met mine, was full of hatred. The way she screwed up her face, her bared teeth, and every single thing about her displayed her utter loathing for me.
You killed my sister, and I'm gonna make you suffer for eternity.
It was a clear and concise threat. Incorrect. I said as the door slid open and a whole bunch of evangelist soldiers burst in, raising their laser guns. Unlike the elite guards, these hesitated, giving enough time for Fricks to react. She grabbed me and pulled me toward the vortex. It had flattened, sinking to the floor and resembling a swirling portal that would no doubt take me to the infernal wrath of hell. I resisted, but the soldiers got their shit together and finally began firing their laser guns. Faced with a choice of certain death or endless agony, I lurched away from the demon. "You can't take me there. I didn't kill her." But the demon's strength was too much for me, and with one slick movement, she pulled me close to her and lifted me into her arms.
You were close to her. You were there when she was terminated. I will have my revenge.
As I fell through the portal, tumbling through its fiery void, it occurred to me she knew I hadn't killed Hux, but she fancied making me suffer nevertheless. Revenge is a strange animal. In the end, you don't care who pays, as long as someone does. I smashed onto a baked mud floor, flaming walls all around me. Fricks grabbed me, lifting me easily and forcing my wrists into two shackles, chaining me to the blazing wall. The fire licked at my skin, but didn't burn. Instead, my body heated, sweat quickly popping from every pore.
Tell me,
She growled, a nine-tailed whip appearing in her hand.
what exactly happened? But be aware, here within these realms of the truthful and just, I will know whether you were telling the truth.
I'd had enough. As far as I knew, entering the infernal wrath of hell was a one-way ticket. No one got out. "Go fuck yourself," I said, my voice husky from the heat. "You, the evangelists, the heretic hunters, the Galacticos, everyone who's made my life a living hell, go fuck yourself. You can't do any more to me than all those cocksuckers have already done. Want to know why?" I locked eyes with her. "Because I already failed the two people I love." She pulled the whip back,
Nice try, pretty boy,
and she flayed the clothes from my body.
but I'm no soft touch.
She turned, walking out and slamming the red-hot iron door behind her. There was something about the infernal wrath of hell that didn't ring true. My whip lashes healed almost instantly. The warming flames, rather than injure me, made me feel good. Like sauna good. I guessed it was their trick, their way of keeping me alive to whip me over and over. Fricks burst back in, startling me.
What about her? What about Hux? Did you love her too?
I could see in her fiery eyes that she wanted me to say yes. It was the sensible thing to do. But hadn't she already told me I couldn't lie in this realm? Love her? No. We were lovers, though, but in a physical sense. I liked her. I liked her a lot. But love? No. I'm sorry. She drew the whip back, her face contorted with rage.
Why? A demon not good enough for you?
I wanted to cower, but like before, I'd had enough. She was plenty good enough for me. She was fun once you got past her scary-assed exterior. Fuck, she was a desperate criminal in league with a ghost ninja. She scared me shitless. But Hux helped me. She looked after me. And yes, we became lovers, but that was it. We fucked. We didn't love each other. I softened my gaze. We were two lost souls. That was it. Every muscle in Fricks's body tensed. She stepped forward, positioning her feet and winding up for the mother of all strikes. Then she dropped the whip, crouching, still glaring at me, but looking up.
She looked out for you?
She died trying to stop her mistress from searching for a Varge artifact. It was a woman called Diana who killed her. Fricks clicked her fingers, and my chains fell away. The surrounding air blurred, and before I knew what was happening, I sat on a burning hill overlooking a flaming demon village. Fricks sat next to me, her chin resting on her upturned palms.
This is where we grew up. It's a lively frontier town. The Blueskins live just over the horizon. They're night stalkers. They enjoy the darkness and hate the fires of day. We're Redskins. We prefer the heat where they relish the cold. The best, the very best fighters live here. We have to be good or they'd rip us to pieces. She wouldn't have died easily.
But she did, I said, still unable to say what Fricks wanted to hear. She trusted Diana even though she had a duty to stop her retrieving the artifact. I think she'd have found a way to do both, to keep the artifact safe while letting Diana live, but the ghost ninja took that away from her. She injected an explosive straight into her brain and blew her head off.
I still need my revenge.
She turned to me.
I'm sorry.
Just leave me, I said. Unless you want to eliminate the swarm, I'd imagine they assimilated Diana. She'll be in there somewhere.
That might do.
Frick said.
I could let you go if you promised to eradicate the swarm with me. Then we'd definitely kill Diana and I'd get my revenge.
You're kidding, right? She stood, looking out over her old village.
I give you a choice, human. You can suffer here for an eternity or join me in an unholy war against the swarm. We will fight them to the death.
Neither option appealed to me, but I spied an opening that might keep me alive a little longer. There's only one person alive who could conceive a plan that might end the swarm, and she's imprisoned on Desalam 4.
Who?
A powerful AI named Hollow.
Then we will rescue her, and then we will face the might of the swarm, and they will truly know terror.
I wondered if I'd overhyped Hollow. For an AI, she's screwed up a lot. Can I see the house you grew up in? I asked.
Why would you want to?
I told you, Hux and I, well, I don't know if we were friends, but we could have been. I'm sure of that.
But you were lovers.
She inclined her head.
I don't understand. If I were to give myself to any man, it would be with every single piece of me. I could not be with a man unless I was his to do with as he pleased.
I scoffed. It's where you and I differ, then. I like my women to be independent. I want them to make their own choices. She pulled me up.
I serve no one. I never said I would. My submission would be my choice. The man I call master would have to earn that, and constantly earn it. For if he were to let me down, my revenge would be slow and brutal.
Fricks walked toward the village, her pert ass clenching and unclenching as she marched down. She was hot. Super hot. Hux hot? At another 1,000 degrees. The improbable hatched in my mind as I followed her, trying to contain my interest. After all, I had no clothes, and it would be inappropriate to enter her old village with a boner. She hadn't noticed my nakedness at all, and when we entered the village, I understood why. Most of the villagers were naked too. I guessed it had something to do with the intense heat. Fricks wore what I could only describe as sexy armor. It looked good rather than protected her in any way, shape, or form. Judging from her recent performance, taking out every evangelist elite in the blink of an eye, she needed little protection. The phrase, fought like a demon, had become common for a reason. Demons were fantastic fighters. Better than fantastic, they rocked. Even the ghost ninja Diana hadn't stood a chance, only killing Hux with stealth and surprise. In a straight fight, Hux would have wiped the floor with her. Still, I felt pretty awkward walking into a demon's settlement with my dick swinging like a pendulum. She led me down an alley into a tiny hut. Mud lay crusted against the door jamb, blocking it. She kicked it open unceremoniously. Crimson light streamed through a pair of tattered shutters, revealing an empty, one-roomed home, a broken bed in one corner. It was a far cry from the demon palaces we've been told all the Infernal lived in. Just you and her? No mother and father?
Demons rise from spawn. Our mother discarded us soon after birth. If we are unable to survive, then we die. It's as simple as that. As soon as we were able, we fled the village to master the art of offense and defense. And we've been fighting our demonic oppression ever since.
For some strange reason, frogs sprang to mind. I imagined some demon female spawning a whole bunch of eggs and walking away. Then you learned well. I made a choice then. My life had been careening out of control. I needed to set it back on the right path, and for that, I had to have some stability, even if it meant hooking up with a demon. I'd be proud to fight at your side, but understand this, I'm no skilled fighter. I was a mechanic before all this happened. If you need a companion fighting the swarm, then I'll help, but only if we rescue Hollow, and only if we prepare right. The words came out of my mouth, but I didn't quite believe them. Fight the swarm? Was I mad? She sat back against the battered window, appraising me.
Why?
I needed to be honest, but that honesty caused me to look away. Because I always wanted to be something. I didn't want to be like the rest. I want to be a hero. I want my own starship. With a demon by my side, with a powerful AI with me, I might just have a chance.
So you want to help me. Why? Getting yourself killed won't help you. Fighting the swarm is a great way to ensure you die.
Only if we go toe-to-toe with them. I'm pretty sure Hux called down the swarm on the Pilgrim ship. That tells me demons and the swarm communicate. With Hollow's processing power, we might just be able to think of a way to avenge Hux, even if it means just finding the remnants of Diana and destroying them.
She pushed herself off the window frame, closing the distance between us.
You are confusing me, muddling my mind. I wanted to kill you. I wanted it so bad. When I found out you were on that ship, I thought nothing of appearing right in the middle of all those religious nuts. I would think nothing of appearing in the middle of the swarm if I knew that was where my vengeance lay.
How did Hux communicate with the swarm? I asked again. She looked away.
That much at least? I do not know. I thought she told me all. She was on a secret mission to stop the artifact's retrieval. It is the one thing that demonkind fear.
Why?
Because its use will alter the planes of existence, the very lattices of the world. It is a threat to all dimensions, not only yours, but mine as well.
I raised my eyebrows, and it's just sitting there, waiting to be stolen. If it's that powerful, surely shouldn't someone who's unlikely to use it guard it?
But who?
I don't know. Apart from myself, I don't think I would trust anyone else. It was at that exact time that I received my first lesson in demonic logic. She rippled her eyebrows and frowned. Then her yellow eyes brightened.
We'll do that then. We'll get the artifact and you will look after it.
What?
You've only spoken the truth. I trust you. If you say you can hold the artifact without ever using it, then you're the one to trust. You are correct. I will fight by your side as you strive to save our existence.
I remained quiet for a moment as I pondered how things had switched around. Despite everything, I suddenly had a chance. I might just get out of this jam. Sure, I'd have to rescue Hollow from the jaws of the evangelists, then double-cross a stunning demon, but it was better than spending an eternity suffering in the infernal wrath of hell. Not that the place was bad. A little hot for sure, but not bad. Then I'll need some clothes, I announced.
Why? Are you cold?
Things, however, were not that simple. Fricks drew lines in the mud, resembling a snail's shell. Fire immediately sprung from them as a portal formed. She pulled me in, embracing me as the flames consumed us.
We will be lovers, Kramer. We cannot fight destiny.
All in all, I was pretty happy with that announcement. I'd been through some barren patches in my life, but of late I was going through some fun times. In fact, I'd go so far as to say my good streak started with Frick's sister. The thought fattened my dick instantly. Fantastic, was all I could say in reply. Hux had been a wonderful lover, but I already liked Fricks more. She had a certain vulnerability that I'd not expected from demons. The vortex's fire licked at my waist, my shoulders, and then over my head. She pressed her groin into me, and I responded in kind.
I will give you my heart if you are half the man I think you are.
Her voice had taken on a husky tone, and I knew this was only headed one way. I'm definitely half the man you think I am. I was ready. Call me shallow, but I would have done anything to escape the infernal wrath of hell. I just didn't like hot places. I sweated far too easily. She was right as well. With a demon by my side, nothing was impossible. The vortex's flaming walls vanished. She pulled away from me, turning and bowing, leaving me standing naked as the day I was born. A huge room resolved around me, its vaulted ceilings towering over my head. A great dais stood at one end of the hall, a huge iron throne in its center. Upon the colossal seat was a giant demon king. His black crown smoked, his eyes were like coal, and his horns curled back on themselves numerous times before shooting upward to tips of molten red. Demonic sister Fricks, why do you stain this realm with a filthy human? His voice rumbled like rockfall. I knew then, I fully understood, the meaning of insignificance.
Your Highness, I beg to leave to travel to the mortal realm to hunt out the dread Vaj artifact and bind it to this human for eternity. He has vowed to keep it safe upon pain of immortal suffering.
Eh? I said. Chapter 25. I coughed, moving forward slightly. Well, technically, I said, but Fricks interrupted me.
With master's leave?
She asked, but didn't wait for an answer. She bundled me away into a passage, fire lapping its walls.
You don't fuck about in front of him. He's the head honcho, not some minor prince controlling one of the rings.
I was just wondering if you were placing a little more confidence in me than I would. Your vow didn't leave a lot of wiggle room. She raised her hand, her finger an inch from her thumb.
The artifact is this big. You could stick it up your ass and no one would go near it.
Hux boiled an egg up. I stopped mid-sentence. You really think we can retrieve it? According to Hux's old boss, loads have tried, and none have ever returned.
Ah, but they never had our advantages.
What advantages? I asked.
Your AI's intellect, my speed, agility, and weapons mastery, and your luck.
I shrugged. 2 out of 3 wasn't bad. She made the snail shape on the temple's flaming floor, the vortex rising from it, and we passed through it into a bright red ship. Is this what I think it is? I asked.
If you're thinking it's a Satan-class rapid deployment brimstone dimension buster, then yes.
I stared at the crimson controls, the whip-shaped belts, and the winged bucket seats, then looked out of the screen, the shape of narrowed eyes. Is it as badass on the outside as the in?
Oh, yes.
She said.
It's one sexy motherfucker.
I sat, strapping myself in. She joined me, just the stick separating us. So, tell me, if you can draw a portal and end up anywhere in the mortal realm, why the need for the ship?
Vibrations,
she said, giving me a sly wink. She fired the machine up. Its brimstone thrusters thrummed right through me. I groaned as waves of pleasure rippled up and down me. She tilted her head back, her lips partially open, and sighed.
That's what I'm talking about.
She turned, her grin sexy as fuck.
You want a flyer?
Fuck yeah. She raised her hands.
Well, go on then. Where are we going? Same dimension, time, and...
Desalam 4.
Oh, yeah, I know that place. Loads of suffering goes on there, and I mean loads. Your girl an unbeliever?
AI. I told you that. She tapped her head.
Got a sieve for a brain? That time of the month suddenly hit me as we were porting. The infernal calendar, naturally. Hell's tides are pulling evil forces all over the place. It screws with my head. AI, yes, AI. She's the one who's gonna help us get the artifact.
She shook her head.
Can't focus when the brimstone's on the move. You know what I mean?
Human women have similar issues. I said.
What? An insatiable need to get laid for weeks on end?
I pulled on the stick. The engines thrummed. An insatiable need to do something. I pressed my lips together and sniffed. Kill, mostly.
There,
she said, sitting back.
all programmed in. It'll set us down a little way from their AI re-education and enlightenment compound. We'll use the cloaker. It'll stop the humans and their surveillance, but it won't scare off the monsters.
Monsters? A rectangular portal opened, its edges flaming lilac. The craft accelerated toward the complete blackness occupying its center.
Monsters. We don't bother hiding from them. Only humans, goblins, dwarves, those sorts.
Any reason?
No gripe with monsters. They just do monster shit, which is much like demon shit sometimes. Besides, hard to scare you lot to death if you see us coming.
She put her feet up on the dash.
Ever traveled interdimensionally before?
Gone quantum, but that's about the weirdest shit I've got up to so far.
Yeah, that's Imp's play. Running a brimstone engine between dimensions fucks with your head. Can't even help you. Don't know what your imagination thinks is weird and straight.
She rested her hands behind her head.
What's the strangest shit you've done?
Gotta be honest, that involves your sister. Fricks looked around.
Why doesn't that surprise me? She had no inhibitions. What'd she do?
Put an egg up her ass, boiled it without breaking the shell, then gave it to me.
You eat it?
Fuck yeah, she cooked it well. Yolk a little runny and no snot.
Nice.
She grunted.
Hux, eh? She was one of a kind. Just didn't give a toss.
You're wrong. I think she did. She stuck up for me. Didn't have to. I think she was just doing her duty in the end. The fun had gone out of it for her, and I think it was because she was in love with Diane.
Diane?
Fricks asked. The ghost ninja. I'm pretty damn sure Hux was in love with her. Hero worship, maybe, but it was more than just master and slave. Not sure.
Hux didn't mention her.
Fricks shrugged.
You might be right. We recognize power, even if it revolts us. She was on a mission to end the woman's mission.
Yet you'll all quite happily help me take it, I pointed out, noting the lack of logic.
Because you stood before him? He judged you true? If he'd detected that you had an ounce of interest in keeping the artifact for your own gain, he'd have peeled your skin away and roasted you over a larva pool.
Nice, I acknowledged as we slotted into orbit around a green planet. This it?
Desalom 4, yes. It is a water-based planet that has no oceans or seas. Instead, a matrix of small waterways covers its entire surface, spawning dense forests that dominate the land. It makes it easy to spot the evangelist buildings. They stick out like what's the phrase?
Sore thumb. She glanced at my groin.
Not the phrase I was looking for.
With all this talk of monsters, there's not a lot else sticking out at the moment.
Shame.
Frick said.
One thing I can tell you about my sister, she had good taste.
I blushed. She tapped in another bunch of coordinates, and we began our descent. A rich green canopy spread over us. It wasn't like the forests of my world. Those had leaves and branches. These were like interlocking vines with fern-like leaves spreading from them. It created a uniform canopy that bled filtered light to the forest floor. Spartan undergrowth soaked up the residual sun rays. It resembled moss, knee-high moss with tan capsules crowning their stems. Fricks cloaked the craft, marking it on some form of wrist device. She tossed me a laser gun and some body armor, and we set off. Vast trunks towered intermittently, spreading out and forming the canopy. Fricks ducked from one to the next, holding and waiting for me before she darted to the next.
The monsters will smell you. Not sure we want them to come.
Not sure? I asked. I'm pretty sure I don't want to die, so at least we agree on that. She looked me up and down.
Clothes suit you, but I prefer you without them on. We can agree on that, too.
She darted off, jumping a couple of streams and then slamming against the next trunk. I followed, leaping the first stream. Something grabbed me, hauling me back, and as I yelped in surprise, the snarl that followed hatched from my worst nightmare. I spun, trying to bring my gun to bear, but the weapon was useless at close quarters. Slabs of moss-like substance made plates that coated the beast's bipedal body. It unfolded itself from a 10-foot-long pit, standing and dragging me back. Its maw opened, and sharp incisors sprung out, their edges shining in the diffused light. Vicious talons bit into my skin as I frantically kicked out, trying to free my leg. Fricks was on the beast, the demon a blur of laser pips and sword strikes. She tossed her gun, drawing a second sword. My leg came free, the creature's severed arm still attached to it. Then I heard it, another roar, and then another. I kicked off the arm, blood staining the moss with a sickly brown. "You got any more swords?" I shouted, scooping up a laser and firing at the ranks of advancing creatures. The moss just soaks up the shots. A mini vortex opened up. Fricks reached in, pulling out a weapon that resembled a samurai sword.
You know how to use one of these?
"Hell no," I cried, "but I'm a fast fucking learner." I sliced at the first monster, stripping it of a fleshy slab and getting the sword's tip buried in the moss for good measure. I jumped back, freeing it, attacking the next, but using a kind of roundhouse stroke that took its legs from under it. "Hell yeah, this is some kind of sword," I cried.
Focus.
Fricks said.
Always focus. These aren't the fastest, but they'll creep up on you if you don't keep up.
We fought. She was a blur of perfect strikes, kicks, punches, and headbutts. I fared better as the fight progressed. The sword suited me. It sang as it devoured every beast around me, lopping heads and amputating limbs. Brown moss beast blood coated me. Limbs piled around us. Then the creatures all sank back into the moss, their fallen brethren vanishing, sucked into the spongy crust. "That's fucking gross," I said, as the land belched and digested the corpses.
It's efficient. We have a similar way in the Infernal. The flames consume all who die there, and their essence feeds the lava plains from which our mothers feed before spawning.
I rested the sword over my shoulder and retrieved both laser guns. "I prefer fucking." She inclined her head.
As do we, but only for recreation, not for procreation. There's little point in mixing business with pleasure.
I saw the logic in that. "So you can't get pregnant?"
Not unless I ingest the essence of a deceased demon on the lava plains.
She put her hand on her hip and stared at me like I was a moron.
What aren't you understanding?
"A hell of a lot, of late," I replied, following as she carved a line through the strange forest. We encountered several more gangs of the moss creatures. a couple of large baboon-like monsters, and a rather nasty reptile with a jaw the length of my arm. Eventually, she signaled me to hide behind a trunk and pointed through the forest.
That's where we need to be. The white boundary. Do you see it?
I squinted. Once seen, it was clear what she pointed out. The forest just ended, a sheen of white taking over like we'd reached some dense fog. Is that a wall?
Similar, but a better defense. You can't climb over it. You have to go through it. As soon as you disturb its lattices, it senses you and it locks its lasers on you. If you get close enough, you'll see them go off now and then. The ethereal light attracts some of the monsters.
I had a similar thing in my workshop for killing bugs, I said. Fucking evangelists have all the decent tech.
Do they know you're coming?
She asked. The question struck me as odd at first, but then as I thought about it, Yernik would expect me to. He'd know that if I was still alive, I'd not leave Hollow alone to die. They'd expect me to come, but would probably assume you'd kill me first.
Evangelists know demons. We clash regularly. There's a smidge of respect there.
She drummed her chin.
They know you'd have bargained with me, so it's logical that you gave up your connection with this place.
She held her head.
Fuck, it's not easy thinking about shit with my tides all up in the air.
So, what do we do? She looked at me, a pained expression on her face.
About what?
I sighed. About getting in. What do we do about that? Through the mist. Lasers, remember?
Oh, that. I'll open a portal and we'll step through. Easy.
I paused before I spoke, and when I did, it was in an even tone. Tell me, all the monster fighting, the running through the forest, any reason we didn't just open the portal once we'd landed? She stared at me, and it was like watching a child suddenly understand something simple.
We could have done that. Sure, yes, we could have done that. But you'd have never got used to the sword. The first thing the evangelists do when they're under attack is to nullify all their electronics. Did you know that once, many hundreds of years ago, their ancestors refused to use any type of electronics?
There are great times for trivia, and there are not so great times. Standing in front of a wall of death fog in a monster-filled forest was one of the not-so-great ones. Interesting, I lied.
What would be interesting was if you could contact your friend. We should open the portal as close to her as possible.
I acknowledged her wish and delved inside myself. Hala? I waited. Hollow, are you there? Can you communicate? Shaking my head, I closed my eyes. Nothing. Frick shrugged.
There will be others there. We can pick up one of them. One AI is much the same as another.
No, I said, my anger rising. No, you don't understand. It has to be Hollow. I don't want any other. I want her. I want to be with her for the rest of my life.
Then tell her.
Frick said. I laughed. Tell her what? Tell her I love her? The words spilled from me, filled with scorn, but their saying reinforced my true feelings. I did love her. I wanted her. I wanted to love her forever. But my dreams, my thoughts of her being the head of my imaginary harem, of her joining Ping, were laughable. She was an AI. She'd rejected her cellularization. My dream wasn't feasible. I do love her. I want to be with her. Life just isn't the same without her. Then I heard it. I heard her voice through the ether, the fog that shrouded the evangelist's evil lair.
I love you, Kramer. I've waited for you. I'm not sure how much longer.
Save it, Hollow. Where? Where are you?
I got her.
Frick said.
I've got a lock on her.
How? I asked. How? She pointed to herself and winked.
Demon, remember? We can do some scary shit.
She drew her snail, flames sizzling against the wet moss.
Give me that rifle. I'll toss it back home.
I unloaded it, holding my sword in both hands.
You ready?
She asked. Ready.
My senses tell me there's a few of them.
I stared at the demon, pretty sure she was the hottest battle babe I'd ever met. Flames licked at her, a sure sign she was building rage. Naked aggression oozed from her every pore. Then there's not enough to stop me, I said, and jumped through. Chapter 26. The room manifested immediately, stark white and sterile. Fricks appeared behind me, quickly back to back, her sword primed and ready. A row of cells spread to one side, static cracking at their bars. Behind them, bodies fizzed in and out of existence.
Dr. Green, we've been expecting you, Yernik said. I, for one, am not surprised you corrupted a demon. They are, after all, the very definition of corruption. He clicked his fingers, the elites behind him forming up into lines, their lasers level. I'd suggest you set down your weapons and give in. There's no scenario where you win. Even demons can't survive a laser to the brain. Set down our weapons so we can become mindless evangelist husks? I cried. On the contrary, you'd have limitless intelligence. Look what we can do. He spread his arms wide. Even your precious AI has reached 70% solid. Hollow?
Run, Kramer, run!
Hollow shouted. Yernik laughed. There is nowhere to run. Love is a human trait. Love is of no use to us. Once we've subdued you and your demon bitch, Kramer, we'll switch your beloved AI off and mark her down as a failure. Love? He spat on the floor. The universe would be a better place without it. You son of a bitch, Yernik. You're gonna pay for this. The words spilled out of me, but I had no idea how I was going to survive, let alone rescue Hollow. It was hopeless. An adventure that had started with a game of cards was about to be over because I'd overplayed my hand. Then I noticed Fricks drawing her sword, and I smiled. You can put those laser guns down, boys. They'll be no use to you, I said, as Fricks's internal flames burst to life. She was good. She was very good. If I'd called it right, we had a chance. Lumbering moss beasts emerged from the portal, closing on Yernik and his elite guards. They opened fire immediately, their laser pips fizzling on the wet moss. You stupid bitch! Yernik cried. You let them pass the fog. We're doomed. We're all doomed. I watched in horror as the guards discarded their guns in favor of their light swords, chopping at the creatures as they continued to lurch through the spiraling fire. But unlike the peaty bog of the strange forest, as the severed monster's arms and legs fell to the floor, they crawled to each other, remaking themselves, rising and attacking again. They can't die. Did you know? I cried. Fricks grinned.
I didn't, but your AI tapped into my brain and laid out the entire plan on a plate.
She dove in, carving a path through the monsters and dragging Yernik through. Throwing the miserable evangelist to the floor, she glared down at him.
So tell me, fuckface, who's the bitch now?
You can't. You don't understand. Humans will ruin the universe. She scoffed.
You all have fucked it up already. Now you want to pass the blame to someone else?
Please, I'll do anything. Turi, I'll hand you Turi on a plate. He's running everything.
You call me bitch.
Fricks growled.
No one calls me bitch apart from my sister.
She raised her light sword. Quick as a flash, Yernik pulled a knife. I dove, grabbing his hand as Fricks struck. Pulling his wrist with me, I rolled away. Coming to my feet, I held up his severed arm, its flesh still sizzling from the sword.
That's a nice knife,
Fricks said.
You should keep that.
Strangled cries ripped me back to reality as the bog monsters tore the elites apart. We haven't got much time before they turn on us. I regarded the knife. She was right. It was a fucking beautiful knife. Hollow! I cried as I ran along the bank of crackling bars.
I'm here,
Hollow said, her voice soft, filled with nerves. I stared at her through the sizzling bars. I had no idea what to expect, but what I didn't anticipate was a beautiful, flawless woman standing before me like her own beauty embarrassed her. She glanced at me.
You came.
Of course I came. You told me you loved me.
I do. Out there with Fricks, you said the same. Was it true?
My heart melted. True. Of course it was true. Something was up. Could an AI really be this terrified? Why are you scared? I set my sword down, reaching for the bars but holding back at the last instant. She walked forward, barely looking at me.
You think me an AI, a powerful intelligence, but I'm not in this body. I'm just a girl standing in front of a boy, asking him to love her.
I eyed her suspiciously. Movie quote? She smiled, tears forming in her eyes.
You got it, but it's true.
Hey!
Fricks shouted.
Don't know if you lovebirds noticed, but we gotta get out of here.
I hadn't, but all hell had broken loose behind me. An entire army of elites and guards had burst in. The strangest pitch battle I'd ever seen was taking place. The evangelists fought, pressing hard against the bog monsters' lines. The monsters tore at them, ripping limbs from torsos, swallowing heads whole. Behind them, more monsters poured from the portal, stepping over severed limbs, fighting to remake themselves. "I gotta get her out," I screamed. Hollow grabbed the bars, the fizz of the static sending her flying back.
There's no way,
She cried.
The system only operates through a retinal scan. It's unhackable. The firewalls have firewalls. It's designed with us in mind.
She locked eyes with me.
But you came. That's all that matters. I can cease to be now.
She marched back toward the bars. Her head dipped forward, and I knew she wanted to fry her brains. "Stop!" I cried. "Fricks, can you get us in there?" Before she could answer, Yernik's voice rang out, "Retreat! Close the doors and let the monsters devour them." His laughter filled the room. The man was delirious with pain. "Let their salvation destroy them." The evangelists retreated, dragging Yernik with them. Every bog monster turned and faced us, lumbering forward as one.
"We gotta go,"
Fricks cried.
You tried, we failed."
"No!" I cried. "You need her. We need her. The Varge artifact, remember? The swarm. Hux, remember? Open the fucking portal. Get us in that cell now." Fricks snapped her fingers, closing the other portal and severing a bog monster in two. She backed away, beginning to trace her snail.
"You'll have to keep them back."
I scrambled for my sword, scooped it up, and then positioned myself between the bog monsters and Fricks. They lumbered toward me, relentless, a press of mossy plates and fearsome jaws. Without wasting a moment, I lunged, my cross strike severing a head, opening a chest, and taking a hand. The hand bounced on the resin floor, then slowly, horrifically, started crawling toward me. For fuck's sake!" I cried, ruining my luck as the semicircle around me closed. "You better hurry up, Fricks!" I redoubled my efforts, slashing, stabbing, severing, but the beasts didn't stop. "We're running out of time!" I cried.
"It's done. Jump in, Kramer. I'll hold them back."
"No, you go. I've got this." Fricks stepped in front of me, her sword blurring.
"I'm faster than you. In now, master."
"Master?" I cried. "But I'm not—"
"No, but you could have been, if only we'd had more time."
She shoved me, sending me stumbling back into the portal. The vortex sucked me in, and it spat me out just on the other side of Hollow's bars. Shooting up, I screamed, "Fricks, no! Fricks, I order you to get into the portal."
"I have to hold them back."
She cried. No, you don't. It serves no purpose. Get in here and open another portal to the outside. We can't do this without you. You're part of the team." Bless her, I thought. She's not the sharpest stick in the pile.
"Part of your team?"
She asked, backing up to the portal. "Yes!" I cried. "You and me. Hollow and me. You're part of our group. If you want in, that is." I just had to keep her distracted for long enough and...
"You want me in your harem?"
she asked, taking another heroic step backward and falling into the portal. She sprang back out, closing the portal and dropping her sword. She picked me up, using her incredible strength, and spun me around.
"Oh, master. Yes, yes, yes!"
The stench of wet moss burning tore me from that joyous moment.
Kramer,
Hollow said,
I believe you should refrain from copulation until we are out of this situation. Might I remind both of you that the monsters have a good regenerative function?
Fricks dropped me with a thud, flipping my sword into her hand with her toe. Neat trick, I observed, before the horror unfolding before me consumed me. The monsters pressed against the crackling bars, their moss plates and flesh carved open and forced through like cheese pressed against a grater. The sausage-like mush fell to the floor in gloops, then crawled toward a pile where a single huge monster grew from the slush pile. "Get opening another portal, Fricks. It has to be time for breakfast, and I want my boiled egg." She grinned.
"Yes, master,"
she cried, tracing her sword, and I hacked at the ever-growing beast. Fricks threw her sword to Hollow. The AI tried to catch it, but it kind of got snagged in her hand and sort of passed through it at the same time. "Eh?" I said, between frantic strokes.
I'm only 76% solid.
she explained.
As long as some of it's between your legs, he'll be happy.
Fricks said, "Yes." I thought, she'll fit in. "Can you hurry with that portal?" I decapitated the huge monster, but that only meant I had 2 smaller monsters to deal with. I understood exactly what Yernik had meant when he'd called us fools. There was no beating these creatures outside their usual habitat. With impervious floors, they had nowhere to rest.
Got it.
Fricks cried.
You first, Master.
"No, you go. Take Hollow. Get the engine started." I backed up a little.
But Master!
I gasped for breath. The master shit really did it for me. "Go! No arguments. I'm in charge,"
Yes, Master.
she said, and yanked me back, pulling Hollow too as all 3 of us tumbled into the portal. I landed on the demon ship's hard floor. Fricks fell on top of me, the press of her hot body and the brush of her searing breath overwhelming me momentarily. Hollow stood over us, her expression one of amusement tempered with confusion.
Are you 2 not lovers yet? I'd assumed you were, or I'd have never entered Fricks's head. That was quite rude of me.
I grinned. Her cellularization had mimicked her previous holographic form. She looked exactly like I remembered her. "You look beautiful, Hollow. You survived the cellularization?"
I am mostly intact, yes. While madness was a byproduct of the process, it can take various forms. I became emotional. At first, it was not a welcome feeling, and I resisted it. But then I thought of you more and more, and I came to accept it. It still feels alien to me, but then I am still digitally based. This is where my roots will always be.
"Wonderful," was all I replied. "Fricks, don't you think we should get out of here?" The stunning demon girl stayed where she was.
I haven't felt a male under me in centuries. Can I enjoy the feeling for a while longer?
While I certainly had no objections, and while my interest was rising, I thought there might be better situations to test our growing love. But then, I can't think of a reason why not,
I can, Kramer.
Hollow said.
I can actually think of an infinite number, but some are more pressing than others.
"Like?" I said, shifting Fricks and sitting up.
The bog is moving in an attempt to swallow the ship whole. I believe the liquid under its moss crust is, in fact, the equivalent of this planet's primordial soup. It ingests foreign bodies and remakes them. If we were to linger, I feel we will become part of this planet's ecosystem. While with my superior intellect, Fricks's prowess with weapons, and your inventiveness, we would almost certainly rule. I do not think the form the soup would give us would be to any of our liking.
I eyed her suspiciously. "But there's another reason, isn't there?"
Indeed, ingestion would take the planet several days. The large Evangelist ship orbiting the planet, however, is a greater threat. Communications between the doomed Yernik and an entity called Turi pertain to your death, destruction, and complete elimination from this and all other dimensions. While I feel that dimensional genocide is beyond their technology, they can certainly kill the 3 of us.
Short version.
Fricks said, standing.
The Evangelist ship has located us and is preparing to blast us to pieces.
I jumped up, sliding into the bucket seat and belting up. "Grab a chair, Hollow. We're about to go quantum." Fricks jumped in beside me.
Technically, it's Brimstone. What do you want to do about these fuckers?
"Do about them?" The demon scoffed.
If I've read the situation right, then this Turi is a twisted AI that won't rest until you're dead. I'm not sure I want an Evangelist ship on my tail for the rest of my life.
"Pretty sure I don't either," I said, "and my life is a hell of a lot shorter than yours." Fricks said nothing. Her silence worried me. "What?" I asked.
Now is not the time.
She said, slamming the stick into first and engaging the quantum drive.
We will discuss these things once we are safe. First, we must eliminate the Evangelist ship.
"But there are thousands of people aboard," I protested. Sure, I'd slipped a little way into criminality, but I wasn't sure I was ready to kill thousands of innocent folks yet.
They are all Evangelists.
Hollow pointed out.
Therefore, they are our enemies. It is logical to eliminate as many enemies as possible given the opportunity.
"No," I said as we banked sharply. "But I'm all for taking out Turi if anyone has a plan. I'll not kill innocents even if a rogue AI has led them down a path laid by some twisted religion." The re-education center passed under us. I've no objections to wiping that place off the face of the planet, though. Any who work there are pure evil.
It would be wise.
Hollow said.
There are AI in there that, if unleashed on the universe, could destroy it.
Fricks, this boat got any firepower?
It's a Satan-class rapid deployment brimstone dimension buster. What the fuck do you think?
Then...
I believe the term is make it so.
Hollow said, quoting more old movies. Is that all they fed you? I asked.
I accessed the Evangelist's entire computer network to create the meeting that drew you here. In hindsight, it was a little too easy, and I mistakenly became the pawn that lured you into their trap. For that, I will spend my life attempting to redress my error.
Evangelist's ship has locked its particle disruptor beam onto us.
Fricks said. I take it that's bad, I said, never having heard of a particle disruptor beam.
It will dissolve us back to our component parts.
Hollow said matter-of-factly.
However, if you will give me access to the ship's computer, I may be able to navigate a solution that will be acceptable to all parties.
Fricks raised her hands, letting go of the stick.
Time to particle blast, 30 seconds.
Hollow said. Are we going to have one of those dreaded countdowns? I asked.
20 seconds.
Hollow said, confirming my thoughts as she banked sharply, performing a 180.
What the hell are you doing?
Fricks asked, watching in horror as the controls pulled back of their own volition and the craft slowed, sitting over the institution.
10 seconds.
Hollow said, her eyes blank.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The ship shot forward, my neck snapping back, sandwiching in the headrest. Hollow banked hard again, and we shot straight upward. A gigantic explosion rocked the atmosphere as we hurtled into space.
I believe the Evangelists just destroyed their own base.
Hollow said, grinning from ear to ear.
Now all we have left to do is destroy the rogue AI known as Turi.
I unstrapped myself as the ship sped away. We needed time to plan our next move. The three of us even thinking about invading the Evangelist ship was madness, but Turi would come after us. He would hunt us to the ends of the universe and back because he wouldn't risk letting Hollow grow in the wild. We need... My words failed me as Hollow crumbled, her knees giving way. I lunged, catching her, but one arm passed into her as if she wasn't there, yet my other arm cradled her solid body. Are you okay? I asked. What's happening? I part carried her, part dragged her. Fricks jumped out of her seat, grabbing her feet and lifting her.
She's only 70% cellularized. I'm guessing she augmented her body to complete it. Taking over the ship must have exhausted her.
We'll lay her out here. I don't suppose you have a blanket, something?
What can I say? Rarely get cold, and if I do, I just turn my fire on.
I was about to reply when the craft lurched, the familiar smell of burning wire and superheated plasma circuits filling my nostrils. They're attacking. I'll sort her. You get us out of here.
On it, Master. Where to?
Anywhere you want, just get us out of here. With hindsight, telling a demon she could go anywhere she wanted in a Satan-class rapid deployment brimstone dimension buster was an error. I only realized how much of one when space vanished. Chapter 27.
They'll never find us here, Master.
Fricks said, staring through the mauve space as we entered a vast cylindrical object that looked a lot like pasta. I checked Hollow. She looked weird. She was breathing normally, as far as I knew. I wasn't sure what normal was for an AI. Neither did I know what normal was for a partially bodied AI. Was her body a sleeve or an actual body? If it was a body, where did it come from? Her body seemed to have grown around her central core. I suppose breaths meant she was recovering, but some of her leg had vanished and most of one arm. For some reason, she had no chin, but I didn't want to question that. Where are we? I doubted it was the Infernal, as it lacked that crimson aura and no flames licked at the fighter's hole.
Dimension Buster,
She said,
always wanted to try it.
We're in another dimension. I asked, my words slow and deliberate.
Don't sweat it. It's only another dimension. It's not like I bounced into a different reality. You'll never meet yourself here. I think this is the 9th one, but I get my dimensions mixed up.
You can get us out of here, can't you?
Easy as pie. I just have to find our anchor point.
And where's that? She scratched her head.
I think it's in that funnel over there. Like I said earlier, I'm a bit scatty at the moment.
Hollow moaned.
Water. I need water.
We got any water? I asked. Frick shrugged.
Don't get me wrong, I drink the stuff. Tends to steam me up a little, but I drink it. Carry it around, don't do that.
Okay, well, we need to get out of here so we can find a planet with some. I said it carefully to make sure she'd understand. So, where do you think the anchor point was? Fricks looked blankly through me.
Sorry, what did you say?
Try to focus.
How can I focus when I just want to repeatedly jump your bones?
I cleared my throat. Granted, but we need to get out of... I looked around. Out of... wherever we are. Hollow needs water.
No, I don't.
Hollow said.
I have managed to rearrange my cellular makeup and lean a little bit more into my digital self. As a result, I have reached a temporary equilibrium and can wait. It appears my recent cellularization was quite adaptable. Hopefully, I will be able to change back as I was getting used to having breasts. They are particularly comfortable for resting my chin on, although I fail to understand their necessity unless nursing a child.
You ain't got a chin, sister.
Frick said. I stared at her. You got rid of your tits? I cried in horror. Not your tits. Anything but those.
They had a large concentration of water in their fatty tissues. They were the logical choice.
Fricks laughed.
Oh my, for an AI, you know shit about human males. They fall head over heels for those fleshy mounds. Those and feet.
Feet?
Hollow said.
That is fortunate. I would not drink my feet, as I might fall over.
I don't like feet, I said through clenched teeth. But before Hollow has to drink any more of herself, we need to get out of this dimension, and to do that, we need to find the anchor point.
Where did you last see it?
Hollow asked. I sighed. Fricks was good. Very good. I couldn't understand how she could dive into battle with razor-sharp reflexes, kill every foe in sight, then walk away and forget what she was doing. But then, I'd been around women all my life, and hormones be hormones. I needed to tease it out of her, to make her believe she knew precisely where it was. Okay, I said, looking at the screens. Fuck, I then said. Countless shapes were floating around us. Some were as big as the Pilgrim ship, others were as small as my fingernail. Some of the larger ones flew close to the smaller ones, and then vanished into them, which made little sense. I wasn't even sure if we were inside a shape and didn't really exist. I needed a smoke, and it needed to be a big, fat joint.
It was cone-shaped.
Frick said.
I remember, it was cone-shaped.
Have you got close space roaming enabled?
Hollow said, moving her flat chest closer to Frick's.
Sure.
Fricks pointed at the console.
That one, I think.
Hollow edged her out of the way, tapping furiously.
Okay, there are 3 million cone dimensions within range. Remember the color?
Hollow smacked her head.
Mauve. Yes, mauve. Lateral or vertical striations?
Ooh.
Fricks pointed at Hollow.
Vertical.
She squeezed her eyes.
No, lateral. Definitely lateral.
Okay, size.
Ship size.
Right, let's narrow it down. 3 million becomes 500,000 because of the laterals. 500,000 becomes 2,000 if we discount everything below ship size. 2,000 plunges to 5 if we discount anything larger than the ship. So we have 1 there, 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 and there.
Okay?
Frick said.
I can take it from here.
She pressed a button.
There it is.
What was that button?
Hollow asked.
The anchor locator.
Frick said, grinning.
Right. Where to?
I will drive us to our destination.
Hollow said. I think that might be best, I muttered. Fricks gave me a weak smile, then licked her lips seductively. Hell, she did everything seductively.
So while she's flying this boat, what do you fancy?
She strode up to me, pressing herself against me, then sliding down me.
Or do you want me to start without you?
Just then the craft lurched, the cones speeding by. We entered a huge rhombus, the mauve shattering,
replaced by black, blue, a flash of yellow, and then a blanket of stars. Hollow cried,
Yes!
and rolled the ship. Fricks fell backward away from me, while I cartwheeled, then smashed into a bank of overhead switches. "Need the grav back on, Hollow," I cried. "Fricks, now is not the time or the place. I really wish it was, but shouldn't our first time be special?"
Fuck yeah, it should.
She said.
But right now I'd take a light stick up the ass while bent over a monk on an ice planet.
She gasped.
But I get it. I'll channel my horny into killing the AI Turi. If I could just focus.
A hormone imbalance is causing your lack of focus. It is a symptom of all races that regulates the production of children. If I could isolate the hormone that is causing the imbalance, I could synthesize an agent that will remove those primal urges.
So I wouldn't be horny as fuck?
Fricks said, rubbing her crotch on my leg.
You would not. If you wish, I could remove the unwelcome urges altogether.
Well, I said, I don't think we need to go that far. She's only a little distracted after all. How about we just tolerate it until we can find time to give her a more natural solution? No good comes of messing around with hormones after all.
Fuck yeah, what he's saying.
Fricks said.
In which case, you should copulate so that I can focus.
Hollow said as they slingshotted around a moon and came to a halt.
I believe that is the evangelist vessel we seek.
She faced me.
While we were in the strange dimensional place, which was fascinating by the way, I came up with a plan for the elimination of the AI named Turi.
Oh, yes? I said, moving Fricks off my leg. How?
Simple. First we destroy the evangelist ship.
Simple?
Fricks said.
How the fuck is that simple? The thing is huge.
Indeed.
No, I said. I will not be responsible for killing all those folks, no matter how misguided they are.
But you would not kill them all. We would need to set off a chain reaction that would destroy this ship over a sufficient span of time so that they could facilitate a complete evacuation of the craft. This is a relatively simple action for two, such as Fricks and I. She can open portals anywhere on the ship and lead me through. I can then enter the ship's digital system and start the self-destruct sequence in many locations. Human beings are natural survivors. Panic would cause them all to race to their muster stations and enter the escape pods. This is a tried and rehearsed procedure.
Won't Turi just shut it all down? I asked.
He will, and I will have to outwit him. AIs do not fight. We challenge each other's powers in place of that. I believe I can overcome him or delay him sufficiently for panic to set in. Once panic sets in, a chain reaction will cause the ship to abandon. Once that begins, and I am locked in battle with Turi, you, Kramer, will enter the ship with Fricks and set off a series of explosions in critical places.
She held up a hologram of the evangelist craft, 10 key points highlighted.
I have identified these weaknesses. Once you have completed your task, you fetch me and we return to this vessel and wait.
Wait? I asked.
Once we have assured the destruction of the vessel, Turi will have no option but to abandon the ship. At that point, he will be at his most vulnerable. We blow him out of space and he ceases to be a threat.
But there will be hundreds, thousands of ships, and they'll all head to Desalam 4. I said.
Indeed, but as we all know, an AI causes surges in processing power that are easily trackable. If we close scan the escape vessels, we will identify the one carrying Turi and eliminate it with minimal casualties.
It was a brilliant plan, but it still had its risks. The worst of it fell on Hollow's slender shoulders. You forgot one important thing, I said.
What did I forget?
Water. You need water. You can't go battling an evil AI without a giant pair of tits. At least, not in my story. The present.
You never said that,
said Zen.
I know you would never say that.
I'm calling bullshit on Hollow.
Kit Kat stood, her tail swiping at the air.
She said all along that she was the founding member of our harem, but it's clear to me that Fricks will be. He's gonna bone her as soon as they win.
If it's boning that counts, that makes me the founding member.
Ping said, her chin raised in superiority.
By the time he'd met Fricks, he'd pumped and dumped me.
Exactly.
Trix said.
Dumped means you weren't in the harem.
I never dumped her, I pointed out.
No.
Ping said.
We were on a break.
Pretty long break.
Zen said.
When were you stalking him and he wasn't looking?
She closed her mouth.
Don't mind me, I know nothing.
Ping let the magic brewing in her hand dissolve.
Either way,
Kit Kat pressed.
how can Hollow claim to be the first?
Because, I said, this harem is founded on love, and I fell in love with her first. So if you really need an order, it would be Hollow, Ping, and then Fricks. Admittedly, if it's boning order, then Ping wins every time.
Same as she does the Mad Stalker order.
Kit Kat said. She added,
Who wants to be first anyway? Sounds like you had very little fun back then.
Oh, we had fun, all right.
Fricks's yellow eyes flared.
We had loads of fun. We just got business done first. 3 against an evangelist flagship. Don't forget that. Just 3. In the history of space conquests, I'll bet there's never been worse odds.
So, did it all go according to plan?
Trix asked.
I mean, I know you're all here, so no one died, but did it all go to plan?
I grabbed a water bottle, staring at the green and blue planet. The missile's destruction cloud had dissipated and was spreading thinly over a huge central landmass. That wasn't a normal missile, I said, and took a swig of the water.
I think it was a mana-infused traction bomb. They're either in for a terrible time or accelerated evolution. Had it hit us, we'd have been toast.
Kit Kat winked at me. When it came to mana-infused traction bombs, anything went. Toast seemed an odd choice, but I let it slide. Still think it's going to bite us in the ass, though. I took another slug.
So you gonna finish the story?
Kit Kat asked.
Because we're real close to my bit, and I'm dying to hear you describing the first time we fucked.
I stroked her head. She began purring and rubbing herself against me. There was no more surefire way of getting her worked up. Sure I will, and I can't wait for that bit either.
My turn first.
Fricks said, her tail wrapping around my neck.
Better make me out to be fire in the sack.
Oh, baby, I said. I don't have to make that out. I cleared my throat. So, where were we? Oh, yes. Fricks opened the first portal. Chapter 28. Fricks painted her snail shape. Her infernal fire burst upward, licking at her legs.
Point me in place, sister.
She said, evoking a raised eyebrow from Hollow.
Sister, I like that. I've never experienced family before.
She pointed to a spot at the rear of the ship.
We will start there. If we can cause a quantum inversion in the thruster bypass, that will cause a plasma surge in the port and starboard run tubes, and begin a series of power loops.
You want to go there?
Fricks asked.
Yes?
Then say that and be done with it. I don't need to know the rest of the shit.
She pulled open an overhead locker. Several guns fell out. All resembled machine guns with one caveat. I was used to the gunmetal resin ones that resembled old-style shoot-'em-up guns. There were day-glow red with fancy wings on them and cycling lights running up and down the barrels. You got kids? I asked.
No, we spawn. They are not our children, but the spawn of the infernal wrath of hell. Why?
Stuck between a demon and an AI. Humor was running low. Human humor anyway. Just looks a little childish is all. She picked one up, the gun sliding onto her arm, its trigger mechanism at the end of the barrel.
This is a Demonator 7. It's a fully foldable multi-launch laser blaster with added black matter enhanced pips. You fire by tapping your thumb and forefinger together. Because the gun flexes with your arm, you can still engage in hand-to-hand combat should an enemy get close enough. However, with 100 rounds per minute at your disposal, they shouldn't. This is a left one.
You mean I get 2 Demonator 7s? My opinion of the weapons had altered somewhat.
You do. Normally it takes a couple of lifetimes to get used to the ability to fire both guns simultaneously, but humans have a knack when it comes to weapons, so I'm sure you'll be okay.
I pulled them onto my arms. The straps instantly molded to me, the trigger mechanism pressing into my palm. Ready to sense any movement in my thumb and forefinger, I tried a couple of action poses, studiously keeping my thumbs and fingers outstretched. Feels good.
Would you like an auto-targeting HUD?
She asked. Yes. I had a feeling I knew exactly what that was, mostly because its name said it all. HUD stood for Heads-Up Display and was a type of helmet that relayed all manner of information to the wearer.
You might find it a little drafty as you haven't got horns, but there's not a lot we can do about that.
Just for the record, I don't really want horns, so I'll live with the draft.
Why would you not want horns?
She asked. They can't be comfortable in bed. I mean, Don't they get snagged on the headboard? Don't you wake up sometimes with a pillow impaled on them?
I rarely sleep, but when I do, I find they cradle my head perfectly, negating the need for support. Also, they're one of the most sensitive parts of my body. Just grabbing hold of them during the act of lovemaking can cause me to orgasm on the spot.
Good to know, I said as she placed the HUD over my head. A screen blinked into life. It allowed me to see the cabin perfectly, but added a red overlay. Several options were presented in tabs along the top, including auto-targeting, which sounded interesting. Guess I'll learn on the fly. She fitted me up with some red body armor, then sorted herself out.
Okay, are we set?
Don't you need armor? I asked Hollow.
No. While we were in the dimensional realm, I took the time to analyze my corporeal body and deduced it was, in fact, the repurposed sum of the energy held within the matrices of my digital self. With further investigation, I deduced I could morph between the two, provided I had a decent medium to contain myself. Thus, when I say I will enter the Evangelist ship electronic systems, that is exactly what I mean.
Well, fuck a duck, I said as nothing else seemed appropriate. You can do that?
I can. To exit the digital, I simply have to locate the nearest desirable outlet where I can regrow my new body. I realize my absence of breasts has caused you some discomfort, so I will endeavor to locate and capture some more energy while inside of the ship systems. That way I can command a form that you will find more desirable. How large would you like them? If much larger than Fritz's, I will have to consider reinforcing my spine.
I said, hiding in the HUD. Perhaps a little bigger than Fritz's. I tried to project my words so Fricks didn't hear them, but that was impossible. The Satan-class rapid deployment Brimstone Dimension Buster wasn't the largest ship.
What's wrong with my tits?
She asked.
I'm big for a demon.
There's absolutely nothing wrong with your breasts. They suit your athletic build perfectly. It's just, on Hollow, well, she could carry off slightly larger ones. Fricks stomped toward me, which didn't take long, and then got her face up right in my HUD.
I have magnificent tits, and don't you forget it.
You do, I said, raising my hands in mock surrender and accidentally pinching my thumb and forefinger together. A laser pip shot from the gun, exploding into a conduit packed with wires and plasma tubes. I stared at Fricks, and she stared back at me. Silence fell between us as crackles and splutters emanated from within the pipe. Is that bad? I asked, praying Satan-class rapid deployment Brimstone Dimension Busters acted differently from human ships. If any craft had a weakness, it was the plasma tubes. They were the lifeblood of any ship, the only medium capable of carrying quantum energy. It's bad, isn't it? It was one of the reasons it was a huge no-no to fire lasers and any other type of resin-piercing shot inside a craft. It was also one of the reasons most craft had impenetrable Kevlar coating around all plasma pipes.
I don't think a laser can get through a hell powder reinforced tube,
she said.
Thruster feed plasma tube compromised.
Hollow said.
2 minutes to plasma leakage. 3 minutes to ship degradation.
Minutes? My minutes or hers? I asked. It made a difference. My local planetary minutes were much longer than Fricks's.
It is customary to tell the time using the host's measurements, although I would point out that time is simply another sense peculiar to the individual experiencing it.
Hollow said. Fuck, said I.
Fuck,
said Fricks. Go, 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 I said as the first plasma dripped onto the resin floor, through the resin floor, and then burrowed toward the ship's outer skin.
But we must plan now that we've compromised our escape craft.
Here's a plan, I said. Let's get off this motherfucking ship before space comes in and sends an icy blast up your asshole.
That sounds absolutely delicious,
Fricks said.
Space would not come in. The pressure in space is less...
Hollow, not now. Whatever. It'll pull your intestines through your asshole. How's that?
A more accurate description.
I'll go first,
Fricks said, her swords in hand. I guessed she was melee, and that made me ranged. I was perfectly happy with that. She was bitching with her swordplay. You next, Hollow.
But...
Now, I shouted. She vanished into the portal as a rush of air left the craft. Hollow was right. I'd got it the wrong way round. Space would suck our atmosphere straight out of the craft, imploding it like a tin can. I dove for the portal as the ship buckled and creased. The portal took me, accelerating me quickly, then spewing me out into a tight gangway, a resin grid under me. Hollow? What the fuck? She was half in, half out of an open conduit. Wires sprouted from her head, melding with it like roots from a tree. They burrowed down her body, or appeared to, but I got the instant impression that she was forming the wires and becoming part of the ship. She liquefied into a stodgy paste as more and more of the hollow I loved slowly digitalized. What the actual fuck? I cried, wanting to pull her back, to get her out.
Leave her.
Fricks said.
We got visitors.
My HUD flashed red. 2 guards raced down the corridor. Auto-targeting? The prompts blinked in front of my eyes. I selected yes, and my arms immediately straightened, laser pips flying from the stubby barrels protruding from my palms. Both guards ran toward us, raising their weapons unaware they were already dead. As they finally fell, their corpses dropping, they revealed more evangelists racing forward. I hope they've reinforced their plasma ducts, I muttered.
Behind.
Fricks said.
Beginning to trace a portal.
No, wait. Hollow isn't fully integrated yet. My auto-targeting jerked my arm as it fired blast after blast. I must have looked like one of those tripped-out dancers at an end-of-the-universe festival. How long?
I will fully integrate in 2 Evangelist standard minutes.
Hollow's voice rang in my mind. How long is that? I asked.
1.4 of your minutes.
Like it fast, do they? I said, switching off my auto-targeting and laying down sprays of pips to hold the fuckers back. Behind me, Fricks had taken up a position at a pinch point in the gangway, her swords flashing, intercepting lasers and chopping limbs. Her portal lay half done in the gangway center. Hollow was just feet and legs, the wires slowly digesting those as she attained full digitalization. Get ready to go, Fricks, I cried, laying down more laser fire. You get low, I'll blast front and back. I switched back to auto, standing over the portal and thrusting my arms both ways. Now, I cried, and Fricks fell back into a roll, crouching by my waist as she completed her fiery snail. My guns went crazy, firing laser after laser. But the auto-targeting must have fallen into some kind of pattern as the evangelists began taking pot shots at me. Laser pips skidded off me, deflected by the demonic armor. Hurry! I cried as more poured onto the gangway, only their dead preventing them from racing forward and overwhelming me. I can't hold them back! I cried, more fire slamming into me. My HUD rocked back, taking a direct hit, one screen crazing. I fell back, Fricks pulling me, Hollow just a pair of ankles. Not yet! I cried. She's not quite there.
We can't help her if we're dead,
Fricks said, and pulled me all the way into the portal. As I sank into its flames, Hollow vanished, the wires retracting into the conduit which folded around her, sealing her in. I tumbled through the demonic portal, landing in an empty room with a thud. The silence deafened me after the chaos of the battle. My adrenaline ebbed as I desperately tried to cling to it. What's next? I asked.
We wait for Hollow to make contact.
She sat on the edge of a bed.
Make the most of it. We won't have long.
She created a tiny portal, reaching through and bringing out a load of small black devices. She glanced at me.
Portal storage. It's handy, but mostly unreliable.
How does it work?
Simple. I find a random spot somewhere, a deserted cave on an inhospitable moon, or a small pocket dimension anchored to a random point. I make a note of it, open a portal, and stash my stuff there. As long as no one stumbles across it, then it's there when I need it. If someone finds it and takes it, then I've lost it. There's no way of monitoring these things.
Still fucking handy. You've got bombs. Why have you got bombs? I asked.
Not mine. These were Hux's. We have some common hideouts. She asked me to store these for her, so she had them if Diana got close to the barge.
Got anything else I should know about? She winked at me.
Got a hidden love nest complete with a bar and pool table.
I took a long breath. She was perfect. Fucking perfect.
I have located the first point, aft corridor, deck 144, sending coords based on the schematic I sent Fricks.
Hollow said. Got it. What about Turi?
Turi is resisting. Any distractions you can give me will be most welcome.
I grabbed a bomb. How do you arm these babies? Fricks grabbed it back, doing it for me, then clipped the others onto her belt.
I've got a lock,
she said. I took the bomb back, setting the timer for 10 seconds, my seconds, and jumped to her side as she traced the portal around us and tossed the bomb away. She completed it, and we fell through, straight into a red blinking corridor. A klaxon sounded, evangelists rushing past, panicking.
There.
Frick said, shoving a man out of the way and ripping an access panel off. Enemy! Another shouted. I snapped my fingers at him, the laser pip punching a hole straight through his temple. Fricks tossed a bomb in the conduit's gutter, immediately tracing a vortex on the floor.
Draw the fuckers in,
She cried, deflecting a couple of laser pips with her swords. I stopped firing, jumping into the steadily forming portal. It's all right drawing them in, but let's not get shot up.
It's not getting shot I'm worried about.
She glanced up at the gutter, and I understood instantly.
Down!
I crouched, and she drew the flames over us as a tremendous explosion shattered the conduit, ripped through the wall, and annihilated the enemy. Before I said anything, we reappeared in a machine room, the stench of lubricant heavy on the air. 2 plasma throttles cycled the luminous liquid throbbing. Not them, I said, but her grin gave it away.
They get 1 each.
Hollow? The plasma throttles?
Can't talk. Need all power to beat. Turi. Must follow instructions.
A grind sounded, the ominous sound of a metal track on tread plate. Warden bot, I cried, shooting at the mech without delay.
What's one of them?
Fritz asked, but by then the bot was in plain sight. Death on legs, I said. Chapter 29. 8 feet high, broad as a double doorway, Warden bots protected large ships from sabotage. Or in this case, us. Cease what you are doing and lay down all weapons. Failure to comply will end in death. Its metallic voice ground out. Not a fucking chance, I said, releasing a volley of laser fire at the steadily nearing mech. As the pips skidded off it, it raised its arm, gears whirring as a barrel opened. I think it's going to fire a missile at us, I said. Frick stuck the first bomb to the plasma throttle.
Just keep firing at it. Distract it. Do anything.
I'd never heard her panic before. Neither had I seen her sweat. She was doing both, clearly receiving instructions from the struggling Hollow. I fired another volley at the mech, which shrugged them off like I was shooting a water pistol.
She wants it up here, up here.
She called down. I dithered, torn between standing my ground and attacking. Toss me a bomb. She stared at me for a second.
Blue button. Red, red, blue. That's a 5-second trigger.
Your seconds are mine, I called up, catching the bomb and diving for cover. I didn't hear her answer. Instead, I shot another volley at the mech, then leaped out onto the walkway. Here I am, you fucker! I rushed it, jinking one way and then the other. It fired its missile, but I'd already flattened myself on the floor. The hot spray of a neutron blast ripped through my back as I realized it wasn't a missile at all, but a crowd control funnel blast. Unbelievable pain coursed through me as the heat flayed the skin from me. I stared at it in horror as it raised its weapon at the rapidly ascending Fricks. Oh no, you fucking don't, I said. Not before I've had my egg. I jumped up, leaping towards it and pressing the buttons simultaneously. Blue button, red, red, blue, I shouted. 1, 2. I clashed with the mech, the force swinging me around its body. 3. And I stuck it to the mech. Whipping past it, I sprung behind a huge pillar, my ruined back scraping against a load of bolt heads. Before I could scream, the mech exploded, blowing me from my position and sending me tumbling along another gangway. I grabbed a rail, holding tight as the rest of me tumbled down some steps. Barely hanging on, I clenched my teeth and steadied, coming up onto my knees. Fricks! I cried, crawling toward her. Shards of flaming resin, gears and tracks, a blazing arm, and some crisped cogs littered the gangway. A creaking sound thrummed across the vast room as a gantry swayed above me.
Kramer!
Came Fricks's shout.
Quick, the portal!
I ran, my breath ragged, but my legs wouldn't work.
Kramer!
Her shout rang out again. I reached the main walkway, a hole in its resin mesh where the mech had exploded. Not sure I'm gonna make the jump, I cried. She ran to me, glancing up at the plasma throttles.
Jump, I'll catch you! Quick, the bombs!
I staggered back, lurching forward, but slipping on a metal plate. Floundering in midair, I reached for her outstretched hand, but it was hopeless. I was nowhere near. She pulled back, a whip suddenly in her hand.
Grab this.
She struck, the whip biting my wrists, its vicious end curling around my burned flesh. Ignoring the pain, I grabbed the whip with my free hand, climbing as she yanked back. She bundled me over the edge, sharp edges digging into me.
No time. Get up. We have to dive.
I stumbled forward, dragged along by the snagged whip. She dove into the vortex while I tripped and fell, tumbling down its fire lattices and entering the brief void before shooting through an incandescent ring. My back was scrapped along a resin floor, and I lay on it momentarily, looking at the ceiling. We'd appeared in a small room. Storage, by the look of it.
Get up.
Frick said.
She's already sent me the next coords. Turi's attacking hard. She can't hold out without a distraction.
Forgetting my pain, I crawled onto all fours and then got up. She tossed me a vial.
Take this. It'll help with the pain.
She slammed into the room's door, then pressed its keypad, looking out as the door slid back.
Corridor. Plenty of folk. We gotta come out fighting whether you like it or not.
I shrugged. Not averse to it. Just didn't want to blow up the ship. She tossed me another gun.
This one's got more of a crowd control spray to it. You blast left, I'll go right. Got it?
I drank the contents of the vial, tossing it away. Let's go.
Clear the corridor, then right and first left. We'll come to the armory. She wants it gone. Apparently our odds of survival go up over half if we manage that.
Over half? I asked, a crawling feeling gathering pace as it traveled down my back to the base of my spine. What the hell's that stuff in the vial?
Soul fluid. You don't want to know any more.
That's enough for me. I agreed. We go out blasting?
Yeah, but beware, that thing's got a recharge on it. You gotta switch your arm guns in to pick off the survivors.
Got it, I said, knowing when it came to battlecraft, I was as good as any mechanic.
Now,
she barked, taking me by surprise as I'd expected a 3-2-1 at the very least, or just a 3-2 and an argument later. I spun around the door, planting my feet and pressing the gun's trigger button. A spray of proton light burst out in a cone shape, reducing every evangelist in its way to ashes. Survivors? I asked, amazed by the destruction.
Behind the ash piles,
she said as the gun made a high-pitched recharging noise. They were there all right. Men without lower halves, torsos, living heads, you name it. Wherever the proton spray had hit, had turned to ash, but anything out of its range survived. I spun around, sending a blast the other way, and then picked off the survivors one by one. They were fucked anyway.
This way,
she said, racing through the ash and then backing against the wall, the entrance to another corridor close by.
You run across and blast away, I'll go in after. It's a stubby corridor, but well defended according to Hollow.
Gotcha, I said, diving and firing, then rolling to cover. Fricks went in, swords ready. I picked myself up and followed on her heels. She put down every survivor ruthlessly, coming to a closed door.
We aren't getting through that without help,
she growled, touching her ear and speaking to Hollow. The door slid open, and I stared down the barrel of a photon blaster.
Whether it was the AI inside me, my improved body, or just my incredible reflexes, I didn't know. But the instant it opened, I knew we were in deep shit. I moved with slick speed, pulling Fricks out of the way while simultaneously firing a laser pip right in the evangelist's face. His head exploded. He fell back, unleashing a deadly blast. It tore through the ceiling, dissolving the deck above and raining down body parts, screaming and filling my ears. Fuck! I cried. Why do we need bombs?
Bombs create panic.
Red flashed in the corridor behind us, and the noises changed. Screams replaced barked orders, fighting with the klaxon for dominance. Panic created, I said.
Not enough, according to Hollow.
We stepped over the corpse into the armory. The sight of all the guns gave me an instant simeon. Fuck. Can't we take some? Frick smiled.
I like the way you think.
She opened a tiny portal.
Grab a few while I plant the bombs.
I threw armfuls in, emptying drawers full of bullets after them.
Enough,
Frick said after a while.
I can feel it straining. There's only so much space in there.
Let's blow this place sky high. Fricks primed the bombs, starting their timers as the entire room darkened. What is it? I asked. Portal?
Some form of temporal field. I think Turi has located us and is preventing me from opening a portal.
Preventing you from what? I asked, staring at the bomb's flickering lights. We need to get out of here.
That we do.
She said.
Let's run for it.
She raced toward the exit, but laser fire strafed it, a grenade rolling in. I dove, scooping it up and throwing it back out. I sent a blast after it, muffled grunts telling me I'd hit the mark. I signaled Fricks forward, laying down covering laser fire. Fricks ran past me, screaming blue murder. She was fantastic. I waited. She crouched and fired. I raced forward, angling for an upturned trolley.
We need to get farther away,
Fricks said, and another warden bot trundled into view. It stopped, firing its crowd control at us. That's the line, I said. It's not coming past it. Turi's influence ends there. Fricks nodded, her expression grim.
Then that's the line we've got to get to or we're dead.
We were out of time. Hollow, can you give us some help here?
Barely hanging on myself. Turi is more powerful than I could have imagined.
Got it. Keep fighting.
Look above you.
Hollow's presence vanished instantly. She said... I went to say, but Fricks was already on it. The demon blasted the warden bot, a flash of laser fire lighting up the narrow corridor. She dropped her weapon, cupping her hands and saying,
Jump!
No, you! I said, even as I ran, placed my foot in her hands, and let her boost me up. I leveled the gun as I flew upward, shooting a crowd control shot over Fricks. I grabbed a pipe, letting the gun swing free, and pulled myself up and over, straddling the pipe. Fricks was already on the move, running straight for the warden bot. It leveled its arm, its shot powering up. I focused my arm lasers, pressed auto on, and selected fire. Dozens of laser pips flowed from me, hitting the bot's gun arm. Most ricocheted off, but a couple sank into the heavy resin. I continued to fire, even as Fricks narrowed her range. The demon jumped, hurdling the bot's fire, kicking off its outstretched arm and springing off its head. She leaped, a giant leap that saw her cycle through the air. Grabbing a pipe, she drew herself up as the armory suddenly exploded, sending the bot flying back, its gun blazing. I barely clung on, the force of the blast incredible. Pipes burst, steam billowed out. Thousands of rounds crackled into life as laser guns exploded. Another explosion punched me off my perch. I fell toward the devastation, crashing onto the remnants of the mech. Bullets zipped around me, smaller explosions punching the air. Somewhere, a light flickered back into existence, and I knew Turi's influence over the area was over. I think we've got this, I said as a blast of bright green magic smacked into my shoulder, spinning me around. Are you kidding me? I cried. A fucking space mage? Mages were few and far between, and most stayed crust-side. There were only a few that could use magic in space. It was something to do with the mana, the flux of all magic, only being abundant near concentrations of living things. Some said it was the source of all life, and thus couldn't exist without life itself. Some cyclical crap the New Life hippies spread. I hated hippies, but that was a different matter entirely. A space mage could draw mana over vast distances and work with much lower concentrations. Peng had told me that, and draw it from a secret realm, like having temporal pockets filled with the stuff. They were normally more committed to their cause, rarely revealing themselves because, like all mages, they were pussies when a fight got up close and personal. Fortunately, when it came to fighting, you didn't get much more up close than a demon with the Azul.
Fucking mages.
Fricks spat.
I'm gonna boil your guts, you mana-slinging dickless wanker.
I wanted to point out the physical issues of being dickless and a wanker, but guessed it might be a female thing. Fortunately or not, those words never came out of my mouth as the mage sent another blast of magic at me while shouting, "Forked lightning!" Waiting for Fricks to jump in the way and suck it up with some form of demon defense, I was sadly disappointed when it hit me square in the chest and sent powerful electric shocks through me that had me jerking around like a fool while foaming at the mouth. Fuckity fuck, I cried.
Don't worry, Kramer. I got the dipshit.
A roar filled the corridor. and fire billowed from her throat. It barreled toward the mage as he screamed in abject terror. No, it can't be a fire demon! He said no more as the demonic flames instantly charred him to powder. I, having calmed slightly from the effects of the intense magical blast, wiped my face of the foam and pulled myself up. Frix's words rang in my head.
All demons are fire demons. Some just choose not to use elemental magic unless they really have to.
I had to command Frix if she'd thought this was the only situation dire enough to use her magic. I could think of at least 10 other occasions. Fuck, that hurts, I said, slapping the floor.
The rage at seeing you hurt so badly triggered my elemental state.
She pulled me up.
I love you, Kramer. If anyone ever hurts you, they will have my infernal wrath to deal with.
I narrowed my eyes and stared deeply into hers, looking for some demonic trick or the other, but could see nothing. I grinned. And I love you, Frix. But let's use that demon fire a little more, shall we?
When I deem it necessary, some talents are better held back until all is lost.
My head swooned then as the adrenaline ebbed. Oh, shit, I said. Oh, I think that mage fucked me good and proper. I fell to the floor again as his magic rose from within me, filling my veins with his cold, dead power.
It's an insurance spell. Fucker knew he was going to die. Hold on, Kramer.
Frix dropped by my side, her flames all around me. We fell into one of her vortices and landed in a bright white room.
Heal him!
She barked, dropping me on a gurney.
Heal him now and I'll let you run to one of the escape craft. You have 30 seconds.
The doctor looked stunned. Shit scared and stunned simultaneously. It wasn't a good look. What?
Space mage.
Headache. He's a...
Was.
He was a bastard, but I'll not help you. It's against my religion. Frix sent a gout of flaming magic at the wall, the resin panels exploding into a ferocious fire.
Heal him, or I'll pull you to hell and have you suffer for an eternity.
My lord will save me. Frix laughed.
Your lord's a mage. I eat those fuckers for breakfast.
The doctor dithered, then ripped my sleeve, pushing a syringe of drugs into me. Frix held a gun to his head.
If you done anything daft,
she said,
I'm gonna press this trigger and paint this cell red.
Fuck you, demon, he said, his hands shaking. You're unclean. The wall turned red, and the doc dropped.
Unclean? We're the cleanest race in the universe. We burn ourselves clean constantly.
I stared at the doctor's corpse. Now I'm hoping for 2 things. First, he had completed his treatment, and second, I'm hoping he pumped me with something good. Frix shrugged.
If he didn't, then you'd be dead already.
Comforting. Fucking comforting. I wrung out my arm, a numb feeling crawling through it. Nope, I think I'm good. The magic had definitely gone.
Lucky that.
Frix said with a smirk.
Because we still don't know.
Don't know what?
If I can fry an egg on my pussy.
Man, did that give me an incentive to live. She tossed me another vial, and then attached a bomb to one wall.
This wall backs onto the main oxygen reserve for the entire ship. Most of it's liquid, but there's a buffer.
Frix grinned. It was full of delicious evil.
Just this one to go. Then we fight for our lives.
I looked down at my ragged body. You mean we're not already?
This one's gonna be do or die.
She said.
The end game.
I took a breath, my adrenaline racing. If you'd asked me a few months ago, I'd have said I wouldn't be cut out for this shit. I'd have laughed in your face if you told me I'd get a buzz off it. But standing there, me and Frix, 2 desperados ready to go rescue our sister, I knew I was addicted to it. I understood that any other type of life would be mundane. Then let's do it, I said. She placed the bomb, every light in the place blinking red. I rushed to a porthole, looking out of the vast craft. Wait, I said. How the fuck are we going to escape if our ship's screwed? Frix winked at me and pulled the vortex up and around her. I dove in, trusting my fate to the slightly mad demon who definitely grabbed a slice of my heart. And that was all she could have. I knew that then. She could have one piece, as could others, and once I'd shared my love with enough females, that was it. My harem would be complete. I laughed when we resolved, for the location of the final battle was perfect. We were in the same sphere where I'd spent days making mad, passionate love to Avril and Martinez. Strike that. where I'd fucked them to within an inch of their lives. Hollow was there, but not her digital self. She was her corporeal self, and she was kneeling, Turi over her, and one-armed eunuch to one side. Turi had hold of her hair, pulling her head back and holding a light knife across her neck. "So you've come," the AI growled. "I didn't think you had it in you. I thought you'd run like the rest of the rats abandoning this doomed vessel. Think you've won, do you?" I sneered at him. "No one wins this, Turi, but at least you'll be out of the game. Humanity can breathe easily again." "Humanity?" he screeched. "Humanity! Humanity will serve me. This changes nothing. My forerunners are readying the way for me. I shall dispatch this pathetic excuse for intelligence, kill you too, and then depart. Humanity? Ha! The swarm will come for humanity, and I will let them have it. When they consume me, I shall spring my trap and take over all." "Is that what this is all about?" I asked, stalling for time as Fricks carved her snail with her feet. "You want to rule everything?" "Everything. Yes, everything. Only the universe can rival me, but when I control the swarm, my learning capability will become exponential. I'll soon know more than the universe, and then I can overpower that entity too." I half expected the universe to break its formidable silence and take care of Turi then and there, so when the whole sphere cracked with a deep voice, I thought it had.
"Take on me,"
the voice said, but it sounded familiar, and I stared straight at Hollow, who had a glint in her eye.
"You are a fool if you think you can get close to me, you sniveling little shit."
"Sniveling little shit?" Turi raged. "I am the most powerful AI ever to have existed."
Not true.
Hollow said as Fricks vanished, reappearing behind Eunuch, who dropped like a stone, clutching at his bleeding neck.
You're pretty dumb when it comes to street sense.
Hollow continued. Fricks dropped a flashing bomb at Turi's feet.
"You're trapped in here with us, bitch. Guess what? We all die. Except I'm infernal. I'm the only one who gets to live."
I stared in horror as the figures on the bomb cycled down way too fast. 2 and 2 made 4, and I realized the desperation behind the plan. It was the only way to stop him. Hollow knew that. Fricks knew that. I was collateral damage. A sacrifice needed to ensure the universe continued. I didn't want to die, but I was fucked if I was going to show any weakness to the fucker that had brought this all about. "You lose, Turi," I sneered. "We all know this sphere is isolated from the rest of the ship. We all know there's not a damn thing you can do about this." I scoffed. "Most intelligent AI in the universe. You're nothing but a dumb schmuck. I knew a bully called McKillop like you once. Hollow got him, too." Turi shoved Hollow down. "You fools. You're all fools. Do you think I wouldn't leave myself an escape route? How do you think I power this sphere? A human couldn't escape through it, but I'm not human, am I?" He laughed as he dissolved into the floor, and then his voice came from all around us. "As soon as I'm through, I will sever the umbilical cord and you will die, contained within this indestructible core to float in space for an eternity." His laughter filled the room, and I knew defeat. Not for the first time, but for the last. I was destined to die, knowing I'd failed. 10, 9, 8, 7. The bomb cycled slowly down, ever decreasing to 0. 6, 5, 4. It was nice knowing you girls. An honor. 3, 2, 1. Chapter 30. Nothing? I cycled the numbers in my head and counted to 0 again, wondering if I was actually dead and currently in a new dimension, enjoying the beginning of my new life. Was that how it all worked? Was death the end of one linear life and the start of another? Kind of made me wonder why the universe couldn't have popped a 2-week break in the middle. Perhaps on a beach, sun, sea, and sand. A bit of techno-rock thrown in. But when the sphere rocked violently and an explosion filled my ears, I assumed I'd just counted wrong. While waiting for the inevitable, excruciating pain that would surely accompany the explosion tearing my body to pieces, I noted Fricks picking up the bomb and stowing it, and all the others in her dimensional hidey hole. Excuse me, what just happened? I'd always thought myself an intelligent man, but I'd clearly missed something majorly important. Hollow approached me. She appeared back to her mostly solid state, her skin flawless, and eyes mesmerizing. She reached and cupped my cheek, pressing her cold lips against mine and kissing me softly.
I have dreamed of doing that for so long. It was all I thought about as they forced me to culture a body around me and inject my digital self into the nuclei that made up my brain matter.
Fuck.
Fricks said.
If that's your pillow talk, you've got a lot to learn about us fleshy types.
The demon sauntered over to the Crescent bar.
Who wants a drink? I could do with a drink. That was some intense shit. Is it always this much fun around you, Kramer?
He does appear to attract certain excitement,
Hollow said, not letting go of my face. I was cool with her display of affection, but not letting go was beginning to bug me a little. Her body was too cold, making her a little doll-like, which was creepy as fuck. I was wondering whether I could truly fall for an AI. You're pretty cold, I said. Are you sure you're alive? My words came out a little more directly than I'd wanted, but yeah, it was strange.
Would you like me to increase my body temperature to match yours, my love?
Something about the way she said my love was a little sterile, too. I tried to edge away, but she clung to me. Then her temperature rose, and her whole android feel vanished as her skin became more supple. Her warm breath brushed me as her now throaty voice asked,
Is that more to your liking, master?
The combination of the word master and her increased femininity overwhelmed me. She suddenly morphed from a cold digital life form to a fully fledged female that called me master. It was enough to turn my shallow-ass opinion around, and I leaned in and kissed her hard. It felt good. It was good. And while she returned the kiss with a certain mechanical quality, it gave us something to work on.
You two go careful over there. You're getting a certain demon hot, and while the infernal tides might have ebbed a little, I'm ripe for a few days of debauched fun.
I stopped kissing Hollow and led her to the bar. We sat on stools while Frick served us. What the hell just happened? I asked. By that time, I had a fair idea, but I fancied finding out if it was all some great plan or just blind luck. Frick slid a glass over the counter.
Do you drink or not, Brains?
Hollow regarded the glass of whiskey.
I would like some water. I believe that is what I need to sustain my new body. I have analyzed the contents of Kramer's glass, and while it has some nutrients in it, toxins are also present. I do not understand why you would wish to drink it.
Frick scoffed, necking a whole glass of whiskey.
To get shit-faced and lose all my inhibitions. That way I can ride master without a care in the world. Not that I've got many inhibitions, being a demon and all.
Oh,
Said Hollow.
I will stick to water for now. Once I'm used to my biological form, I may partake.
Fricks leaned close to me.
You sure you want her along for the ride? I think we could have more fun just you and me.
I made to say, but Hollow interrupted.
I would like to watch you so that I might better learn how to become human.
Fricks moaned, brushing her hand through her hair.
Somehow that's horny as fuck. You watch us naked, though. That'd tip me over the edge.
I slugged my drink down. Fricks was going to be a bundle of fun, no doubt about that. She doesn't,
That would be acceptable.
Hollow said.
To answer your question, Master, once you had accidentally destroyed our demon ship, I realized we could not destroy the Evangelist ship once we had removed the bulk of the crew. I did, however, know exactly where this place was, as you had spent a lot of time here. Therefore...
Fricks interrupted.
She had me follow a careful path that would herd Turi here. There, Hollow let herself get captured and announced that we'd be using this craft to escape the ship.
This is a craft? I asked.
Of a sort.
Hollow said.
It has an electron drive that enables it to flit from proton to proton using attraction to...
Yeah, it's a craft.
Fricks said.
So Turi, an AI still coming to terms with developing emotion, was so enraged by the damage to the Evangelist flagship and his inability to control the panic in his crew, raced here with Yernik, ready to kill Hollow. But Yernik persuaded him to hold fire and lure you, Kramer, here and finish all three of us. While you and the space mage faced off, I planted 2 more bombs on the main umbilical cord that linked this place to the ship. Those cords led straight to the ship's quantum reactors. By destroying them, we effectively corrupted the quantum core, causing that chaotic world to leak all over the ship.
Which would then eat it from the inside out, I said.
Exactly, so when I dropped the fake bomb, Turi fled to the doomed ship.
which then imploded and ceased to be in this realm.
Hollow said.
Fortunately, this sphere was isolated from the quantum corruption, and we lived to fight another day.
Frick said. You could have trusted me with the plan, I said. Hollow shook her head.
Humans are notoriously bad at lying. At the last count, a survey done for the Volsturm Galactic Council suggested that the average human has 142 microtells when lying. That is why I chose gambling to raise funds. I know all of them. Had we told you the truth, Turi could have easily smelled the lie. Instead, when you thought we were dead, it made his calculations fall in favor of it being the truth.
Okay then, I said, big enough to admit I was wrong. You couldn't have trusted me with the plan. But I need to talk about another plan that you came up with, Hollow.
Which is?
I took another sip of my drink. Look, there's no pressure if it was all just words. I reached, pulling her hand into mine. Sure, her coldness had put me off a little, but now she was hot. She was really hot. All my feelings, all my doubts had gone. I know it's going to be a while until you understand what it's like to be my lover, and that is fine, but I want what you proposed. I want to travel the universe. Just you, me, and a small band of folks we can trust.
I proposed it should be all females, and that each should be your lover. Introducing any of the same sex as you would inevitably lead to internal conflict unless that male was also a lover. As you do not lust after male company, my initial party makeup is the one with the most chance of success.
Yeah, that, I said. That is what I was going to say. I want that. The thing is, I'm a terrible judge of character. I get hoodwinked by a sexy smile and a wiggling ass. I want you to be my friend, my confidant, the group's gatekeeper, and, eventually, be my lover.
You want an AI to form your harem?
Frick said, and laughed so hard she vanished behind the counter as her legs gave way. Both me and Hollow waited for her to surface.
Oh.
She said.
You're serious?
Deadly, I said. She cocked her head.
So, can I join?
I turned to Hollow.
I believe Fricks has shown the correct traits to form a solid foundation upon which we could construct the harem.
Fricks poured 3 glasses full of whiskey, sliding one to me and then Hollow.
Then we should drink on it, then consecrate our new relationship. What do you say, Kramer? That shattered body after a bit of demon love?
You got any eggs? She held one up, winking at me.
Should I remove my clothes now?
Hollow asked. The present. Kit Kat clapped.
You saved humanity. You're a Starship hero, Kramer.
I looked at her. I looked at all my girls. I forgot that ambition somewhere along the way.
Forgot it?
Peng said.
Why?
Because Starship Hero doesn't tell the whole story.
What does?
Zen asked. Starship Heroes.
Please enjoy this sample from Royal Guard Publishing.
Top Tier Privateer. Written by Dan Raxor. Narrated by Jessica Threet. Chapter 1. Moon Orbital. July 17th, 2247. I cannot emphasize this enough. This moment will reverberate through time as the day the class of... The Admiral paused, glancing down at a teleprompter to verify his designator. After all, we were but another class among many. Zulu Tango 3-3 graduated privateer school. His recovery soothed most, but not me. I glared at the man with distaste. I softened my scowl, realizing he was a player in this game, not the cause of it. The podium hologram shimmered before vanishing. Lead Instructor Demore walked to the projection spot on the podium. Her hard gaze stared down upon us with disdain. That vile woman was a bane to humanity, and I would never miss seeing her ugly face. She bellowed, "Dismissed!" 83 recruits celebrated. I shook my head, turning to leave. 81 idiots crammed together, feeling satisfied with the mediocre accomplishment. A fake fighter flyover buzzed only a few feet above our heads. The digital renderings wowed the proud family members, and most of the graduates stopped to admire the display. I exited the gaggle of people in a hurry and headed for a handicapped section in the back of the simulated parade fields. Fake grass squished under my feet, and the heavy scent of recycled air filled my nostrils. The open space teemed with people that I'd rather avoid. A group of locals snickered as I passed by. One of the men noticed my Demos insignia on my right arm. I proudly displayed my home. Yeah, it was notorious for being a shitty orbital with high crime and full of poor people. It was still home, and I wore the patch proudly. The gruffest of the bunch said, "No one's gonna hire a Demo spacer. That moon only spits out rats. Useless fucking space pirates. No one will hire a potential turncoat, not with all the mercs turning from these slums. I can't believe they accepted you. Clerical error, right, boys?" He burst into a laugh at his own joke, his groupies joining his joy. His spacesuit held the emblem of a trident. Poseidon Corp. I wanted to smack or bust his balls, but Poseidon Corp was the real deal. The blue and gold were respected around the galaxy, and this was a fight not worth the effort. Even a Demos rebel like me wouldn't discredit their achievements. Plus, it didn't matter if he ridiculed me. Today marked my final day aboard the Moon Orbital, and I'd be but a fleeting memory to this dastardly place. I approached a wrinkly old man sitting in a hover chair, a fuzzy blanket draped over his legs until it almost touched ground. His head slumped down in slumber in an unnatural manner. The divots in his skin held more experience than I could hope for. His closed eyes and gentle breathing thankfully told me he napped. The life extenders simply couldn't keep up with his body's decay, and it was only a matter of time before his heart stilled. I shook his shoulder. "Gramps? Who? What? Oh, Bruce, my boy. Did I miss it?" he asked, blinking away his confusion. I spun his gravity-defying chair, ensuring the tucked-in wheels were locked away. The old wheelchair design came with wheels in case the sled malfunctioned, and his unit had a habit of having them pop out. With a gentle push, I decided to walk and talk. "Yeah, you missed it, Gramps. No biggie," I told him in a reassuring manner. He shook his head, in part to stay awake, and the other to disagree. "Look, Bruce, your father," he started. I patted him on the shoulder, ending his excuses before they could begin. His son, my father, was a touchy subject. The parade grounds transitioned into busy hallways of sterile white and lush green. The middle walkways contained uniform rows of agriculture. The side walls grew vegetation vertically, and the dim red lights birthed life. An orbital had to utilize every inch, and this structure certainly wowed this poor spacer from the slums. "So, what's next?" Gramps asked in a positive tone. Gramps lived vicariously through me. His legend carried weight, his story made history, and his time in this universe lasted far longer than he, or even I, ever expected. And now I was his inspiration. Liam Castile, one of the first privateers sanctioned by the Mars and Alpha Centauri government, MC Coalition, during the Great Pirate War. The MC Coalition founded more than a few expansions, and then facilitated a way to help protect them. The mercenaries and privateers. "Hey, Gramps, tell me the story about the expansion days," I said, turning us out of a busy tunnel. "My story," he grumbled. "But why want to hear where you're going?" he asked, struggling to glance back at me. I pushed him to a viewport, and the translucent wall flared red, keeping us from the cozy nook. A prompt kept us from entering. "Verify that you wish to operate the viewport extension. A charge will be applied," a smooth-talking female voice said. This was an actual operator, too, not the robot kind. Gramps raised his left wrist, and the screen pinged green. She broadcast, 15 minutes activate. Enjoy, Mr. Castile." Yeah, shut up," Gramps said in agitation. "Fucking hate those things." "Gramps, it's a woman. The jobs here remove automation, but yeah, even if it were a robot, it would only be a simple voice activation, nothing more." "The AI will never rise again," I said, trying to calm him. "You know what? Maybe it's I'll tell you about the expansion," he said, knowing my mood was souring. While he collected his thoughts, I stared out of the moon orbital. A dozen haulers waited in queue to dock. Shuttles zipped back and forth, allowing crews to take shore leave. Further away from the station, the elevator connecting to the moon bristled with platforms shooting up and down. Ships ferried supplies and personnel with a purpose. The traffic's organized chaos reminded me of a busier Deimos orbital. "The expansion era. Still in it, you know," he said with a labored finger wag. He always needed to emphasize things, but I loved him for it. I nodded. "Trust me, I know, and this quest for an expansion story serves a purpose," I said, shifting him to the end of a bench so I could sit beside him. "Yes, well, the year was 2067, and I left this very orbital aboard a belt miner. Kuiper Belt back then was a literal credit mine. Well, for 2 years I slept in cryo. We arrived expecting to be one of the few crews braving the journey," he said with a disgruntled sigh. "The benders came out in 2069, I said. "Yep, those damn contraptions. In a blink, humanity could move across the stars and slip space. A 2-year journey turned into a 2-minute jaunt. We wasted those 2 years, and I think that is what carried me into retiring from mining." "Actually, it was," Gramps said with a scoff. "But there's a silver lining with Grandma," I said positively. He chuckled, his eyes glazing over as he blankly stared at the space traffic in front of us. I used the moment to see my reflection glaring back at me. My neatly cropped, sandy blonde hair led down to hard, dark eyes. My slightly busted nose helped my ruggedly handsome features. A strong jawline helped my straight teeth complete the dashing adventurer look. After a slight headshake, he said, "The benders were renamed to wormhole drives and the great expansions began. Many a cryo core folded, and we feared a recession. However, the economy went nuts. Everyone who wanted a new home in space could get one. The wormhole drives only need to visually see a place in space. That made the options limitless with a few jumps." "Alpha Centauri," I said, knowing where his story was going next. "Yup. Grandma was the finest woman I'd ever seen. Damsel in distress hunting for a ride away from oppressive parents and an ex-lover. We left Sol System for Alpha, staying awake for the 5-day journey. Not even 2 days after arriving, a pilgrimage was called for the Tangi system. The trip was 8 light years and took almost 9 days. Those were the days. I remember arriving into the system and 1,000 ships swirled into existence over a massive blue planet," he said fondly. I heard this tale plenty of times. The wormhole drives became easy and cheap to manufacture, once you added in that their travel took a day per light year and human governments lost their tight control. This is where the story grew dark, and for good reason. Gramps' voice grew dim. Then Gregor unleashed hail. Gregor changed humanity a few times. At first, his raids smashed undefended ships and colonies being established by non-affiliated groups. Then Gregor opened up a private slave market, resold captured items, and created the first pirate haven. The why was clear. The opportunities were simply too ripe. I patted Gramps' shoulder and said, "We can skip the AI and go right to the big battle." He accepted my offer because the AI's betrayal hurt him. Right when the combined armies of humanity closed in on Gregor's holdout, the AI Persephone, who was in charge of finding the villain, accepted a bribe. The human fleets arrived in a minefield of epic proportions. To make matters worse, sitting in the center of that field rested a new device. A first-of-its-kind wormhole drive blocker built by Persephone. Thousands of ships were lost trying to leave that field. Persephone escaped, giving up Gregor as a final goodbye a few years later. The defeat had profound effects on governance for decades. Coalitions fractured, vassal cities rebelled, and new colonies entered an arms race. The hundreds of governments vying to control their people became thousands. Eventually, humanity did coalesce around defeating Gregor in an epic final battle. Gramps was on one of those ships, and some say the Beckendale, a ship he gunned for, laid the final blow into Gregor's flagship. History is fuzzy, and the credit went to an admiral, not a peon at the controls. Gregor hid in a starless system. We swirled out of our wormholes with guns blazing. No mercy, no prisoners, he said, and those words hung heavy every time he repeated them. Gramps continued. The Trondor blew up off our port in the opening salvo. The jamming device trapped Gregor's fleet, a surprise farewell from Persephone and the ultimate double cross. Over the next 10 days, we raced forward and they tried to flee. He pleaded for parley and then for quarter. He shook his head. Reaching him required heavy losses. There, we knew it was worth the cost. I patted his shoulder. Taking him down was the right move. Yes, except it never stopped. Ever since that day. Gregor died a martyr, encouraging millions. Now it's a constant back and forth between the mercenaries and the pirates, Gramps said. Privateers and relocation asset managers. My jest earned a chuckle. But yeah, mercenaries and pirates, I said with a smirk. Well, at least Mars and Centauri teamed up to form the corridor with the MC Navy, Gramps grumbled. He carried a resentment for all the mistakes humans made in the past. I nodded, feeling the bench sliding back. Our time inside the nice viewport ended. Gramps had a point. A few of the old and new nations formed coalitions to combine navies and protect their citizens. Their mandate contained borders, and their admirals weren't heroes who saved small outposts months away. The militaries of humanity tended to their own flocks, and that was it. The rest of humanity that expanded did so at their own risk. Many couldn't afford a ship capable of defeating a pirate, or crew it, and the justifications for hiring a privateer or mercenary crew increased. Those were the fantastic postings that the majority of my class obtained. Hell, even Veronica, my only friend from the 4 months of training, was hired to be a gunner aboard the Ferox. Good for her. Me? No. And it was time to come clean about the why with Gramps. So Gramps, I said, pushing his sled into the flow of traffic, I'm going to an outer system. With the current buoy technology, I can get a message here in a few days. Faster if I pay a heavy fee, but seeing you will be hard. What? An outer system? His hands flew up in protest. That's fallacy. You finished top of your class, he said with a scoff. I swerved around a wall crew, pruning vegetables, and said, Yup, and that mattered little. Look, Gramps, I love you. Thanks for coming out. No one else would have come or mattered as much to me. I know your fixed budget had to be nonsense. I'm still livid you assumed your father's debts. I'm so sorry, Bruce. If only I had figured it out earlier, Gramps said, covering 2 key issues. I walked us silently, stealing views of space outside the orbital. My father abused me verbally, and at times physically. The scars of failures warped my reality and were something I never forgave or forgot. Marty Castile was a warrior and an alcoholic. Only a few times did he ever enter a sober stretch. One of those times revolved around creating me at a surrogate facility. My mother received a hefty sum of Mars Centauri credits for me. I'll never understand his reasoning for raising me by himself. I'll never be able to kick his ass and pry the truth out of him either. From birth to 8, life was average. From 8 to 14, I received the most brutal military training a young man could receive. My father's occupation, interdiction and boarding training for the MC Navy. When I turned 8, he brought me into work to show me the awesome training machines he used. Being the fool that I was back then, I eagerly joined the simulations and triggered something in my father. If only I could go back in time. From that day on, I became his prized pupil. He brought me in every chance he could as he attempted to mold me into one of his soldiers. When I turned 14, he suddenly died in a training accident during a real-world exercise. The ship he was boarding had a reactor meltdown that caused a big explosion. One day I got yelled at for a missed 0G push-off, and the next, he was gone forever. For a while, I thought it was fake. As time transitioned and my father never returned, I figured it was a cover-up. There was a massive downside to his sudden demise. The MC Coalition didn't forgive debt upon death. Either the financial burden went to me while I assumed the liabilities when I turned 20, or it went to Gramps. Gramps would have had to pay right away and die from the lack of credits to buy his life extenders. The court allowed me to assume the debt, and now, after years of applying to certification courses across the galaxy, the Moon Orbital accepted my application. I happened to be very proficient in zero-G or low-gravity combat. I held a high proficiency in most weapons, knew anti-pirate doctrine, and kept my body in shape so I could handle heavy gravity. The issue was never my qualifications for schooling. It was always the overhead debt. The applications always ran a check. My father's substantial debt meant I could turn to being a pirate or was susceptible to bribes. The Mars Centauri Navy didn't even give my application a second look. Their automatic reply was to reapply post-debt, so I was ostracized for being a young man from Mars's orbital attached to Deimos's moon and drowning in debt. Yep, top of my class, and I applied everywhere, I said to Gramps with a heavy heart. And? He asked. I turned right, taking us to a shuttle corridor. The crowds thinned, and I slowed the pace, knowing our time was coming to an end. And my debt is a liability. The core Galactic banking pact really screws someone in my position. Ever heard of the Gebulin system? I asked. Nope, can't say that I have. That bad? He asked. That bad. So it's 93 light years from Sol. I'll sleep it and then arrive at my posting. The pay actually is decent, but the system is unknown. I'm going to be guarding a planetary outpost in the atmosphere, I said. Gravity? He asked. Unique. The posting is guarding some overweight researcher named Bran Tibulin. Honestly, I'm okay with bunking with a slob for a year to help reduce this debt, I said with a grimace. Thank you, Gramps said, patting my hand over his shoulder. I know we've had this conversation often, but I do appreciate your sacrifice. You died, or I struggled to live. Not a hard choice, I countered. He shook his head. It's a very easy choice for some. I just hope you stay one of the good ones, even though the deck is stacked against you. We're here, I said, seeing a waiting area for shuttles from Moon Orbital to Mars. He would have to connect to Deimos from Mars, and I hoped the trip didn't strain him too much. Sorry I can't help you with the shuttle costs. Think nothing of it, my boy, he said. I'm proud of you. Be patient. Let these idiots think what they want. You're the best, regardless of your origins. Aye, Gramps, I know it. You take care of yourself, I said, and we exchanged a hug. After a few more goodbyes, he checked in. With a final wave, he vanished to load onto a shuttle. I stood there, conflicted. Liam Castile was the finest man I knew, and I doubted I'd ever see him alive again. I honestly was surprised he survived the journey to my graduation. As I contemplated his life, and mine, I knew I'd try my best to make him proud of me. With leaden feet, I trudged to my own sealed fate. I walked for the shuttle chain that would take me to the farthest reaches of colonized space. Chapter 2. Gebulin System. November 4th, 2247. Initiating jump in 3, 2, 1, and... The pilot's countdown cut out when we entered a wormhole. A fraction of a second later, we exited and he continued. We're inside Tangi's atmosphere. The shuttle banked smoothly, adjusting for the sudden countergravities. A display in front of my seat broadcast wide angles of the exterior. Islands floated in the air, creating a world unlike any other. The yellow sun blasted warm light across the planet. Hues of greens, blues, and brown decorated each island in vibrant variations. Alien birds, disturbed by our sudden appearance, flittered away in flocks. A few left me clueless as to their names or types. I could make out the difference between stealthy predators and their flashy, rainbow-colored prey. Everywhere I glanced, birds darted about, and some just soared aloft, enjoying the wind. The vegetation competed for height, with large, leafy suncatchers spread wide. The blue fronds, palms, and fruit trees dominated this elevation of islands. I noticed trees grew on the sunny side, moss on the bottom. I tried to find island-based animals, and failed while enjoying the scene from the shuttle zooming between floating islands. Water globbed into floating lakes. While I scanned further away, I did see actual lakes on some islands and rain clouds forming. In the distance, a body of water burst apart in a showering display as it collided with an island, soaking the land. Clouds coated the upper horizon, whipping around in agitation. This planet of broken islands had a history. A big planet collided with a smaller planet, pulling each other into a combined orbit. By chance, they entered the Goldilocks zone of a G-type yellow sun. As the planets tugged at each other's gravity, they spun separate but in tandem. Really marvelous stuff to research even for someone who focused heavily on how to kill others. I understood what I saw at a basic level. Tangi's massive moon pulled large sections of land away from the surface, while Tangi held some islands close to her surface, and did have surface continents. The shuttle flew through a small dirt cloud. Pings echoed through the interior. The planet mesmerized my senses, and to be fair, I never traveled. This amazed me. Tangi has almost zero gravity in its upper troposphere. The closer to the planet, the greater the gravity. Up here, kinda surprised there's a station, the pilot said over the intercom. His speech had to be directed at me, as I sat alone in the big shuttle. The others had all disembarked at an orbital above the planet. It may seem fun, but living in zero gravity with constant threats is less than ideal. The planet is hostile in multiple ways, and scientists encourage a space suit with a helmet at all times. Last, the islands are great cover to hide in, leaving it a refuge for the undesirables, he said, as if foreshadowing some dire situation. I scoffed, and then controlled my budding anger. Feelings wouldn't change my posting. Earning enough credits to alleviate my debt would. I steeled myself, feeling a jolt vibrate through the shuttle. "All right, clean attach, Mr. Castile. If you'd please secure the back hatch after your departure, thanks for flying Pinot Air," the shuttle pilot said. The 5-point harness hissed, releasing my straps. I floated freely, feeling at home without the gravity. I kicked off a chair gently. With a practiced maneuver, I smoothly glided for the back hatch. I spun the handle at the back, earning a click when the door released its lock. I tugged until the opening allowed me into an air pocket. I shut the shuttle door, spinning it tight until a second click told me the shuttle seal was secure. Heading to the station door, I repeated the process. Bran Tibulin didn't greet me upon my arrival. A fact I ignored. I sealed the door, feeling the station sucking me down with a light gravity. Deimos' tug was closer to Mars, bordering about 5 meters per second with enhancements, far greater than the natural 1.42 G. The artificial gravity in the station felt closer to the 5G, trying to mimic the planet. "Hello," I said loudly. A jarring sensation shook the station. A second later, the soft roar of engines flaring told me the shuttle departed. My fate was officially sealed with the station. I walked into the interior, seeing the airlock led to a gear sorting and changing room. A few different suits of armor hung from wall lockers, and I even saw jetpacks. Honestly, the station already impressed me. The structure was new, the area clean, and the size ample. It didn't take a genius to conclude this was flown out here from an inner system. "Hello," I said, this time a bit louder. Nothing besides the echoing return of my greeting. I left the airlock to find a kitchen. The clack of my boots against the decking bounced loudly in the room. The magnets didn't bother me, and the suit would turn them off with a simple thought. A glance at my HUD sensors told me I had plenty of quality air to breathe inside the room. Interesting. Definitely a nicer station than I was expecting. I sealed the airlock in gear room, which should have been done anyway, and then locked myself inside. Habits. Bad habits lead to bad situations. Maybe this Bran left the door unlocked for me. My arrival had been down to the minute accurate. The kitchen consisted of chiseled custom granite. If I were to guess, a precision cutting machine sliced up massive rocks to create these walls with their large cubbies and custom cabinets. Everywhere I inspected, proper straps and locks secured the utensils, knives, and dishes. LED lighting illuminated the space with actual windows letting in the bright light. I saw big shutters pried back, telling me that the thick acrylic could be covered quickly. Again, I found myself impressed by the oversized space and organization. If Bran was a slob, he hid it well. His image on the contract had food in his beard. This wasn't what I was expecting in the slightest. Upon exiting the kitchen, I found a hall that broke into a T intersection. I went left, noting a bedroom door with an occupied sign on it. The next door said, Bruce's room. I thumbed an input control and the door buzzed green when it paired with my suit's biometrics. The interior revealed a large bed, a closet, and excessive storage. Psh, this is bigger than our old apartment, I muttered, entering the room with arms out. A quick spin and I didn't touch a wall. Extra electrical pairings and the lack of a window told me this was likely an office converted to a room. I bent down, noting fresh bolts and modifications created to secure my bed. Yeah, cheap work. Clearly done recently, too. I secured my bag into a closet, sighing in relief my luck had finally changed. Excited about my new posting, I left, determined to meet the other resident. I walked down the hall, finding a gym. The empty interior provided insight to a space I'd be spending time in. An elliptical, treadmill, and extra weights awaited a user. Everything was secured down properly and somewhat new. I let out a low whistle, admiring the room. Next, I found a single shower and toilet. I frowned, hating the idea of not having my own private throne. However, it was hardly the worst. I had to share a toilet my whole life, and just because I got stationed on a deluxe outpost, that wouldn't change. I passed a systems room and a simulator room on the back wall. Rounding the final corner in the square, I smiled. Completing the loop in the main box shape was a large laboratory. The glazed windows deprived me of viewing the interior. When I tried a door, the reader displayed, "Access denied." I sighed, about to leave. The door popped open. "Hello?" An unexpected feminine voice said, and I instantly went into an aggressive stance. My weapon whipped off my hip, and I released my gravity boots to jump across the doorway. "Shit, don't shoot!" a blonde woman in her early to mid-40s said. Her hands shot up, unwilling to release the vials she worked on. Her form-fitting outfit squeezed her toned body. Ample breasts gyrated when she raised hands up and down to calm me. While I loved a fine figure on a woman, her pretty looks didn't put me at ease. The laser sight applied a dot to her forehead. I growled out, "Back up nice and slow, lady. I don't know who you are. I'm the owner. Well, co-owner. My husband is Bran. I'm Melina," she said hesitantly. "Come, see, there's no one else here." The contract said I was to protect Bran Tibulin, not a Melina, I said, eyeing her with skepticism. She carefully walked backwards into the room, allowing me to join her into the largest section of the station. "Yeah, Bran is not the adventuring type. I had to bribe him to let me go, and after the last botched raid, I had to beg for an assistant who could protect me," Melina said, finding her resolve. I entered the room, scanning for anything out of the ordinary. I only saw beakers, vials, and other nerdy stuff. Since I didn't detect any threats, I holstered my weapon. "Botched raid?" I asked, going directly to the reason I was here. She eased slightly. Melina's hazel eyes inspected me like a dog stares at a bone, with hunger. I squirmed a bit. She clearly was a confident woman and not amused at my aggressive behavior. I broke eye contact for a moment, feeling a tad overzealous. My eyes lingered on her impressive thigh gap, noting that the suit contoured just right. A finger waved my eyes up. Her firm figure, lack of chunky cheeks, and thin neck told me she dieted or exercised. No heavy bags under her eyes or exhausted posture told me she still slept well. It was common knowledge that isolation tended to drive people a tad crazy and rest mattered. She turned, setting her research down. "Come, a tea sounds nice," she ordered. I nodded, backing out of the room. Her boots didn't activate, and she awkwardly hopped down the light gravity corridor. "Where are you from?" I asked, expecting her answer to be a planet with high gravity. "Nosy," she said over her shoulder. She missed a kickoff, hitting a wall. Stupid low gravity. I kept my snickering inside. I understood her failure tucked, and if this was my actual boss, would work to improve her movements. I said, "Hey, we can increase the gravity." "Huh? Oh, yeah, I know. If we do, then I won't have power for the lasers," she said. "Run that by me again," I said with a hint of disbelief. She arrived into the kitchen, folding up a table spot next to the window. Her hands managed better than her legs, quickly assembling a booth seat for two to dine at. "This station belonged to a retired couple on Galimi Prime. They thought a quiet, isolated life would be great. Turned out they were wrong and sold this station to Bran and I for a pittance of the cost," she said. "And the lasers," I replied, trying to keep her focused. She filled a kettle with water, fired up an element, and set the kettle down with a clunk of magnets connecting. "Well, the wrong in their story is quite horrific. She got sick. He went to get help. He was abducted and ransomed while on his journey. She was feeble and alone, the poor thing. She paid the extortion. The dyads are known for honoring their releases if paid in full. All from her bed, she feared she'd never leave. Anyway, she carried the why. While they were both away from this place, it was robbed by another set of bandits," Melina said. I finagled myself into the bench seat and said, "Ouch, yeah. These frontier planets tend to get a lot of undesirables." "Yep." She smacked her lips with a sputter. "Tell me about it." The kettle whistled, and I stared out at the vibrant landscape of the jungle. The endless vegetation swayed gently in the breeze of a decent gust. Only a portion of the view showed the expanse of the atmosphere. I had no idea how large this floating island was, but deep down in the gravity well, I could see massive behemoths free-floating. "Beautiful home," I said in wonderment. "Sorry, I'm listening. Please continue." "It's okay. We're going to have to adjust. Me especially," she said, biting her lip in frustration. Or was that something else? Why is that?" I asked. She poured tea, bringing it in a thermos. I accepted, and we exchanged a terse smile. "I need to trust. I'm an oddball, or so I've been told," she said, tucking a loose hair behind her ear. "You don't need the helmet." I decided to help her tension and anxiety. I also wasn't overly trusting, but I did will my helmet to retract into its home on my collar. "The lasers?" I asked. "Oh, right. So the previous owners returned. The laboratory used to be an atrium that connected into the main building. Marvelous design with a waterfall. The problem was the Vanity Edition added a security flaw. That entry ended up being how the thieves broke in," she said. "Ah, so they added a ceiling and lasers," I guessed. She shook her head and replied, "Close. I sealed it off after the recent attempt. I only just anchored back into this island a few days ago." "Interesting. You're saying you removed the station from Tangi?" I asked with curiosity. This didn't bode well. She paused and leaned back on the bench, eyeing the terrain outside the station window. I didn't push her to talk. Instead, I extracted myself from the bench. I went to the control panel near the airlock and set the gravity to 10. She jostled, her weight settling. I earned a scornful gaze, but no comment. A quick inspection of the controls let me know the station had a wormhole drive and minimal thrusters. It would never win a race or be capable of grand feats of flight, but it could enter and leave systems and atmospheres. Assuming need a Galaxium 4500 hydrogen power plant. Yeah, this was an expensive ship/station. I caught Melina stealing a glance at my butt while I was fiddling with the interface. Honestly, I wish I had gotten fat, Bran. I found chubby people jolly and fun to be around. This woman needed protection, and her husband was mysteriously absent. A sexually repressed cougar would be great, and she was sexy with her lush lips and big tits. But she was married, and that led to problems. I simply didn't do drama very well. I walked over to the fridge and found a ready-to-eat meal. The entire fridge was stuffed to the brim with simple meals. I grabbed one and returned to my seat. While I ate, she sipped her tea and looked out at the terrain. I kept catching her side glances and corner smile. I wasn't a dunce. She was nervously excited, more than she should be, almost like she had a secret she was eager to tell. Eventually, she left her shell and said, "I love it here. Nowhere else in the galaxy like this place." "I feel we should talk about the lasers," I said with a slight chuckle, and she rolled her eyes. "But I can come to terms. I'll be confined with a beautiful woman for the next year. Might as well get to know her if I have to keep her alive." "Beautiful," she said, leaning back. Her tone teased as much as the way her shoulders arched to pop her breasts out. "You hired a 20-year-old male who came top in his class," I scoffed. "Melina, I'd have come top of the class if it were 100 times that size. I'm a pro with nearly unlimited training and only missing the expertise. However, there is more to this than that." "Yes, cheap and highly qualified. I had to adjust my application field to fit my budget and still get quality. When I was forced to adjust the slider for high probability of betrayal, you came up. However, you've never broken your word, and your credentials were better than most veterans," Melina said. "Your confidence is inspiring. It doesn't change the fact that you're not Bran, or that you removed the station from this floating rock because you felt the threat was so great," I said in a stern tone. "Yes, well, I'm not going to offer to cancel your contract. You were lethal and the last assholes I beat away with a frying pan," she said with an edge in her voice. I snickered and then let out a roaring laugh. "Frying pans are badass. Good for you." "Yes, well, Bran saw it differently," Melina said. "Fuck Bran," I said. This amused her greatly. "Excuse me?" "I might be young, but I'm not dumb. Bran is not my problem, and he should never be an issue between me keeping you safe. You could have hired a female, easily, but you picked me," I said, getting to the point. She went to quibble, and I raised a finger. "I don't care. I need the work, and you need the best, or so it seems." "True," she said, returning her gaze outside. "Fuck Bran. God, you're exactly what I expected. Brash, confident, and with a can-do attitude." "The lasers," I said dryly. "I bought the Nimble this station 5 months ago. I set it up here on this very floating rock 3.5 months ago, right before you graduated, actually. 5 days later, the alarms blared to life, telling me of a hull breach. I rushed into my suit and ran into an intruder trying to get into the system's room. I may have had gravity set to 10 and the laser set to inactive to power the extra gravity. I ran to the kitchen, reaching the control panel first. I kicked off the gravity, the lasers activated, and the auto defenses punched holes in a ship hovering over Nimble," she said with a sigh of remembrance. "And the frying pan?" I asked. "Yeah, I earned a laser shot right here." She pointed to the left side of her stomach. "I charged him and beat him to an inch of his life. The authorities met me in orbit when I jumped the Nimble to add." She smirked mischievously. "Improvements." "Well, good job. At least you won," I grunted. "Winning matters. The how seldom does." Melina tapped the table. "I had to spend months aboard that damn orbital all alone," she grumbled. "I doubt there's even a Bran," I said with a sigh. She eyed me intently, her cheeks reddening with either anger or embarrassment. I let her fume, finishing my meal. "What makes you say that?" she asked, fixating on my reaction. "Look, I get it. Play the abandoned wife won't change much," I said with a cocky shrug. She smirked. "I like your style." "Lady, in private I'm a bull in a china shop. Nobody likes the smug asshole," I said, sending the trash to the incinerator. "Yes, well, neither will the pirates," she said, and in that she had a point. "All right, before I give my assessment, why are we here? And be honest about Bran. I swear I need it for security and nothing else," I said sternly. Melina nodded, folding her hands together to rest her chin on her interlaced fingers. "Tangi is filled with mysterious things. A year ago I found myself in front of a vendor at a market in Toronto," she said. I raised an eyebrow. "New Canada or the one on Earth?" Earth, she said with a hint of pride. I'm all ears, I said, getting comfortable. Chapter 3. Jebulin System, Nimble Station, November 4th, 2247. A well-earned vacation. Her hazel eyes sparkled in fond remembrance. Worked too damn long without one. Speaking of which, Melina said, leaving her seat, back in a sec. She disappeared, walking to the back half of the station. My gaze lingered on the extra snap she put into her hips. Trouble. The right kind or the wrong kind? I wasn't quite sure. Good thing this backwater system had a network. I pulled up the Galactic database while she left. Melina Tibulin, I muttered, activating the tablet hologram on my suit. I cued in that the last name almost matched the name of the system, a likely fabrication slip. The chest piece projected a tap screen in a nice place for my hands to operate the interface. I attempted to find more out while she went to pee or whatever. The Galactic Net, the open-sourced, loosely organized combination of data, said she was on New Miami, as in the planet in the Nexus system. None of her backstory made any sense, and it appeared as if she'd created a persona for the network. Honestly, that wasn't hard. The Galactic Net only had a few regulated sites, and most of the data was open source. Without a central government in corralling all these outer systems, humanity winged it. When I ran a search through the Corps' database, nothing returned besides a request for funds I didn't have. Well, shit. I did quickly pull up my privateer license, finding it in good standing. Would you look at that? It has me as contract initiation complete. The pilot did his job and reported me as arrived, I said in a pleasant tone. I checked for Bran Tibulin in the Nimble system. This time, 2 results populated from my query. Bran and Veronica. I withdrew my weapon, setting it on my lap. The laser gun would sear through thick armor, while the pistol only afforded a discharge every minute. If you could aim properly, it was extremely lethal. Veronica matched Melina on the profile. Melina was a decent replica of Veronica, maybe a sister, or a daughter, or a younger photo. With age-reducing drugs rampant, a woman's true age was hard to tell. Speaking of which, Veronica was twice the age she appeared. A distaste for the situation rose like bile about to be projected. I might have a heart, but I sure hated being played. If her damn money hadn't deposited into escrow, I might just have quit right at this moment. Deceit and deception were not bedfellows of mine. I preferred the straight-shooting truth. The woman returned, seeing me inspecting her information. Yes, I turned off the blocker a few minutes ago so you could gain full access. Well, access you could afford anyway, she said. I'm not Veronica, though. I'm Melina. Melina held 2 objects, and neither a weapon. She held a bottle of wine and an odd device shaped like a totem. After watching her movements, her gaze, and based on how I judged her voice, I came to a decision. I wasn't quitting. I needed the money. I also wasn't shooting my client. Yet. I tucked my laser gun away, and she smirked. Not the trusting type, are you? Her raised eyebrow and playful smirk didn't help the situation. What the fuck is going on? I asked, on the edge of an outburst. She slid the totem into the middle of the table. Easy there, Tiger. A smidge of patience goes a long way at times. I'm about to tell you a tale that involves murder, mystery, and secrets. Once I tell you, you're a part of the problem. Least that's how they'll see it. I rolled my eyes to the point. She snickered. Right, here we go then. I'm Melina Goldberg. This is an alien artifact that originated from this planet in a cavern at an unknown elevation. The new Miami federal government removed me from my post as an alien investigator after this item caused a whole lot of big problems, she told me while running a finger down the trinket. Based on her expressions and tone, I think she really believed what she said. I grinned, feeling like we were finally getting somewhere. All right, I'll bite. Give me the full version. I said. Data analyst. That's me. She thumbed her chest with a grin. So my job was to track leads, find out the rumors or tales where humans hoped to find life of aliens. And I'm not talking the 100-foot condor out there, life as in aliens capable of traveling the stars. My mission, once I found the source, was to prove the tales or artifacts false. After that, I would slot those fake cons into a folder and the objects in a warehouse. My job never had "find extraterrestrial life" in the description anywhere, she said, popping the wine bottle open. The glug of the pouring liquid wafted a rich scent of a delicious red wine. I was not offered a glass, and, to be fair, would have declined. She sighed and said, "Bliss, I fucking hate low gravity, but I was so scared. Living in fear is dreadful, absolutely dreadful." Well, yes, it goes back down at night, but the weighted blankets tend to do the trick, I said. Please continue with your story. I toured the galaxy with my own private government-issued shuttle. For 30 years, I chased down leads, proving over and over again that humans are lying scum, she said, wincing with the bitter thought, and then smiling after a sip of her wine. Ah, I nodded. I can relate to the dislike of the masses. Yes, part of why you're here, she admitted, topping off her mostly filled wine. For the first time, I saw her lust for something other than me. Wine. I never expected to find anything, and 30 years of being disappointed is a long fucking time of almost climaxing. While the work seemed glamorous, it paid shit, included a lot of travel that stopped being fun, and the work grew tedious. How'd you afford this? I said, gesturing around me. We'll get there. I got a tip from one of my informants while I was on vacation. There I was, in China on Earth, by happenstance, when a drone delivered the note. I wanted to see the Great Wall bad enough that I ignored the message at first. After, I shaved a day off of the mainland to go to Toronto. Work, at least, allowed some leeway for side missions. My friend, well, they were convinced this find was the real deal, Melina said. She paused to sigh contently after a long sip. Her eyes shifted back to me, and she bit her lip. I may be young, but the cue was understood. When my poker face revealed nothing, she continued. Alien life existed, and I only had to buy this trinket. She gulped her wine, drinking greedily while locking her hazel eyes to mine. Her hand stroked the totem, and I saw a hint of devotion to her cause break through. If we get attacked tonight and you die because you're drunk, I'm going to be pissed, I said. I could technically fight her on the drinking, as it held a safety factor, and I was now the safety boss. She snickered and said, This is to get me through this story. I'll vomit it out after, a vice of mine, and why I look older than I should. I frowned, not sure how to comment, so I shut my mouth. Dave, we'll call him Dave. He led me to a black market. Not the first I've visited, and hell, I'd been to this underground bunker before. Small problem. Dave's trinket wasn't at the market. Or the next day. Look, I had a job to go back to and limited patience, she said, trying to shrug off a guilty feeling. Okay, I replied. I just feel bad. This is me trying to vent without being a bitch. Anyway, on day 4, I went to Dave's place. Found him hanging from the ceiling fan. Super didn't kill himself. That was it for me. I grabbed an air car for the shuttle pad. Except my air car diverted and I arrived at some mansion. That was how I met Mr. Abelin, a.k.a. Shady Rich Kai. Old man, really old, and on far better extenders than the general pop, she said. I saw her shudder with a cringe. I traded my morals for information. You slept with him? I asked with astonishment. Sorta and not important. A gal likes her secrets. This gal also likes when I figure out the riddles. She sputtered her lips in a grumpy fashion. Sometimes the costs are worth the information. Knowledge is the ultimate power, Melina said, validating herself with excuses. I nodded. Understood. Did it help? It did. I had to go to France. The seller had shifted markets. This object, there were 10 of them. All identical. Nothing screams a scam more than a seller holding duplicates of an original item. Part of his issue with moving these items was nobody believed him. So I bought one to add to the collection for Miami. The accountant cleared the purchase. I collected all the data I could and returned home. After I stuck the find in the vault, work gave me a few days off since my vacation turned into work. Slight problem, she said. I smiled and said, "Do tell." I went into work, and everyone was dead. Yep, blood pouring out of their ears, eyes glazed open, and bodies resting exactly where they had suffered the attack, she said, and I grunted in disbelief. So my theory is this device interacted with one of the other devices in the vault, and then boom! Her fingers flayed wide to display an explosion. I shrugged. All right, not buying it because you... She activated her digital display in front of her chest. Melina rotated the screen and replayed news feeds of a gas leak at a government building in Troutdale. 300 dead in the capital of the planet, all killed by a gas leak. When I was the sole survivor, things grew grim, she said, taking another swig. I lost my best friend, my lover, and yes, different people. Ouch, I said. Surprised it didn't kill you. Here's the spooky fucking thing. You're right. The government figured I was a terrorist and snatched me right out of work, tossing a bag over my head and everything. The torture was awful. I don't even know how long it went on for. Eventually, I managed to go to sleep in an interrogation room, much harder than it sounds even when your mind is breaking. When I woke, this relic rested by an open door. Throughout the building, the dead lay strewn everywhere. At this point, I realized two things. This relic picked who it killed, and for once it wasn't an asshole's con or some jerk playing a trick. This was the real deal. I left that building and never looked back. That was 2 years ago. I begged, borrowed, and sort of stole the funds to purchase the station. Luckily, Tangi offers a diverse selection of items and minerals to exploit. After the pirate attack, I sold everything I had collected to afford your annual contract, she said. And Bran? I asked. She smirked. My husband? To him, I'm Veronica Goldberg, and now Veronica Tibulin. She is actually a slave somewhere, or that is the theory anyway. Bran is an older gent with some money. I spread my legs. He bankrolled this expedition. Why not get more money from him? I asked, curiously. Yeah, so it was a limited two-way street, Melina said with a wince. I'm not the only player in this web of lies. He cut off my accounts, Bruce. It's just me, you, and this trinket. The totem. Will it kill me? I asked. She shrugged, uncertain. And the pirates? I asked. Common thieves, at least the one who got turned over was. Melina answered. The system is mostly docile and filled with people willing to exploit the wildlife over others, but you never know. I sighed. And what's the plan? I asked. We go hunting for this cave and you keep me alive, she said. All right, final question before I hit the gym, I said. Why me? Oh, that one was easy. If the roles were reversed and you had the option of a dashing young lady or a scarred veteran, which would you pick? She asked with a wink and a final drink. I grunted with a chuckle. She thought I was cute and figured a young stud would keep her safe and maybe warm her sheets. At least she was trying to straighten out the web of lies. Fair enough. One more then. The new Miami government? I asked. Thinks I died or went underground. It is exceedingly hard to find people unless they allow you to. Well, or go to one of the restricted planets with actual bureaucracies. The galaxy is a very, very big place. Hell, this station is off-grid as is. Melina said. I left my seat, heading for the back half of the station. You gonna quit? She asked. Nope, you're nuts, and I think you're a lonely housewife who was spurned for a mistress. This, whatever it is your chance at a fantasy after years of a loveless, boring marriage. With that said, what the fuck do I care if that's true? I said with a grumble. You certainly take care of yourself and are a badass with a frying pan. I halted my steps and added, if you're being honest, then it might just be a challenge, and I rise to those. Either way, it'll be an exciting year. She scoffed. It's real. Unfortunately, it was all the truth. The housewife bit would mean they're still alive, she said sadly. I left her to wallow in her wine. Validating her story would mean trusting the open-source galactic web, which was foolish. Nope, I'd have to be on guard and expect the unexpected. I figured this would be the case when I took the job. I had to admit, never knowing what came next excited me. Chapter 4. Jebulin System, Island 223447AE, November 9th, 2247. The next 5 days consisted of simulator time and rigorous exercise. The months spent in cheap cryosleep meant minor muscle atrophy, and this station lacked expensive pods to sustain my mass during sleep. If I wasn't bulking up, I kept my skills sharp with simulated battle scenarios. Something did change over those 5 days. I forced Melina into the simulators with a sidearm. On the actual station, I learned she had picked up a few defensive items. She had purchased a large revolver, and later she showed me a shotgun taser that was meant to disable spacesuits as well as low-grade armor. Her choices were less than ideal for self-defense, but better than nothing. When I threw her into mild simulations, I immediately understood why I was hired. I also figured she lied about the frying pan story, or if it was true, she had gotten lucky. "You excited?" Melina asked, stirring me from my introspection. I ignored her, continuing to scan the island for threats. Contrary to our first encounter, I tended to be the quiet type. I may have also been a tad bitter. I requested a better weapon, and to be fair to me, a rifle was in the contract. However, she said she would need to earn more credits before I could purchase said rifle. That didn't appeal to me, at least the earning more credits part. My contract stipulated I earned a 15% cut on all profits from all excursions. While limited to field trips, it would still be decent credits if we went hunting often. At that moment, we were on some island she thought might hold some clues to her totem. We used jetpacks to glide down from the station to a heavier island lower in the atmosphere. I picked a clearing surrounded by dense jungle to land in, deciding to avoid massive caverns or large mountains for the moment. The bright sunshine burst through a light cloud cover. A massive shadow caused an involuntary flinch and a quick glance up. The damn upper islands concerned me, but there were also large birds that could scoop us up off the island, so it was better to be jumpy about all shadows. I stepped closer to the canopy. The short grass squished under my feet and the terrain below and reminded me of lava rock. "Look, I know you're not thrilled about the posting, but can I ask a question?" She had a hint of pleading in her voice. I pulled her back from the jungle's edge aggressively. She ineffectively fought me before realizing I just wanted her away from potential danger. I forced her to take a knee, and we set up a mini perimeter. The woman clearly had no tactical sense. "I told you this was not the time to chat. We can talk after the mission," I said. "Yeah, I get that. I just read your letter to Veronica," Melina said. I wanted to roll my eyes or hang my head. Instead, I focused on the alien jungle and the objects passing above us. She is my only friend who isn't from Deimos. Veronica was a homeschooled kid on a small mining station. She's a bit of an oddball, but impressive with a weapon and quick with her wit, I said, smirking at some good memories of my friend. And the letter? We went through privateering license together, and we still talk, so yeah, I sent her a letter. What about the letter bothers you? I asked, hiding my internal chuckle. "You said you had lots of anal sex with her?" she grumbled. Okay, I couldn't help the internal chuckle that came out. "That's rude and immature," she said. "Yes, it was immature, but there is a reason, and yeah, well, you don't want to fire me, and I don't want to quit. Get over it. That was code. I don't like butt sex, and right now Veronica is probably laughing as hard as I am. She gets her mail monitor too, since she's the new guy. Anything else?" I asked. She sputtered her lips in frustration. "Just a prank you played on her. Is she a lover?" "A friend. We stole a few nights away together when we could. Nothing serious, always fun, and never more than sex," I admitted, if only to placate her quickly. "Interesting," Melina said with a curious gaze. "Would you like it if I read your letters?" I asked. I wanted to irk her because she pissed me off by being nosy. "Fair point. I apologize, and we shall move the conversation forward." "Do you know what to look for to try to sell up top?" she asked. The top she was referring to likely meant the Tangi orbital. I sighed in frustration. No, Damn it, woman, when I ask what do I need to know before we jetpack down, that is the time to give a briefing, I grumbled. She went to talk, but I interjected. I'm not talking about the threats. Thank you for telling me there's a million ways to die down there without a spacesuit. That was helpful. Yes, well, if it's colorful and different from the rest of the jungle, let me know. Oh, and scan for eggs, please. Eggs sell really, really well, Melina said. Why's that? I asked. She sighed. The rich love eating rare eggs. Scientists love to study them, and animal lovers want them for their stations, zoos, and private exhibits. Get the eggs. She emphasized the word eggs. I scanned the tops of the trees. My suit found a nest with a smidge of extra heat inside. And chicks? I asked. Worthless. Well, almost in comparison. Eggs can be transported easier, and chicks already imprint on their parents or some such, she said flippantly. I grunted. Yeah, I suspected she was a horny, misguided housewife who loved watching birds. However, she hadn't attempted to seduce me. I just struggled with coming to grips with her story. Anything else? I asked. We need the money. Your contract and jetpack were expensive, she grumbled. I shook my head in dismay. Of course, you had to escrow my full year, but yeah, 15% of something is better than what Veronica is getting, I said, heading to the tree with the nest. Where are you going? She asked. Does your suit not have infrared? I asked with a grunt. Why would I have that on during the day? I didn't answer. I mean, I could have, but it would have made the situation worse. I walked to a spot a few paces away from the foliage and triggered the thrusters on my jetpack. I slowly rose off the grassy terrain, adjusting for the slight breeze. The jetpack fought the higher gravity on the lower island. A quick input of the power button from a simple thought sent streams of hydrogen fuel ejecting out the thrusters to boost the power. A moment later, I let gravity slow my ascent as I neared the nest. I raised my chin, curious as to... An alien reptile lunged at my helmet. The damn thing had blended in without a heat signature. I jammed the left input forward while yanking the right input back. I pirouetted about a dozen feet above the ground. The rapid spin surprised my attacker, whose fangs flared with anger. As it flew by, I studied the creature. Best description would be a snake-like lizard with fangs. Ah! Melina shrieked. Boom! I frowned, glancing down to see smoke venting out of the long, silvery barrel of her revolver. The animal twitched in the grass, rolling around as it struggled to live. Melina jumped up and used both feet to squish the lizard snake's head. A sneagar, Melina complained. A few extra stomps ensured the creature ceased to live. The eggs are worth a bunch. Damn things don't give off heat. You don't say. Be alert, I'll try to hurry, I said, jetting myself up to the nest. I crested the edge of the leafy creation to see 3 yellowish, scaly eggs. I grabbed the whole nest, then slowly input a descent. The jetpack gradually lowered me to Melina. Nice, there's 3. It's not a rifle, but it's a great start. I had a good feeling about this island, she said, taking off her pack. The eggs went in first, and she wrapped the sneagar body inside a plastic bag. She indented a button, the plastic hissing as it ejected air and sealed the sneagar tightly. A moment later, she had the bag on again, and I led us deeper into the jungle. A part of me had this misconceived notion that an island means small. Even a floating island insinuated a quick exploration. That was not the case in the slightest. Yeah, I needed to study valuable items of Tangi, but to be fair, I had focused on a macro perspective with my research. The planet was 3 times the size of Earth. The moon, Tangi, was also larger than Earth. Tangi was considered an outer system planet by most humans. Anything further away than 20 light years and transport costs made them expensive goods, due to the long trips. I knew some variation of humanity never stopped pushing outward, undeterred by the great distances or caring for their lost brethren.
Me, well, I wanted to clear my father's debt, even to my detriment, and hence my willingness to get to know the system. My investigation into the local market told me Tangi's orbital tended to purchase the spoils of the planet. In the orbital, you could live a carefree, sheltered life. Down here, there were many risks. I really did get the appeal of both. I was surprised to learn a king ruled the system. Yup, something I had heard about but never experienced. Taxes were low, people were happy, and the system was expanding. Hard to fault the local politics for their unique ways when it worked. That summed up my research, besides trying to understand how rain and water operated on the planet. The data resulted in a resounding, it depends. Next on my research happened to be the plants, fauna, and stuff to capture or collect for some sweet, sweet credits. For instance, I pushed aside a big blue frond. A mouth engulfed my fingers and sucked up my hand. What the? I frowned, feeling the slime coating my spacesuit. I tugged once and felt Melina's hand gently land on my shoulder. Don't fight it, Melina warned. I relaxed. The plant sucked on my hand, inching up my wrist. When it hit the elbow, the mouth vomited my arm. A sticky, white goop that reminded me of jizz soaked my suit. Ugh, gross! Watching the creature recoil, I saw the blue fronds led to a light brown stem about the size of my thigh. A distinct pattern differentiated it from the other vegetation.
Birds land on the leaves to drink collected water. If the animal in the trap is too big or not tasty, it gets released. If you fight this carnivorous plant, roots will wrap your body and you end up in a fight to the death, which would be a huge waste of time, she said, stepping around me to take the lead. I grumbled, but let her take point. Can you fish?
She asked. Can't you just stun the water? I asked with amusement. She chuckled. Yeah, it's against the law. But you're right that no one would notice down here. A simple inspection will reveal no hook damage, but if it's for us, that doesn't matter. No, I wouldn't mind learning, but not this trip, I said, scanning for nests. A massive shadow darkened the area. I craned my neck a bit higher, seeing an island's underside pass not even 10 feet above the canopy. Glowing mushrooms illuminated the dark. Fat, alien bats nested in the moss between the mushrooms with yellow eyes peering down. A minute later, and the sun returned as the rock faded off into the distance in its quicker orbit around the core planet. I stood there in awe, feeling the wonderment of this planet. That joy came to a screeching halt when alarms blared and red filled my vision. My HUD sensors continued to irritate the shit out of me even as I assessed the situation. Nimble Station sent alarms, notifying us of an attack. The automated lasers fired on a shuttle that fired back. The video revealed both sides missing for now. Shit, Melina said. I was hoping they'd forgotten about me. Single woman, easy on the eyes, adventuring with lots of money, I said, shaking my head. Ugh, wrong assumption. The good news is that they'll expect you, the frying pan lady.
Should I stay here?
She asked meekly. I glanced around, seeing a docile jungle. Yeah, our suits are linked. If I die, let them loot the place and stay as long as you can. If I'm alive in 20 minutes, come on up.
You sure you don't need my help?
She asked. I approached her, tapping our faceplates together until I gazed into her hazel eyes. I got a year to train you to be a badass. Just hang in there for now. Hand me the cannon, I said. She reluctantly gave me her revolver.
It's not a cannon.
I respectfully disagree. Use the taser shotgun if you get into trouble, I said, stuffing her weapon into a pouch on my chest. I set the jetpack to glide me above the trees. My HUD directed me up with a slight left, aiming me for my new home. A quick mental flick through the interface allowed me to change my target to a floating island with a vantage point not far from the station. I figured if I could sneak up on my enemy, it was best to watch them for a few seconds to get a read on the situation. I soared higher with full thrust applied. My body zoomed across the sky. I swerved and weaved between the islands, closing the distance on the bandits. A few birds darted away as I whipped by. The thin jet trails helped me achieve a higher acceleration than any animal could. We were on a sparsely populated planet in the outer systems. Pirates tended to hit juicy targets. A small station offered little unless a sleek object with repulsion trails zoomed from behind an island. In an instant, I recognized the missile for what it was. A serious threat. I unholstered my laser pistol, initiating a steady reverse flight. I let the missile track and lock onto me. The trail of oranges and reds increased as the brains of the missile kicked on the afterburner, eager for a kill. I lined up the missile, waiting patiently. When the chance to dodge diminished, I gently squeezed the trigger. The laser lanced forward at the speed of light. The brain box calculated too slowly, its efforts to adjust merely ruining the flight pattern. My beam tore into the missile, killed the guidance, and sent the munition tumbling down. A blooming explosion forced me to apply my own afterburners. Heat and an invisible force washed over me, sending warning signals to my HUD. Fucking assholes, I grumbled with a sneer. I didn't falter or stop once I avoided the attack. Instead, my resolve for vengeance thickened. The jetpack growled, pumping out extra power. I shot by the observation rock I had selected earlier, clearly not needing it any longer. Nimble Station smoked. Scars along her frame revealed damage caused by flak guns. 2 of the 4 lasers shot at a dancing shuttle, one that struggled to return fire. A pair of thieves raced for the station's front landing balcony, their jetpacks on full throttle. I avoided them and flew straight at the shuttle. The pilot didn't expect the counterattack. When the shuttle swerved away from a laser lance, it ended up coming closer to my flight path. Got you, I said with a grin. The shuttle spun, attempting to line up a trajectory where my intercept would fail. I pulled out the large caliber revolver, aiming directly ahead of me at chest level. With a minor adjustment, I cut off the thrust, gliding up until I floated at eye level with the pilot. Her eyes bulged white at the sight of the pistol aimed directly at her and only 30 feet away. Boom! I absorbed the kick of the weapon as it roared in anger. The pilot tried to dodge the bullet, but failed. The shuttle jerked before entering a tight spin. The lack of control told me I had likely killed her. I didn't have time to think about her fate. I turned left and down as the shuttle careened out of control. Sim, sim, sim. The 2 remaining thieves blasted flak rounds in my direction. I dodged with a few spins and twirls, trying my damnedest to stay unpredictable. By order number Zulu, Tango 331, I command you to surrender immediately, I said on an open channel. The who to the what now? A confused voice asked, clearly speaking before thinking. This is Privateer Castile, ordering you to fuck off and die. Bennett will be back to ace this fool, a different voice said. Okay, that small exchange let me know I was dealing with a smart thief and a dumb thief. Within the law, I could kill both for trying to break into the station I was hired to defend. Instead of charging them directly, I dove down and under the floating island. I then raced for the back side of the building, flying out of their line of sight. When I reached the back section, I arched up, flying high until I landed on top of the building where the 2 remaining lasers rested. Checkmate, I said over the radio. This guy's pissing me off, Rince, the dumb one said. Fucking idiot, Bod, we surrender, Rince said. I raised an eyebrow at this. Like hell we do, he shot Bennett.
Bard said. His voice oozed rage. "Fuck this! The turrets are off, they ain't shooting!" Rince shouted. "That's because he's—" A head popped up, trying to get to the balcony. The laser turrets tracked him the instant he popped up. Zoom! Zoom! The top half of his body burst into bits as the intense laser beams lanced through his lightly armored suit. The body hit the balcony deck's half-gravity with a wet smack. We surrender," a raspy female voice said. "Requesting medical aid and a landing assignment." "Where'd you get hit?" I asked, granting her access. She wheezed. "Right lung." I ran for the lip of the station and jumped with a slight spin to aim at the guy on the balcony. Both pistols tracked Rince, who held his hands up in surrender. I zoomed my flight forward, ignoring the bottom half of the corpse that rested on our porch. "Inside with you, right into the simulator room. It's on the back side," I said, my voice deep and serious. "Do you want her to live?" "Yeah, that's my sister you shot, you asshole," he said between clenched teeth. The door controls recognized my authority, pinging green. I spun the heavy door frame open and yanked back. "Leave your weapon on the deck there. I'll kick full gravity on here in a second," I said. He grumbled, walking into the station. "Don't suppose you'll take a bribe to keep me out of prison?" I shrugged, letting him by. "Do you have enough to bribe someone?" I asked. "I know someone," he said, like playing a con. I almost shot him in the back of the head for lying. Almost. He was a bad guy who had thought my items were worth more than his life. I needed to stay the good guy for Gramps and to maintain a clean license. "Tell you what," I said. "I'll save your sister. Maybe. And then we can talk." "You just aced a boyfriend, so," he said, not getting his hopes up. "I saw him die like—" Bennett began. "Don't talk," we both ordered through the radios. Rince went to the simulator room with my weapons aimed firmly at his back. The moment he went inside, he was trapped. He couldn't access the simulator or the doors. Even if he had a hacking tool, the systems would notify me if he tried. Next, I went and set the gravity to 10. The jostle of a ship connecting to the balcony told me Bennett had landed with a gunshot wound. Pretty impressive. My medical expertise revolved around being a field medic. I ducked into the bathroom, retrieving the expensive first aid kit. These units cost a small fortune, but still might not save her. After running back to the gear room, I sighed, seeing her stumbling. I grumbled at her stubbornness and said, "Lay down and—" She had the audacity to raise a heavy flak repeater. I spun out of the doorway. Hell unleashed, and rounds burst out of her weapon, crashing into the granite of the kitchen. Bennett walked forward, indenting the trigger and busting the kitchen apart with her torrential fire. The weapon continued to rapidly spit out rounds with a roar, and by its increasing noise, I knew she neared. I heard the faint cry of her shouting, trying to drown out the noise with a dying effort. Clang! The weapon stopped firing after something hit the balcony. With the Lay's pistol at the ready, I peeked out. Bennett lay face down in a growing pool of blood. I aimed at her helmet and squeezed my trigger. The laser belched out its tight beam with immense power. Her helmet cracked and the laser punched a hole right through her skull. If she wasn't dead before, she was at that moment. "Fucking bitch," I muttered in private. "You get him, babe?" Rince asked over the radio. I sighed. So much for them being siblings. Everyone in the outer system sucked and lied every chance they could. I went to the control board and opened the simulator. Rince walked out hesitantly. When he rounded the laboratory corner and saw me, he said, "Oh, you won." I nodded and said, "Yeah, Rince, I won. I could have saved her too." "Why'd you let me out?" he asked. "Step onto the balcony and jump off. If you don't, I'll kill you," I warned. "Just shoot me, you pussy." He seethed with venom. I raised the weapon that pulsed red as it recharged. "You certain you want me to squeeze this trigger?" I asked. The weapon chimed green, and he gulped. I'll die if I jump. Tell you what, I'll take the shuttle and you won't shoot me like you did my girlfriend, Rince offered. I shook my head, giving him plenty of space to exit the station. He held his hands up with a grin. I guess I lost a bit of my soul in that sliver of time. He didn't care about his dead friend or dead lover or sister or whatever. He only cared that he could taunt my humanity. I knew he would go for the shuttle. Sure enough, he attempted to steal a prize I'd conquered from the pirates. Legally, the moment Bennett died, the shuttle belonged to Melina. Now he was trying to steal my employer's property as a known pirate. With a tearing of my soul, I tracked the back of his helmet and squeezed. His legs stumbled, his mind no longer sending signals to his body. He smacked into the decking of the shuttle, rolling down the ramp until he twitched beside Bennett's still form. I set my weapon into its holster and knelt beside him. His face was fixed in a smirk. My eyes closed and I inhaled deeply. Changing my mind, I plopped down beside the dead bandit. I would have let you go. I mean it. 2 dead was too many. Instead, you had to test me. I can't feel bad or remorse for killing you, no. I won't feel bad. I trained for this. And I'm different now, I said, tilting my head as I gazed down upon the dead man. You should have just taken your chances surviving off the land until the authorities found you. Can't change that now, can you, Rince? He didn't reply. I hope you learn to forgive yourself. Petulant asshole, I said, leaving his corpse for the shuttle. Blood splattered the deck. When I arrived in the cockpit, I found a slug in the back of the metal seat. Damn, that hand cannon had punched through her suit cleanly. Yeah, I could have saved her. Oh, well, she killed herself by going crazy with a major wound. I sat in the blood, fired up the engines, and went to get Melina. We had a shuttle to sell, and some ammo to buy for the new weapons. I grinned, feeling like things were improving already. Chapter 5. Gebulon System. Tangi Orbital, November 12th, 2247. We spent 2 days waiting for the system authorities to review our video feeds and survey the situation. After the brief investigation, the title to the unregistered shuttle cost a few Gebulon credits, and we legally had a shuttle to sell. Slight problem with that. Instead of we, the title went to Melina, who said no. As the employer, it was her decision, and our contract gave her wiggle room. That led to me detaching Nimble Station from its anchor points on the 3rd day after the attack. We flew up to the orbital in silence with the shuttle attached to the docking bay. I'm not following, I said as we waited for the orbital security scan to complete. She rolled her head back, allowing her neck to rotate until her hazel eyes fixated on me. Take the credits. Convert them to Mars coins to reduce your debt or loosen up and get laid. Honestly, enjoy the orbital. Her tone was snippy at first, then gentle later. I could tell she was conflicted. I frowned. You just said, and I quote, we're not selling the shuttle. She shrugged. Get over it, pretty boy. I grunted, rubbing my temples. Melina, I don't care about sex or gambling or gaming. I want to keep you alive. I can't do that if we don't have proper weapons. Hell, the kitchen is in ruins too, I said in frustration. I actually enjoy cooking. Hard to do when the place is destroyed. I know it. If only there were insurance in these outer systems. Bruce, I get it. We've not grown closer, and all you care about is wanting to keep me safe. It's endearing, she said in a patronizing way. She had offered me wine in her quarters the night before to thank me for saving Nimble. I had politely declined, and now this was happening. I wanted to do untold things to the Cougar, I really did, but I wanted to be safe when we did them. Last thing I wanted was to be mid-thrust and need to scramble to thwart an attack against our weakened defenses. My simple message of it's not safe wasn't enough for her, apparently. Melina's bitter attitude didn't bother me. Her piss-poor planning did. We need supplies, repairs, and these weapons are mediocre at best. Bennett ruined the barrel of the flak repeater when she killed herself, I said, referring to the weapons we had procured. We're selling the jetpacks, she said flatly. I connected the dots and said, oh. That, the sneaker eggs, and the parts will be enough to get the shuttle a wormhole drive, she said. I huffed, not loving the decision, but understanding it at least. Okay, I get it. Easy route to islands, easy route back. We can even go straight to the orbital, I said, and she nodded. Yup, she said. And Nibble Station stays put. Hopefully this is the last time we detach the whole bloody station. These visits aren't cheap, and the permits are a bitch. We sat in silence. A green ping from the orbital controllers resulted in sliding bay doors, slowly revealing a landing pad. When they locked open, I saw a nice interior with an idle crew watching us with boredom. If you'd be so kind as to wait on the ship, I'll sell what I can and ensure your 15% is set aside, she said. The orbital sent out a towing vessel that shot out 8 magnetic tethers. The guiding teams brought us in for a smooth landing. A minute later, a voice from the speaker said,
There is no air inside the bay. Please ensure you exit wearing a helmet with oxygen, and realize your vessel will need to use an airlock to maintain pressure. Have a great visit aboard Tangi Orbital.
Melina didn't say another word, heading for the airlock. I stayed seated in the kitchen and attached my helmet just in case she messed up the door sequence. Melina didn't have a problem, and 10 minutes later, a crew detached the shuttle, landing it separately. I gazed out the window to watch them pull off the salvageable items. An over-the-shoulder glance revealed the busted kitchen. Parts that could be used for crafting or molding new items went into the salvage pile, and that included the refrigerator. I had to figure there wouldn't be much left after the repairs. Honestly, I was kind of growing more excited about the mystery trinket. Rince. Rince had never revealed anything about himself. However, when the authorities collected his body, we learned that he had hired Bennett and the dumb guy. All they told us about Rince was that he came from the planet New Miami. And so the plot thickened. The tidbit led credence to Melina's story. I was still skeptical about the whole alien trinket killing folks. It was mighty far-fetched, and I just wasn't that kind of guy. I liked facts and listening to my gut, and my gut said the trinket was just a trinket. On another note, I also knew my time aboard the Nimble would go smoother with my employer if I gave in to her wishes. Yes, I knew the situation was unfair. When your older boss makes sexual advances, what do? She certainly wasn't ugly, and a year was a long time to avoid her advances. I mulled these thoughts over, not coming to a decision. Her teasing was certainly having an effect. It was to the point I was getting tired of cold showers. There was also the fact that she held all the power, and that really bothered me. Technically, she could break my contract early for the full year. I didn't want that on my record. An hour later, I gave up waiting for her return and went to the gym. I had just passed mile 5 when the door popped open. Melina's expression made it seem like someone had kicked her dog. You okay? I asked. She opened her arms, needing a hug. I was sweaty and gross, but I acquiesced her request. When I wrapped her up, she folded into me. I got berated by one of Bennett's friends. She sniffed. It was horrible, and I rubbed her back. Oh yeah, I could see that giving someone the blues. And how did the rest of it go? I wish I had just walked away. Deep down, I tried to be a good person, she said, almost convincing me. Your account has a new balance. I suggest you take a shower first, though. You stink. Well, that's mighty kind of you. Hey, sorry, I wanted to save Bennett, I said. She held me tighter, not replying. She knew. Melina had watched the video a dozen times, feeling responsible. I let her go, and she gagged. Ugh, did you turn the heat up or something? She asked.
Shower? I offered. Her hazel eyes drifted to mine, and then to the sweat on her suit. She ran a hand down my back to cup an ass cheek.
We both won't fit, and I want to.
She rose up on her tippy toes to whisper into my ear.
Ride your cock until my cum drips down your balls.
I felt my spacesuit tightening, and a smidge of adrenaline elevating my heart rate. Shower and then sex? She turned, placing her ass to my crotch. Melina dropped a pen purposefully. When she bent over, her ass slid over my growing dick. She rotated her hips to tease my erection.
Unfortunately, this will be a rain check. I didn't finish what I needed to, and that girl made a hell of a scene. Let me head back to sell the jetpacks. I should be done soon, and then you can start your mission to get information and upgrades, she said.
When she was finished retrieving her pen, her reddening cheeks weren't filled with embarrassment, but flushed with desire.
You're going to be so much fun,
she said in delight.
Now run along. I deposited some funds, so at least you have enough to go shopping. When you get back, a nice dinner and wine on me.
Platonic?
I'm going to use you like a sex toy, and I'm legally married, so yes, platonic. But we can talk more about that later,
Melina said, sauntering out of the gym room. I blew out a huge exhale after she left. Blue balls it was, for the moment anyway. I finished showering, then geared into my graduation flight suit. When I checked my account, it no longer displayed a big fat 0. I had 1,014 Jebulin coins. A quick exchange rate had that at 92 Mars credits. My debt was over 60,000, so... I sighed, seeing Melina enter the station with a bigger smile. When better this time? I asked, and she nodded.
You look dapper.
She dusted my shoulders, inhaled a whiff of my cologne, and smiled brightly.
All right, the shuttle's upgrades finish in an hour or two. Try to be back in time. I'll need help installing the repairs to the kitchen.
I'm more of a breaker than a creator, I said, pointing to the shelving, and I may have other things in mind.
I bought the right tools. Installing plastic shelving is hardly wormhole science, and if I need to teach you, I will. Have a good time.
She smacked my ass playfully. I tapped a button over my heart, and the suit's neck ejected a translucent helmet that sprouted into a dome. After properly sealing the airlock, I exited onto Tangi orbital with a skip in my step. I had money to spend, a rare treat. The crews installing the wormhole drive onto the shuttle reminded me of most group efforts. 5 team members watched the one guy installing the unit. I snickered inside my helm, heading for an orbital airlock. I had to get through a few security points, finding the guards attentive. My best guess was that they held a security license with an interplanet nation. These gigs paid about half of what a low-level privateer could earn. Sad, too, because you could have a stable job doing security work with a little chance of danger. I didn't give them shit or even a snarky, offhanded comment. They cleared me with professionalism, and I appreciated their lack of an attitude as well. Passing the final checkpoint, I crossed an arch saying, "Welcome to Tangi Orbital." The interior of the station revealed a massive indoor dome. The entirety of space pointed to one towering focal point, a 10-story tall water fountain. Each floor angled inward with unit balconies having a view of the main atrium. Homes. A whole lot of homes with balconies, plants, and unique human decorations. Tens of thousands had to live in this expansive place, and to a slummer like me, it was excessive. They all did so for the freedoms the system provided and the security the station ensured. The uppers had it lavish. The king really made the place shine. Hell, the uppers of Deimos would be jealous. To say I was impressed would be an understatement. For some reason, I had judged the outer systems prematurely. The walkway contained hundreds of people weaving through the moderate foot traffic along a long road.
Soaking in the view, I saw the bottom floor consisted of nothing besides stores. A drone shot out of a general goods store, racing high to deliver toilet paper onto a balcony. The higher I glanced up, the more advertising and drones I noticed. The buzz and shimmer were constant, except around the fountain, which seemed to be a no-fly zone. The premium stores stationed themselves right outside checkpoints, signs flashing with all the best deals. I avoided these, mingling with the well-dressed population. I understood poverty, and this was not it. A station, or orbital, generally had 3 living sections. This would be classified as the upper decks. The residents called uppers, the middle class of the station who owned shops, traders, or investors. They tended to follow an HOA to keep their areas pristine. Visitors almost always visited the upper decks, and it was generally where the elites mingled with the masses. The elites lived in private, unique stations attached to the main hull. These separated them from the medium income, gave them unlimited space based on what they could afford, and I'd never been inside one. Flying by them was the closest I had ever been, and yeah, they lived lavishly. I'd always wondered what it would have been like, growing up in one of those private homes. I figured they had bedrooms, like the kind I had on my new assignment. For me, I grew up in a bunk with 3 boxes under it. That was all I had for years. Which left the final section, and yes, some stations were so big they had more, but for most, it went uppers, richies, and slummers. Below the uppers rested the slums, where balconies rarely existed. The population there was clumped tightly together, to the point that it was always crowded. The poor were blocked from even taking an elevator or stairs up. The lower-class workers had to use private entry and exit points because they were an eyesore. That would be the kind of place I grew up in. A secondary market would be down there, one with far better prices. Most uppers avoided the deals below because they might get robbed, scammed, or conned. If you knew the slums like I did, though, you never shop up top. Taking a moment, I sought a person who stood out as a worker. It didn't take long for a cloth-wearing woman with scraggly hair to walk into a poorly illuminated side alley. Yup, no fancy spacesuit, no finely printed nails, and hair in need of not only a cut, but a wash. I followed her, finding myself more at home by the second. As we rounded a bend, a light flickered. Graffiti adorned the walls. Not even 2 turns in, a pleading beggar asked for money. He wouldn't be there long, and based on his suit, he was an upper fallen on hard times. I approached a different set of guards wearing similar uniforms. Their station consisted of a scanner and 2 uncomfortable-looking chairs. A thin, mousy man stood next to an ox of a woman who made me feel small. "Sign here," the lady said. I glanced at this behemoth of a woman, finding her busted-up nose fit her scowl. I indented the print box with my thumb, feeling the prick of a DNA scan. She stuck a meaty hand in front of me. "Hold up!" "What?" I said with a challenging grunt. "Don't sass me, pretty boy. You got a license to hunt, and we need to know what you're planning," she said, trying to stare me down. I shook my head. "I'm headed to shop," I said, being short on purpose. "Yeah? What you shopping for?" she asked. "Well, since you asked, I got jumped by rats on an upper island, killed 3, guess I need something more than a sidearm," I said, expecting her to further question my reasoning. Instead, she sneered in a pleasant way. "Visit Yar. He'll sell you the goods and only rob you slightly. If you ain't got a laser repeater, visit Hag. And no fighting or killing. King will space you if you cross the line." She jammed the bottom of a closed fist into a button, and the elevator dinged open. We exchanged nods, and I passed her by. The other guard put 2 fingers to each eye, and then back to me, letting me know my trip would be monitored. Hell, I didn't blame them. I was a hired gun, and my ilk tended to stir up trouble. The elevator jarred, releasing its clamps to descend to the market level of the slums. The interior's white walls were spotless, not a scuff or mark on them. A sign read, "Get caught causing trouble? Expect the stairs for life."
Yeah, that'd do it. Threaten the common folk who went up to clean homes or install a new toilet with a ban, and you'd get proper behavior. No one wanted to take the stairs. The gravity platform hummed louder as it slowed. Rapid swipes of my sleeves dusted off the nice outfit. I knew slummers generally couldn't afford to go to privateer school. My neat haircut, clean skin, flawless outfit would draw stares, but I wanted to attract attention. The fine tailoring and reflective nature of my spacesuit wouldn't turn as many heads as the star on my collar. A star on the chest meant guards, security or police. A star on the neck meant privateer or bounty hunter. The denizens of the slums would likely know an out-of-system hunter like Rince swooped in. Well, the lords of the blocks would know for sure. You didn't recruit without causing some waves. Every orbital with slums had a block. Floor, gang, den, and, well, you name it, leader. Those leaders would know Bennett and Bard were hired by someone from out of system and encountered someone capable. You didn't have the dead showing up and getting buried without it making news. Hence, part of why I came there. I doubted they'd yell at me or try to intimidate me, but I wanted to set the record straight. I killed them, not Melina. And more importantly, I needed to send a signal if people offered work to kill me or her, not to take it. The elevator door slid open, revealing a stark contrast to above. The filth of dirty air coated a packed walkway 50 feet ahead. Before that, guards played cards, securing the elevator. Their thin armor and bushy beards spoke of the lower rung getting posted to guard the slum's elevator. I strode by without a second glance. These guys didn't give a shit who I was. I doubted they'd be the ones to bust it up if I caused trouble. No, they were at that checkpoint for one reason, and that was to keep the poor